At the age of 32, Elguera faced off against the 34-year-old Giggs. Although Giggs lacked the speed of his youth, his technical prowess had undeniably improved, and his tactical awareness was sharper than ever. The most effective way to deal with him was to distract him with a beautiful woman's phone number. Giggs attempted to dribble, but Elguera skillfully intercepted his maneuver. After a brief stumble, Giggs regained his balance, surged forward, and delivered a cross from the byline. Pepe leaped in the small box, overpowering Rooney to direct the ball towards Casillas. "Now, that's quite dangerous," one observer remarked. Indeed, Pepe possesses remarkable composure. Such a clearance could easily lead to an own goal. Casillas launched the ball forward towards the left flank, where Huang Kaivun skillfully halted it with his heel, quickly pivoting and retreating with the ball, leaving the unsuspecting Fletcher far behind. Cristiano Ronaldo sprinted towards Huang Kaivun, while Rooney positioned himself next to De Jong to deny him a passing option. Faced with Ronaldo, Huang Kaivun pondered the need for fairness. Having already outmaneuvered Ronaldinho and Messi, he felt it was only right to include Ronaldo in his exploits. These future stars, one and all, were destined to serve as mere backdrop to the brilliance of the King Huang. Huang Kaivun steadied the ball with his right foot, turned to face Ronaldo, and suddenly moved his left foot to the right side of the ball before swiftly retracting it and nudging the ball to the right with the inside of his foot. Ronaldo pursued him, but Huang Kaivun controlled the ball with his right foot, repeating his previous action to return the ball to Marcelo. Feeling somewhat disgruntled, Ronaldo dashed towards Huang Kaivun to prevent any passes directed his way. Typically the one orchestrating the play, today he found himself on the receiving end of the trickery, a circumstance that did little to elevate his spirits. Ronaldo was determined to show Huang Kaivun his prowess. Locking eyes with the retreating Raul, Huang Kaivun quickly moved back to receive the ball. Raul attracted the attention of both Ronaldo and Fletcher, allowing Huang Kaivun to make a swift run towards the right flank. Raul executed a backheel pass, and Huang Kaivun skillfully flicked the ball to the defense with his right foot, sidestepping Rooney's challenge. Ramos evaded Scholes with a deft touch, threading a direct pass to Huang Kaivun. Giggs charged towards him, but Huang Kaivun expertly received the ball with his back to play, flicking it with his right foot. As he executed a 180-degree turn, he nudged the ball forward with his left foot and sprinted towards it. Rooney, Scholes, and Giggs on the flank all pursued him in a frantic retreat. As Huang Kaivun crossed the halfway line, Scholes could no longer keep pace, and the aging Giggs lagged behind by more than 2 meters, leaving only Rooney in a desperate chase beside Huang Kaivun. Heinz, unable to match Huang Kaivun's speed, stretched out his right leg in an attempt to intercept. However, Huang Kaivun glided past him with a deft push from his left foot, angling towards the penalty area. After several frantic sprints in the forward line, Rooney's energy waned, and alongside Heinz, he gradually slowed down, eventually bending over to rest his hands on his knees. Gazing up at his teammates on the defensive line, he observed Huang Kaivun deftly flick the ball into the penalty area with his right foot, narrowly evading Ferdinand's outstretched hand. Heinz pursued Huang Kaivun from the right, while Van der Sar opted to advance, with Vidic tracking back in the center, poised for a clearance. Rooney exhaled a sigh of relief, believing the situation was under control with so many defenders present. In the next moment, however, Rooney's eyes widened in shock, because Huang Kaivun deftly flicked the ball with his left foot, evading the grounded Van der Sar, and sprinted towards the edge of the small penalty area. As Heinz gritted his teeth and launched into a sliding tackle, Huang, in the split second before hitting the ground, managed to push the ball out with the inner part of his left foot, only to be brought down by Heinz. The ball rolled past Vidic and into the net. Kevin! With a magnificent long-range dash, Huang Kaivun pierced through Manchester United's defenses. During halftime, I am certain that Ferguson had devised numerous strategies, yet no amount of preparation could contain the universe's finest star. Even if handed an orange, he could weave past 5 defenders and breach Manchester United's goal. The English often claim that Manchester United's defense surpasses that of the current AC Milan. I shall refrain from commenting on that, but whether it be Milan's or United's defense, they both seemed feeble against Huang. All their efforts amounted to nothing. In the 2004-2005 season, Milan faced Manchester United, and a recently recovered Huang was not at his peak, which perhaps misled the United squad into a false sense of confidence. However, the outcome of this match was predetermined from the very beginning. With this single goal, Huang had diminished the value of Manchester United's defense by several million. After scoring, Huang Kaivun felt compelled to pay tribute to Manchester United's iconic number 7. He stood in place, tugging at the non-existent collar of his jersey, surveying the entire stadium with an air of dominance. The director wished to zoom in on Huang's face, as countless admirers were likely preparing to purchase his latest photo collection. The Olympic Stadium in Athens erupted in sheer madness. Even some local fans who had come to support Manchester United joined in the cheer. In an era of increasingly stringent defenses in modern football, amidst the highest echelons of the sport, witnessing someone single-handedly maneuver past the goalkeeper to score was nothing short of miraculous. Seated on the sidelines, Ferguson stubbornly concealed any expression, while the camera caught the faint tremor in his hand. St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin! Huang Kaivun had conquered the local faithful with his feet. At the Champions League final, the once dominant Huang waved to the stands, seemingly oblivious to the concept of defeat. Simply divine! Casillas exclaimed, sprinting towards Huang Kaivun. Just as he was about to leap on a Huang, he was knocked down by Ramos. Ramos rushed before Huang Kaivun, kneeling on one knee to lift Huang's foot and wipe it clean. Casillas, unusually quiet, awaited his turn until Ramos finished polishing Huang's shoes, before joining his teammates in a jubilant embrace. Rooney, leaning on his knees at the edge of the penalty area, watched in silent admiration. As if it were a natural occurrence. Surrounded by Real Madrid players, Huang faced away from Rooney. The number 10 emblazoned on the back of his white jersey seemed to possess an enchanting allure. Perhaps donning the same number would bring him closer to Huang Kaivun. He had always regarded Manchester United's number 7 as the epitome of legend. However, Rooney has finally made up his mind. Once the match concludes, he will inform the coach of his desire to don the number 10 jersey. "Boss, what shall we do?" queried Casillas. Ferguson slowly waved his hand and replied, "Let the youngsters give it their all. I shall take a brief rest, and then I will stand on the sidelines with them. You could sit and direct the match." Casillas suggested, "Rest assured, this trivial matter will not defeat me." Ferguson managed a faint smile, adding, "The stronger the adversary, the less I can afford to falter. If I give up, what will the young ones think?" Casillas refrained from persuading him and moved to the sidelines to rally the players, for he understood Ferguson's tenacity. No one could sway Ferguson except for his wife. Should there ever come a day when he steps away from the pitch, it would solely be due to his wife. Kathy Ferguson. Possessing an extraordinary fighting spirit, Ferguson is a gentle husband, a trait he shares with Capello. Perhaps stern coaches are similarly soft-hearted at home? For heaven's sake, focus. No matter how spectacular a goal may be, it is merely a singular point. Even if we score a penalty, we can level the match. Giggs shouted hoarsely. Van der Sar, in the back line, clapped his gloves and exclaimed, "Rather than wallowing in despair, why not ponder how to defend? With the salary we earn, we ought to bear the corresponding responsibility. Wouldn't you agree, Rio?" Ferdinand nodded, though he mused on why Kevin Huang garnered a 15 million salary. One man's wage rivaled that of an entire Manchester United defense. Thus, it was hardly surprising that he could dismantle their backline. While Ferdinand was lost in thought, O'Shea continually shouted, "For the championship, let's go." After a brief silence, the Manchester United players exhibited remarkable resilience. Ferguson's team mirrored his own indomitable spirit. The impact of a coach on a team is profound. Observing the players' performance, Ferguson rose from the bench and stepped to the sidelines, brandishing his hairdryer to spur the players on. Within a mere minute, the morale of Manchester United was rejuvenated. As the game resumed, Rooney swiftly passed to himself and surged forward. Scholes received the ball and advanced left, quickly returning it to Carrick under pressure from Casillas. Carrick moved the ball forward in the center before passing it across to Hines, who then delivered a quick diagonal pass to Scholes. Noticing De Jong defending near Cristiano, Scholes took his time to carry the ball over the halfway line. Suddenly, Raul lunged in pursuit, prompting Scholes to swing his thigh, striking the ball. With a thud, the ball ricocheted off Raul's foot, soaring high towards Manchester United's half. Seizing the moment, Huang leapt to head the ball towards the right flank, where Casillas skillfully controlled it with his chest before deftly redirecting it to his feet. With a swift flick of his ankle, he sent the ball into the heart of the penalty area. The Manchester United fans watched in dread. Each of Huang's movements instilled a sense of terror within them. Despite being several meters from the box, Huang's feet moved with astonishing speed, propelling him into the penalty area. At a crucial moment, Vidic cleanly intercepted the ball between Huang's legs, rising to clear it with a powerful kick. Brilliant. Vidic's tackle was truly pivotal. Huang Kaivun was already adjusting to take a shot. Indeed, the most crucial aspect was Huang Kaivun's rhythm. Astonishingly, Vidic managed to evade a foul. Most defenders would have hesitated to tackle in such a scenario, as it would have been all too easy to concede a penalty. Little Ronaldo maneuvered past Raul in the backfield. De Jong rushed in with an outstretched leg, but little Ronaldo deftly passed the ball. Scholes received it and immediately lofted a pass into the penalty area, but Pepe headed it out. Little Ronaldo then nudged the ball out of play. Marcelo, after observing the situation, threw the ball to Pepe. Pepe executed a direct pass to Huang Kaivun, who received the ball and swiftly surged past the halfway line. He effortlessly outpaced Fletcher, who gritted his teeth and charged toward Huang Kaivun. If Huang Kaivun continued, Fletcher would be left even further behind. Huang Kaivun reached the edge of the arc when Fletcher, from behind, slid in and struck Huang Kaivun's right foot. On the sidelines, Capello's fingers were tightly clenched. If he could, he would summon a sword to sever Fletcher's head as depicted on television. Fortunately, Huang Kaivun remained unaffected. Heinz, fearing for Carrick's ability to defend alone, hastily retraced his steps, intent on aiding Carrick. In a sudden burst of speed, Huang Kaivun darted past Heinz, while Carrick grasped Huang Kaivun's arm with all his might. Just as Huang Kaivun fell, he managed to pass the ball. Raul, positioned at the left corner of the penalty area, skillfully controlled the ball and swiftly turned to deliver a cross with his left foot. Once again, Vidic leaped to head the ball out of play. Vidic has been exceptional today, providing crucial clearances repeatedly. Ferguson on the sidelines continually applauded, undoubtedly pleased with Vidic's performance. Marcelo jogged to the front to prepare for a throw-in. Huang Kaivun, surrounded by defenders in the penalty area, signaled to Marcelo, indicating the direction toward the baseline. Understanding, Marcelo nodded slightly. He positioned himself and forcefully ran the ball toward the left baseline. Suddenly, Huang Kaivun sprang into action in the penalty area, and Vidic surged alongside him to the edge of the box. Huang Kaivun extended his calf, allowing the ball to bounce off his leg as he quickly shifted his weight backward, propelling himself into the air to strike the ball with his left foot. With a resounding thud, the ball flew past Ferdinand, and Raul leaped, redirecting the ball's trajectory with his head. Van der Sar reacted swiftly, deflecting the ball out of bounds. During this period, Manchester United faced immense defensive pressure as Real Madrid relentlessly attacked their penalty area. Huang Kaivun's long-distance run and subsequent backheel pass showcased his astonishing skill and creativity. Once again, he approached the corner flag, marking a particularly arduous moment for Manchester United. Van der Sar stood at the edge of the penalty area, vociferously instructing his teammates to adjust their positioning. Huang Kaivun was the most formidable opponent he had faced regarding set pieces, with other players taking corners. One merely needed to be wary of aerial threats in front of the goal. However, Huang Kaivun's corner kicks were unpredictable, capable of launching attacks from any direction, even from just outside the penalty area, significantly disrupting the defensive player's alignment. Even if he were to make no errors, the frantic movements of his teammates could still obstruct his line of sight, thereby elevating the difficulty of the save. Particularly arduous was the task of having his teammates reposition themselves and enduring the agonizing wait during this interval. Van der Sar mused that it might have been more straightforward to simply grant Real Madrid a free kick. After a brief run-up, Huang Kaivun delicately flicked the ball with his right foot. The ball soared swiftly toward the near post, where Vidic, in front of Raul, deftly redirected it away from the penalty area. Just as Guti, lurking at the edge of the penalty arc, prepared to strike, he was brought down by a flying tackle from Scholes. Free kick. Scholes receives a yellow card. This decision is beyond dispute. Huang Kaivun is indeed quite busy today, dribbling when necessary, passing when called upon, taking corner kicks, and now handling this free kick as well. Given the prevailing circumstances, Van der Sar, observing Huang Kaivun approaching the foul spot, realized that his earlier thoughts were misguided. Whether regretting it now would matter remained uncertain. Manchester United players protested, only to have their appeals dismissed by referee Van der Velde, forcing them to reluctantly form a wall. Cassano and Raul squeezed into the wall together, resulting in a clash between players. Fletcher shouted at Cassano, "If you crowd any closer, we'll all be out of bounds." Cassano shrugged, indifferent to Fletcher's words, as he feigned ignorance of English. Fletcher, unable to contain himself at Cassano's infuriating expression, was quickly restrained by Vidic, who urged, "Calm down. If you throw a punch and get a red card, what will Ferguson think?" Upon hearing Ferguson's name, Fletcher regained his composure. casting a resentful glare at Cassano before switching positions with Vidic. Van der Velde pointed at Cassano, declaring, "No tricks, regardless of whose fault it is. If the ball cannot be played, I will issue a card." Cassano retorted, "It's that Scottish old man in a skirt causing trouble. Why should he bear the blame?" He resolved to purchase tapes of German and Scottish matches after the game, intending to study them thoroughly for retribution. Referee Van der Velde nodded at Huang Kaivun as he lowered his whistle. Positioned behind the ball's right side, Huang Kaivun took a deep breath and moved. He stepped forward with his right foot, shifting his weight to his right leg, and delicately struck the ball with his left foot underneath. Raul and Cassano quickly vacated their positions, yet the ball sailed over the wall, unspinning, heading straight for the goal. Van der Sar, stationed at the center of the goal, swiftly pivoted and leaped, extending his arms. The towering Van der Sar, with his long wingspan, correctly gauged the ball's trajectory, watching it approach his outstretched hands. His initial anxiety dissipated. With a resounding thud, the ball struck the crossbar, the impact failing to register in his gloves, causing his heart to race once more. Did the ball skim the crossbar and fly out of bounds, or was it something else? As he landed, Van der Sar glanced back at the goal. Realizing that fortune had not favored him, the ball ricocheted off the net and was promptly headed back into the goal by a charging Cassano. Kevin, goal. Goal. Kevin has once again rewritten the scoreline with his signature goal. The descending ball, devoid of any spin, akin to a delicate chip, poses a challenge that even seasoned players would find daunting when standing at the penalty spot. Yet, for Kevin, it is as effortless as dining or drinking water. After creating 3 opportunities for his teammates, Real Madrid still failed to find the net, prompting Kevin to take matters into his own hands. The result was evident. He breached Manchester United's defenses once more. Had Kevin not been so selfless, I suspect he could have netted 10 goals in a single match. Huang Kevin opened his arms to embrace his teammates. Marcelo, eager to celebrate, felt a flurry of movement beside him. The teammates surged towards Huang Kevin with a speed surpassing that of their counterattack, leaving Raul, who was closest, unable to penetrate the inner circle. What could he do? He was merely a recent transfer to Real Madrid, not yet favored by the head coach. Marcelo felt the need to assert his presence during such a jubilant moment. Positioned at the periphery, Marcelo wildly waved his arms and laughed heartily, his back teeth captured by the cameras. In the stands, Pepe wore a conflicted expression. Huang Kevin had become his favorite player, surpassing even his fellow Brazilians. Yet, today, Huang Kevin's playing style was evidently emulating that of Maradona, which displeased Pepe. The long-standing rivalry between him and little Pepe had not faded with time. Instead, it had intensified. Last summer, during the World Cup, Maradona abruptly canceled his engagement with the German Football Association, stating, "I cannot bear to see his shameful face. I will never pander to FIFA. They are nothing. And if I do, I would be no different from Pepe." The true rift between Pepe and Maradona occurred in 2000 when FIFA organized a poll for the best player of the 20th century, employing 2 distinct methods. One was a panel of football legends, officials from various continental federations, referees, and journalists, while the other allowed fans to vote online, with the results combined. The outcome revealed Pepe leading among the experts with a staggering 72.5 of the votes, while Maradona trailed at 6, ranking 3rd. Conversely, in the online voting, Maradona surged ahead with 53.6, while Pepe garnered only 18.5. FIFA then devised a new approach, suggesting that both players share the title of the century's best. Pepe was designated as the best player according to the expert panel, while Maradona was crowned based on fan votes. This seemingly compromise stirred further discontent, as FIFA placed Pepe's name first. Post-match, Maradona was reluctant to take a photograph, believing Pepe's success among the experts stemmed from appeasing FIFA, which only worsened their relationship. Pepe felt compelled to advise Kevin after the match, suggesting that if he wished to emulate someone, he could certainly adopt Pepe's playing style. Moments later, Ferguson made a bold decision from the sidelines. "Get up and warm up." Ferguson pointed towards Saha. "Substituting Rooney?" "Rooney has performed admirably today," Mike Phelan expressed with concern. "No. Replace a defender," Ferguson replied through clenched teeth. Vidic had been exceptional today. It was time to place greater responsibility upon him, regardless of how many goals they trailed by. Losing the championship was inevitable, so it was better to bring on an attacker and fight back. When he was on the verge of leaving football to manufacture precision instruments in Canada, the team's need granted him the opportunity. and Ferguson solidified his position by scoring a hat-trick at St. John's. He felt that football had chosen him, and he should not be deprived of the championship. In the 64th minute, Raul, after regaining possession in his own half, surged forward and delivered a delicate pass behind Manchester United's defense. Ferdinand leaped to head the ball into the center circle. Huang Kaivun turned swiftly, hooking the ball behind him, and with a quick pivot, he flicked it towards the left flank in front of Giggs. Huang Kaivun raced down the left side, cushioning the ball with his left chest, and sent a lob pass in front of Giggs and Scholes. Ramos halted the ball just before the halfway line, advancing along the sideline while Hines closed in aggressively. Ramos laid the ball off to the retreating Raul. Both Carrick and Ferdinand charged towards Raul. Raul pivoted and returned the ball to the advancing Huang Kaivun, who struck it without hesitation, delicately chipping it over. The ball soared towards Manchester United's right flank, unguarded. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Offside. Casillas was too eager. He initiated his run before Huang Kaivun had passed the ball. Vidic noticed and took a step forward, ensnaring Casillas in the offside trap. Manchester United is set to make a substitution. Zaha stands at the sidelines. Is he replacing Rooney? Hines. Ferguson has replaced Hines with Zaha, a bold gamble indeed. Capello has also summoned Gago to the sidelines, the number 10. Is he preparing to substitute Huang Kaivun? Huang Kaivun, crossing his forearms, gestured towards the sidelines, indicating his refusal to leave the pitch. His stance was justified. According to FIFA regulations, if a substituted player declines to exit, the match should continue. However, would this affect his relationship with Capello? Huang Kaivun approached the sidelines, gesturing for Gago to return to the bench. Gago glanced at Capello. You may go back, Capello said without turning, swiftly handing Huang Kaivun a towel and a water bottle. To distinguish himself from other players, Huang Kaivun's water bottle was a unique color. After rinsing his mouth and spitting it out at the sidelines, he took a sip, moistening his throat before stating, "Strengthen the defense. Do not substitute me." Manchester United can score 2 goals even during injury time. In his emotional fervor, Huang Kaivun forgot to include the word coach. Yet Capello seemed unconcerned, smiling as he replied, "It was my oversight. This is my fault. I will see who to substitute shortly." "All right, if there is nothing else, I will return, coach." Huang Kaivun nodded. "Go on, Kevin, and be cautious not to get injured." Capello waved with a smile. Gago, seated on the bench, silently curled his lip. When it was time for him to warm up, he wore a stern expression, treating Huang Kaivun with a courtesy akin to those in Buenos Aires, who wave at passing cars. "This guy has truly lost it," someone remarked. "In all my years of watching football, this is the first time I've seen a player refuse to leave the field. That's why Huang Kaivun is the undisputed king at Real Madrid. No wonder the papers keep claiming that players hint at his privileges." As Zhang mentioned, according to FIFA regulations, players can refuse to leave the pitch. They can refuse, but hardly anyone does. It's out of fear of angering the coach. Huang Kaivun clearly has no fear of being benched by Capello. Bench Huang Kaivun. That's even funnier than Zhao Benchan. Capello nearly treats Huang like a son. Previously, The Sun reported that Capello even arranged for someone to buy 20 Imabari towels for Huang, each costing nearly 1,000. Damn. My entire wardrobe doesn't add up to 200, and Huang spends 1,000 on a single towel, buying 20 at once? And Capello himself paid for those towels. I doubt he has ever treated his own father this well. Damn it, I envy those privileged players, Casillas scoffed. You fool, Guti retorted, too weary to explain to Casillas. Even young Ramos understood that the coach valued Kaivun for his talent, not for his looks. If one desires to be a privileged player, one must score goals consistently. As Manchester United initiated the play from the back, newly entered Zaha misplayed a long pass directly to De Jong at the center circle. De Jong swiftly delivered a through ball to Raul on the left, who immediately turned and sent a pass to the right with his left foot. Huang Kaivun lifted his left foot to control the ball. Zaha and Ferdinand charged towards him. In motion, Huang nudged the ball to the left with his right foot and then deflected it forward with his left. A rapid advance into Manchester United's penalty area ensued. Vidic, lowering his center of gravity, adjusted his defensive position in tandem with Huang's movement. Just as Huang lifted his foot, Vidic slid in, knocking the ball away, causing Huang, who was off balance, to tumble within the penalty area. Referee Vander's whistle pierced the air as he brandished a yellow card at Vidic. Agitated, Manchester United players protested beside Van der Rivutif. I got the ball. That's definitely not a penalty, ref. You might have missed it, Vidic pleaded, hands clasped in supplication. Indeed. That is not a penalty, Huang Kaivun asserted as he rose, stepping forward. He touched the ball first. That is not a foul. See, even he says so. Giggs exclaimed passionately. Vander began to perspire, realizing the gravity of misjudgment in such a crucial Champions League final. Weighing the testimonies from both sides, he discerned the truth of the situation. A voice within urged him to rescind the penalty. Yet, as his body moved, Vander resolutely pointed towards the 12-yard mark, choosing to uphold his authority as the main referee. What is going on? He just said it's not a penalty. Saha ascended to protest vehemently. Vander once again brandished the yellow card. A cacophony of boos echoed through the Athens Olympic Stadium. Damn it! Are these players from Real Madrid? Scoundrel! This cannot possibly be a penalty. Are you involved in some unscrupulous dealings? If not, why do you refuse to heed the explanations from the Real Madrid players? Is today's referee deaf and mute? Ferguson raged from the sidelines. The fourth official and assistant referees dared not utter a word, lest they draw the ire of the legendary Manchester United manager. Such a successful coach, Ferguson held a prominent status in the footballing world, even when venting his frustrations. The referee typically hesitated to eject him from the pitch. Moreover, Ferguson's prowess was not confined to the touchline. He excelled in press conferences as well. Those who provoked Ferguson could expect to see their names splashed across the newspapers in ignominy. From the slow-motion replay, it was evident that Vidic's tackle was precise. There was absolutely no foul committed. Indeed, the referee Vandal had an obstructed view and likely missed it, yet Kevin Huang approached to assist in the explanation, showing no intent to rescind the penalty. This controversial decision will undoubtedly stir considerable waves post-match. Casillas' attempt to take the penalty was thwarted by Kevin Huang, and suddenly, an idea struck me, though I'm unsure of its validity. Vandal nervously prepared to make a save. As the whistle blew, Kevin Huang sprinted, striking the ball with his right foot. Bang! The ball swiftly soared beyond the right post and out of play. He deliberately missed the penalty. Vandal applauded Huang, while Manchester United fans near the penalty area erupted in applause. Ferguson and the coaching staff joined in the ovation for Huang. The entire Athens Olympic Stadium resounded with applause. The loudest of the day, Credaley excitedly exclaimed, "Kevin! This is Kevin." Often, exceptionally talented players possess a woeful character, leaving their fans disillusioned. Yet Kevin's supporters are free from such grievances. Apart from being the finest player in the universe, Kevin embodies the noblest spirit. Even the self-proclaimed gentleman of England must willingly rise to applaud him. With 3 goals and 1 assist, alongside the intentional miss of a penalty, Kevin not only dominated the match, but also earned the respect of his adversaries. Winkler? That is a false gentleman of the green pitch. Would he dare to deliberately miss a penalty that could determine the trophy in the Champions League final? Even if that penalty was a misjudgment. Sometimes, refraining from errors is merely a matter of the temptation being insufficient or the situation lacking criticality. Kevin has demonstrated through his actions that even in the Champions League final, he does not require a non-existent penalty. If those damned bureaucrats fail to award Kevin the Fair Play Award, I shall travel to Switzerland to hold them accountable. Capello sighed. Had that goal gone in, the championship would have unequivocally belonged to Real Madrid. Unfortunately, Huang deliberately missed the penalty. Capello shook his head and smiled wryly. If victory were to be achieved by any means necessary, it would not be Kevin. The performance of Huang Kevin, the sacred one, earned him the respect of the entire arena. Due to the media's portrayal of religious undertones surrounding the season, today at the Athens Olympic Stadium, the atmosphere was rife with tension. The match between Manchester United and Real Madrid was perceived as a confrontation between Protestantism and Roman Catholicism. Yet, Huang Kaivun garnered the crowd's applause despite missing a penalty. The camera captured Sir Bobby Charlton, one of Manchester United's sacred trio. The Munich air disaster remains a profound loss for the world of football. The decade-long dedication of Matt Busby was abruptly shattered, resulting in the tragic demise of 8 players, including the exceptionally talented Duncan Edwards. A decade after the catastrophe, survivors Bobby Charlton and manager Matt Busby ascended to European glory at Wembley, pricking their fingers to let their blood drip into the trophy, hoisting it aloft 8 times, thus fulfilling their vow to the deceased and embedding an indomitable spirit into the very essence of the Red Devils. A cadre of men dedicated 10 years to rebuild the team, establishing Manchester United as England's first European champions. One man, confronted with England's premier European title, chose not to convert a dubious penalty into a guaranteed victory, This is precisely why I hold such profound love for football. The referee is not a machine, and even machines can falter. Absolute fairness in football is a myth, yet some are willing to act on principle, intentionally missing a penalty in the Champions League final to uphold the integrity of the game. Huang Kaivun's world embraces his fans, his supporters, even those adversaries who have caused him harm, yet it cannot tolerate a victory tainted by erroneous judgment. Time does not recognize the aging of great men, as wealth is but ephemeral. Perhaps it is this unwavering resolve that has enabled him to return to the pitch time and again after enduring injuries. Gu Yanwu wrote in Autumn Wind that life's riches pass swiftly, yet only fame and longevity endure like stone. Huang Kaivun has scored many magnificent goals, yet the moment that remains etched in my memory is his failure to score today. When we grow old and gather by the fireplace, cradling our grandchildren, we will surely recount the tale of 2007, when Huang Kaivun intentionally missed a penalty in the Champions League final. It has become another day to witness Huang Kaivun's audacity, and I have come to deeply understand that his very essence thrives on such bravado. Today, Real Madrid was unable to gain an advantage, yet Huang Kaivun seized an opportunity to flaunt his flair. To be fair, Huang Kaivun was indeed impressive. Had I been in his position, I would not have deliberately missed the penalty. How can one ascertain that Huang Kaivun's miss was not a calculated risk due to a 2-goal lead? Manchester United possesses the capability to equalize or even overturn the score, as you must be aware. The sage speaks of actions, not intentions, in matters of the heart. There are no sages. It is not about Huang Kaivun's thoughts, but rather his deeds. In moments like these, daring to miss a penalty, I am genuinely in awe. Huang Kaivun indeed exhibits remarkable courage, especially since the Real Madrid players seem unfazed. Those with opinions remain seated on the bench. Van Nistelrooy's agent has stated that only those in good standing with Huang Kaivun can start. I find it somewhat disheartening to be unjustly criticized, surely. Real Madrid's current starting lineup seems reasonable. Huang Kaivun can handle the battle himself. Having 2 defensive midfielders is no issue, and it ensures the safety of Guti, who is responsible for passing. Raul and Casillas display remarkable synergy when swapping positions with Huang Kaivun. Can Van Nistelrooy, in such circumstances, proactively distance himself from the penalty area to create opportunities for Huang Kaivun? Compared to other offensive players, Van Nistelrooy is quite commendable. Yet he is unworthy of even lacing up Huang Kaivun's shoes. The game resumes. The Manchester United players, who had just applauded Huang Kaivun, have tightened their defensive measures against him. Besides Fletcher, who is closely shadowing Huang Kaivun, Carrick and O'Shea are also lurking nearby, poised to provide support at a moment's notice. Neither Fletcher nor Carrick advances, leaving Manchester United's attack lacking in options. Giggs, continuously attempting to create space, finds no one to connect with. Rooney, retreating to receive the ball, is closely marked by Diarra. Giggs, deftly evading Ramos's foot, pivots and delivers a long pass. Cristiano Ronaldo, glancing upward, sprints towards the landing point but is hindered by De Jong, who pulls his arm just as he raises his foot. Marcelo swiftly intercepts the ball. Observing a teammate in possession, Huang Kaivun immediately accelerates towards the center. A delayed Fletcher trails behind him. Guti receives a pass from Marcelo and quickly plays it across to the right, making a diagonal run forward. He glides past Fletcher, who can only decelerate. Already struggling, Fletcher is completely outpaced by Huang Kaivun. Casillas executes a diagonal pass, allowing Huang Kaivun to burst between Giggs and Scholes, collecting the ball at the edge of the penalty arc and accelerating past Carrick. Carrick lunges in a last-ditch effort, but Huang Kaivun's speed leaves him unable to make contact. Spotting the advancing Vidic, Huang Kaivun deftly nudges the ball to the left with his foot, swiftly pivoting to evade the sliding tackle from Vidic. A sprinting Rooney follows Huang Kaivun into the penalty area. Van der Sar, positioned in the 6-yard box, sprawls forward, but Huang Kaivun skillfully nudges the ball to the right. Darting past Van der Sar, Rooney seizes the opportunity to position himself in front of Huang Kaivun. Before Rooney can adjust, Huang Kaivun turns and shoots, the ball swiftly rolling past Rooney's left side towards the near post. Ferdinand, racing back, stretches out a foot to deflect the ball out of play. Remarkably, Huang Kaivun has once again embarked on a remarkable solo run, weaving past 5 defenders. His performance today is exceptional. Van der Sar, understandably frustrated, has conceded 4 goals and been outmaneuvered by Huang Kaivun twice. Had it not been for Ferdinand's timely clearance, Manchester United would have faced yet another goal. Ferguson, Losing his patience, decides to make a substitution before the corner kick is taken. Solskjaer comes on for Fletcher. And one wonders if Manchester United's super sub can replicate the miraculous performance of the 1999 Champions League final. Although he lacks Sheringham as a partner today, he is joined by another English forward, Rooney. Manchester United is now employing 3 forwards. Ferguson truly dares to take risks, as Fletcher, unable to contain Huang Kaivun, simply opts out of the defense. Young Gago stands at the sidelines once more, as Casillas, who has scored a goal, is substituted. Casillas, his demeanor somewhat forced, exchanges a high five with Capello before returning to the bench. Earlier in the season, during a Champions League match against Lyon, he was substituted prematurely, leading him to complain to reporters about being sidelined by Capello. This experience of being unable to play from the bench has taught the mischievous Casillas an important lesson, even when dissatisfied at work. One must wear a facade of cheeriness in front of superiors. Huang Kaivun gestures towards the corner flag. After a relentless sprint with the ball, he found his legs growing somewhat feeble. At that moment, it was ill-advised to attempt a shot, and a brief respite would be more beneficial. "Are you all right, Kevin?" Ramos inquired as he advanced into the attacking zone. "I'm fine, not a problem at all," Huang Kaivun replied, covering his mouth. "In a moment. You head towards the near post to disrupt the defense while I draw them in." "All right." Ramos nodded quickly in agreement. The two of them moved into the Manchester United penalty area, showing no intent to venture into the 6-yard box. Scholes swiftly positioned himself alongside Huang Kaivun, while Carrick gravitated towards Ramos. Huang Kaivun pointed his right hand towards the left post, indicating the far post for the corner kick. In the tactical discussion regarding the corner with Guti, the direction indicated by his hand suggested the opposite. "You go over there, let Saha observe Ramos," Scholes instructed. Carrick nodded and moved towards the left flank. Guti began his run, arms swinging, and deftly struck the ball with his left foot. As the ball traversed the pitch, Real Madrid players swiftly repositioned themselves. Teammates surged towards the left flank, while Huang Kaivun sprinted towards the left post from outside the penalty area. With so many players in motion, the Manchester United defenders were effectively deceived. As Ramos initiated his run towards the near post, Saha, positioned in front of him, was still looking towards the left. Ramos leaped at the near post, attempting to redirect the ball with his head. The ball altered its trajectory and sped towards the center of the goal. Van der Sar, stationed at the right post, reacted swiftly, leaping to deflect the ball with his right hand after pushing off with his left foot. The ball ricocheted off Carrick's waist and bounced towards Huang Kaivun. O'Shea quickly intervened, sending the ball back towards the center with a swift kick. Scholes, upon receiving the ball, turned only to be brought down by Marcelo, prompting the referee's whistle to sound once more. That was close. Indeed, Real Madrid had come perilously close to scoring from several corners today. Although they had yet to convert any, each tactical variation kept Manchester United on high alert. Van der Sar clapped his gloves and shouted a few words to his teammates before launching a long clearance towards the right flank. The kick was somewhat excessive. Cristiano Ronaldo leaped upon returning to the center line, overpowering De Jong to head the ball back to Scholes. Scholes lifted his right foot, securing the ball under control, and pivoted to deliver a long pass with precision. The ball soared accurately towards Giggs. Giggs effortlessly controlled the ball with his foot. The two seasoned veterans from the '92 class exhibited impressive foundational skills. Ramos had yet to return to the penalty area, and Elguera realized he could not allow Giggs to approach it, decisively closing in for a challenge. Giggs made subtle adjustments in his steps, suddenly accelerating to nudge the ball forward with his right foot, immediately following with a deft touch. As Elguera lunged, he quickly shifted his body to deliver a delicate pass with his left foot. The ball sailed over Pepe's head towards the right flank, where Solskjaer dashed past Pepe into the right side of the penalty area, positioning himself to receive the ball. The ball struck the inside of his foot and bounced ahead. Casillas, alert, rushed out to intercept the ball, and Solskjaer swiftly attempted a delicate shot with his left foot. The diving Casillas, demonstrating remarkable reflexes, managed to deflect the ball out of play. Manchester United's attack was perilously close to yielding a goal, particularly as Real Madrid led by 2 goals, resulting in less urgency for the players in defense. Van der Sar seized the opportunity to initiate an offensive with a direct long kick. As the match approached the 80-minute mark, a remarkable scene unfolded. Nearly all Manchester United players surged into Real Madrid's penalty area. Giggs made a run towards the near post. Diarra managed to head the ball out of the box, and Scholes seized it at the edge of the penalty area. Marcelo swiftly nudged the ball away. But Guti was brought down by Carrick's outstretched leg, a tactical foul, as conceding a counterattack would surely lead to a goal. Indeed, Carrick deliberately kicked the ball out of play, a cunning attempt to waste time. Although no yellow card was issued for the earlier foul, Van der Sar did show a yellow card to Carrick, which he could not evade. Elguera executed a rapid through pass, and Guti relayed the ball to Huang Kaivun, who accelerated past Rooney. Scholes pursued him from behind, but today, Huang Kaivun proved unstoppable. A well-timed tackle was executed, yet Huang Kaivun evaded it. Ferdinand charged towards him, but Huang Kaivun deftly maneuvered, only to be brought down hard. Ferdinand's challenge had solidly struck Huang Kaivun's ankle. Finally, Real Madrid found their opportunity to strike back, resulting in an intense confrontation, a scene that felt eerily familiar. Whenever Huang Kaivun faced foul play, his teammates often rallied to his defense. However, Ramos, who started today, is still serving a lengthy suspension. It seems Ramos is once again on the verge of receiving a red card, potentially facing an additional ban, which could affect his participation in the upcoming season's league matches and the Champions League. Ferdinand received a yellow card, as did De Jong, and Ramos' 2 yellows led to a red. In the 80th minute, Real Madrid was reduced to 10 men, a promising turn of events for Manchester United. Huang Kaivun gestured for the medical team to leave the field, indicating he was uninjured. The medical staff cautiously retreated, still unsure since Huang Kaivun had not yet risen. The immunity card ensured he would not sustain an injury, yet discomfort remained. Today, Huang Kaivun had received considerable attention from Manchester United players. Without the immunity card, he likely would not have lasted until halftime. He massaged his ankle briefly before rising and jogging towards Ramos, saying, "Just a little longer, and we shall be champions." Ramos nodded earnestly. As he prepared to extend his leg for a challenge, he anticipated the risk of a red card. Yet Ramos believed it essential to convey to the Manchester United players that they could not foul Kaivun without consequence. As for the prospect of defeat, he was utterly unconcerned. With Kaivun on the pitch, could Manchester United truly turn the tide? Capello handed Ramos a towel, lightly resting a hand on his shoulder. "Go change into a clean jersey and wait in the tunnel for news of our victory." Ramos wiped his face with the towel as he entered the players' tunnel, bypassing the locker room, for he felt a lack of certainty without witnessing the unfolding events firsthand. Capello substituted Torres for Diarra to solidify the 4-man defense. Now, maintaining the lead would secure the championship. Miguel Torres was versatile, capable of playing on both flanks, though he was less adept on the right. With Salgado injured and Cicinho omitted from the squad, Torres was the sole option remaining. On the field, Guti inquired, "Shall I take it, or will you?" Huang Kaivun covered his mouth and replied, "You take it." His ankle had yet to fully recover. "Very well, I shall," Guti responded. Positioning himself to the left side of the ball, Huang Kaivun stood behind Guti on the right, providing cover. Standing at the sidelines, Ferguson gazed at the scoreboard. The score read 42, with the clock ticking at 88:31. Though he was reluctant to concede, reason told Ferguson that the championship was likely slipping from their grasp. The weary Ferguson approached the coaching bench, his efforts to maintain an upright posture faltering. It was no small feat for a 66-year-old heart patient to stand for the better part of the match. The United supporters in the stands grew restless, and Ferguson quickly turned to witness United launching a counterattack. Cristiano Ronaldo, seizing the ball on the right flank, was pursued by De Jong. In a moment of deft agility, Ronaldo deftly controlled the ball with his right foot, delivering a precise pass to the center, where Carrick surged forward and unleashed a long-range shot that found the back of the net. Ferguson straightened his back once more, rushing to the sidelines, shaking his fist and shouting to the players on the field, "Don't you dare celebrate. This is not the time for jubilation. Get back to the center for the kickoff and seize the moment to equalize." At 43 minutes, just before the onset of stoppage time, Manchester United had pulled one back. The suspense had returned. United was the team in all of Europe that scored the most goals in the final 30 minutes. And with several minutes of stoppage time anticipated in the second half, they undoubtedly had the capacity to net another. Both benches were warming up, with each team holding one final substitution. Ferguson aimed to bolster the attack, while Capello seemed intent on running down the clock. The same actions bore different tactical significance. Football is as much a contest between coaches as it is between players on the pitch. As Guti made his slow approach to the sidelines, it provoked protests from the United players. Was Robinho entering the fray to emulate the role of national team veteran Denilson? The commentators, seasoned in their observations, often discern the tactical intentions of coaches with ease. After all, it is quite straightforward. When ahead, fortify the defense and delay time. When behind, seek opportunities to score. No matter how exceptional a coach might be, alternative strategies are seldom found. Ferguson once described his first encounter with Giggs. That boy was like a hound chasing silver paper in the wind. Ferguson's old hound growled, driving Guti to the sidelines, who exchanged a high-five with Robinho before departing the pitch. Following the restart, Raul quickly returned the ball. Gago received it in the backfield, passing to De Jong. Rooney and Ronaldo, both youthful and vigorous, pursued the ball, while Giggs struggled to keep pace. Under pressure from Rooney, Gago swiftly returned the ball. Pepe received it and played a lateral pass, and Marcelo struck the ball with his left foot, redirecting it to the right flank. Robinho adeptly controlled the ball with his chest, bringing it down to his feet. As Scholes advanced towards Robinho, the latter lifted his right foot, rapidly maneuvering the ball from side to side. His movements were subtler than those of Ronaldinho. When Robinho lifted his foot for the third time, Scholes lunged to poke the ball, causing Robinho's right foot to inadvertently strike the ball from behind. With a crack, the ball slipped through Scholes' legs, and Robinho took off down the right sideline, the ball skimming perilously close to the boundary. Any touch would send it out of play. Damn it, don't waste time. You deceitful scoundrel, don't you dare steal our victory. You're finished. I shall remember you. The filthy scoundrels. Is this the only way you know how to win? The Manchester United fans in the nearby stands began to hurl curses. Robinho, resolutely dribbling towards the byline, found Ferdinand trailing closely behind, yet neither found an opportunity to intervene. The two became entangled at the corner flag, with Robinho shielding the ball, his back to Ferdinand. In a moment of frustration, Ferdinand thrust his foot to poke the ball out of play. As Robinho prepared to take the throw in, he hesitated to waste time, prompting referee Van der Laan to brandish a yellow card in warning. Robinho tossed the ball to Raul, but alas, his throw lacked power, allowing Carrick to intercept. Launching a counterattack for Manchester United, Scholes received the ball but did not advance, opting instead for a long pass towards the right flank. Pepe surged forward, leaping, while De Jong collided with the diminutive Ronaldo. However, the ball was redirected to Marcelo, and the referee remained silent. Marcelo lofted a pass towards Huang Kaivun. Rooney, retreating to support the attack, sprinted towards Huang Kaivun like a man possessed. Huang Kaivun, with his back to the play, skillfully controlled the ball before pivoting and nudging it forward, accelerating past the halfway line. A determined Rooney, exhausted from his relentless running, collapsed behind the halfway mark. Scholes, with unbridled fervor, lunged towards the left flank, his boot raised in a quintessential red card challenge. Yet, Scholes was unfazed. His sole intent was to halt Huang Kaivun. Huang Kaivun quickly passed to Gago, who accelerated past Scholes' outstretched legs towards the penalty area. With a swift motion reminiscent of Redondo, Gago delivered a delicate lob that found its way into Manchester United's left side of the box. The United players, in perfect unison, readied themselves in the penalty area to await Huang Kaivun's arrival. Ferdinand, Vidic, and O'Shea charged towards the left, leaving the entire right side to their teammates who had tracked back into the box. As Ferdinand extended his leg, Huang Kaivun also reached out, using the inside of his foot to flick the ball towards the 6-yard box. In that fleeting moment, Huang Kaivun, having adjusted his position, deftly nudged the ball through Vidic's legs, sending it rolling toward the left post. Suddenly, Huang Kaivun accelerated into the left side of the 6-yard box, positioning himself in front of the ball, and with a deft back heel, he flicked it backward, with his left foot angled outward. The ball struck his instep and soared over the outstretched legs of the grounded Van der Sar, arriving at the goal front where an unmarked roll effortlessly slotted it into the empty net. Kaivun, I have lost count of how many players he has bypassed today. This was a classic Kaivun assist. Despite having the opportunity to shoot, he selflessly passed to his teammate. The referee's whistle signaled the end of the match, and Raul jubilantly embraced Kaivun. Indeed, he had every reason to express gratitude. In recent years, Real Madrid's performance in the Champions League had waned. Yet this year they emerged as champions. Was it due to Capello or other signings? No, it was not. It was because of Kaivun. Kaivun almost single-handedly secured the Champions League title. 3 consecutive victories in Europe prove that Kaivun is the true victor. while his teammates and coach are merely the fortunate chosen by destiny, accompanying the divine in lifting the trophy. Cristiano Ronaldo lay on the grass, weeping. This was yet another final loss since the European Championship in 2004. Today, as I watched him play football, I found this young man to possess great potential. However, the path to glory, whether for him or for Messi of Barcelona, is fraught with thorns. Even Kaká, despite his prowess this year, could not lead Milan to victory against Kevin and his teammates. For young players to attain accolades, there exists but one secret: to become a teammate of Kevin. This morning, I dozed off at my desk, having finished my work at the office. My apologies. I shall see you tonight. I forgot to change the chapter title. I was a bit disoriented. In truth, I often contemplate multiple options for each chapter title before selecting one. The reason for my sluggish pace is primarily due to the commentary by Huang. I am quite reluctant to write about Huang, as I feel my level pales in comparison to that of the esteemed commentator. Nevertheless, Huang's commentary is the most captivating, and I must muster the courage to write, which led me to fall asleep at my desk. Fortunately, I am somewhat satisfied with the final result. In the jubilant chorus of fans, champions, champions. Real Madrid are the champions. The substitutes and coaching staff of Real Madrid rushed onto the field. As Huang Kaivun took a step, he was immediately surrounded by his teammates. Casillas attempted to lift Huang Kaivun into the air, but faced the combined efforts of Capello and Ramos. Witnessing the star-studded number 10 of Real Madrid, the Olympic Stadium of Athens was alive with excitement. There exists a sport that enables one to forget faith, skin color, and class. Whether adorned with crosses or wrapped in scarves, all cheer for the same player and the same goal. The 55,000 capacity Olympic Stadium of Athens applauded for the number 10 of Real Madrid, for the Royal Madrid itself. The last player to earn applause from Manchester United fans was also a Real Madrid player, Ronaldo, who captivated the fans at Old Trafford. Huang Kaivun, in Athens, won over the world. Though their numbers differ, their positions vary, and their playing styles are distinct, in the hearts of Manchester United fans, they are equally formidable. Their players fought valiantly, yet could not prevent the goals from occurring. The pitch, over 100 meters long, could be traversed in a single sprint. Yet the distance between the two teams seemed an insurmountable chasm. Regardless of whether the match lasted 90 minutes, 120, or extended into a penalty shootout, the verdant field has never known two victors. Only in the desolation of the vanquished do the victors savor the sweetness of triumph. The young Red Devils faced their first defeat in the Champions League final, losing in the most prestigious match of world football after 90 minutes. Merely brushing past the Champions League trophy is a cruel fate. The young Red Devils, tasting the bitter sorrow of defeat, weep. Even with a bright future ahead, who can predict if tomorrow will be filled with unexpected turns? Veterans like Scholes and Giggs surveyed the field with hands on their hips. In their 30s, they too cannot guarantee another final appearance. Despite possessing countless medals, they still yearn for the next one. The Champions League trophy stands as the finest affirmation of their decades of toil on the pitch. Alas, Sheringham has departed for London, and Solskjaer's magic has faded. Ferguson entered the stadium with heavy footsteps, approaching each of his disciples to offer them warm embraces. He lifted those young Red Devils who were either kneeling or lying down, whispering words of encouragement that prompted tears to cascade down their cheeks. Losing in the finals is far more disheartening than being eliminated in the group stage. Yet, they are still young, with a bright future ahead. Kevin Huang, alongside his teammates, made his way to the sidelines to express gratitude to the fans who had traveled from afar. After lifting his teammates' hands in celebration several times, Casillas inquired, "Shall we not celebrate in a special way?" "What kind of celebration?" Kevin Huang replied. "Perhaps a dance or something to showcase our joy," Casillas stated candidly. The exhilaration of winning the Champions League had him on the brink of bursting with excitement. It was essential to do something to release the pent-up emotions. With a smile and a shake of his head, Kevin Huang replied, "No need." As he walked toward the sidelines amidst Casillas' puzzled gaze, he waved to the stands, eliciting a chorus of cheers from countless fans. Kevin had already secured the Champions League MVP and the headline for tomorrow's news. There was no need to seek further validation, as it would only diminish his stature. "Can I swap jerseys?" Rooney approached Kevin Huang with the question. "Of course." Kevin replied with a smile, readily removing his jersey and handing it to Rooney. Kevin, call me Kevin. I would do anything for you, Kevin." The nearby stands erupted with piercing screams. An ecstatic female fan covered her mouth with one hand while wildly waving everything she could grasp with the other. Fans sitting adjacent to her might find themselves incurring additional expenses for an ear examination post-match. "You certainly attract beautiful girls," Rooney remarked with envy. "You could too," Kevin replied, acknowledging that Rooney's reputation was largely of his own making. "Go change your clothes. It's time to prepare for the awards," Raul urged him. "Then I shall head over first." Kevin waved to Rooney as he joined his teammates at the side to change jerseys. The Real Madrid players stood in two lines along the player tunnel, offering applause to their opponents, Manchester United. The Manchester United players hurriedly ascended the stage to receive their awards, descending even more rapidly. Several young players from the team began to redden their eyes, mirroring the emotions of the young Red Devils who had just received their accolades. Though the same tears flowed, they represented different sentiments. As the Real Madrid players approached the podium, the crowd at the Olympic Stadium in Athens chanted Kevin Huang's name. "St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin!" A victory in a team sport belongs to the entire squad. Yet, at the pinnacle of glory, the fans called out only one name. In any other team, this might have led to discord, but the Real Madrid players felt it was only right. Several players joined in the revelry, more fervent than the fans themselves. Raul smiled as he stepped onto the stage to accept the award, with Kevin Huang following closely behind. Di Stefano extended his hand, saying, "No one surpasses your excellence." "Thank you. Your performance was exceptional." Those young men merely fell short against an insurmountable adversary, Bobby Charlton remarked with a handshake and a smile exchanged with Huang Kaivun. Although disappointed that Manchester United did not clinch the championship, he, given his age and experience, maintained a broader perspective on many matters. "Thank you. Your experiences serve as a great source of inspiration to me," Huang Kaivun replied sincerely. The narrative of Manchester United's resurgence is akin to that of an uplifting film, particularly when contrasted with the same hardships faced by Torino, which accentuates the remarkable nature of Manchester United's revival. With a radiant smile, Calderon turned to Huang Kaivun and said, "I think we should discuss the matter of your contract renewal. You should speak with Barbara. I am not well versed in such matters," Huang Kaivun chuckled. Previously, the young lady had been assisting him with the negotiations. It was evident that progress had not been smooth, prompting Calderon to seek his involvement. Huang Kaivun was naturally reluctant to concede on such issues. Throughout the season, he had exerted significant effort for the stability and harmony of the team. From fostering camaraderie among teammates to concerns regarding their educational pursuits, he had also taken an interest in investment and financial management. His training and match appearances had notably increased compared to his time at Milan, given the considerable mental and physical exertion he had invested. A salary of €15 million indeed seemed insufficient. A raise was warranted. After receiving the medal from Platini, Huang Kaivun swiftly departed the podium. Whispers had recently surfaced suggesting that UEFA was preparing to reform the Champions League. Platini seemed poised to sacrifice the interests of major clubs to secure support from the smaller nations' champions. Whether as a Real Madrid player or a half-chairman of Milan, this did not align with Huang Kaivun's interests. An influx of weaker teams would also diminish the allure of the Champions League. From any angle, it was prudent for Huang Kaivun to maintain a distance from Platini. As more Real Madrid players descended from the podium, the atmosphere in the venue began to swell with excitement. The players posed triumphantly beneath the archway commemorating the 2006-2007 Champions League victory. Huang Kaivun found himself pulled to the forefront by Ramos, with Casillas swiftly joining him on the opposite side. Guti, Pepe, and De Jong instinctively positioned themselves behind Huang Kaivun. Raul stood at the forefront, raising the trophy as the crowd counted down. "Let us congratulate Real Madrid on winning the UEFA Champions League for the 2006-2007 season. Huang Kaivun has amassed a plethora of championships since embarking on his professional journey. This marks his 7th trophy within 3 years. Indeed, Huang Kaivun has ascended to the Champions League podium for 3 consecutive years, during the 2004-2005 season. He stood resolutely in front of the goal to secure victory for Milan in a penalty shootout. In the 2005-2006 season, he scored 4 goals, including a last-minute winner against Barcelona. Today's match in Athens lacked some of the anticipated drama, primarily because Casillas remained on the field and Real Madrid maintained a lead. Ramos's exit had little impact. Huang Kaivun was consistently targeted by Manchester United, yet still delivered an outstanding performance, which was pivotal for Real Madrid's sustained lead and ultimate victory. After lifting the Champions League trophy for a photograph with his teammates, he was followed closely by two enthusiastic admirers. Raul once remarked that children possess an innate ability to discern who the villains are, a sentiment wholeheartedly embraced by Huang Kaivun, whether in Milan or at Real Madrid. The offspring of his teammates hold a great fondness for the illustrious Huang, which serves as ample testament to his character as a genuinely good man, a truly benevolent soul. Even when he playfully engaged with Raul's son using the ball, the laughter of Hojier and Hugo resonated joyfully around them. Huang, too, found immense delight in the interaction. As Garbiotti approached, Huang Kaivun stood his ground and inquired, "Urine test?" His right foot continued to tease the two children with the ball. "Indeed, a urine test," Garbiotti replied, hastily clarifying, "It's merely a routine procedure." "Understood," Huang Kaivun nodded, gesturing towards Casillas. "Did you call for me, Kevin?" "Yes, the ball is for you. Entertain these two," Huang Kaivun affirmed, kicking the ball to Casillas. "Since you insist, very well." Casillas responded reluctantly. Yet, his body betrayed him as he employed every trick he had learned to amuse Raul's children, running about energetically, even more fervently than during the Champions League final. Observing his two stumbling sons, Raul, while performing a bullfighting dance in the penalty area, contemplated that sacrificing their antics for a moment of Casillas' sincerity could be beneficial. The urine test proceeded quite smoothly, primarily due to Huang Kaivun's reserves. When Huang Kaivun entered the press conference hall, Ferguson hurried in as well. Due to the loss, Ferguson did not bring any players to the post-match conference. It was evident that Ferguson garnered more favor from the journalists than Capello, or perhaps simply stirred more intrigue. The reporters were eager to pose questions to Ferguson. "Sir Ferguson, could you provide your assessment of Kevin? Kevin, why did you miss the penalty today?" Ferdinand faced a retaliatory foul from Ramos. "What are your thoughts, Sir Ferguson?" "Alex, was it your directive for the Manchester United players to tackle Kevin so aggressively today?" "Fabio, why did you abandon your principles today?" Ferguson, glaring, responded, "If we do not tackle, how do you suggest we stop Kevin?" "Yes, I did instruct them to tackle. It was for defensive purposes, with no intention of injuring Kevin. Defending against a player of Kevin's caliber, even a tackle may prove futile. Yet not tackling would be even more challenging. If you have any better strategies, feel free to share." At this point, Capello regretted not substituting Beckham onto the field. "Friendship aside, if you allow your players to tackle Kevin, what does that friendship amount to? So, could we discuss Ramos' foul?" "I have nothing to add. Rio did not deliberately foul Kevin. Kevin's speed was too great for him to control, and Rio has already explained this to me. As for that young Ramos, I prefer not to comment. He plays well and shows promise, but he ought to temper his temperament," Ferguson stated with a stern countenance. These journalists always sought newsworthy stories from him. Ferguson remained indifferent to their inquiries, yet such reports could distract the team. The season for Manchester United has concluded, and during this holiday period, the young players are particularly susceptible to external influences. Without being part of the team, he finds it challenging to gauge the thoughts and sentiments of these youngsters, which is why Ferguson is reluctant to engage with the reporters. Upon noticing their eagerness to pose questions, Ferguson stood up and declared, "I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave." He was aware that the reporters would persist in their inquiries. "Mr. Capello, why did you not employ Chinese sorcery today? I shall only respond to questions pertinent to the match. Moreover, that is not sorcery. You should know what you are asking before seeking answers to such trivial inquiries." Capello retorted with a scoff. "Could you enlighten us about Ramos? Will he face internal disciplinary actions?" Capello maintained a stern demeanor, stating, "I have no desire to entertain frivolous questions. How I handle players is my prerogative. I will discuss today's events with him later. But there is no necessity to disclose that to you." The reporters soon realized that Capello was not a source of newsworthy content and began to redirect their inquiries towards Kevin Huang. "Kevin, might you elaborate on that penalty?" With a smile, Huang replied, "There is nothing to discuss. It was not a penalty, hence I sent it soaring over." "Was it because Real Madrid was leading at the time that you chose to miss the penalty? Had they been trailing, would you have still opted to miss it?" "I cannot say." Huang shook his head. "Such hypotheticals hold no significance. One's choices can vary greatly when contemplating a situation versus actually experiencing it. I am uncertain of what I would have done, thus I prefer not to entertain such mundane questions. I am aware of what you intend to ask next. Sergio is not a bad person. He merely acted impulsively. We should extend more patience towards talented young players. Now, my teammates await. I must return to celebrate our championship." Capello rose and followed Huang as they departed. That evening, they returned to the hotel for a celebration, which the club had organized. Huang even produced a lottery bonus. And with such a sum to spend freely, the Real Madrid players and their families enjoyed themselves immensely. Balila vented his frustrations to Huang, recounting tales from his childhood to his current marriage, none of which Huang retained. As the main protagonist, he found himself drawn into drinking with even his teammates' families. He was left oblivious to how he returned to his room. The following noon, Huang awoke from a deep slumber. As he opened his eyes, the soreness in his body was palpable, and he was nearly startled to find two individuals asleep beside him. Regardless of whether he had shared the night with Casillas or Terry, neither scenario was particularly favorable. Once he discerned the identities of his companions, he exhaled in relief, only to be struck by a pressing concern. Where had his clothing vanished? What had these two enchantresses done to him last night? Lily and the young lady remained in peaceful slumber. Huang Kaivun had no intention of waking them, yet once they stirred, the events of the previous night must be clarified. He opened the system and indeed found a plethora of notifications. Ding! Intercepted AC Milan player Casillas Champions League title. Ding! Intercepted AC Milan player Favali's unique Champions League title. Skill activation successful. Characteristics successfully replicated. Ding! Intercepted AC Milan player Bonner's unique Champions League title. Skill activation successful. Characteristics successfully replicated. Ding! Intercepted AC Milan player Gorkov's unique Champions League title. Skill activation successful. Characteristics successfully replicated. Ding! Intercepted AC Milan player Ibrahimovic's unique Champions League title. Skill activation successful. Characteristics successfully replicated. Morning love Yulianchin 0241 Kevin, I was wrong. Successfully replicating 4 characteristics is quite commendable. Huang Kaivun had long been curious whether he had intercepted Milan or Manchester United. Now he had his answer. Characteristic: mastery of the scorpion kick. Ibrahimovic enhances the ability to execute the scorpion kick, not limited to shooting. Characteristic: Zidane's heir. Gorkov is hailed as Zidane's successor, though he never ascended to that legacy. It enhances vision and ball handling skills at the edge of the penalty area. Characteristic: great Italian left back. Giuseppe Favali enhances positional awareness and defensive capabilities in the left back area. Characteristic: versatile forward. Bonera when playing as a defender. Opposing forwards and one's own forwards may both excel. When coaching, the team's defensive capabilities decline while offensive prowess increases. Ibrahimovic's characteristic can only be deemed satisfactory. Even the intercepted master of the cowtail from Ronaldinho is merely a technical maneuver. Compared to Ringia's kicking method, the practical value of a single technical action is lesser, though it does provide a positive enhancement. Gorkov, a player once renowned among the illustrious 87 Swans, plays in a style reminiscent of Riquelme. However, his individual prowess pales in comparison, especially against Zidane. Vision has always been Huang's strength. Thus, the enhancement appears minimal and is confined to the edge of the penalty area, reminiscent of Gorkov's decent performances in that zone. Favali's characteristic also confines its area, yet boasts greater practicality. Although Huang is unlikely to play as a defender, it can still be utilized during defensive recoveries. As for Bonera's characteristic, Huang Kaivun finds it difficult to assess. The legendary Bonera, what Milan fan is unaware of him? Even mediocre forwards may seem divine in his presence. The King of Yellow certainly would not sacrifice his own play for a teammate's emergence as a defender, unless he were to obtain an experience card akin to Nesta's. However, even with peak Nesta, no matter how the opposing players excel, they would struggle to outplay Nesta, right? With this perspective, there seems to be minimal negative impact. Bonera's coaching attribute is rather intriguing, instantly endowing Huang with a Bielsa-like coaching style. In the future, Huang could lead Milan and Sassuolo in an offensive showdown, potentially producing a match with double-digit scores. After careful consideration, Huang Kaivun believes that this characteristic possesses more advantages than disadvantages. A coach is not afraid of a team that is strong in offense but weak in defense. Rather, they fear a team devoid of distinctive traits, playing aimlessly. Such a scenario would swiftly transform them from fan favorites to mere subjects of ridicule. With this characteristic, he is now poised to surpass Inzaghi in coaching prowess. A formidable offense is likely to attract neutral fans, and with the prominence of the Yellow King, waving the banner of attacking football during his tenure should garner substantial support from the crowd. As for the potential weakening of defense, Is that truly a concern? One could simply emulate Guardiola's annual acquisitions of defenders. With the financial backing of both the Lady and the Yellow King, constructing a world-class defense should pose no challenges. Even if the quality of such a defense were to diminish, a certain baseline would still be assured. Regarding the principle of financial fair play, that is merely a farce. Designed to restrain the impoverished while penalizing the wealthy is a joke. Furthermore, should dissatisfaction arise, one could feasibly countersue UEFA, as evidenced by the maneuvers of Manchester City and Paris Saint-Germain, which Milan could also replicate. The primary issue hindering Milan is not monetary resources, but the absence of their own stadium. Despite the ladies' relentless public relations efforts, the vampires at Milan City Hall remain unwilling to budge. The revenue from ticket sales for the Milanese derbies is a significant financial source for the city government. Therefore, one must persist in seeking solutions to secure a stadium for Milan. The stadium issue requires continued effort. Overall, this recent acquisition has proven fruitful. Regardless of how improvements are made or the extent of restrictions, incremental advancements can lead to substantial progress. It remains to be seen how the press will report on yesterday's Champions League final. But Huang Kaivun has decided to submit an article to AS at 4 in the morning upon his return to Madrid. As he continued to read, Huang Kaivun encountered a familiar upgrade notification. Ding! After winning the Champions League for 3 consecutive years, I am upgrading to the Pro version of the King system, with an estimated upgrade time of 744 hours. New version preview. Modifications to the skill come here. 1. Come here. The target of your interception has changed to the actual defeated opponent. 2. Come here. The description of your successful interception has removed the word only. Upon reading this, Huang Kaivun found it quite reasonable. Otherwise, the logic would be perplexing. He had pondered for quite some time about how Ibrahimovic could be the sole champion. Considering he is currently a Milan player, and Milan has not reached the finals after their recent losses. Additionally, it is worth noting that Ibrahimovic's future has already shifted, making the notion of him being the only champion uncertain. Huang Kaivun perceives no significant issue with the changes to the interception rules. After all, his success as the Yellow King primarily hinges on his own efforts, supplemented by a modicum of assistance. As long as he can intercept, the identity of the target is trivial. Feeling a tickle in his nose, Huang Kaivun looked down to find Lily teasing him with her hair. "What good deed did you do yesterday?" she inquired. Huang Kaivun, wary of waking the lady, whispered, "No, nothing at all. I did nothing." Lily turned her head aside, replying softly, "Don't deny it. I was drunk, not dead." Huang Kaivun whispered back, "Ah, don't ask me, I don't know. Since you refuse to speak the truth, I shall have to punish you," Lily said with a smile. "Why are you all like this?" Lily protested in dissatisfaction. "I haven't done anything." "Then will you say anything?" "Well, I haven't really done anything," Lily replied softly. "In any case, I won't say a word." Observing Lily, who was holding her neck defiantly, Kevin Huang found himself at a loss for a solution. The young lady was still asleep. Reluctantly, he rolled out of bed to freshen up. Realizing that there was little he could do, Lily waved her hand at him in a taunting manner. While brushing his teeth, Kevin contemplated the necessity of making her aware of why he, Huang, was the king of the ball. After completing his grooming, he changed into a fresh outfit and inquired, "I'm heading to the restaurant for a meal. Will you join me, Lily?" "I won't be going. I'll wait for Barbara to wake up and then call room service with her," Lily quietly replied. After provoking Kevin, she certainly did not wish to deliver herself to him. "Very well, I shall go to the restaurant for a bite," Kevin said. "I barely ate anything last night." "Hurry along," Lily urged from her position on the bed. With a smile, Kevin waved his hand. Did this girl truly believe she could evade the king's retribution? How naive. He called Ramos and Kaká. Unexpectedly, Kaká hadn't had lunch either. Kevin had assumed that the Milan players had already celebrated and eaten. "Damn it. You should show some respect for the Champions League title. I'm tired of collecting Champions League medals. You should have a little more respect for world champions." "That's because I didn't go. If I had gone to Italy, winning would have been easier. Regardless of how you spin it, if you have the capability, join Italy next time to claim the championship." Just as he reached the restaurant entrance, Kevin heard the voices of Inzaghi and Cassano. He hadn't summoned these two. Why were they tagging along? Entering the restaurant, Ramos and Kaká waved at him eagerly. He approached and took a seat. Ramos handed Kevin a newspaper, saying, "Kevin, I've gathered most of the newspapers. I knew you would want to take a look." Kaká pushed a plate towards him and added, "I've ordered lunch for you according to your preferences, Kevin." "Thank you both." Kevin smiled and asked, "What is the deal with those two?" Filippo has been playing cards with me all morning. As for Cassano, we saw him brandishing a newspaper to everyone as soon as we left the room, Kaká explained. Ignore that fool, Ramos remarked. He scored a goal yesterday and seems intent on letting the whole world know. Who are you calling an idiot? Cassano turned around to inquire. You, Ramos retorted. He had now joined the fray. Kevin rubbed his temples while glancing at Cassano, feeling a bit of admiration for him. Kaká poured a glass of water for Kevin and said, "The newspapers are all praising you, Kevin. You should read them first, don't mind them." "All right," Kevin replied, lowering his gaze to browse through the papers. Ramos had indeed gathered a significant number of them. Many were published solely in their home countries. Ramos surely hadn't gone to the airport to buy them from just-arrived travelers, had he? As the largest newspaper in Greece, the Free News prominently featured a photograph of Kevin Huang surveying the stadium on its front page. The article noted that during the Champions League final in Athens, numerous players showcased exceptional performances, with veterans demonstrating stability and young players inspiring hope. However, Kevin undoubtedly emerged as the finest among them. Each time he received the ball, Manchester United players could only trail behind, incessantly attempting to thwart his advance with tackles. Ferguson's reflections post-match serve as the best testament to this, as the legendary manager rhetorically questioned reporters on what alternatives existed beyond tackles, revealing a blend of steadfastness and resignation. The second page did indeed mention Cassano, but it dedicated merely half a page to him, with the other half reserved for Raul. The Milan Sports Daily remarked that Kevin did not stand before the goal nor scored the decisive strike. The final in Athens was filled with excitement, yet devoid of peril, as Manchester United consistently found the net, while Real Madrid never faced jeopardy. Kevin's ability to navigate past multiple Manchester United defenders multiple times rendered the match overwhelmingly one-sided, and even a collective defensive effort from United could not impede his progress. His deliberate miss of a penalty elevated the already lopsided final, as Kevin's performance exemplified the spirit of fair competition, echoing the Pope's sentiments that he is not merely an idol for the youth, but a benchmark for players worldwide. According to the Rome Sports Daily, Kevin has gradually distanced himself from injuries, experiencing fewer setbacks than before, a blessing that signifies a reward for his devotion. In Athens, he not only showcased his irresistible skills, but also captivated Orthodox Christians, Protestants, and countless viewers at home with his noble spirit. The Manchester Evening News excerpted an interview with Gary Neville, who expressed his discomfort watching the match from the stands, lamenting his teammates' struggles to contain Kevin. Despite feeling despondent, he acknowledged that even if he had been fit to play, the outcome would likely remain unchanged, as his teammates had performed admirably. He mused that had they faced a different opponent, they might have clinched the title, but their adversary was the Real Madrid team featuring Kevin. He remarked that he had never witnessed a player capable of consistently dribbling past so many opponents in a single match. Having watched footage of Maradona, he asserted that Kevin's performances were akin to amalgamating several of Maradona's games into one, confidently stating that Kevin surpassed Maradona. He expressed that no defender in the world could thwart such a player, who could effortlessly maneuver past opponents and score from the sidelines. The Times noted that while Kevin's teammates have changed, the victor remains constant. Liverpool once played exceptionally well, and Manchester United performed admirably, yet they still failed to secure victory. The Marca reported that Kevin's remuneration no longer reflects his remarkable performances, declaring that he deserves a salary of $100 million. The primary concern for Real Madrid fans revolves around Kevin's contract renewal. It has been over a month since whispers of negotiations emerged. Yet Calderon has yet to finalize Kevin's new contract. Should he continue at this languid pace, uncertainties may arise. Chelsea's owner Abramovich has already expressed his admiration for Kevin and is prepared to extend a notably generous contract offer. Chelsea also possesses the Chelsea Laboratory, which is quite alluring for Kevin, especially considering the disastrous performance of the medical team at Real Madrid. It is not far-fetched to imagine the Russians snatching Kevin away from the Bernabeu. Huang Kevin nearly suppressed a laugh. The Real Madrid veterinarian and Dr. Melserman are equally matched, and neither can truly criticize the other. According to an interview with Ronaldo by AS after the match, he remarked, "How many players has Kevin dribbled past? 20 or 30. He weaves through defenders with the same ease as one would eat or drink. People have often asked me who the strongest teammate I've ever played with is, and I've always found it difficult to answer. But now, I can say with certainty that Kevin is the best player I have ever shared a team with. No one can compare to him." As reported by Mundo Deportivo, The gap between Barcelona and Real Madrid is merely Kevin. Laporta and the injured invincible forward Lee represent a grand deception. Damn, Laporta has turned Barcelona into football's greatest joke. While Real Madrid fans celebrate their championship, Barca supporters can only gaze at photos of Lee and Ronaldinho reveling in nightclubs. Le Parisien states, the proud emperor is disdainful of a penalty awarded through a mistake, truly deserving of the title of the last night. Should the French people desire an emperor one day, I would suggest appointing Kevin. King Kevin could significantly enhance France's deteriorating international image. Huang Kaivun could hardly contain himself. The atmosphere had always been pleasant during his previous meetings with the editor of Le Parisien. Why would they conspire against the King of Yellow? He certainly does not need an emperor. Even if the French dared to make such a request, he, Huang, would not have the audacity to accept. He is living quite well now. What folly would drive him to the guillotine? Finally, he glanced at the Sun. The Sun reported, according to our sources, Kevin frequently invites other players to join him for matches. After the game, Rooney likely discussed related matters with Kevin. Our lip-reading expert has confirmed that Kevin was indeed inviting Rooney to join him at Real Madrid. Huang Kaivun set down the newspaper to eat. After the meal, he must call Sir Ferguson. Although he enjoys poaching players, this time he is truly wronged. The Sun is fabricating stories. Sir Ferguson holds grudges, and Huang Kaivun fears being remembered, which is why he did not invite any Manchester United players. He cannot allow the Sun to tarnish his reputation and inadvertently offend Ferguson. After finishing his meal, Huang Kaivun stood up. Are you ready to head back, Kevin? Kaka inquired. The three who had been talking animatedly turned their attention to Huang Kaivun. Yes, I need to clarify the Sun's report with Sir Ferguson, Huang Kaivun replied. Then let us depart, Kaka said, rising. Have you thought about where to vacation? Should we visit LA once more? Inzaghi chimed in. Last time, I underperformed, allowing Andrea to laugh last. This time, the three of us must prove our prowess. If you join me on this outing, I wager you won't catch a single girl. Cassano remarked, his confidence in his looks evident. Take a look in the mirror first. Do not presume that I will be swayed by your boastful claims in the media. 800 young ladies? Even if they exist, it would be solely for your wealth. Inzaghi remarked disdainfully. Witnessing the escalating argument, Huang Kaivun quickened his pace. Ramos and Kaka followed suit. This time, Huang Kaivun chose not to return to his room, but instead headed to Kaka's quarters. Beatrice was already awake, and there was no need for concern regarding any discomfort. Huang Kaivun entered the inner room to make a phone call. After dialing, a Scottish accent resonated through the line as Ferguson inquired, Kevin? Are you calling to express an interest in joining Manchester United? Should you be willing to negotiate a salary exceeding 20 million euros, I might consider it. Huang Kaivun chuckled in response. Ahem. Ferguson coughed several times, followed by the sound of a woman's complaints and the thud of a back being patted. Huang Kaivun could easily envision the scene. A few moments later, Ferguson continued, You truly have a knack for humor. While I believe you deserve such a salary, Manchester United cannot accommodate your demands. It is unacceptable for any player to earn significantly more than their teammates. Do you understand? Yes, I comprehend, Huang Kaivun replied. Spanish teams are more inclined to offer substantial salaries to star players, whereas Premier League teams maintain a more equitable pay structure, with generally decent wages for players. Except for those just promoted from the youth squad. The salaries of substitutes in Premier League giants surpass those of their counterparts in La Liga. By the way, what prompted your call? Ferguson inquired from the other end. The tabloids are merely fabricating stories. I did not invite Rooney to join me. I hope you do not misunderstand. Huang Kaivun clarified. Understood. The tabloids are notorious for concocting fiction. Even I find their claims absurd when I peruse their articles. You truly did not invite Rooney to Real Madrid, did you? Huang Kaivun assured him, I did not. It was Rooney who approached me to exchange jerseys. That is good to hear. I trust you. By the way, you didn't invite him to AC Milan either, did you? Ferguson concluded the call. Huang Kaivun felt a wave of exhaustion. Is his integrity truly so untrustworthy? After playing cards for a while in Kaka's room, he received a call from Capello and returned to greet the young lady and Lily before joining his teammates for their journey to the airport. Even with a private jet, it was essential to be with his teammates at this moment. Every summer, the tabloids delight in fabricating transfer news about him. And if he were to fly back to Madrid alone, it might give rise to peculiar rumors. After more than 2 hours of flight, the entire Real Madrid squad landed at Madrid-Barajas Airport. Exiting through security with his teammates, Huang Kaivun nearly recoiled. St. Kevin, St. Kevin, St. Kevin. The security provided by the club and the airport could hardly contain the fervor of the fans. The throng beyond the barricades had severely encroached upon the passageway. Ballardano approached Huang Kaivun and suggested, "Kevin, why not say a few words to the fans? Wouldn't that backfire?" Huang Kaivun questioned. "I doubt it. I believe you can handle it." Ballardano handed a microphone to Huang Kaivun, who felt somewhat dazed. Damn. Does the club manager also require the King of Yellow to take on a part-time role? However, now was not the moment to quibble with Ballardano, given the situation. A stampede could easily occur, and it was imperative to persuade the fans to remain calm. Taking the microphone, Huang Kaivun addressed the crowd. "Thank you for coming to welcome us, but please be mindful of your safety. The entire team is quite fatigued and hopes to return home to rest soon. We have a Copa del Rey final ahead, and the time for celebration will come after the season concludes. I ask you to clear a path and maintain your anticipation. We will strive for the championship until the very end." The bustling airport fell silent. The fans silently parted to create a path, standing behind the barricade and applauding. Raul smiled and waved at Huang Kaivun, saying, "Your words carry weight. Come, let us hold the trophy together as we exit." Huang Kaivun, alongside Raul, held the trophy as they left the airport and boarded the bus. The fans, being considerate, did not breach the barricade. Once the bus set in motion, they cheered in its wake, and even the driving fans refrained from overtaking, quietly trailing behind Real Madrid's bus. The driver was the first to deliver Huang Kaivun home. Upon entering, Huang Kaivun tossed his suitcase to Albert and inquired, "What news has emerged from Madrid these past few days?" "Nothing of interest to you, sir," Albert replied with a bow. "The police in Madrid are even less competent than those in Milan. A player from Rayo Vallecano had his home robbed, and the culprits remain at large." "Very well, please arrange for dinner. Ricardo and Barbara will be visiting shortly," Huang Kaivun instructed. "Understood, sir," Albert acknowledged, hastily departing to make arrangements. Huang Kaivun opened his computer to check the domestic news, which overwhelmingly praised his character. The website of the Daily published a photograph of him missing a penalty kick, with the headline stating, "Sportsmanship is more important than victory." This reflected a broader issue, highlighting the waning spirit of fair competition. Chinese victory, character reflected in sportsmanship. The relationship between quality education and the Champions League final was discussed extensively in a plethora of editorials, all centered around his intentional miss of the penalty kick. After browsing several mainstream online media outlets, he noted that they too emphasized the incident. Huang Kaivun then opened the forum dedicated to him. The atmosphere was markedly different. It was filled with striking photographs of the King of Yellow, complete with shooting dates. Even those European newspapers had not featured such a comprehensive collection. There were also links to highlights of his dribbles from the Champions League final. Many posts were authored by the moderator, Shanshan the Great Demon King, an ardent fan who posted daily to extol the virtues of the King of Yellow. Without any financial incentive, this enthusiasm was quite remarkable. Huang Kaivun decided to send a private message to Shanshan the Great Demon King. "I am Huang Kaivun, and I would like to gift you a signed match-worn jersey." Shanshan the Great Demon King replied, "Get lost, you fraud. Dozens of people claim to be Kaivun daily." Huang Kaivun responded, "Have you ever considered that one of them might be telling the truth?" As the internet continues to proliferate, the number of deceivers has indeed increased, and maintaining a sense of vigilance is certainly prudent. Huang Kaivun, despite feeling a sense of frustration, chose to remain unperturbed and express gratitude towards his loyal fans. However, he deemed it unnecessary to provide photographic evidence of his identity, fearing that such an act would render his online persona ineffective. Contemplating this, he decided to call Ramos, for a meal is best enjoyed in the company of good friends. The ever-enthusiastic Cassano appeared uninvited, accompanied by Kaká and his girlfriend, as well as Inzaghi, creating a lively atmosphere for their dinner. After indulging in wine, Cassano seized Huang Kaivun's DV camera, excitedly proclaiming to the lens, "Behold, this is the European champion Antonio Cassano. Every girl desires this man." In high spirits, he performed a dance requiring a certain flair, exclaiming, "Kevin, upload this online. I wish to share my joy with the fans." With a hint of intoxication, Cassano approached Huang Kaivun, who, after a brief inspection, connected the DV to his computer and initiated the upload, albeit hindered by sluggish technology of the time. As the evening wore on and Huang Kaivun prepared for slumber, the upload was still incomplete, left unattended as he had more pressing matters at hand. During dinner, the young lady had subtly suggested he experienced the feeling of Zeus. Amidst his busyness, The video finally completed its upload in the early hours. Meanwhile, at an internet cafe near Nan University, Shanshan logged into the forum to check for news about Huang Kaivun. As she savored the videos shared by fellow forum members, a familiar ID flashed before her eyes. Hastily, she adjusted the progress bar to note the ID and compared it meticulously with that of the individual claiming to be Huang Kaivun. After several comparisons, she was astonished to find them identical. Promptly, she sent a private message to Huang Kaivun. "Kevin, I was wrong. Even Lao Yi is beginning to doubt his driving license now." During the new year, Hui Zhao often reminded her to make revisions, and today she found herself racking her brain. As for Huang Kaivun, in his master bedroom in Madrid, the morning unfolded with yet another typical day reminiscent of Olympus. The young lady and Lily donned the personas of various goddesses, bringing novelty to Huang Kaivun's experience. It is no wonder that cosplayers enjoy such popularity. The king of football recognized that such culturally enriching activities should frequently take place within his home. He pondered the possibility of exploring different themes, recalling the fascinating narratives of the Borgias and A Song of Ice and Fire, believing it would not be excessive to deepen his understanding of European culture and literature while playing football in Europe. After all, the Borgias recounts the intriguing affairs of the Vatican, and Huang Kaivun deemed it beneficial to learn from such stories. Once the young lady awakens, I shall offer her some insights. As Huang Kaivun descended the stairs, he discovered that Kaka and the others had already roused from their slumber. Ramos and Kaka were seated on the sofa, engrossed in the television, while Cassano and Inzaghi engaged in a competitive duel at the computer. Legend is undeniably an exhilarating game. Although its graphics may be somewhat rudimentary, the thrill of acquiring exceptional gear or vanquishing fellow players is immensely captivating. In truth, Legend ought to maintain this essence. The game has since incorporated an excessive array of features and gameplay elements, thereby diminishing its core appeal. If the mechanics remain equally intricate, why would players not gravitate towards other games boasting superior graphics and more enthralling narratives? Huang Kaivun cast a brief glance at the screen. The youthful Cassano exhibited superior skills. Yet overall, it was a contest of novices. "Kaivun, little Sanchez is discussing your performance on television," Ramos gestured. Little Sanchez, known as Manolo Sanchez, is one of Real Madrid's 5 Eagles. He once captained the team and dedicated 18 years of service to the club, while his father, Manuel Sanchez, played for Real Madrid for 7 years. "Oh, let me take a look," Huang Kaivun remarked, reclining against the back of the sofa to watch the broadcast. "They just interviewed Pepe, who stated that you have already surpassed Maradona, although you still fall short of his greatness," Kaka added, turning his head. "I have viewed some footage of him. In terms of footballing prowess, he should not rival you." Beatrice, seated beside Kaka, nodded in agreement. The King of Yellow felt assured that he had chosen wisely based on this discernment. "I concur completely," Ramos affirmed. "The times have changed, players' training methods and tactics have evolved, and even the weight of the ball differs. There is no basis for comparison," Huang Kaivun replied, shaking his head. The materials and craftsmanship of the ball in the past were distinct from those of today, affecting its friction and making it more challenging to maneuver after absorbing moisture. In ancient footage, the ball appeared significantly heavier. With greater weight and friction, ball control was undoubtedly more demanding than it is now. In earlier recordings, ball control was primarily confined to the vicinity of the foot, with few instances of long passes made to oneself 3 seconds later. Such comparisons necessitate the control of variables. Nevertheless, Huang Kaivun assured that when he acquired Pepe, he would undoubtedly surpass even Pepe himself. The television showcased highlights of Huang Kaivun's performance in the Champions League final, after which the host invited Manolo Sanchez to share his thoughts. Manolo Sanchez raised his hands and exclaimed, "I witnessed the match live in Athens. Is this the 50th or 100th time I have watched this highlight reel? Even after so many viewings, I still find it exhilarating. If you were to ask me to choose between facing AC Milan with the Dutch trio or the Milan team featuring Kevin, I would prefer to confront those 3 Dutchmen. If it were the German trio of Inter Milan or Bayern Munich with Beckenbauer, I would still opt for the Germans as my adversaries. Goodness, the current players are utterly unfortunate to have to contend with such opponents. Had I delayed my retirement by a few years, public perception of me might have been significantly worse, as I would surely appear in Kevin's highlight reel of dribbles." Fans often inquire about how many times this Real Madrid player has been outmaneuvered and from how many matches these highlights were compiled. A friend then informs him, "This is merely from a single match. Oh my, how astonishing. Ferdinand and Vidic appeared as mere youths in the presence of Kevin, akin to promising academy players who occasionally managed to intercept a first-team player. The host posed a question. Kevin intentionally missed a penalty in the Champions League final. Would you do the same? I can unequivocally state that I would not. Sanchez replied. The opponent was Ferguson's Manchester United, a formidable team that has, in recent years, secured the Champions League title just like Real Madrid. In fact, they have claimed more titles than Real Madrid over the years. Even with a 3-goal lead, one cannot feel secure against such an opponent. Did you not see how Liverpool managed to come back from a 4-goal deficit? Unfortunately, Liverpool still lost, Sanchez added. Thus, one should avoid being Kevin's adversary, he shrugged. Thank you, Manolo, for joining us today. I look forward to our next encounter, the host stated as he rose. It was a pleasure to see you as well, Sanchez replied, standing up. As the program concluded, the television began to replay the Champions League final once more. As long as there are viewers, the network cares not for the content of its programming. Casillas once again lambasted Inzaghi, turning to Kevin and saying, Kevin, I often see programs about Chinese cuisine on television, yet you seem never to have prepared anything for us. It's always either barbecue or pasta. Then you may as well head home early. No one is keeping you for dinner, Ramos retorted. He has a point, Inzaghi chimed in. That little rascal Kevin always resorts to barbecue or takeout, and when he cooks, it's just pasta. It lacks sincerity. Right. Casillas raised an eyebrow. Kevin must not want to host us, hence his avoidance of Chinese cuisine. Kevin raised his middle finger and remarked, I rarely cook for myself either. Many Chinese dishes are quite time-consuming and require precise culinary skills and ingredients. Here, acquiring the necessary ingredients is quite challenging. And I am not inclined to spend an entire day shopping and cooking. Do the Chinese spend hours every time they prepare a meal? Are there no simple yet delicious dishes? Casillas inquired. There are, but I'm uncertain if they would suit your palates, Kevin replied as he opened the refrigerator. As long as you cook, we have no objections, Casillas exclaimed. Indeed, show us some sincerity, little Kevin. Inzaghi concurred, noticing a few pork chops in the refrigerator. Kevin resolved to prepare braised pork chops to quiet the two of them, for otherwise, they could drone on for quite some time. With a hint of sweetness and a rich sauce, it should appeal to several of his teammates. Dishes like red braised pork or ribs, which Kevin favored, were too intricate. Even if he could cook them, it had been a while, and he might struggle with the sugar caramelization step. Once completed, he served the dish over rice. Casillas, unable to contain his eagerness, immediately cut a piece and declared, This is the best pork chop I have ever tasted. Very tender and smooth. And the sauce is quite delightful, Inzaghi remarked as he chewed. You should consider opening a restaurant after you retire. Indeed, it is delicious. The flavor is intricate and layered. The succulent pork paired with the sweet sauce is quite appetizing, Kaka nodded, exhibiting the demeanor of a culinary critic. Delicious, Ramos exclaimed, while Huang Kaivun sighed in relief. His culinary skills were merely at a home-cooked level. Previously, he seldom prepared elaborate dishes due to his writing duties. Now, he rarely cooked for himself. But observing his teammates' reactions indicated that his skills had not diminished. It was an afternoon in Madrid, while it was already evening back home. However, the online forums were bustling far more than during the day. The selfie by Casillas was insignificant. What truly mattered was the exposure of Huang Kaivun's forum account. Huang Kaivun is quite entertaining, constantly mocking himself on the forum, one user remarked. He even analyzes his own technical weaknesses, making it seem like he's just playing with us. Another added, no doubt, he's clearly being sarcastic. I hadn't noticed before, but when he speaks sarcastically, it's unmistakable, a third chimed in. Did you see that post in the forum asking you to choose a celebrity as a wife? Huang Kaivun got exposed for saying he would pick Zhao Min and Zhou Zhuo for an extreme experience. Which version do you think he meant? That's obviously the 2003 version. Perhaps he was referring to Lizzie and Aishi? I think he meant the version with Ma Jingtiao. Who were the two leading ladies in that version? Wow, Su Xian. This is a nostalgic trip down memory lane, reminiscent of watching The Legend of the White Snake every holiday. Choosing to confront Su Xian due to a fear of snakes, right? Who would have thought Huang Kaivun, with his striking features, would engage in such discussions? He even leaked the tidbit that Inzaghi enjoys using the toilet before matches, claiming it stinks. Haha, I can imagine Inzaghi wanting to confront Huang Kaivun after learning that. I doubt Inzaghi could take him on. Huang Kaivun displays extraordinary physical prowess when he scores. This is too amusing. Huang Kaivun is actively posting on the forum. and now only a fraction of his activities has been uncovered. His account in the Legend game has already been exposed, and now players from the 100 District are out to hunt him down. Looking at it this way, Huang Kaivun and I are not so different. I play Legend, he plays it too. I fantasize about female celebrities in the forum, and he engages in the same antics. The only distinctions are that he is slightly more handsome, taller, wealthier, a better footballer, more adept at painting, a more skilled writer, and perhaps a bit more shameless. Beyond that, our differences are negligible. Wow. That negligible difference could probably circle the earth several times. No wonder I always see this account praising the taste of Kevin's tea and posting videos of Kaka holding a bubble tea cup. This guy never forgets to make money. But it hasn't tea launched in the domestic market yet, has it? It's only a matter of time. Haven't you noticed the website is filled with Jay Chou's songs? Clearly, preparations are already underway. Do not say anything further. I can no longer face Jeloin. I once thought he was rather cool, but now, upon mentioning his name, I am reminded of that song. I love you. You love me. Kevin's tea is sweet. As expected, the evening is once again filled with barbecue. When there are many people, this is the most convenient option. Although Kaka mentioned a vacation together, he quickly left with his girlfriend. The busy Brazilian national team has matches this summer, and as the current star of the squad, Kaka must participate. He and Beatrice will first return to Brazil to visit their parents before reporting to the national team. After Cassano and Ramos departed, Inzaghi lingered at Huang Kaivin's home, claiming he was there to cheer him on for the Copa del Rey. However, Huang Kaivun suspected that Inzaghi intended to reclaim his honor at his house. Huang Kaivun had seen a query in his browser history: how to transport someone else's mattress back home. He decided to feign ignorance. Inzaghi had lost so many times. If he could take the mattress, let him do so. Everyone knew that the He family offered rebates to clients. Was Huang the king of balls still in need of a mattress for his brother? Eat and drink freely. When leaving, let us pack up the mattress as well. At that time, Albert could take others away, giving Inzaghi time to find someone to move it. Huang was just that considerate. Later, UEFA announced Ramos's suspension. The UEFA official website stated, during the Champions League final, Real Madrid player Sergio Ramos committed a retaliatory foul against a Manchester United player. After our investigation and consultation with the referee, we have decided to impose an additional one-match suspension, totaling 2 matches. Huang Kaivun breathed a sigh of relief. It seems the young lady's silver bullet strategy remains effective. The money given to Platini was transferred through Galliani in Africa. Even if exposed, it would not be a problem. Should Gatti return and expose it again, the worst that could happen would be sending Gatti back to Africa on a bicycle. On May 26th, Huang Kaivun watched the match against Deportivo La Coruña at home with Inzaghi. Real Madrid dominated the game at the Bernabeu. Guti excelled in this match, delivering a hat-trick of assists, helping the team secure a 3-1 victory. Upon returning home, Huang Kaivun recalled checking his Tiaba account. He discovered it had exploded with countless individuals referring to him as husband. Some even privately messaged him with requests for gifts ranging from phones to houses, treating him as if he were Aladdin's magic lamp. After a thorough investigation, Huang Kaivun realized that a previous video of Cassano had inadvertently revealed his Tiaba account. Given the current situation, he could only create a new account. Having discovered it late, previous replies had been unearthed and scrutinized by those little detractors. Fortunately, he had not said anything too outrageous. If they wished to dig, so be it. Their extended interpretations were quite amusing. On the last day of May, after performing in a play about Caesar's assassination with the young lady and Lily, Huang Kaivun experienced a store refresh. The system was still upgrading, but thankfully, it was a non-stop upgrade. If the King's Cup undergoes a suspension for upgrades, then that certain Mr. Huang would have no choice but to take the field under a secondary account. Although his alternate persona has honed skills nearly on par with professional athletes, it still lacks a certain finesse. It is hardly fair to continuously allow Cruyff to lament his steep decline in his column. That old fellow can profit from the attention, while Mr. Huang grows weary of it. Special template, Xianggang Taro, 1,000,000 fate points. Template, Bobby Charlton, 10,000 points. Franz Beckenbauer, 10,000 points. Alfredo Di Stefano, 10,000 points. Skills, Scorpion Tail Mastery, 500 points. Table Tennis Proficiency, 100 points. Items, 24-hour Injury Immunity Card, 20 points. Special item, Ferguson S. Hairdryer, 2,000 points. Upon seeing this special template, Huang Kaivun took a moment to recall that this is indeed Dynamic Superhero. The combat prowess of Dynamic Superhero is quite challenging to quantify, yet it is certainly fitting. Renaming it to Fitting Superhero would be more appropriate. The three templates are intriguingly crafted, each representing legendary players who have graced the Champions League finals, all embodying formidable strengths. In this light, Huang Kaivun realized he had never drawn experience cards for any of these three athletes. Regarding skills, Scorpion Tail Mastery has now revealed its true value. Snatching it from the grasp of Inbu equates to a commendable 500 points. The steep cost of Ferguson's hairdryer likely indicates a coaching bonus. Should he accumulate excess points in the future, he might consider acquiring it. After all, his playing career is still lengthy, allowing ample time to gradually amass fate points. When the time comes for him to embark on a coaching journey, he shall dazzle the world. It is not solely the two bald individuals who should be celebrated for their meteoric rise. It is vital to also champion those with hair. After reviewing his 680 fate points, Huang Kaivun proceeded to spend 120 points to acquire Table Tennis Proficiency and the Immunity card. The skill of Table Tennis Proficiency enhances one's hand-eye coordination, enabling the attainment of a professional level in table tennis. However, it is worth noting that this level falls far short of selection for the Chinese national team. Huang Kaivun was not particularly surprised by this outcome. He had anticipated such a result upon purchasing Table Tennis Proficiency. Many substitutes from the national team, or even players who barely make the roster, find themselves able to compete in the Olympics for other countries. Such instances are plentiful. The dominance of the Chinese table tennis team is overwhelming. Throughout his life, Huang Kaivun has watched finals without any real sense of tension, as they are typically contests between compatriots. The victory of the national team is not newsworthy. It is the loss that captures headlines. It is peculiar for an ordinary professional to be selected for the national team, given that every professional has been outmatched by the national team. Enhancing hand-eye coordination is indeed commendable. More importantly, table tennis is a sport frequently enjoyed within the team environment. Huang Kaivun, who has never played out of fear of embarrassing his country, now seizes the opportunity to enlighten his teammates. As June commences, Real Madrid supporters are already in preparation. The significance of the subsequent matches, following an early championship victory, has diminished considerably. As long as there are no egregious misjudgments or substantial defeats, the fans remain unconcerned. Calderon chose not to celebrate with the championship on a singular occasion. He boldly declared his ambition to transform Real Madrid into the first treble-winning team in Spain, promising an unprecedented celebration. His displayed ambition has significantly elevated his popularity among the Real Madrid supporters, who are fervently preparing for the festivities commemorating this potential achievement. Huang Kaivun also finds this notion appealing. However, he recognizes that celebrations can be exhausting, and frequent festivities may ultimately diminish the enthusiasm of both fans and players. The focus will first be on celebrating La Liga and the Champions League, leaving the comparatively lesser Copa del Rey to follow. Consequently, the celebration for the Copa del Rey may pale in comparison to the grandeur of the other two titles. From players to fans, Real Madrid has already regarded the Copa del Rey as a foregone conclusion. On June 9th, during the match against Malaga, the main squad did not even travel for the away game. The substitutes managed to secure a warm draw of 2-2 against Malaga. On June 17th, the season finale against Mallorca unfolded at home. Huang Kaivun came on as a substitute in the second half, assisting both Raul and De Jong, leading to a resounding 5-1 victory for Real Madrid. On June 23rd, the day of the Copa del Rey final, Huang Kaivun and his teammates arrived at the Bernabeu Stadium's locker room around 6 in the evening. This Copa del Rey final was held at the Bernabeu, and Real Madrid had the advantage of playing at home, mirroring the usual atmosphere of their league matches. Today's match is at our home ground. We must give it our all, Raul proclaimed after changing into his kit. Don't worry, Mom, we've grown up, Casillas exclaimed, eliciting suppressed laughter from several teammates. Casillas possesses a remarkable comedic talent. If he chooses not to pursue a career in Japan post-retirement, he could easily become a comedian. Raul shot Casillas a glare before turning to Huang Kaivun, inquiring, "How's your physical condition? Should you come on as a substitute?" "Never mind, I feel fine," Huang Kaivun replied with a smile. He rose and discreetly retrieved a lottery ticket from his pocket, scratching it off without a sound. Upon seeing the image of the third prize, his expression dimmed slightly. He could only hope to draw a commendable third prize player. Observing his anticipation level at a full 100, Huang Kaivun opted to proceed with the draw. Ding! You have obtained a match experience card for the 10th round of the 1999-2000 Serie A season. Juventus vs AC Milan, featuring Filippo Inzaghi. Wow! Huang Kaivun hadn't felt this astonished in quite some time. Previously, he had drawn teammates such as his close friend Kaká, Shevchenko, and Rui Costa. To his surprise, today he had drawn Inzaghi. Huang Kaivun was not at all surprised that Inzaghi was categorized as a third prize. His rankings in various assessments have never been particularly high. Inzaghi's physicality and technical skills are not overwhelmingly impressive. Rather, it is his awareness, ability to exploit offside traps, and certain shooting techniques that define his prowess, qualities that often hinder him in such evaluations. Drawing Inzaghi could be viewed as a stroke of fortune amidst his misfortune. Huang Kaivun felt prepared to impart a lesson to the referee and Getafe's defensive line today. "I'll play as a forward today," Huang Kaivun declared. Inzaghi should roam along the defensive line to maximize his effectiveness. As it happens, in the final match of the season, Huang Kaivun also wishes to play with greater ease. So he decides to await the ball in the forward position. "All right, I shall take the left flank." Raul nodded in agreement. Throughout this process, Capello remained silent. It was quite commonplace for Raul and Huang Kaivun to swap positions. During warm-up, Huang Kaivun felt quite good. Inzaghi's skills surpassed his expectations, and his speed was commendable as well. During warm-ups, Huang Kaivun did not hold back, continuously shooting to find his touch. After several attempts, he used up his immunity card. Even in the vicinity of the penalty area, Getafe players were unlikely to relax their defensive stance. After all, a serious injury could hinder Huang's plans for summer travels, which would be far more disheartening than merely missing a match. Having played so many games over the season, Huang Kaivun felt he deserved a proper reward. Today, Huang Kaivun returns to a role reminiscent of his time at AC Milan. However, he was unable to establish himself there. By the time he joined AC Milan, he had already been sent to Atletico Madrid on a free transfer, and it was only upon joining Getafe that he truly solidified his position as a starter. In today's Copa del Rey final, the disparity in strength between the two sides is stark, yet Getafe would certainly not wish to relinquish the championship easily. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the referee blew the whistle to signal the start of the match. Huang Kaivun anticipated a different approach from Getafe. They were anything but conservative. Their gameplay was notably aggressive. Calderon, in the stands, watched the match with rapt attention. Getafe's manager, Schuster, a former Real Madrid legend, had remarkably led Getafe to a commendable 9th place in the league this season and historically into the Copa del Rey final. Crucially, Schuster's style was a stark contrast to the conservative and tedious approach of Capello. Even with Real Madrid's treble success, Capello could not be dismissed. Yet Schuster remained a candidate for consideration. As an ambitious individual, Ramon Calderon desired not only trophies but also attractive football. This summer, he intended to gauge Wenger's interest. If Wenger agreed, Capello would be ousted regardless of winning the treble. With Kaivun on the team, who could fear the absence of a championship? Contracts could be resolved simply with a buyout clause. No one could impede his grand ambition of transforming the Bernabeu into Calderon's own arena. Today, Huang Kaivun's positioning seems off. One observer noted, "I feel the same. Usually, Huang likes to retreat to the halfway line or his own half, but today he's just standing in the forward line. His style resembles that of Berbatov. Do you think he might be overwhelmed? So many female celebrities confessing their admiration for him. Perhaps he truly has something going on in Spain? That sounds like nonsense. Could Huang Kaivun genuinely be interested in them?" The situation with Jean Suo and Hong Gondaddy is murky, but Huang is not that shallow. She probably just wants to make headlines with her claims. I believe that Bo Ji should be sincere. She has previously sought relationships with foreign partners. Huang Kaivun, with his suave appearance and financial stability, could undoubtedly fulfill her every desire. In this light, Huang Kaivun truly seems to be a winner in life. Each day, he derides himself on forums, leading one to assume he spends his time idly in internet cafes, indulging in games. Yet, when I discover that the starlet I admire might not even glance in his direction, it is infuriating. I am now curious about the identities of Zhao Min and Zhou Zhuo that he mentioned. Could they possibly be from Li Lianjia's film adaptation? How could we possibly overlook the portrayal of Xiao Zhao? I shall forever adore Qiu Shuzhen. As for our discussion, rather than delve into films, let us ponder the peculiarities surrounding Huang Kaivun, who has been seen loitering near the restricted zone today. Perhaps today he is playing the role of a defender for Getafe? Ha ha ha, Iron Defender Huang Kaivun. This nickname is rather appealing. With Ramos suspended, it seems reasonable for Huang Kaivun to step in as a defender, doesn't it? As the play unfolds, Celestini advances with the ball, while De Jong attempts to intercept. Real Madrid swiftly transitions from defense to attack, with Guti seizing possession. Showcasing his signature style, Mario Cotro charges towards Guti, who, with his back turned, deftly flicks the ball to the right using his heel. Casillas turns to receive the ball, executing a similar heel pass through the legs of Contreras, before rapidly pivoting and carrying the ball down the right flank. As he solidifies his position as a starter, Casillas' physical condition continues to improve. Receiving the ball once more from the edge of the penalty area, he utilizes his explosive speed to outpace the covering Paredes, delicately curling the ball with his right foot. Suddenly, as Celestini follows Huang Kaivun into the box, he inadvertently loses track of him. Huang Kaivun makes a sudden move, and by the time Celestini attempts to pursue, he has already fallen behind. The ball soars over the head of Plito towards the center. Rushing towards the goal, Huang Kaivun leaps gracefully, nodding the ball above him. Luis Garcia's instinctive reaction is to stretch out his hand to parry the close-range header, a typically sound decision. Yet, Huang Kaivun's header is positioned higher, and the ball bounces so close to the goal that it slips beneath Garcia's arm and into the net. Kevin! Real Madrid fans, who had momentarily stepped away for snacks, hastily returned to their seats only to find their fellow supporters rejoicing beside them. Without a moment to assess the situation on the field, they quickly raised their arms to join the chorus. Kevin goal. This is one of the rare moments in Kevin's career where he scores a less than spectacular goal, as he harbors no desire to harm these unfortunate opponents. Striving to score is part of Kevin's professional ethics, yet against such adversaries, he refrains from dribbling past 5 or 10 players. He simply wishes to send the ball into the net. To the weaker players, Kevin has always shown compassion. He does not wish for these second or third-tier athletes to lose their livelihood, thus opting for the simplest method of scoring, allowing the defenders of Getafe to appear less disheveled. At 9 o'clock, the Bernabeu is illuminated not by artificial lights, but by Kevin himself, radiating enough brilliance to brighten the entirety of Madrid. I have previously stated that one's sporting prowess does not reflect their character. The media has bestowed numerous titles, such as King of Football or Emperor, upon various players. Perhaps, when it comes to skill, the combined talents of Pepe, Maradona, and Beckenbauer might barely equate to half of Kevin's level. However, in terms of soul, they fall far short. Placing their hearts on Anubis's scales would not even begin to shake Kevin's noble persona. Every time I commentate on Kevin's matches, I feel as though I have partaken in a sacred ritual. Though I have not witnessed the savior of mankind, I have seen Kevin redeem this tainted world with his feet. If all the youth across the globe could witness Kevin's games, the world would undoubtedly become a more beautiful place. Those judges should contemplate awarding Kevin the Nobel Peace Prize. No, they ought to rename it the Kevin Peace Prize. For he truly brings peace to this world. Casillas, in a fit of excitement, leaped onto Huang Kevin's back, exclaiming, "Wasn't my pass particularly exquisite?" "Ah, indeed, Huang Kevin replied. "That ball would have been challenging for anyone else to handle, but it was commendable that it was delivered at all. Overall, it was rather mediocre, acceptable speed. Though the height was somewhat unsuitable, Huang Kevin felt no inclination to engage in idle chatter with Casillas, choosing instead to indulge his vanity. You should dismount from Kevin quickly, otherwise the coach will be furious." Guti interjected, giving Casillas a playful slap on the backside. Casillas turned to glance at the sidelines, where Capello stood, arms crossed. His face darkened with displeasure, fixating his gaze on Casillas, muttering under his breath. Even in his usual stoic demeanor, Capello could be intimidating, but his current grim expression was even more so. Although Casillas could not discern Capello's eyes, he could feel the anger radiating through the lenses. This was a lingering consequence of past transgressions. The sight of Capello's ire filled Casillas with dread, causing his arms to lose their strength, and he tumbled from Huang Kevin's back onto the grass. Prior to the match's commencement, the entire Getafe squad was eager to make a mark. Yet, with just one touch from Huang Kevin, they were swiftly brought back to reality. The issue was not whether the goal was aesthetically pleasing, but rather the stark reminder of his presence. Teams like Manchester United, Barcelona, and AC Milan had all failed to conquer the Real Madrid led by number 10. Could they truly succeed? As the game resumed, Getafe opted for a backward pass to reorganize. After assisting, Cassano pressed forward with great intensity. Ceballos, under pressure, hastily played the ball forward, only for Guti to intercept with a well-timed foot. Guti quickly pivoted and sent a direct pass with his left foot. But Berenger failed to connect. The ball rolled swiftly into the penalty area, where Huang Kaivun half-turned to receive it. After completing his turn, he felt Ruben Pliego tightly marking him. Without adjusting, Huang Kaivun unleashed a delicate touch, striking the ball with finesse. Thump! Ruben Pliego fell to the ground as he lunged for the ball, lifting his left leg in an attempt to block the shot. The ball sailed past him, heading towards the left, where Luis Garcia leapt, stretching out his right arm, only for the ball to zip past him. Bang! The sound of the ball striking the post ignited a glimmer of hope. As Garcia turned, he witnessed the ball striking the corner with a powerful rebound, playfully bouncing on the ground behind the goal line. Merely seconds into the match, the net was breached once again. Garcia, with his hands pressed to the ground and legs straining, crawled before the goal, embodying his discontent. Capello grasped Galbiati by the collar with one hand while pointing onto the field with the other, exclaiming, "Did you see that? 2 shots, 2 goals. Tell me, is there a player in this world better than Kevin? Damn it. I was a fool to worry about the championship before the match began. By the way, have someone prepare some food. It's late, and Kevin must be hungry." Galbiati looked down at his distorted suit, feeling a pang of sympathy. The media had touted that Kevin's suits were custom-made, and soon, the team staff began to follow suit, seeking tailors for their own attire. As long as one could afford it, ready-to-wear was seldom donned. For pride's sake, Galbiati had been quite resolute. This suit had cost him several months' salary. If Capello ruined it, he would have nowhere to lament. After a careful inspection of the shoulder revealed no damage, Galbiati proceeded to arrange for refreshments. Upon returning to the sidelines, Capello inquired, "Have they started preparing it?" "Yes, I had them prepare some of Kevin's favorite dishes." "Excellent." Capello recalled something and added, "Also, have a small table ready. During halftime, let Kevin sit on the bench to eat. The locker room's odor is unbearable and clearly affecting his appetite." "All right, I understand." Galbiati hesitated, however. Finding a suitable table might prove challenging. If you can't find one, just bend over in front of the coaching bench and let Kevin place his meal on your back. Galbiati, who had served as Capello's assistant for 16 years, was taken aback by such treatment. In that moment, he felt an urge to strike Capello. Yet, amidst his fury, he regained composure, sighing as he contemplated. Oh, this was not Fabio's fault. After all, that person was Kevin. If it were anyone else, Fabio would not have treated him so. To avoid becoming tomorrow's headline as Kevin's makeshift dining table during halftime, Galbiati swiftly departed in search of an appropriate table. After the restart, Getafe dared not pass back to their defense. Mario Cotello seized the ball and immediately sent it to the right flank where Wolpakowski awaited. Wolpakowski, possessing the longest surname on the field today, has received the ball on the right. As a commentator, I always fear mispronouncing his name. Getafe finds themselves in a bind. Real Madrid's players are fervently chasing their treble ambitions. Even Cassano has begun to press. They truly dare not make any back passes. Indeed, Wolpakowski has evaded Carlos. Since his serious injury last year, Carlos has struggled to regain form. Rumor has it that Real Madrid has yet to offer him a contract renewal. And with just days left on his current deal, this might be his final match representing Real Madrid. Cross coming in, Pepe? Pepe heads the ball out of the penalty area. Carlos has indeed reached the twilight of his career. Judging by today's performance, it seems somewhat arduous for him to compete in high-level matches such as the Champions League. Carlos passed the ball back to De Jong on the left flank. Refraining from dribbling himself, De Jong sent a long pass. Astonishingly, he struck from the backfield. Guti controlled the ball with his chest on the left side and delivered a pass. Huang Kaivun seized the ball on the right, surged into the penalty area, and scored. However, the assistant referee raised his flag, signaling for offside, and the referee blew the whistle, disallowing the goal. Alas, this appears to be a misjudgment. Huang Kaivun's acceleration was so swift that both the assistant and the main referee were focused on Guti, and by the time they turned to observe Huang Kaivun, he had already dashed ahead of Paredes. Indeed, there are times when excessive speed can be detrimental. Huang Kaivun typically initiated his runs ahead of the defensive line to avoid such misinterpretations. Yet today he positioned himself near the defense, and his rapid acceleration proved challenging for the officials. Huang Kaivun's playing style today reminded me of Inzaghi. Inzaghi once remarked during Milan's Champions League triumph that Huang Kaivun learned shooting from him, and it appears there may be some truth to that. From the stands, Inzaghi pointed to the field and exclaimed, "Do you see? Kaivun's playing today bears a striking resemblance to my own style. That lad used to sneakily emulate my techniques during training." Pirlo coldly interjected, "How do you know he's running laps on the sidelines not to learn your playing style? Do you possess any evidence?" Inzaghi retorted, "If Kaivun is imitating your style, that would be a significant regression. There is a considerable gap between the two of you, akin to several Shevchenkos. Damn it, you lot know nothing about football." Inzaghi protested, "I am certain that Kaivun is emulating my style of play. No wonder he is improving so rapidly." Paolo Maldini, holding Kaivun, was at a loss on how to respond to Inzaghi. He perceived that Huang Kaivun's frequent injuries, attributed to some curse, had hindered his progress, leading to a continual decline. Even if Huang Kaivun were to score profusely, he had yet to recover the level he displayed during their first meeting. Nonetheless, today, Huang Kaivun's style of play did indeed mirror that of Inzaghi, a conclusion drawn from Maldini's keen observations as a top defender. Previously, Huang Kaivun seldom interacted with the offside line. Yet today his positioning consistently overlapped with that of the opposing defenders. Quick runs and rapid starts could be mere coincidence, but the manner in which he made first touches was strikingly reminiscent of Inzaghi. Maldini pondered whether Huang Kaivun was playfully teasing Inzaghi. Inzaghi's numerous attributes are not difficult to emulate. What truly challenges is the timing and awareness of one's initiation. However, such matters come effortlessly to Kaivun. Paolo Maldini gazed down at the child in his arms, saying, "If you possess even half, no, a third of Uncle Kaivun's prowess, our family might welcome another top star. You are your father's only hope." The eldest often shirks training and is unlikely to become a professional, while the second insists on playing in the forward positions. The mere thought of his two rebellious sons sent Paolo Maldini's blood pressure soaring. Presently, Kevin stood as the sole beacon of hope for the illustrious Maradona family. Getafe initiated the play from their own half. Raul and Casillas surged forward to apply pressure. Ruben Pizarro swiftly delivered a lateral pass, but Javier Paredes miscontrolled the ball, causing it to roll towards Raul. Paredes hurriedly lunged forward, swinging his right foot. Raul deftly turned and extended his left foot. With a resounding thud, the ball struck Raul's foot and soared high into the air. Positioned further back, Huang Kaivun anticipated the drop and suddenly sprang into action. Inzaghi's pace was commendable, and with the added momentum of a lengthy run down the middle, his explosive burst allowed him to easily outpace Mario Castro beside him. As the ball descended, Huang Kaivun expertly used his chest to redirect it into the penalty area, charging in after it. In a moment of tension, Paredes extended both arms and executed a bear hug, bringing Huang Kaivun down. The Santiago Bernabeu erupted with a cacophony of boos. "Bloody hell, if Kevin gets injured, you'll pay dearly at the Bernabeu. You traitor. Don't even think about returning to Real Madrid. Damn it. Next season, let him return to the youth team until his contract expires." The nearby stands were filled with disgruntled sentiments from the supporters. Guti rushed over to assist Huang Kaivun, and upon confirming he was unharmed, pointed at Paredes and cautioned, "Be careful." Paredes, however, was oblivious to the warning. Players who emerged from Real Madrid's youth academy often harbored dreams of returning to play for the club. Competing for Real Madrid is considered the pinnacle for Spanish players, which explains why many are repurchased and resold. Paredes was no exception. Facing off against Real Madrid, he aimed to showcase his talents and garner their attention, hoping to secure a place in the first team next season. Yet, it appeared that his path back to Real Madrid was now obstructed. "Hey, come over and form the wall," shouted Ruben Pizarro. "Oh." Paredes, still in a daze, shuffled back to stand alongside his teammates. Guti, covering his mouth, inquired, "Are you going to take the free kick?" "You take it," Huang Kaivun replied. "I'll join the wall. You try shooting from my position." Inzaghi had a knack for scoring from free kicks, and Huang Kaivun was eager to experience this passive scoring opportunity. "I understand," Guti nodded. Although he did not fully grasp Huang Kaivun's intent, he was willing to follow his lead. Paredes hasn't been booked. The referee today is rather lenient. Given the proximity, it was somewhat surprising that Huang Kaivun opted not to take the free kick, instead choosing to form the wall. Does this imply something? It indeed might. Huang Kaivun's prowess in set-piece tactics has garnered widespread recognition in the football world. Buffon's remark about having the ability to shoot directly from the corner flag, yet choosing to outsmart others illustrates the dynamics when Huang Kaivun's team earns a set piece. While he may not always score or provide the final pass, the goal will invariably be orchestrated by him. Guti takes a run-up and shoots. The ball is in. Huang Kaivun leapt, only to be embraced once more by Parades, the ball deflecting off Huang Kaivun's head. In just 4 minutes, Huang Kaivun once again showcased his remarkable talent by scoring a hat trick. At 4 minutes and 7 seconds, he shattered his own record of 4 minutes and 11 seconds for a hat trick set during the La Liga opener against Villarreal, missing Gerd Muller's record by a mere 3 seconds. With only 4 touches of the ball, Huang managed 3 shots on target, resulting in 3 glorious goals. An unprecedented efficiency that has never been seen before. The Bernabeu Stadium has transformed into a sea of joy, with fans waving flags, scarves, and anything they can find. Although Madrid boasts 4 teams, on this night, the celebration belongs solely to Real Madrid. While we all anticipated a victory for Real Madrid in the Copa del Rey, who could have predicted that within just 7 minutes of the match, they had all but secured the championship? We can already extend our congratulations to Huang Kaivun and Real Madrid, who, in the 2006-2007 season, etched their names in Spanish history by becoming the first team to achieve a treble. Guti stared in astonishment at Huang Kaivun, who smiled and waved at him, simply wanting to test his abilities. In the luxury box at the Bernabeu, Lily watched intently, her legs crossed, finally able to hand the child over to her husband, Adriana. The wife of the team captain held a glass of red wine and asked, "Barbara, have you heard that buzzing sound? Perhaps it's a mosquito, who knows?" replied the young lady, glancing at Lily. "Yes, it must be a mosquito." Lily nodded quickly. "That's rather odd. I've heard that mosquitoes are scarce in Madrid during the summer, and even in Milan, they are only abundant near the canals," Adriana remarked skeptically. "There are always exceptions," the young lady said with a laugh, pressing a button in her jeans pocket. Lily promptly settled onto the sofa, shifting her focus away from mosquitoes. Adriana set down her wine glass and inquired, "I read in a Spanish newspaper that the investment climate here is quite favorable. Do you have any good advice? Are you and Paul in need of money?" the young lady asked. "No, but with our little Kevin's arrival, it's wise to save more," Adriana replied. "In that case, I suggest you steer clear of Spain. Kevin has mentioned a type of business transfer in their country, meaning shops with high customer traffic are up for sale." The young lady explained. "Isn't that a good thing? I would like to own a shop like that," Adriana said. "If it's truly profitable, why would anyone sell it? Are they planning to help others get rich too?" The young lady scoffed. "I see," Adriana exclaimed, slapping her thigh. "You mean to say that the economic situation in Spain isn't as rosy as they claim, and they're trying to lure others into investing?" "Correct." The young lady laughed. "Kevin has also warned me about his tax issues. From his words, it's clear he is quite pessimistic about the Spanish economy, and I trust his judgment." "Well then, I'll abandon the idea," Adriana said, raising her hands in surrender. Standing by the window, Lily endured the punishment of a young lady as she watched Huang Kaivun score once again. A wave of relief washed over her, prompting her to hastily cover her departure from the VIP box with her hands. Hee, Huang Kaivun has scored again. Rolls through ball found its way to the penalty area, where Huang Kaivun skillfully controlled the ball, deftly maneuvering past Ruben Politro, and executed a sliding shot that successfully sent the ball through Luis Garcia's modest goal. What a beautiful goal. I recall a memorable moment when Inzaghi did the same to Buffon. The camera panned to Inzaghi, who was visibly exhilarated in the stands, animatedly conversing with Maldini. Indeed, even professional players derive immense pleasure from watching Huang Kaivun play, as long as they are not opposing Real Madrid. AC Milan players are more than willing to cheer for him in person. Although AC Milan did not manage to reclaim the Champions League title this season, they secured both the Coppa Italia and Serie A championships, thus still boasting the dual crown. Ancelotti and his players have amassed trophies in abundance. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Ancelotti in person, nor have there been any media updates about him. I wonder if he is preparing for the next season. Roll spun around with Huang Kaivun in the penalty area. "Damn it, your efficiency inside the box makes me contemplate retirement. I've never encountered a player who scores with every shot," Roll exclaimed excitedly. "Perhaps he wishes to demonstrate to Van Nistelrooy what it means to be the king of the penalty area," Casillas remarked. Huang Kaivun paused for a moment, having never considered it from that perspective before. "Luther possesses great talent, but unfortunately, his playing style leaves much to be desired," Roll commented. If Luther could return the ball to Kevin after receiving it, I might find myself out of position. There are no ifs here, Atletico boy, Guti said, playfully punching Roll on the shoulder. If Kevin hadn't arrived, I might not have received so many opportunities to connect you with some lovely ladies. Forget about it. Huang Kaivun chuckled. I'm far wealthier than you. You should focus on saving for your retirement. Wealth does not excuse one from graciously accepting gifts. Speaking of which, my new contract is partly due to you, so I ought to express my gratitude. Sergio gifted you a Porsche. How about I present you with a Ferrari instead? Guti offered. Hey, you all are exceedingly generous to Kevin. Cassano exclaimed enviously. We often hang out together, yet for Christmas, you only gifted me a large box of protective gear. Health is priceless, my friend, Guti replied, patting Cassano on the shoulder. Huang Kaivun remained silent, fully aware of his popularity. In Europe, gifting a bottle of fine wine is already considered a great gesture. He regularly receives gifts worth tens of thousands of euros, which explains Cassano's envy. It is likely that the latter has never received such an extravagant gift throughout his life. Observing the Real Madrid players laughing on the field, Schuster returned to the coaching bench. Initially, he had fantasized about defeating Capello, yet now all he desired was to cling to his position. Even though he had performed commendably with Getafe, a significant loss to Real Madrid could jeopardize his career. Damn it. Do the youth of today lack the courtesy to show some respect to their elders? After the match resumed, the Real Madrid players provided their answer. With a 4-goal deficit, Getafe displayed no fighting spirit. Each player opted for a backward pass. Huang Kaivun, alongside his teammates, pressed the Getafe defenders, while Mario Castro and Celestini could only retreat to the edge of their own penalty area for support. Javier Paredes delivered a powerful through ball, which Velpakovskis controlled, only to relinquish it to the advancing De Jong. De Jong, with his right foot, passed the ball to Huang Kaivun positioned just outside the penalty area. Seamlessly, Huang Kaivun pushed the ball to Guti at the arc and made a run into the box, while Guti, without pausing, executed a delicate lob into the penalty area. Both Huang Kaivun and Guti released their passes with remarkable speed, catching the Getafe defenders off guard. Ruben Plito and Javier Paredes hastily closed in on Huang Kaivun. However, Guti's pass lacked sufficient force, landing behind Huang Kaivun. The Real Madrid fans, who had been poised to celebrate a goal, sank back into their seats. Realizing the space was too confined for their number 10, tightly marked by 2 defenders, to find an opportunity. Yet, in the next moment, the fans sprang back to their feet. They witnessed Huang Kaivun, ensnared between 2 defenders, lift his right foot, his heel striking the ball with fervor. A scorpion kick. The ball soared past the opposing goalkeeper's head and into the net. Throughout the entire sequence, the Getafe goalkeeper merely stood frozen, while their number 10, after the strike, showed no interest in the opposing goal, instead dashing towards the stands. Huang Kaivun slid on his knees, igniting the Bernabeu. St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin! The cheers from the fans were not solely a tribute to Huang Kaivun's performance that day, but also an expression of gratitude for his entire season. Besides chanting his name, they were at a loss for what else they could do. The man who had delivered a flawless debut had now provided them with a perfect conclusion in the season's final match. Countless fans in the stands reverently idolized their number 10. Kevin. Kevin goal. Goal. A quintessential Kevin-style goal. Another 5 goals. In just 7 minutes and 59 seconds. Kevin scored 5 goals. Kevin has shattered his own record of 5 goals in 8 minutes and 14 seconds. In this world, all players can only chase after Kevin, while Kevin has only himself to pursue. Kevin received the ball and made a penetrating run. Although Guti's lob was evidently insufficient, Kevin salvaged Guti's assist, effortlessly scoring with a splendid scorpion kick, despite being flanked by 2 defenders. Poor Luis Garcia found redemption. Although he had to retrieve the ball from the net for the 5th time, he became a witness to a magnificent goal. Observing Kevin's scoring from such proximity marked the most memorable moment of his lengthy career. The commotion in the stands made the Madrid police feel as though they were facing a formidable adversary. Today, they deployed 200 personnel to safeguard the Spanish royal family attending the match. This band of sycophants fretted over the old playboy, neglecting to shield those of higher status, an utterly unforgivable oversight. When the next king of Spain ascends the throne, he will need to kneel before Kevin Huang, allowing him to crown him. Oh God, you scored 5 goals. Is there truly a secret to shooting? The coach was right. Simply pass the ball to the best player. And even those recovering from injuries in the youth squad could not match your astonishing efficiency. The Real Madrid players knelt beside Huang, shouting in fervor. "I want to kill you," Casillas exclaimed, vigorously shaking Huang's shoulder. "Damn it, I never dreamed of such a performance. You are infuriating." Huang smiled and shrugged, attributing his success primarily to the weakness of the opponents. With Inzaghi enhancing his speed, his first touch often leads to a clear shot on goal or a direct foray into the penalty area. His initial touch is reminiscent of Van Persie, allowing him to either break away or shoot immediately upon receiving the ball. Coach Zhang chuckled, remarking on Huang's extraordinary efficiency today. Indeed, Huang's positioning was impeccable, wreaking havoc on Getafe. Their defensive line, lacking strength, required two defensive midfielders for protection, even if they aimed to defend against Huang. Retreating meant allowing Real Madrid to orchestrate attacks in the front. Retreat was not an option. 6 players congested in the penalty area would only invite more goals from Real Madrid. Yet, without the 2 defensive midfielders retreating, Getafe's backline could hardly contend with Huang. In truth, they struggled to contain Real Madrid's offensive players. Today, Raul, Guti, and Casillas all provided passes to Huang. As long as he received the ball without immediate pressure, they would deliver. Huang's pace left Getafe's defenders trailing, and with his remarkable shooting ability, each opportunity translated into a straightforward goal. The disparity in skill is undeniable. Getafe had reached the finals. Surely, the players yearned for the championship. Yet, how could they stop Huang? Manchester United had previously offered a solution in the Champions League final: tackle. Yes, tackling is a crucial method to defend against Huang, but one must possess the requisite skill. Could Paredes perform as Vidic did? He could not. Huang positioned himself in the penalty area, not dribbling the ball himself. Why? Because he found it tedious to run. Against Manchester United, he attracted defenders with his dribbling, creating opportunities for himself or his teammates. But against Getafe, his teammates easily delivered high-quality through balls. With just a simple run, he could score, negating the need to retrieve the ball from deep and weave through multiple defenders outside the penalty area. Hey! Is Capello about to make a substitution? Higuain was beckoned to the sidelines by Capello. He had only just removed his jacket. After a long wait for an opportunity, Higuain could only stand beside the 4th official, twisting his body and performing simple warm-ups. Capello spoke earnestly. Being substituted for Kevin is a recognition of your abilities. Even if you haven't warmed up, you can do so on the pitch. I understand, coach, Higuain nodded. As Capello mentioned, what did it matter if he hadn't warmed up after Kevin was taken off? Before transferring to Real Madrid, he had heard of Capello's stern reputation. The young Higuain arrived in Madrid filled with admiration for the prestigious club and trepidation towards the coach. It only took him a week to realize that as long as one maintained a good relationship with the number 10, the coach and the club would not trouble him. For teammates gravitated around the number 10, even if one was not particularly close. Avoiding conflict with the number 10 was sufficient to secure a place in the Real Madrid locker room. Kevin, the number 10, might seem like a domineering presence. But from Higuain's observations, he never demanded special treatment. Rather, it was the coach and the club who made arrangements, and he was quite amicable, often smiling and greeting even those he did not know well. It was as simple as associating with a decent person and avoiding conflict to integrate into the locker room. Could anything be easier than that? Compared to his previous tenure at River Plate, Higuain found survival at Real Madrid to be far simpler. River Plate's locker room had its share of chaotic factions. Real Madrid consisted solely of the number 10 faction, making it remarkably easy for newcomers to find their footing. He couldn't quite grasp the situation with that Dutch forward. In such a harmonious locker room, it was peculiar that no one seemed to like him. Kevin, it's your turn. Raul pointed towards the sidelines. Kevin looked at Higuain and pondered before preparing to exit the field. Although it felt somewhat wasteful to leave the game so early, he understood the importance of not refusing the coach. With a 5-goal lead, Real Madrid was unlikely to lose the championship. Kevin approached the sidelines willingly. The fans rose from their seats, and in an instant, more than half of the Bernabeu stood up. The remaining few were Getafe supporters, and even they were not entirely disheartened, as some joined in applauding. The Copa del Rey was held at the Bernabeu, which did not solely mean it was Real Madrid's home ground. Getafe had also received a substantial number of tickets. Those who had purchased tickets to watch the match likely regretted their decision. As Kevin clapped towards the stands, he slowly made his way to the sidelines, without anyone urging him on. Once he felt it was time, He reached the edge of the pitch, high-fived Higuain, and patted him on the shoulder, prompting the fans to settle back into their seats. You've scored too many goals, Kevin. The opponents may foul you, which is why I substituted you, Capello said as he handed him a towel. I understand, coach, Kevin replied, nodding as he took the towel to wipe his sweat. Capello, an exceptional coach, not only made substitutions, but also explained the rationale behind them. Although Ancelotti enjoyed indulging Kevin with special treatment, he was commendable in other respects as well. It appeared that Kevin had encountered quite remarkable coaches throughout his journey. By the way, I have prepared some refreshments for you. You must be hungry, Capello remarked with a smile. May I take a moment to check the box? I'll return for the celebration, Huang Kaivun inquired. Recently, the young lady had taken to teasing Lily, which left Huang Kaivun somewhat anxious. How could such delightful mischief be enjoyed without his participation? Of course, that's perfectly fine. I will have someone bring it to your box during halftime. Capello nodded, adding, but you must return to celebrate the championship. Without you, it would be rather dull, and the fans would not approve. Understood, Huang Kaivun replied, making his way towards the players' tunnel. Along the way, numerous Real Madrid staff greeted him warmly. Upon reaching the entrance of the box, Huang Kaivun felt a wave of apprehension. With a soft click, the door to the box opened. As he stepped inside, an unusual scent filled the air. We were just wondering where you had been substituted, Adriana, the team manager's wife, remarked with a smile. Where else would I go? Huang Kaivun chuckled as he settled onto the sofa. Did you see Lily when you returned? The young lady inquired playfully. Where did she go? Huang Kaivun asked, noticing Lily was absent. There are mosquitoes in here. She went outside for some fresh air, the young lady replied with a wink. Huang Kaivun sensed mischief afoot, but felt it was not appropriate to inquire further with Adriana present. He sat on the sofa, listening to Adriana and the young lady converse, occasionally interjecting his thoughts. Adriana asked, Kaivun, do you have concerns about the Spanish economy? Indeed, I hold reservations, Huang Kaivun nodded. If you seek investment opportunities, I would recommend Milan. Upon hearing Adriana's question, Huang Kaivun inferred her intentions. Wealthy individuals often grapple with a singular dilemma, how to safeguard their assets. Even with ample funds, they must devise strategies to combat inflation. Athletes, lacking business acumen and networks, frequently engage in various ventures, most of which result in losses or fraud. Could you elaborate on that? Adriana inquired. Italy is a puppet of the United States. I apologize if I offend you, Huang Kaivun continued, noting that Adriana remained unfazed. With American backing, Italy's economy is more robust and offers greater opportunities. You possess connections in Milan, and both Milan and Italian fans would support your endeavors. I cannot fathom any advantages Spain might offer. I even worry that they might revoke the Beckham Law and impose back taxes on me. The Beckham Law, established during Florentino's tenure to attract foreign players, allowed exceptional foreign athletes to pay only a 24% income tax, while Spanish nationals faced a 43% rate. Huang Kaivun's concerns were not unfounded. He vividly recalled how the Spanish tax authorities relished in post-facto audits, employing unscrupulous tactics to extract payments even from those who had not evaded taxes. Very well, I shall ponder this further, Adriana concluded. With another soft click, the door to the box resonated once more. Lily pushed the door open and was pleasantly surprised to see Kevin Huang, exclaiming, What brings you here? I was substituted. Kevin replied, affectionately ruffling Lily's hair. She nestled against him, exuding a compelling charm. Adriana glanced at Barbara inquiringly. Barbara, with a smile, replied, Oh, it's nothing. I like Lily too. If Kevin is happy, that's what matters. You truly are magnanimous, Adriana remarked after a few moments. You wouldn't understand, the young lady said with a hint of profundity. Watching Lily pull Kevin out the door, she too wished to join the excursion, but alas, she was bound to her current duties. In the corridors of Bernabeu, Calderon stood before Kevin, saying, Kevin, you should be a contender for the Laureus Award. I apologize, Mr. President, but I have other commitments, Kevin replied, holding Lily's hand. On one side was Lily's eager invitation, and on the other, a conversation about an award with the Mediterranean president. One could easily discern which path to choose. Lily, unable to contain her excitement, pulled Kevin away. As Calderon watched Kevin's figure fade, he let his smile dissipate. He murmured to himself, Always remain humble in the presence of those who can assist you. He was acutely aware of who had provided him with everything he possessed. Kevin never imagined he would revisit this place. If pressed to pinpoint the most memorable aspect of Bernabeu, he would unequivocally respond, "The restroom." It held countless memories for him, particularly that unforgettable night when defeat loomed. Fortunately, Lily was not Shakira. The young girl quickly adapted to the French language. Kevin, wary of missing the post-match celebrations, decided to temporarily forego punishing the vanquished, planning to thoroughly conquer Paris later that evening. After a brief respite outside with Lily, Kevin noted the time and asked, "Can you return to the box on your own?" "I should be fine," Lily replied softly. "Never mind. I'll escort you back," he said, bending down to scoop her into a princess carry as they headed toward the box. The expressions of the Real Madrid staff they passed were quite amusing. Lily buried her face in Kevin's chest, saying, "They might tell the reporters." "Well, the Sun has mentioned it several times already. I don't mind," she added. Kevin chuckled, "Neither do I." Lily looked up and said, "Exactly." Kevin pressed a gentle kiss on her forehead and reassured her, "Then let them talk." "Yes, let them talk," Lily exclaimed, raising her fist in determination. After delivering Lily back to the box, Kevin swiftly turned and dashed downstairs. Upon reaching the players' tunnel, he found his teammates changing clothes. "Where have you been?" "You're drenched in sweat," Cassano inquired. "The weather is sweltering," Kevin replied, fanning himself. "Indeed, it is quite hot," Ramos remarked, handing Kevin a new jersey after changing. Though he was suspended by the Spanish Football Federation and could not participate in the Copa del Rey match, he was permitted to celebrate and receive awards. "What was the score?" "I was preoccupied with other matters," Kevin asked, covering his mouth. Antonio Cassano was overheard remarking once more with disdain. In the second half, they relaxed, allowing Getafe to seize numerous opportunities. "Had you not scored 5 goals, we might have faced defeat today," Ramos murmured. "Winning is what matters," replied Huang Kaivun, changing into his attire and standing behind Raul. The atmosphere at the Bernabeu had reached a fever pitch. Even from the corridor, one could hear the fervor of the fans. This was not merely a Copa del Rey, it was a treble triumph. Previously, Real Madrid had refrained from celebrating their La Liga and Champions League victories, and the fans had been simmering with anticipation for over a month. The stadium's DJ heralded the team's accomplishments for the season, and cheers cascaded like waves. Raul stepped onto the pitch, applauding the stands. The DJ of the Bernabeu boomed, "It is our captain, Raul, Raul, Raul." Huang Kaivun followed closely behind Raul onto the field. "St. Kevin, St. Kevin, St. Kevin." Before the DJ could announce anything, the fans had already chanted Huang Kaivun's name. He waved to the stands, and the loudest screams of the day erupted in the Bernabeu. The female fans in Spain were particularly enthusiastic. As the Real Madrid players ascended to the stands and exchanged handshakes with the Federation officials, Raul received a small trophy from King Juan Carlos of Spain. Huang Kaivun approached to shake hands and accept the trophy. Juan Carlos expressed, "Thank you for your contributions to Spanish football and the nation. I have recommended to the Prime Minister that you be awarded the Order of Queen Isabella and the Civil Merit Medal. I sincerely appreciate your support." Huang Kaivun nodded in acknowledgement. The 2 medals mentioned by Juan Carlos are bestowed upon Spaniards or foreigners who have contributed to Spanish civil society or diplomacy. The Order of Queen Isabella, in particular, was originally named after the Catholic Queen Isabella's Royal Order for the Americas. Following the Champions League final, Marca had already broached the topic of honors, so Huang Kaivun was somewhat prepared. While taking that penalty on the pitch, he had not given it much thought. However, the reverberations of this event were far from over. Newspapers in both Spain and Italy continued to sensationalize the story. Each morning, he awoke to headlines extolling his virtues. Huang Kaivun suspected that perhaps the young lady had a hand in this. After all the Real Madrid players had received their small trophies, Raul ascended a level and accepted the enormous trophy from Juan Carlos, raising it high with one arm. The Bernabeu transformed into a joyous sea. Champions, treble winners, champions, treble winners. It was late when they departed from the Bernabeu. Huang Kaivun did not invite his teammates to celebrate at home. Instead, his Milan teammates opted to stay at his residence. He did not forget his good friend Ramos, though there was an uninvited guest. After chatting for a while at home, Maldini and the others retired for the night. While the adults managed, the children could hardly endure. With no inclination for sleep, Huang Kaivun embraced the young lady and Lily while watching television. "This world is truly unfair," Cassano remarked with a hint of jealousy. "Indeed," came the reply. Inzaghi nodded and remarked, "I am so handsome, yet I have never simultaneously dated 2 girlfriends." "Perhaps your other attributes are not sufficiently remarkable," Ramos quipped, casting a glance between Inzaghi's legs. Feeling uneasy under Ramos's gaze, Inzaghi shifted his hips and retorted, "Young man, if I were to venture into filmmaking, I would drive every woman in the world wild." Ramos scoffed, changing the channel to a talk show with a remote control. On the television, a guest lamented, "I can hardly distinguish between Asians. Who is Chinese, who is Japanese, and who is Korean?" Presently, there are numerous discussions surrounding China. Ramos turned to say, "The number of Asian tourists in Madrid has indeed increased significantly. Milan also sees its fair share of Asian visitors," Inzaghi added. In truth, discerning individuals from these three nations is quite simple. The talk show host exaggeratedly gestured. His words attracted the attention of several people on the sofa, including Huang Kaivun, who was curious about the host's method. The host explained, "At the Bernabeu, if you find a person picking up trash and they cover their face upon noticing a camera, they are likely Chinese. If they deliberately seek the lens, they are Japanese." "And what about Koreans?" a guest inquired with curiosity. "Koreans tend to throw down trash or engage in other mischievous acts in front of the camera while speaking Chinese or Japanese," the host replied. Huang Kaivun couldn't help but chuckle. This host has quite a profound understanding. It is evident he has researched this topic. But how would one differentiate without a camera? Inzaghi, seated with his legs crossed on the sofa, questioned, admitting his own inability to discern between Chinese, Japanese, and Korean individuals. Huang Kaivun smiled and said, "If you speak to them in English, claiming to be American, and they respond rudely or with disdain, then they are my compatriots." "And how does one distinguish between Japanese and Koreans?" Casillas asked, intrigued. The others perked up their ears to listen. "Those who continuously bow and apologize are Japanese. If you toss away your lunch meat or snacks, and they dash to catch it, they are Koreans." The following day, the Milan star remaining in Madrid became an audience member, following Real Madrid fans through the streets during the championship parade. Almudena Cathedral, the Madrid regional government, the city hall, and ultimately, the Plaza de las Cibeles. Raúl, draped in the team flag, adorned the statue of the goddess of abundance with a Real Madrid scarf and tenderly kissed her. Upon returning home, the eldest daughter portrayed the goddess of the sacred flame, Hestia, while Lily became Demeter, the goddess of harvest. Huang Kaivun's understanding of Greek mythology deepened. Fortunately, the soundproofing in the house was excellent. Otherwise, the teammates temporarily staying over would have suffered. On June 26th, Huang Kaivun was awakened early by the eldest daughter for preparations. Today marked the day of the Laureus World Sports Awards. Though the ceremony was in the evening, the eldest daughter insisted he rise at dawn. When he descended the stairs, he found Inzaghi, still bleary-eyed, seated at the dining table. "Good morning, Kevin," greeted Maldini, raising his hand. "I see you have yet to rise. Adriana has gone to prepare breakfast. I feel terribly guilty for making our guests prepare breakfast. What is Albert doing?" Huang Kaivun inquired, feeling that it was quite rude to impose such a task on the guests. "There's no need for fuss. I am ready," Adriana remarked as she turned around. Kevin Huang, still drowsy, took a seat at the dining table. Observing that Inzaghi had also been compelled to rise, he felt a sense of equilibrium within himself. The Laureus Award of 2007 honors athletes or teams who exhibited exceptional performances from January 1, 2006 to December 31, 2006. Maldini and the others remained in Spain in preparation for the award ceremony, to be held in Barcelona. In a World Cup year, there was no suspense regarding which team would receive the team award. "Hurry and eat, gentlemen. You need to prepare your acceptance speeches, as I shall be departing shortly," Adriana announced while placing coffee and buttered bread before them. "Do you think you can win the Laureus Award?" Inzaghi inquired, sipping his coffee with disheveled hair. "How would I know? No player has ever won the Best Male Athlete Award, right?" Kevin Huang replied. "Indeed." Inzaghi nodded, adding, "I actually believe you should have won the Laureus Award last year. No other player in your position has led a team to triumph in the Champions League." "I concur," Maldini echoed with a nod. "Perhaps they believe Federer is superior," Kevin Huang remarked, reluctant to dwell on last year's events, and asked, "What about Gennaro? Why haven't I seen him and his wife?" "They took their child to Barcelona early this morning. They will have lunch with their national team teammates before attending the ceremony," Maldini explained. "What about Sergio and Antonio?" Kevin Huang pressed. "It's strange not to see my good friend Ramos. When we got up, they had just finished playing games and were heading to bed," Inzaghi replied. Kevin Huang nodded. "Let them stay behind to watch the house. With Ramos around, I needn't worry about that fellow Casillas destroying it." The young lady and Lily descended after their makeup. coinciding perfectly for breakfast together. After the meal, Kevin Huang was pulled away to try on suits. After trying on more than 10 outfits and countless accessories, the two girls finally nodded in approval. Following a flight of over an hour, they arrived in Barcelona. After a brief preparation, they proceeded to the awards ceremony venue. Kevin Huang recognized many familiar faces. Among the nominees for Best Male Athlete were not only King Huang, but also F1's Alonso, tennis ace Federer, Jamaican sprinter Powell, legendary racer Schumacher, and golf titan Woods. Apart from King Huang, there was not a single football player present. Kevin Huang was intrigued. Could he intercept other athletes from different sports? And what rewards would such an interception yield? Today felt somewhat lacking. He had been torn for a long time over whether to write about the national football team. If he did, the top 10 goals and the 10 less remarkable ones would take up considerable space. The images were manageable, but he feared that readers might not be interested, coupled with the extensive word count. Hence, he decided against it and wished to hear others' opinions. In the end, it returned to the customary request for monthly votes and recommendations. The biggest winner of the sports Oscars, Schumacher, approached and said, "Long time no see, Kevin. I was present at the last two finals of Real Madrid. Oh God. It is truly unfortunate to be your rival, and equally unfortunate to be in opposition to you," Huang Kaivun remarked with a smile, patting the old racing king's shoulder after their embrace. "It is different. It is indeed different," Schumacher replied, shaking his head. "In Formula One, the car is paramount. The driver is secondary. You could win everything in any pair of sneakers, but I cannot secure a championship with just any vehicle. Do not be overly modest." Huang Kaivun chuckled. In the paddock, Schumacher was a tyrant, yet he possessed a remarkable social acumen. Polite words were merely for show. Huang Kaivun would not take them to heart. "My God, let me see who this is," Fernando Alonso exclaimed dramatically, hastening to Huang Kaivun's side. Schumacher smiled at Huang Kaivun and chose to depart, for his relationship with Alonso was fraught with tension. Last year, Alonso had publicly disparaged him in the newspapers. The anguish of being defeated by Alonso in 2005 due to an inferior car, and then being bested by him in 2006, the year of his retirement, was a lasting pain in Schumacher's heart. Even after retirement, encountering Alonso made him uneasy. "Hello." Huang Kaivun extended his hand. He did not follow F1 closely, yet he often came across news of Alonso, the renowned Real Madrid supporter, in the papers. Alonso shook Huang Kaivun's hand and said, "If you were wearing sneakers, I would genuinely want to kneel and polish them for you. I believe every Real Madrid fan shares this sentiment." "Ice cream has no such aspirations," Huang Kaivun replied with a smile. Real Madrid fans are affectionately referred to as merengues, which means cream ice cream. To his surprise, the superstar was quite amusing. "Perhaps we could spend time together, playing tennis or swimming," Alonso suggested. He participated in various sports during his downtime. Alonso enjoyed football, cycling, tennis, and swimming. "Let us forego tennis. We can swim together or engage in other activities," Huang Kaivun responded. Even after drawing the card for tennis proficiency, the gap between him and Federer remained akin to that between an ordinary professional athlete and Pepe. The chasm between professional tennis players and the average person was even more pronounced than the one separating him from Federer. Occasionally, he played tennis at home. With Lily and the young lady on his team, even if Huang Kaivun held back, the two girls would swiftly find themselves outmatched. Thus, he preferred not to play tennis with friends, as the disparity in skill rendered the experience rather dull. "I apologize. I must greet others," Huang Kaivun said, spotting a familiar face and addressing Alonso. "Please," Alonso dramatically bent at the waist, extending one hand, adopting the tone of a hotel servant. Huang Kaivun had not anticipated that Alonso, aside from being quite talkative, was also rather entertaining. This could be attributed to the lack of competition between them. Huang Kaivun then greeted Ma Xiaoxiu, the young female footballer who had been nominated for Rookie of the Year. Afterward, he exchanged pleasantries with players from the Italian team and his AC Milan teammates before taking a seat in the front row with the young lady and Lily. The Lawrence Award is often dubbed the Oscar of sports, yet it attracts a considerable number of celebrities from the fashion world as well. A brief glance revealed Morgan Freeman, Argentine supermodel Valeria Mazza, and numerous actors from American television series in attendance. "What do you think of her?" the young lady whispered to Huang Kaivun, her gaze directed towards Maria Sharapova, a nominee for the Best Female Athlete of the Year. "Let's not dwell on that," Huang Kaivun replied, placing his hand on the young lady to keep her composed. "Many people admire her." The young lady chuckled softly. A magazine survey declared her the dream girl of today's youth. That's only because they haven't surveyed me, Huang Kaivun retorted, shaking his head. Western media greatly idolizes Sharapova, the tennis player who has secured numerous endorsements for fashion products. Yet, Sharapova's robust physique does not align with Huang Kaivun's aesthetic preferences. If one were to speak of beautiful female athletes, he believed that female high jumpers possess a more graceful form, while Russian figure skaters exhibit greater beauty. The awards ceremony was hosted by Hollywood stars Cuba Gooding Jr. and Terry Hatcher. Hatcher, known for her roles as Superman's girlfriend and a Bond girl, experienced a career resurgence thanks to her portrayal of Susan in Desperate Housewives. Cuba Gooding Jr. earned the Academy Award for Best Supporting Actor for his role as a football player in the film Jerry Maguire. And his line "Show me the money" resonated deeply with Huang Kaivun, revealing the film's profound narrative. After the hosts exchanged a few words, a montage of extreme sports highlights was showcased. American surfer Kelly Slater was awarded the title of Best Extreme Athlete of the Year. Following a handshake with the hosts, Zoff took to the stage to present the award for Best Team of the Year. The nominees included AC Milan, the New Zealand national rugby team, the European Ryder Cup team, the Italian national team, the Renault team, and the Spanish basketball national team. Huang Kaivun featured prominently in the Milan montage. "Do you think Milan can win?" Lily whispered. "It's unlikely," Huang Kaivun replied, shaking his head. His individual performance stands out too much, which detracts from the overall evaluation. And in a World Cup year, defeating the reigning champions is exceedingly difficult. Italy's victory this time was a testament to teamwork. Zoff's role as a presenter was a clear indication. Indeed, when he revealed the card from the envelope with a smile, he announced, "The Italian men's football team." Lippi ascended the stage amidst applause. The large screen showcased Italy's journey to victory, featuring scenes from the locker room. Although Huang Kaivun did not appear, the moment when Maldini expressed his gratitude on camera drew many eyes towards him. The players of the Italian national team applauded Huang Kaivun. At a time when both they and the nation had lost confidence, it was the then Milan number 10 who inspired them. Recognition from the finest player ignited their fighting spirit. Huang Kaivun withdrew his hands and joined in the applause for the world champions. As the focus returned to the stage, Lippi addressed the audience, stating that teamwork is paramount. On the grand stage of the World Cup, the players united, and we achieved the finest results. It was also significant that Paolo decided to participate in the World Cup, and Kevin's support was invaluable. Although I am a champion coach, I am merely one among the many striving for victory. Without the efforts of the players and staff, we would not have lifted the coveted trophy. Thus, this award belongs to every member of the Italian team, to the fans who support us, and to Kevin. The room erupted in enthusiastic applause. The camera intentionally focused on one of the nominees for the Best Comeback Award, Zidane, who, of course, did not join in the applause. Zidane and the French team nearly clinched the Best Team Award. This accolade, in World Cup years, is reserved for the champions. Zidane is an emotional player, often clashing with opponents on the field. Even in this setting, he refuses to disguise his true self. The mystery of what Materazzi said to Zidane remains one of football's great enigmas. French fans harbor a deep-seated resentment towards Materazzi, yet for Italian supporters, Materazzi's actions leading to Zidane's ejection were pivotal in securing the championship for Italy. Indeed, today Kevin Huang has 3 nominations. It remains to be seen if he will claim the Laureus Award. Our women's football player, Ma Xiaoxiu, has been nominated for the Best Newcomer Award, which is about to be presented. In this context, it seems Ma Xiaoxiu stands a greater chance of winning than Kevin Huang. This is not mere speculation. The Best Newcomer Award hinges on performance. While the best male athlete in team sports is often at a disadvantage, the award should rightly go to Federer or Powell. How is she even a contender for Best Newcomer? Mauresmo has won a Grand Slam, yet after so many years in tennis, she can still be considered for this honor? Who knows? For now, we shall see what unfolds for Kevin Huang. Subsequently, the Best Comeback Award was presented to Serena Williams, while Beckenbauer received the Lifetime Achievement Award. Kevin Huang joined the audience in a standing ovation. In the inaugural Laureus Awards, Pelé had received this honor, and Beckenbauer's recognition was merely a matter of time. After 2 presenters took the stage, they announced the nominees for the Best Sporting Spirit Award. Presenter Daley Thompson introduced the nominees, stating that each individual and team is deserving of this accolade. However, regrettably, there can only be one trophy. Over the past year, and indeed longer, one athlete has epitomized sporting spirit, tirelessly returning from injuries to compete for each championship, conquering the world with his prowess. I am certain that no one here is unfamiliar with him. Let us congratulate Kevin on receiving the 2007 Laureus Best Sporting Spirit Award. Upon hearing the announcement, Kevin Huang paused momentarily. He noticed the system had completed an upgrade, revealing a plethora of notifications. Urged on by the young lady, Kevin rose to embrace her and Lily, then swiftly ascended the stage. Daley Thompson shook Kevin's hand and said, "Congratulations, Kevin. Your performances on and off the field are truly remarkable. You are a role model for me." Kevin smiled in response. Daley Thompson is regarded as one of the greatest athletes in British history. After his illustrious career in the decathlon, he embarked on a professional football journey. Kevin Huang believes he can indeed learn from Thompson and explore other pursuits post-retirement. Placing the trophy on the podium, Huang adjusted the microphone and, bending slightly, expressed his gratitude. "It is a great honor to receive this award. The spirit of competition not only seeks to be faster and stronger, but also demands fairness and justice. I strive to resist various temptations to avoid disappointing those who love me. I must thank Barbara, Lily, my teammates, and the fans who support me, as well as my dear friends Kaká, Ramos, and Cruyff. Without you, I would not be standing here." Huang descended the stage amidst applause. The young ladies, Miss and Lily, rushed into Huang's embrace, eliciting a light-hearted chuckle from the audience. Little Cuba, Godin, mimicked Huang's tone, saying, "The support from Barbara and Lily is vital. But I doubt that old Berlusconi and Phil Collins would support Kevin." This remark prompted even greater laughter from the crowd. Americans indeed possess a certain audacity. Humorously teasing two devoted sons, Terry Hatcher inquired, "Even if it is a father, shouldn't he allow his child to make friends?" I recall Kevin mentioning his friendship with Barbara. "And surely Lily is also a good friend, right?" Huang raised the hands of the two young women in response to the host's jest. The audience erupted in applause once more, this time for Huang's grace and courage. Many at the award ceremony would have been irked by the host's teasing. Inzaghi, with a hint of envy, remarked, "Kevin, that little rascal, truly leads an extraordinary life. At times, I wish I could be him." One should not be too greedy. Gattuso chimed in. Fans would also aspire to be as handsome and accomplished as Inzaghi. Gattuso did not comprehend what Inzaghi found lacking. As a player's life far exceeds that of an ordinary person, he now cherishes everything football has bestowed upon him. "Damn it, handsome is not the term for me. It's striking, do you understand?" Inzaghi protested. "Very well, striking Filippo, and even more striking Kevin, who surpasses you in looks. No wonder you feel envious." Gattuso nodded. "What envy? I would never be jealous of Kevin. We are the Milan Three Musketeers." Inzaghi retorted. "I merely lament that Kevin has won everything. He might truly be a son of God." "You cannot only see the bright side," Maldini interjected. "Are you unaware of how many times Kevin has been injured? If I had endured such dreadful injuries, I might have made the same choice as Dyler and stepped away from the pitch." While you admire Kevin's success, you should also recognize the immense effort he has put in to return. He has nearly lost his life on the field several times. I believe the honors he has received do not adequately reflect his sacrifices. Indeed, Pirlo nodded. Considering the injuries Kevin has faced, I never envy what he has achieved. His current accolades are earned through the very essence of his being. Yes, you are all correct, Inzaghi conceded with a pout. He merely expressed his sentiments, yet was met with admonishment from that group of rascals. Were he to voice his thoughts, he would certainly not wish to endure the same multitude of injuries as Huang Kaivun. The title of the annual Best Disabled Athlete was bestowed upon Martin Braithwaite. The previous recipient of the Laureus Sports for Good Award, Janica Kostrich, unveiled the envelope. Gazing intently at Huang Kaivun as she proclaimed, "There is an athlete who has established a foundation that aids countless individuals, including some young people in my homeland of Croatia who have been ravaged by violence and crime. Thank you, Kevin, for all that you do for this world." Ding. Intercepting British boxer Luke Dott, Huang Kaivun can now confidently assert that he can vie for awards typically reserved for athletes of other disciplines. After embracing Kostrich and receiving the trophy, Huang Kaivun once again stood before the podium. During his earlier acceptance speech, the presenter remarked that everyone deserves a trophy, and indeed, that is true. My receipt of the Sports Philanthropy Award is due to the greater visibility afforded to footballers, which does not imply that I am superior to other candidates. Each act of kindness carries equal weight, and the stories of my fellow nominees continually remind me of my responsibility to contribute to this world. In the days to come, I shall persist in my efforts, declared Huang Kaivun, raising the trophy with one hand. The concert hall in Barcelona erupted in the day's most fervent applause. In the Western world, the topic of charity remains perpetually captivating. It neither offends diverse groups nor fails to enhance one's reputation. As Huang Kaivun descended the stage, numerous acquaintances and strangers alike stood to shake his hand. Upon returning to his table, he opened his palm to reveal several small notes inscribed with phone numbers. Perhaps you could select two, remarked the young lady as she eyed the lipstick-written notes. Huang Kaivun playfully slapped her shoulder and whispered in her ear, "Refrain from speaking such nonsense, or you shall learn what the top 10 tortures entail." Who's afraid of whom? Come on. The young lady gazed at Huang Kaivun with wide, innocent eyes. Huang Kaivun pondered that he truly had no effective means to address the situation at the award ceremony. Once he returned to rest, he must ensure the young lady comprehends his prowess. The next segment featured the two most significant individual awards. Hening, Yelena Isinbayeva, Kluft, Manadu, Moresmo, and Sharapova competed for the title of Best Female Athlete, and the presenter announced the winner, the Russian pole vault queen, Isinbayeva. Isinbayeva covered her mouth, shedding tears of joy, standing on stage for several moments before regaining her composure to deliver her acceptance speech. Lily and the young lady simultaneously grasped Huang Kaivun's hand. Once Isinbayeva descended from the stage, the young lady remarked, "The Best Male Athlete Award is rather unkind to team sports. Even if you do not win, do not be disheartened. Indeed, in my heart, you are the finest," Lily declared, raising her fist. The large screen illuminated the photographs of the nominees for Best Male Athlete. Following this is the captivating display of Fernando Alonso's offensive and defensive maneuvers on the F1 circuit. Each candidate is accompanied by a brief video, with Huang Kaivun's highlight reel showcasing his memorable header against Barcelona during his time at AC Milan, culminating in a climactic moment. This is regarded as the most prestigious award of the day, hence its placement at the conclusion of the ceremony. The commentators and fans before the television screen are filled with anticipation. In 2006, Huang Kaivun was unable to secure the title of Best Male Athlete despite his remarkable performance in the 2004 to 2005 UEFA Champions League final, leading to concerns that he might once again miss out on the trophy. There are murmurs of conspiracy surrounding the award. Many believe that Kaivun deserved the accolade long ago. Indeed, football is the world's foremost sport. Why should my husband not be honored as the best male athlete? Bestowing upon Kaivun a Lifetime Achievement Award at this juncture would not be excessive. Even the Pope has publicly praised him on several occasions. Kaivun, no, my dear. I was wrong. I truly was wrong, a fan laments. Do not be too disheartened. Perhaps next time Kaivun will reach out to you again, another reassures. The award ceremony is about to commence. Will Huang Kaivun finally claim the honor? It remains uncertain, as Federer has won the Best Male Athlete title for 2 consecutive years, and it appears likely he may receive it again. How can one argue that Huang Kaivun's performance is not superior to Federer's? In all my years of watching, I have never witnessed a player as extraordinary as him. Such sentiments are countered with the acknowledgement of Federer's formidable dominance in tennis. Ultimately, the nature of team sports presents a challenge. Those who have witnessed Huang Kaivun's prowess on the football field understand his commanding presence. When his teammates falter, he often carries the burden alone, having salvaged his team's efforts on numerous occasions. Speculation arises about whether Huang Kaivun might retire to pursue other ventures if he does not win. It is rumored he excels in several sports. His athletic talent is indeed remarkable, a fact that commands respect. Yet, who can truly know? Just as I cannot predict how Huang Kaivun scores, I cannot fathom his thoughts. Our minds do not align. With his fame and wealth, coupled with myriad interests, it would not be surprising if he chose to retire from football entirely. If I were in his position, I would have long ceased playing, opting instead to indulge in leisure activities with hired companions. Suddenly, the news erupts. It's Huang Kaivun. The forums explode with excitement. Posts about Huang Kaivun flood every corner of the internet. Editors from major online media outlets swiftly release their prepared articles. The editorial departments of traditional media transform into bustling hubs, with newspapers contacting printing houses urgently. Print more, print as much as possible. Chinese player Huang Kaivun has secured 3 Laureus Awards. This guarantees sales. At the command, the printing presses roar to life, churning out fresh stacks of newspapers imbued with the scent of ink. These will soon be dispatched to various newsstands, prominently displayed. Upon receiving a system notification, Huang Kaivun's eyes widened in astonishment. He truly did not anticipate that he, Huang, would be awarded the title of annual Best Male Athlete. Even his bodyguard, Neil, was aware of the considerable disadvantages faced by athletes in team sports during this selection process. As he prepared to attend the awards ceremony in Barcelona, Huang Kaivun had resigned himself to the idea that he would leave empty-handed. Yet, now he stood as the evening's most triumphant winner. Rising to embrace the young lady and Lily amidst the resounding applause, he ascended the stage once more. "Congratulations, Kaivun." Terry Heichel extended his hand. Huang Kaivun replied with a smile, "Thank you." Once again standing before the podium, Huang Kaivun surveyed the entire Barcelona concert hall before leaning in to speak. "This result has taken me by surprise. Until the very moment of the announcement, I never imagined I would once again stand here as the first football player to receive the Laureus Award for Best Male Athlete. I must express my gratitude to all those who love and support me. Thank you. I love you all." The Laureus Award ceremony was far more vibrant than the Ballon d'Or. Those who toil in the entertainment and fashion industries evidently possess a greater acumen for social interactions than athletes. A supermodel or actor can effortlessly engage with multiple athletes across various disciplines, initiating or redirecting conversations without a hint of awkwardness, often displaying expressions of awe or admiration to satisfy the athlete's vanity. Huang Kaivun was undoubtedly the star of the evening, having secured 3 awards. There was no escaping the multitude eager to offer their congratulations, whether familiar or not. With the young lady and Lily by his side, supermodels gravitated toward Huang Kaivun, intrigued not only by his achievements on the pitch, but also by his ever-growing personal wealth. Huang Kaivun found himself intoxicated once more. The planned celebratory activities for the evening could not proceed, as he was escorted back to his hotel room by his bodyguard, the domestic realm, with a time difference of 7 hours, was already basking in daylight. The news of Huang Kaivun's triumphant acquisition of 3 Laureus Awards swept across all media channels like autumn leaves in a brisk wind, with radio, television, newspapers, and both traditional and new media clamoring to report on the event. Legend promptly launched a new campaign to increase engagement. Some astute merchants advertised on small blackboards, "In celebration of Huang Kaivun's Laureus Award triumph, enjoy a buy 2 get 1 free deal on fried dough sticks." Across the vast expanse of China, Huang Kaivun's name resonated. Had Ancelotti heard of it, he would surely lament the missed opportunity to harness such goodwill. Those commuting to work or school, leisurely strolling with birdcages, or squatting in alleyways to play chess would seize any opportunity to discuss Huang Kaivun's accolades. A few hours later, the front pages of major European media outlets were similarly dominated by images of Huang Kaivun proudly holding the Laureus Award trophy. Gazzetta dello Sport: "Kaivun's victory is well-deserved. He is the best athlete of the past few years." Corriere dello Sport: "Kaivun becomes the first football player to receive the Laureus Award for Best Male Athlete." The pressure now rests entirely upon Calderon, as Abramovich has expressed his willingness to utilize a buyout clause to secure Kevin. Should Calderon delay in presenting a reasonable offer, he risks losing the brightest star from the Bernabeu. Federer has faced unjust treatment. Kevin's renown determines the rightful recipient of the Best Male Athlete accolade. Collins has voiced his discontent with Giltavoman, asserting that his ex-wife should not entangle their daughter with Kevin. According to neighbors interviewed, the rock star was heard smashing numerous items while demanding a shotgun to confront Kevin. Indeed, he may require a weapon, for Kevin's physical prowess could easily incapacitate Collins with a mere instinctive block. Kevin has become the first player to secure the Champions League title for 3 consecutive years since its reform. Over the past 3 seasons, he has amassed countless championships and personal accolades. At just 24 years of age, his career achievements already rival those of many legendary players. The world is abuzz with discussions surrounding Huang Kaivun. It wasn't until the afternoon that Huang Kaivun finally stirred from slumber, discovering Lily gazing intently at him. He embraced her and inquired, "When did you wake?" "I've been awake for several hours," she replied. "Then why not get up?" he asked. "I simply don't want to," Lily replied with a smile. "If you don't wish to rise, then remain in bed," Huang Kaivun murmured. "Let us team up to teach Barbara a lesson." "Really? I'm in," Lily exclaimed joyfully. Amidst the ladies' exclamations, a contest of many against few commenced. After ordering room service for dinner that evening, Huang Kaivun recalled the system matters and hastily checked. Notifications flooded the screen. The king of football system Pro Max version successfully upgraded. Ding. Successfully intercepted Hetafe player Belen's Kings Cup Championship. Ding. Successfully intercepted Hetafe player Geis's Kings Cup Championship. Skill activation successful. Characteristic copied. Ding. Successfully intercepted Hetafe player Cosmin Contra's Kings Cup Championship. Skill activation successful. Characteristic copied. Season concluded. Rewards calculated. Due to excessive training time and appearances, rewards reduced. Received 1,500 fate points. Ding. Season conclusion awarded special template. Due to excessive training time and appearances. The special template, Muri Ran, has been altered to replicate one characteristic of the special template. Ding. Successfully intercepted Barcelona's Best Competitive Spirit Award. Skill activation successful. Characteristics of several club staff and players copied. Ding. Successfully intercepted Luc Deor and Lawrence's Best Public Welfare Sports Fund Award. Skill activation successful. Characteristic copied. Ding. Successfully intercepted Federer's Best Lawrence Male Athlete Award. Skill activation successful. Characteristic copied. Ding. The King of Football System Pro Max version will undergo continuous operation. Upgrade expected duration. 30 days. Huang Kaivun gazed at the multitude of rewards. I distinctly feel that this time I have struck gold. The question of whether Huang Kaivun can conquer Federer is one that has occupied my thoughts throughout the morning at work. Upon reflection, I recalled that despite his remarkable performance in the 0405 UEFA Champions League, he did not secure the 2006 Laureus Best Male Athlete Award. By 2007, Huang Kaivun's reputation had grown significantly. What the king of football, Messi, could achieve, the king of tennis, Huang, could also accomplish. It is indeed reasonable to assert that he is worthy of defeating Federer. Therefore, based on his performance from January to December in 2006, and the equilibrium sought from the 2005 UEFA Champions League, attaining the Best Male Athlete Award seems justified. Ultimately, I have yet to detail the specific characteristics, as the multitude of factors to consider is overwhelming, ranging from intrigue to various aspects. After this chapter is published, Lao Yi will further design the functions and descriptions of these characteristics. I seek your understanding. Once again, it is a festive occasion. My greatest wish is for health, peace, and joy. May every reader experience a wonderful 2023. This chapter concludes with Huang Kaivun, the Little Rocket. Initially, he possessed 7,680 fate points, and after an addition of 1,500, he reached 9,180 points. There is also a hint regarding modifying Casillas' fate, which granted him an additional 200 points, bringing his total to 9,380 points, ever closer to the pinnacle template. Huang Kaivun has decided to postpone his examination of Casillas' fate until the end. Characteristic: late bloomer. Geisa, after the age of 27, your abilities will experience a significant enhancement. It is quite normal for one's skills to improve with experience, and substantial growth is not uncommon. The late bloomers include players like Bierhoff, who rose to fame in the European Championship, as well as Huang Kaivun's former Milan teammate Tony and an array of players like Vardy from Leicester City. Such players possess innate qualities and psychological resilience. Once placed in an appropriate tactical system or experiencing a sudden epiphany, they can truly soar. Yet, Huang himself is already exceptionally talented. Through relentless effort, he has secured the Ballon d'Or for 2 consecutive years. Further enhancement seems unlikely to breach the ceiling of the football realm. Alas, Huang Kaivun feels he has squandered such a remarkable trait. Having a solid foundation can be a double-edged sword. Characteristic: right-sided contra. The notion of having a left Carlos and a right contra has long existed. Contra is known for his exquisite footwork. When you play on the right wing, your dribbling skills and the arc of your crosses will improve, while your one-on-one defensive abilities and positional awareness will significantly decline. This characteristic is yet another double-edged sword. However, Huang Kaivun believes the negative impacts are minimal. It is almost inconceivable for him to play as a full-back, and being outmaneuvered as a winger is not a significant concern. Given his tactical standing, should he be bypassed, fans would likely commend his defensive efforts. Previously, there was a characteristic, Zamalia, that enhanced the accuracy of right-wing crosses. Now, with the addition of dribbling and cross-arc improvements, Huang, the king of yellow, is reasonably competent on the right wing. The combination of these two right-sided characteristics, while not quite matching the king of the left wing, can be seen as a youthful version of the king of the right wing. The ability to replicate such traits in second-tier players has left Huang Kaivun exceedingly satisfied. Characteristics: Angel's Orchid, Mal slightly enhances physical fitness, making it easier to engage in various sports. This trait is endearing to nearly everyone. Some may even derive happiness from witnessing your joyful life. Even when you err occasionally, even the sternest individuals find it hard to chastise you. However, there exists a minor drawback. You may occasionally lose your way when acting alone. Astonishingly, Huang Kaivun anticipated that this would pertain to Leland's lethal karate prowess, only to discover it was this particular trait. The slight enhancement in physical capabilities is indeed beneficial. The lower difficulty in mastering sports likely refers to a simple introduction, sufficient for casual engagement, even if Leland's athletic talent does not receive full dedication. Achieving a professional level in other sports remains elusive. Huang Kaivun himself possesses commendable athletic prowess, and with a mastery of nearly 100 points, he could attain a professional standard, rendering this aspect somewhat unnecessary. The next characteristic is paramount. Originally, Huang Kaivun was already quite popular. This trait will further amplify his appeal. The only concern is the possibility of becoming disoriented, but considering Leland's fortune, the probability of losing one's way should not be significantly high. Leland often encounters various people and events when she strays. It remains to be seen what Huang Kaivun might encounter in moments of confusion. Overall, this characteristic is exceptionally favorable. Upon retirement, Huang Kaivun's status in the football world could undoubtedly rival those of other esteemed players, and surpassing them is not beyond the realm of possibility. Status is conferred by the public. As long as the majority of fans perceive Huang Kaivun as the world's best, he indeed is the world's best. While it may not influence everyone, it is certainly sufficient. Characteristic: Catalan Archimedes, Laporta, enhances your success rate in selling club assets and future revenues, with club members extending greater leniency towards you. A lever indeed. This trait is of no use to Huang Kaivun. He and the young lady do not intend to exploit Milan, but have been continually investing. Their relationship with Platini is amicable, and they have already laid groundwork for sponsorship. FFP will not become a hurdle for Milan, unless the club undergoes significant upheaval. How could one possibly sell broadcasting rights for the next several decades? The stadium is not owned by them, while broadcasting rights can currently be sold independently. Serie A seems inclined to package rights to benefit smaller clubs in the future. Even if Huang Kaivun wished to sell, there is hardly anything of value to offer. Characteristic: the dance of the Black Swan, Ridge Card, allows Ronaldinho to carry the ball more, contributing to the success of the Dream Team and the brilliance of Ronaldinho. When you coach a team, you are more adept at discovering players' shining qualities, igniting and amplifying their strengths. Another coaching trait: by the time Huang's certain individual retires, Milan's legends should have taken their turns as well. At that moment, he can showcase to his former teammates what it truly means to excel at both playing and coaching. Characteristic: Real Madrid Slayer, Eto'o, a figure driven by love turned to hate, possesses the ability to maintain peak performance against Real Madrid, significantly boosting your shooting accuracy. Huang Kaivun, a slayer of former employers. Eto'o indeed becomes invigorated when facing Real Madrid. Even if his form falters, his spirit remains unwavering. Previously, there was also a Liverpool slayer. If he continues to replicate others' traits for a few more years, the G14 elite clubs may find themselves bested by Huang Kaivun. Characteristics: the art of peace, Luc Dordney. Luc Dordney once stated that only through the lens of love can the world truly manifest its beauty. True strength lies not in aggression, but in the guardianship of the vulnerable. Possessing this trait enhances one's reflexes each time protection is afforded to the weak. That individual had no opportunity to encounter such a multitude of criminal incidents. One cannot possibly spend the day playing football and gaming, and then, at night, roam the streets of Madrid clad in tight-fitting attire. As a superhero, is playing football merely a guise? Huang Kaivun glanced at the final reward. Trait: King of Forehands, Federer. This characteristic expands the range of forehand attacks, elevates continuous offensive capabilities, enhances spin and stability, improves precision of placement, and bolsters defensive maneuverability as well as extensive running combat skills. Indeed, this trait is significant in the realm of tennis. The potential enhancements are substantial, and it is no wonder that it embodies the essence of Federer. In future home matches, the circumstances for Miss and Lily are likely to become increasingly challenging. Overall, Huang Kaivun felt quite satisfied with his acquisitions. Ding! Alter the fate of the second-rate player Casillas and earn 200 fate points. Click below to reveal fate. A scene immediately materializes. In the summer of 2006, upon first meeting you, Casillas perceived the world's disparities. He was profoundly shocked by the sycophantic Capello. After being benched in the match against Lyon, Casillas observed you for an extended period, documenting his observations. With each match, his astonishment deepened. As he began to view you as a deity on the football field, instinctively gravitating towards you off the pitch. Seeing you sell paintings and sporting goods prompted Casillas to contemplate his own life. He resolved to become someone who could generate millions through sales. Casillas secretly attempted painting and writing, ultimately abandoning both pursuits. He came to understand that some geniuses excel in multiple domains, while he possessed talent solely in football. Upon regaining his starting position, Casillas began to strive diligently. After a period of temporary discipline, he resumed frequent dating. Believing that life without the embellishment of women rendered all his hard-earned achievements meaningless, he resolved to meet more young women while he was still youthful. Witnessing you earn exorbitant wages while injured, Florentino completed his coup, ousting Calderon. He expressed discontent regarding your salary, asserting that it undermined team unity, especially as your image rights disrupted his established revenue sharing of 55, which greatly irked him. The majority of fans believe that accepting a pay cut for a contract renewal or converting part of your salary into performance bonuses would be the optimal solution. Yet the arrogant Florentino refused to yield to the pressures of fans and media, and your recruitment by Calderon was sufficient to cement his resolve to part ways with you. Florentino exploited your injury, creating pressure on you in various public forums. Numerous Real Madrid players who spoke in your favor found themselves on Florentino's purge list. Casillas wished to remain at the prestigious club, yet remained silent on your behalf. Ramos severed ties with him completely, and figures like Guti and Raul also began to distance themselves from Casillas. After being loaned back to Sampdoria, Casillas performed commendably. During interviews, he never acknowledged anyone as being superior in skill, at best claiming that their abilities were on par. Nonetheless, after each match, he would actively request to exchange jerseys. Following his retirement in 2018, Casillas transformed into a notorious playboy, and his penchant for outspoken commentary became even more outrageous. In every interview, he would critique various footballers whose careers eclipsed his own, provoking rebuttals and mockery from other players and their agents. Yet Casillas showed no signs of restraint. However, he never spoke ill of you. Even when newspapers and television stations offered substantial sums for insights into your interactions, he remained tight-lipped, prompting speculation about hidden truths. In 2030, as Casillas faced imminent bankruptcy, he fortuitously won a substantial jackpot from the Ameriluck lottery. This time, he spent his money with greater prudence and even sought your counsel. Setting aside past grievances, you provided him with considerable advice. Under your guidance, Casillas made investments in vineyards and similar ventures. While the profits were modest, they were guaranteed returns. By 2050, the flamboyant Casillas met his end beside a beautiful woman. Following an investigation, the police deemed her innocent. In sifting through Casillas' personal effects, they discovered numerous diaries and videotapes among his medications, with the tapes documenting your matches. The diaries were filled with records of your on-field and off-field conduct, overflowing with admiration for your talent and character. Notably, Casillas had inscribed the cover of his first diary with the exaggerated title "The Bible" in gold lettering. Upon examining his farewell note, the police found a single line. "Haha, Kevin, even if you're God, you haven't slept with as many women as I have. I've won. By the way, my entire estate is bequeathed to Kevin's children. Damn, is that bastard still alive? I may not have outlived Kevin, but it seems I have lost." Upon reading this, Huang Kaivun found himself at a loss for words. Though 6'8" may not be considered a long life, given Casillas' extravagant lifestyle. Reaching that age was no small feat. Interestingly, this situation was somewhat tied to the illustrious Huang. Kaivun believed Casillas was intent on winning in some regard, having traversed the path of a playboy to its ultimate conclusion. This future indeed resonated with Casillas' character, stubborn, unwilling to explain himself, ambitious yet resistant to discipline. Casillas embodied a paradox. What surprised Kaivun was Casillas' genuine admiration for him. While this lifestyle may have seemed appealing to Casillas, Kaivun felt a compulsion to alter the course of his life. It was entirely reasonable to wish to avoid offending superiors. Even if Casillas spoke up, it would change little. Kevin bore no grudge against Cassano for this, yet he felt a twinge of remorse at the thought of Cassano's desire to surpass him. Seek opportunities for Cassano to secure victories, but do not allow his competitive spirit to jeopardize his romantic prospects. It appears that his future spouse is quite virtuous, steadfastly supporting him from behind. Furthermore, there are matters concerning his teammates. Should Florentino's restoration of power indeed lead to a reckoning with the Golden Ball winner, Huang Kaivun would advise them to refrain from speaking out. Florentino is not one to alter his decisions based on their words. Individuals like Guti and Raul, who wish to retire at Real Madrid, have no need to invite unnecessary turmoil upon themselves. As for the good brother Ramos, there is little that can be done. If he cannot be persuaded, he might as well depart alongside the Golden Ball winner. Huang Kaivun is also curious, given the current frequency of his appearances. The immunity card is indeed insufficient. However, who possesses the remarkable ability to keep the Golden Ball winner perpetually sidelined with injuries? With expertise in injuries and a fair share of luck, it is no easy feat for the Golden Ball winner to sustain a serious injury. The cause must surely be a grievous foul. It remains uncertain whether the affliction is upper or lower body. If it is a lower body injury, he could still acquire a team while recuperating, attending professional CS matches in a wheelchair. A slight drop in skill would not matter, as strong teammates would suffice. The Golden Ball winner has consistently elevated others. It is only fitting that he experiences a few lifts in return. Given his renown, professional players would likely welcome his participation in competitions. Would a severe injury impact his career? Huang Kaivun harbors no concerns. When the new template emerges, it will herald a fresh beginning, effectively making the injury inconsequential. Having garnered numerous rewards and feeling quite pleased, the Golden Ball winner prepared to treat himself when Calderon called again. Kevin, we have organized the summer transfer targets and part of the clearance list. Would you like to review it? Calderon inquired from the other end of the line. Never mind. As long as the coach has no objections, I have none either. Huang Kaivun replied. For the same reasons as before, he wished to keep his distance from Real Madrid's transfer dealings. Unlike some executives in other clubs, he does not engage in kickbacks. Our summer training camp is arranged for Asia, including a leg in China. What are your thoughts on this? If you do not favor it, we have alternative plans, Calderon asked once more. I think it is splendid. Such matters do not require my consultation, Huang Kaivun responded. There is no need to alter the training destination so close to the summer transfer window. A different training location would likely yield results no better than last year's trip to Austria. And what about the contract renewal? Barbara is in full charge of the renewal. I shall not intervene, Huang Kaivun stated before hanging up. The young lady is advocating for his interests, and with the Golden Ball winner having so many appearances this season, it is unrealistic to expect him to lower his contract demands. Barely a moment after the call ended, Huang Kaivun received a call from Capello. The Real Madrid manager was preparing for a trip to China and posed several questions before abruptly ending the call. Fearing additional calls, Huang Kaivun proactively turned off his phone, allowing himself a peaceful night's rest. The following afternoon, upon awakening, he opened the door to find Inzaghi seated at his threshold. We are indeed good brothers. While Paul and the others are off on vacation, I remain here in Barcelona to keep you company. Yet you turn off your phone and refuse to open the door. Inzaghi lamented with the fervor of a machine gun. He raised his foot, attempting to enter, but Huang Kaivun swiftly blocked his path at the threshold. There are female guests present, which makes it inconvenient, Huang Kaivun replied. I had forgotten. You haven't eaten, have you? Let's go out for a meal and discuss our vacation plans, Inzaghi suggested. I have a few matters to attend to. I need to participate in a competition. Huang Kaivun shook his head. What competition? Inzaghi inquired. Is it indoor soccer or some commemorative match? Why wasn't he invited to the commemorative match? It's a qualifying tournament for professional snooker players. Huang Kaivun exclaimed. Are you kidding me? Inzaghi stood rooted, gripping Huang Kaivun's shoulders and shaking him vigorously, exclaiming. Are you truly preparing to leave the pitch and spend your days poking balls with a small cue? Even if you have a penchant for snooker, pursuing it professionally is unnecessary. The earnings from that are far less than football. Huang Kaivun broke free from Inzaghi's grasp and, with an arm around him, made his way to the restaurant. I have no immediate plans to turn professional. I simply wish to obtain my professional player qualification. Do you understand? Fine, I comprehend. Inzaghi responded curtly. You startled me, but securing a professional qualification can't be easy, can it? It shouldn't be overly difficult, Huang Kaivun chuckled. He had considered this before. Aside from football, he pondered what other avenues he could explore. Tennis and Go were out of the question. The talent among the top players in those fields was simply astonishing, even if he possessed the innate gifts of Federer or Lee Sedol. Catching up with their years of experience would be a formidable challenge. With a stroke of luck, accumulating experience and honing skills over 5 to 10 years to compete for championships would be considered fortunate. Moreover, Huang Kaivun doubted he possessed such talent. The same could be said for disciplines like F1. Talent alone required extensive learning. However, snooker appeared to be the most viable option. He was sufficiently agile, with excellent control over his strength, and his mind was clear enough, compared to other sports, where he might merely serve as a bystander. Engaging in snooker at least promised not to be a source of embarrassment, if not a chance to win accolades. Thus, Huang Kaivun resolved to attain professional qualification in snooker. Some competitions took place during the summer transfer window, making it entirely feasible for him to participate. During lunch, Inzaghi incessantly questioned Huang Kaivun about various matters. In the afternoon, Inzaghi accompanied him on a flight to London. After all, he had no vacation plans, so it was an opportune moment to enjoy the spectacle. It was truly an honor to meet the greatest players in the world. It is a pleasure to see you all, Miss Berlusconi, Miss Collins. And the ghost on the offside line. God is indeed unfair. When I was young, I was neither so handsome nor did I have the pleasure of dating such beautiful ladies, Barry Hearn said, rising to shake Huang Kaivun's hand. Then smiling and greeting the others, Huang Kaivun gazed at the familiar Chinese decor and remarked, I am equally delighted to see you. I appreciate your efforts. It is my duty. As the saying goes in China, one must show hospitality to guests. Since you have flown to London, I must certainly make the necessary arrangements. Barry Hearn replied with a radiant smile. As an exceptional businessman, he had long desired to meet Kevin Huang. Upon hearing that Huang aspired to attain professional snooker qualifications, he nearly mistook it for an April Fool's joke. Huang was a significant driving force behind snooker's golden era and served as a director of the WSL World Snooker Company. Currently, snooker boasts only one star player, Ronnie O'Sullivan, while the remaining competitors lack the same allure. Moreover, the audience has dwindled significantly compared to the 1980s. The prospect of the world's foremost athlete suddenly entering the selection for professional snooker players could not present a more compelling advertisement. While he did not harbor hopes of Huang donning the cue to compete in snooker, the mere fact of his participation in the tournament thrilled him immensely. Once seated, Barry Hearn proactively handed the menu to Huang, indicating that he had no dietary restrictions, and waited until Huang had made his selections before speaking. Hearn smiled and said, Kevin, you may not be aware, but I am also the owner of a football club in London, Leyton Orient. I have always been a superfan, and hearing that you wish to become a professional snooker player has left me so exhilarated that I have not slept well since. You flatter me. Huang replied with a smile. No, any praise bestowed upon you is far from excessive. You are indeed one of the greatest players in history, Hearn remarked. Rest assured about the upcoming competition. I have already reviewed your playing footage, and I believe you will undoubtedly stand out in the selection process. That's reassuring. The competition is in early July, correct? I saw it mentioned in today's newspaper, Huang inquired. Yes, indeed. You need not worry, though it is merely a qualification contest. The moment we heard you would participate, we sold the broadcasting rights to Sky Television, which has since redistributed it. The attention on this event will rival that of the King's Cup final, as many are curious about your performance on the snooker stage. Kevin will receive a share of the broadcast revenue, will he not? An elegant lady asked. Yes. We have already signed a contract, rest assured. Kevin will not miss a single penny, Hearn replied with a smile. While he may not be particularly trustworthy, his intellect was sound. Since Huang could engage in snooker, he could easily participate in other ventures as well. Hearn, dedicated to sports promotion, was not only a director of the World Snooker Company, but also the chairman of the Professional Darts Association, hinting at potential future collaborations. Undermining Huang would not serve him well. It was inconsequential whether Huang retired from football. At worst, they could schedule the events during the football transfer window. As long as profit could be generated, nothing posed a problem. He could arrange competitions whenever Huang expressed a desire to participate. Hearn had even prepared a nickname for Huang, promising to bestow upon him the title of the new O'Sullivan should he perform commendably in the tournament. Today marked another day of success, with earnings reaching 6K. Beyond specifics regarding Casillas' future and insights into snooker competitions, there was an abundance of information to convey, hence the brevity of this account. At this time, the QSCHOL event had yet to be established. Later, I realized my misconception, It is not Huang Kaivun who should fret over obtaining professional player qualifications to pursue snooker, but rather the snooker organization that ought to exhaust every means to facilitate his ascent to a professional status. The chapter concludes here. I seek a day's leave due to an unexpected phone call regarding a pressing matter. I apologize for the inconvenience. As for making up for missed updates, I shall endeavor to find time, though rest assured I shall not forget. The clock is ticking for football. The cup battles reignite weekly. The Brazilian team suffered an opening defeat to Mexico, and Huang Kaivun has become the busiest individual. Why must he contend for professional snooker qualifications? What thoughts linger regarding Brazil's loss? Who, in their opinion, performed the poorest? Is Kaká on a downward trajectory following the defeat? Might he retire to exclusively pursue snooker? How should one respond to Paris Hilton's invitation for a date? Journalists worldwide are eager to extract news from Huang Kaivun, particularly the zealous British reporters who exhibit their ardor unabashedly. The prestigious Golden Prisoner Award failed to shield Huang Kaivun from the relentless harassment of paparazzi. Residing at the Thames Riverside's Ranamid Hotel, he and his companions have already fallen prey to the media frenzy. Inzaghi, seated on the sofa, weakly remarked, "I had no idea she was a reporter. We had such a delightful conversation at the hotel bar, enjoying a splendid evening. Who would have known she was a journalist? Does that grant you the freedom to utter such nonsensical remarks? Even if she were not a journalist, you ought not to disclose everything to your date," Huang Kaivun retorted, glaring at Inzaghi. AC Milan is on the verge of finalizing the deal for Torres. Revealing this could easily alter the circumstances. Even from afar, Huang Kaivun could surmise the situation. Inzaghi, inebriated and eager to assert his standing in Milan, divulged some decisions he had overheard while shadowing Huang Kaivun. Such revelations could lead to complications, albeit not insurmountable. To instill a lesson in Inzaghi, a mild scare might be in order. One should refrain from indiscreetly sharing information while under the influence. Should a significant issue arise, it would inevitably be Huang Kaivun who would have to rectify it. "I never anticipated that journalists could be so attractive," Inzaghi murmured, his gaze evasive. "What shall we do now?" "Liverpool has increased their offer," the young lady inquired. "Let us raise our bid," Huang Kaivun asserted. "Liverpool lacks sufficient funds. Milan must secure Torres. With an unmodified Torres paired with Inbu, this combination of height and speed in our forward line is promising. Both Torres and Inbu are sufficiently youthful. Moreover, they can ensure Milan's attacking prowess for the next 3 to 5 years. Should they wish to transfer in the future, we can pursue other forwards. If they choose to remain, they could potentially contribute for over a decade. With Milan's medical team, Torres's career is bound to flourish. As for Inbu, Huang Kaivun believed that by the time he retires, Inbu would still grace the pitch. And what of Tony's desire to transfer? The young lady continued to inquire. "If he wishes to leave, then let him go," Huang Kaivun remarked. Among the players influenced by him, Tony was one of the few who suffered negative repercussions. Although Tony garnered greater team accolades in Milan, his individual performance was indeed stifled. Initially, he was a support for Huang, and later, he had to collaborate with Inbu, never attaining a sufficient tactical standing. Huang, the esteemed king of balls, felt somewhat embarrassed. Tony's move to Bayern would likely yield a more promising trajectory. "What about the sponsorship issues concerning Milan?" the young lady inquired, covering her forehead. "This is the most vexing matter. Previously, we did not intentionally avoid Inzaghi during discussions. It was all a preparation for FFP, and that fellow Inzaghi, after having a few drinks, embellished the details to that female reporter. It's nothing. They desire a headline. So we shall generate another one for them," Huang Kaivun stated. "Tell Real Madrid to hasten the contract renewal. Otherwise, we shall postpone it altogether. Also, encourage those journalists to focus more on Chelsea and not solely on Milan. Once the renewal is finalized and the salary disclosed, I believe they will go mad." "Your salary will be even higher than now?" Inzaghi inquired, raising his head. "Indeed, significantly so," Huang Kaivun replied with a smile. "Nonsense," Inzaghi exclaimed, springing up from the sofa like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Your current salary is already 15 million euros, and you can still demand more?" Kaivun's image rights had proven to be highly lucrative for Real Madrid. That 15 million euros is entirely Kaivun's own earnings. In this negotiation, we are preparing to reclaim the image rights. Although Real Madrid is unique, Kaivun is truly one of a kind. The young lady retorted disdainfully. "Damn it, I am also quite handsome. Why is my salary so vastly different from yours?" Inzaghi complained. "The club president is present. if you wish to avoid being dismissed. I suggest you refrain from bemoaning your salary, Huang Kaivun chuckled. Upon noticing Barbara's expression, Inzaghi promptly fell silent. Lily stifled a laugh, finding Inzaghi rather amusing. Akin to a lively, mischievous friend from a television drama. When she noticed Inzaghi looking her way, she quickly turned her head and changed the channel. Huang Kaivun beckoned the young lady to join him in watching television, disregarding that ruffian Inzaghi. On the screen, they saw a familiar house, prompting Lily to pause her actions. A reporter, microphone in hand, addressed the camera. We are located outside Phil Collins' luxurious residence in London. Once he emerges, we will conduct an interview and pose questions. We have selected topics of public interest from newspapers and the internet. If he intends to challenge Kaivun to a duel, we shall organize an unrestricted fighting match, inviting both him and Kaivun to participate. I estimate he can only last 3 seconds before Kaivun. Are you not concerned about your father? Huang Kaivun asked, gently stroking Lily's hair. Not at all. She pouted. When I was younger, I was terrified by the journalist due to his romantic escapades. After I finally adapted to his new family, he divorced again. Now, because of my love life, the reporters are bothering him, which seems rather amusing. Huang Kaivun carefully discerned the expression on Lily's face. The young lady must be speaking the truth. Lily endured considerable hardship during her childhood due to her parents' struggles. Do not rejoice too soon, Kevin, Inzaghi remarked. Although you may have 2 girlfriends simultaneously, your children might not comprehend this. They may end up waiting to see your misfortunes. Just like Lily. Silence. Barbara snapped as she turned around, instructing, Neo, you and your companions, confine Mr. Filippo to the bathroom for some reflection. Hey. You are infringing upon my personal freedom, Inzaghi protested, struggling between 2 imposing figures standing at around 6 feet tall, appearing diminutive and helpless. Upon witnessing Inzaghi being shoved into the restroom, the young lady turned to Kevin and assured him, you need not worry, such a fate shall not befall us. Huang Kaivun glanced at Barbara before turning his gaze toward Lily. The examples of 2 vulnerable souls here made the young lady's words somewhat unconvincing. Huang Kaivun resolved that if children were to be involved, it was imperative to shield them, ensuring they felt the warmth of a family and not neglect their education. Mr. Collins, Kevin is in London. Would you like to take your hunting rifle and seek him out? A multitude of reporters pursued Phil Collins as he exited the television studio. Huang Kaivun once again sensed the malice of the old British establishment. What mentality drives them to encourage that aging rock star to confront Huang the King with a gun? Neo, Huang Kaivun called out. Sir, how may I assist you? The next time you encounter British reporters attempting to plant listening devices or intrude upon my quarters, seize the opportunity to teach them a lesson before letting them go. Huang Kaivun gritted his teeth. The young lady gently suggested. They could be made to flee in a panic, accidentally striking their heads against a blunt edge. If one reporter were to perish, the others would likely refrain from harassing us. Huang Kaivun remarked. The young lady's temperament is always quite fierce. Nevertheless, the British paparazzi often meet their just desserts. Whether William's mother was a victim of the royal family's machinations remains to be verified, yet those paparazzi certainly bear some responsibility. Huang Kaivun stated. If their actions are not excessively egregious, a simple reprimand should suffice before allowing them to depart. Understood, sir. Neo nodded and exited the room, closing the door behind him. Do you all feel that the world has grown quiet? Huang Kaivun inquired curiously. It was quite noisy just a moment ago, and now it has suddenly fallen silent. Over there. Lily stifled a laugh, pointing at the restroom. The reason is Inzaghi. He had been banging on the door, demanding to be let out, and now, at last, it was quiet. Reflecting on that individual's antics, Huang Kaivun felt it prudent to allow him a bit more time for contemplation in the restroom. During dinner, Inzaghi was finally released. After spending several hours in the bathroom, Inzaghi surprisingly refrained from complaining. He was quiet during the meal and then voluntarily retreated to his own room. After taking a shower, Huang Kaivun suddenly recalled an important matter and remarked, we should discuss the possibility of loaning Ramos from Real Madrid. He has been suspended by the Spanish Football Federation, and if he remains at Real Madrid, he won't be able to participate in the league until nearly October. I understand that Ramos is indeed an exceptionally talented player. The lady chuckled and responded, I will bring this matter up with Real Madrid. Loaning Ramos to Milan would also be beneficial for them, as a prolonged absence from matches could adversely affect his form. You're increasingly sounding like a club president, Huang Kaivun praised, giving a thumbs up. Would you care for a fierce match with the president? The lady inquired. Huang Kaivun turned to Lily and asked, "And what is your position?" The lady wrapped her arm around Lily's shoulders and declared, "She is the president's secretary." Hee. Then let us deliberate on Milan's forthcoming development, Madam President, Huang Kaivun suggested, ensuring the players of Milan would not be subject to the lady's displeasure. He exerted considerable effort in this regard, and it could only be said that his recent practice of snooker had not been in vain. It wasn't until past 3 in the morning that Huang Kaivun found time to check the system refresh for July. This uninterrupted update was quite favorable, allowing for some shopping during the holiday. Special template, Muri Kagoro 1,000,000 fate points. Template, Mazzola 10,000 points. Gabito 10,000 points. Loink 10,000 points. Skills, Sealed Dribbling Mastery 1, 500 points. Bicycle Mastery 100 points. Items, 24-hour Injury Immunity Card 20 points. Special item, Fabregas's Pizza 200 points. Muri Kagoro. Having copied the traits from Shaolin, Huang Kaivun could now ascertain with absolute certainty that these special templates possessed characteristics. Muri Kagoro was exceptionally well suited for Huang Kaivun. Kagoro's luck was quite favorable, aiding Huang in drawing experience cards. Although his overall qualities were not as exaggerated as those of Shaolin and Jingjing, he would not turn the pitch into a genuine battlefield. One crucial aspect was Kagoro's formidable recovery ability. He had been shot by Conan hundreds, if not thousands, of times. Yet astonishingly, there was no effect whatsoever. Huang Kaivun believed that given his current level of attention, even after acquiring new templates, he could not escape injury. The average number of fouls against him per match exceeded that of Neymar. If only he possessed Kagoro's remarkable recovery capabilities, he would fear nothing. The next 3 templates were not easily recognizable, yet Huang Kaivun identified them at a glance. This was the advantage of watching recordings and related materials of ancient football stars daily. These 3 individuals were the attacking trio of the legendary Torino team. Like Manchester United, Torino had experienced a tragic air disaster. Prior to this calamity, Torino was revered as the godly team, with a majority of the Italian national team members in their ranks. The Torino team of the 1947 to 1948 season is regarded as one of the strongest in football history, having scored 125 goals in a single season, while the second highest scoring team, Milan, managed only 76 goals. Marzola, Gabito, and Loink constituted the formidable trio of Turin during that era. At present, the northern powerhouses of Serie A were significantly suppressed, with Juventus proving to be no match for their city rivals, Torino. During that period, Torino's dominance in Serie A surpassed even that of Bayern in the Bundesliga. Regrettably, following the tragic plane crash, Torino was unable to reclaim its former glory. Huang Kaivun had not viewed any match footage of these players, though he presumed their abilities were commendable. The practical utility of sealed dribbling mastery did not pique Huang Kaivun's interest. He speculated that Fabregas's Pizza might yield effects akin to Figo's infamous pig's head, perhaps proving effective when playing against Manchester United or Arsenal. Upon examining the fate value of 9380, Huang Kaivun utilized 120 points to acquire Bicycle Mastery, an immunity card. The skill of Bicycle Mastery marginally enhances leg frequency, allowing proficiency in various types of bicycles, be it track, road, mountain, or BMX, attaining a professional level. Even on a tricycle, one can pedal with astonishing speed. Huang Kaivun expressed his skepticism regarding potential sponsorship from manufacturers, acknowledging that an enhancement in leg frequency was indeed advantageous. Even without drawing relevant templates, he could emulate Neymar by employing a remarkably high cadence for ball protection and dribbling. The 100-point skill offered by the system proved exceedingly beneficial, while the complementary professional level did not hold as much significance for Huang Kaivun. Many sports require extensive practice and competition to contend for championships against the strongest athletes, even if one achieves a professional level. Conversely, improvements in physical fitness yield conspicuous results on the field. With ample rewards from the system store in July, Huang Kaivun contentedly drifted into slumber. Upon awakening at noon, he ventured to the dining hall. The young lady inquired, "Should we consider purchasing a property in London? Buying a house?" Huang Kaivun responded, perplexed by the sudden shift in conversation. Indeed, property prices in London are expected to rise for quite some time. And since it serves as a financial hub, it would be convenient for you to play away games there occasionally, she explained with a smile. Since you aim to create a buzz to overshadow news from Milan, securing a residence in London would certainly be beneficial. Very well then. How much would it cost to buy a house in London? Huang Kaivun asked. Upon my review, decent properties are priced in the tens of millions to over £1 billion, she replied. Over £1 billion. Inzaghi exclaimed, quickly assessing the young lady's expression. Noticing no signs of distress on her face, he quietly remarked, Kevin, if you purchase a house in London, I shall stay at your residence during my visits. Haven't you always? Huang Kaivun rolled his eyes in response, as if suggesting he had never stayed there before. Inzaghi certainly took advantage of the hospitality, and Huang Kaivun would never think to evict him. You wealthy people have it so easy. After 20 years of hard work, I might barely save a few million. While you casually discuss buying properties worth over £1 billion, in pounds no less. Inzaghi lamented. Even the affluent have their burdens, Huang Kaivun replied. What burdens? Troubles are often envied by individuals like you, Huang Kaivun remarked with a smile. Inzaghi raised his middle finger in response. In the afternoon, the group ventured out to meet with a real estate agent, trailed by a throng of paparazzi, surpassing even the pedestrians on the street. A television station dispatched a live broadcast vehicle, following closely behind to capture every moment. Mourinho quipped that the British have a penchant for voyeurism. They revel in the privacy of others, as evidenced by the thriving tabloid industry that caters to such interests. While people in other nations indulge in gossip, the British undoubtedly excel in this regard. After inspecting several properties, which were predominantly multi-story buildings with numerous rooms, yet scant greenery, Huang Kaivun expressed his discontent. The group dined on seafood at Allendusk in Dorchester before returning to their hotel. While Huang practiced snooker, Neo stood guard at the door. Inzaghi, volunteering to be his practice partner, remarked, I find fishing far more exhilarating than playing snooker. We should go fishing on the Thames sometime. Huang replied, perhaps not. Fishing here likely requires a license, and since I want to be visiting London frequently, applying for one would be too cumbersome. Come on, you're a young man. Shouldn't you embrace new experiences? Inzaghi exclaimed, brandishing his cue. Imagine fishing in the world's renowned rivers, using that rod of yours to catch various species of fish. When you grow older, you'll possess a treasure trove of memories. How big and heavy is the largest fish you've ever caught? Huang inquired with a smile. Aware of Inzaghi's passion for fishing, but skeptical about the likelihood of actually catching anything. Inzaghi responded, as Huang prepared to retire to his room around 9. He fell silent for a moment before saying, just wait and see the big fish I'll reel in. But do not fish without a license. Huang cautioned. Getting caught fishing without a permit could lead to serious trouble. I understand, Inzaghi replied. After returning to his room, he stealthily slipped out of the hotel. Shops in the UK typically close early, and after an hour of fruitless searching for fishing gear, Inzaghi returned to the hotel, disappointed. Unable to sleep, he turned on the television to watch the news. In a talk show, a guest commented, based on my estimation, obtaining a professional qualification should pose no issue for Kevin. Since he has entered competitions, he must possess confidence. With his athletic prowess and the ability to read the game on the court, he is undoubtedly well suited for snooker. Feeling slighted that evening, Inzaghi chose to avoid news about Huang Kaivun, switching the channel. The broadcast reported that Kevin had toured several properties in the afternoon and was likely nearing an agreement with Chelsea. Chelsea's owner, Abramovich, had previously stated his willingness to pay the buyout clause to secure Kevin from Bernabeu, where Real Madrid had yet to renew his contract. The $220 million buyout clause certainly did not deter the Russian billionaire. Inzaghi changed the channel once more. We had the privilege of interviewing Lily Collins' mother, Jill Tavelman, who expressed that her daughter's happiness is paramount, and she refrains from excessive interference in Lily's matters. Phil Collins, on the other hand, is in no position to critique Kevin's circumstances, given that the rock icon has been embroiled in infidelity or is on the cusp of it. Kevin surpasses him by 100-fold. Phil Collins is a coward. During his divorce preparations, he merely sent a fax to change the channel. The esteemed English footballer, Lineker, addressed the camera, stating that Kevin's participation in snooker is not favorable news. Today, he may contend for a professional player's qualification. Yet tomorrow he could face off against O'Sullivan. Should Kevin truly decide to depart from the football pitch, it would not be surprising, having achieved every accolade. He might seek new challenges in other pursuits. However, for fans and the sport itself, that would spell a catastrophic day. Inzaghi, feeling disgruntled, switched off the television. Upon reflecting on Lineker's remarks, Inzaghi was taken aback to find himself in agreement. Damn it, Kevin must acknowledge my prowess sooner or later. After staring at the ceiling for an extended period past 2 in the morning, Inzaghi finally succumbed to fatigue. On July 2nd, Huang Kaivun faced the long-awaited qualification match for professional snooker players. The ticket prices for the first match had skyrocketed to more than 10 times their original value. In the domestic realm, with an 8-hour time difference, the program originally slated to air world football was abruptly replaced by the snooker match. What is this? Why interrupt with another match? At least it's not curling. I've had my fill of that. The curlers are rather pleasant to watch, but snooker is unbearable. Suddenly, wait, it's Huang Kaivun. This is his match. Really? I thought the news of him playing snooker was a hoax. But why is he playing snooker? Isn't football enough? I barely recognize him in that vest, yet he looks quite good. Wow, Kevin's skill is commendable. This is only his first match, and his strokes seem instinctive. Wait a minute, can Kevin even play? Who only focuses on offense without defense? He must be getting outplayed. No way. He can actually do this? Incredible, he can win. Trailing 25-62, he ultimately staged a remarkable comeback to 7,366. Huang Kaivun's 3-cushion rebound was absolutely stunning. Wow, securing 120 points to clinch victory, right? It was evident that Huang Kaivun's opponent was considerably weaker. This is the final frame. Isn't it, mates? If Kevin wins, it's over. If he loses, he must continue. Is Kevin aiming for a break of 147? It truly seems so. Watching today's match, I concede, Kevin indeed possesses a talent for snooker. He is utterly dominating his opponent. Calderon sat behind his desk, while Baldano stood opposite him, both angled towards the television. Calderon's gaze was fixed on the screen as he muttered, "Why haven't we finalized Kevin's contract renewal yet? Barbara's demands are excessively outrageous. We can manage the high salary, but she insists on reclaiming all of Kevin's image rights," Baldano replied. Since the era of Florentino, every superstar has enjoyed a 55 share of image rights, with Real Madrid offering these icons a more generous 50 compared to the previous 10, allowing for a harmonious coexistence. However, last year, the signing of Kevin Huang shattered the club's established image rights policy. "You cannot treat Kevin the same way as others. He is distinctly different," Calderon remarked. Kevin's decisiveness on the field is unparalleled by any other player. His commercial value surpasses that of several so-called superstars combined, with Kevin frequently attracting attention from the Vatican. Any team that possesses him also gains a multitude of Catholic fans and potential supporters, a feat unmatched by any athlete. Observing Kevin elegantly executing a shot on the table, Calderon felt his heart racing. Splendid. Kevin achieved a remarkable break of 147 points, taking just 9 minutes and 51 seconds. For a debutant in a formal competition, this is an exceptional achievement. Snooker is on the verge of a golden era, and O'Sullivan has finally encountered a formidable rival. The commentator exuberantly declared from the television screen. Calderon turned to Valdano and stated, "As long as we retain 10 of the image rights, we can still enhance Kevin's salary." "Are you out of your mind, Ramon?" Valdano exclaimed, slamming the table. "Do you realize how outrageous her demands are, and you wish to raise Kevin's salary?" "Yes, if we are to offer Kevin a substantial salary, let it be one that astonishes the world. You have witnessed Kevin's performance in snooker. The fans are going wild," Calderon asserted. "Under no circumstances can Real Madrid afford to lose Kevin Huang. You will regret this, Ramon." Valdano sighed. "I am the president of Real Madrid." The following day, Kevin Huang made headlines for his extraordinary achievements outside of football. The Times, with a break of 147, Kevin undoubtedly possesses the talent and capability. Should he choose to focus solely on snooker, the sport would usher in a new golden age. Manchester Evening News. The opportunity for revenge has arrived. It is not merely that Manchester United lost to Real Madrid last year, but rather that they fell to Kevin. Once Kevin departs the pitch, Ferguson's team will undoubtedly have a chance to claim the Champions League. The Sun. We have brainstormed several nicknames for Kevin and are prepared to select one based on fan votes. Nickname options: 1. Cannon 2. Holy Knight 3. Quick Shooter 4. Kevin I 5. Dragon of China 6. Tiger of China 7. Heartbreaker. The Sun cleverly encouraged fans to mark their preferred nickname and submit a portion of the voting area, thus enhancing newspaper sales. Marca. To persuade Kevin to join Chelsea, Abramovich is reportedly willing to cover the cost of Kevin's residence in London, with a sum of 50 million already prepared. Once Kevin gives his nod, he will receive a luxurious mansion as a signing gift. The world of sports is abuzz with discussions regarding Kevin, a player who has achieved everything conceivable in his illustrious career. It is suggested that he might contemplate pursuing a different sport, despite his exceptional prowess on the football field. The sport itself existed in its eminent glory long before his arrival. However, should he choose to engage in snooker and elevate it to the pinnacle of global popularity, the fulfillment derived from resurrecting a sport would undoubtedly surpass that of incessantly accumulating championships on the football pitch. In a dedicated interview with Cruyff, he expressed his deepest concerns, stating that the day he dreaded has finally arrived. His apprehension about Kevin potentially departing from the football arena has been validated by Kevin's recent performance in snooker. It appears that Kevin has grown weary of the relentless pursuit of victory, prompting him to explore alternative avenues. Even if he does not immediately withdraw from football, it is inevitable that such a day will come. His recent endeavor to qualify as a professional snooker player serves as a harbinger of a day when fans worldwide may experience a profound disillusionment. A day that may not be far off. According to reports from the sports press, numerous season ticket holders of Real Madrid have begun to question the club's decision not to renew Kevin's contract. Sponsors are also expressing their doubts, asserting that the team with Kevin is an entirely different entity compared to one without him. They are willing to invest significantly because Kevin represents Real Madrid, not merely as one player among many. After a recent snooker match, Buffon and his girlfriend celebrated exuberantly, leading to complaints from neighbors regarding noise disturbances, indicating that Buffon seems quite eager for Kevin to retire. The phone lines at Real Madrid have been inundated with calls from members questioning the absence of a contract renewal for Huang Kaivun. On July 3rd, at 2 p.m. Madrid time, Real Madrid's official website finally announced that Kevin has extended his contract for 5 years, with an annual salary of 35 million euros. Today, we have the esteemed economist Professor John Hawkins, renowned for his deep understanding of China, joining us to address inquiries regarding Kevin's substantial salary. After a cordial handshake, the host inquired about the discussions surrounding Kevin's impressive remuneration, which could indeed finance an entire team. The host posed the question to Professor Hawkins, "Is Kevin worth such a lofty salary in your opinion?" Professor Hawkins opened his hand and responded affirmatively, asserting that the decision made by the president of Real Madrid is both bold and remarkable, deserving of the term great. The host then queried whether Kevin's salary, exceeding that of all other key players combined, might disrupt the unity of the first team. Professor Hawkins assured that it would not, expressing his admiration for Kevin's performances as a fan himself. Capello's tactics at Real Madrid revolved around Kevin, who held the highest tactical position and salary in the previous season. Remarkably, the atmosphere in the Real Madrid locker room became even more harmonious than in the preceding year, indicating that the players acknowledged Kevin's performance and character, willing to sacrifice a degree of their own comfort to enable Kevin to excel, thereby securing more prestigious titles. The fact that Real Madrid became the first team in Spain to achieve a treble stands as the most compelling testament to this. However, there exists a significant disparity between 15 million euros and 35 million euros. Kevin was already the highest paid player at Real Madrid, and his new contract more than doubled his previous salary. Would this not incite jealousy among other players? The host inquired. Indeed, the difference between 15 million euros and 35 million euros is substantial, but what concern is it of the other players? Hawkins responded, stating that even if Kevin were to earn 100 million pounds, it would not impact their earnings. The other players at Real Madrid should foster a positive mindset rather than harbor envy towards Kevin. I believe most of them are capable of achieving this. As long as they observe Kevin's performance both on and off the pitch, as well as his popularity among fans, they are likely to recognize and accept the reality. In truth, the salaries of Real Madrid players are not low. Kevin's higher salary is a reflection of his exceptional uniqueness. Let us hope that the other players at Real Madrid can adjust their mindset accordingly. Professor Hawkins, what do you believe accounts for the substantial salary in Kevin's new contract? The host asked. Hawkins shifted his posture, crossing his legs, and replied, I have stated that the intangible assets created by humanity will surpass tangible assets. Kevin is a quintessential example. His skills, commercial value, and vast fanbase constitute intangible assets. Moreover, I have mentioned that creativity is not monopolized by artists. Anyone, be it scientists, businessmen, or even economists, can possess creativity, and footballers are no exception. Each of Kevin's matches can be regarded as a new creation. His endeavors off the pitch, Writing, playing snooker, engaging in philanthropy, and establishing his own restaurant chain are all manifestations of Kevin's creativity, which have garnered him media attention, thus augmenting his intangible assets. Therefore, Real Madrid is investing in Kevin as a whole. The 35 million euros is not solely attributable to his on-field performance, is it? The host queried. Indeed. Hawkins adjusted his glasses and remarked, the intrinsic value of an ordinary player is fundamentally derived from their performance on the field and their commercial worth. The contribution a player makes to Southampton, such as attracting sponsors, enables the club to easily calculate an appropriate weekly wage for that player. The subsequent performance, whether the player excels or falters, and if any scandals arise during their tenure, will undoubtedly influence contract renewals. In the case of prestigious clubs like Liverpool or Manchester United, the popularity of the player is also a significant consideration. Alan Shearer and Ronaldo are both elite athletes with considerable commercial value. However, there exists a plethora of players comparable to them. Ronaldinho's prowess and popularity, along with Beckham's exceptional crossing ability and immense commercial appeal, exemplify this abundance of stars across different eras. Yet, Kevin stands apart. I see, the host clapped. You mean Kevin is akin to India? Indeed, that is a splendid analogy, Hawkins replied with a smile. Ronaldo and Shearer are like the gold in a crown, valuable yet not rare, whereas Kevin is the singular pearl atop the crown. Every king can craft a crown from gold, but only one dazzling pearl exists, and that pearl is Kevin. Whichever team possesses him will undoubtedly rise above the others. Previously, AC Milan was the foremost football powerhouse, but now it has transformed into Real Madrid. Kevin's transfer signifies a shift in footballing power. Grateful for Professor Hawkins' elucidation, I now comprehend why Kevin commands such a lofty salary. After watching the program, Inzaghi switched off the television. Hearing a thud from next door, he grabbed his fishing rod and left the room. Night fishing is a man's romance. He was determined to catch a big fish to show that rascal Kevin. During breakfast, Huang Kaivun inquired, Filippo, did you not sleep well? Inzaghi's dark circles were quite pronounced. I suffered from insomnia, Inzaghi replied weakly, slurping his soup. You sound like you have a cold. Did you sleep with the window open? The weather in London can be quite chilly at night, Huang Kaivun noted. Let us not dwell on that. You've made it to the finals. Do you feel confident about claiming the championship? Inzaghi shifted the topic. He had spent the entire night by the Thames without a single catch, a detail he preferred to keep from Huang Kaivun. Shouldn't be a problem. Huang Kaivun responded with a smile. That's reassuring. I am going back to my room to rest, so I want to be there to cheer you on. I wish you victory in today's match, Inzaghi said, his voice weary. Huang Kaivun watched Inzaghi leave the dining area, perplexed by his condition. Today's match appeared to be within reach. It wasn't arrogance, but rather a recognition that the opposing team had an unusual edge. Huang Kaivun sensed that Barry Hearn had meticulously selected the competitors for this event. After acclimating to the match on the first day, he had triumphed effortlessly in the subsequent 2 days. Even if Huang Kaivun possessed the skill level of a professional snooker player, the competition felt unusually formidable. In the semifinals of the professional qualification competition, the atmosphere should not have been so relaxed. After all, those who reach this stage must possess a comparable level of skill. Yet, he effortlessly triumphed over his opponent. This led Huang Kaivun to speculate whether Hearn had deliberately selected some less skilled players to facilitate his acquisition of a professional snooker qualification. Now that he has secured a place in the finals, his professional qualification is assured, and winning the championship would be an extraordinary achievement. From the match footage, the British player named Malcolm exhibited only average prowess, and Huang Kaivun felt confident that victory was within his grasp. At the foot of Qingqing Mountain, I found it a novel experience to commentate on Huang Kaivun's snooker match today. Zhang, you know Huang Kaivun well. Do you think he stands a good chance today? I'm used. I believe Huang Kaivun has a solid chance of winning. He plays with remarkable intelligence on the football field, which suits him well for snooker. Having watched his match against his opponent, I feel that as long as he avoids mistakes, victory is certainly attainable. The commentators on television were engaged in lively discussion. Clad in a simple long robe, Capello raised his hand and said, Boss, please add a serving of dumplings, but with less chili. His Mandarin, infused with a Sichuan accent, reflected his week-long stay in China. Despite encountering many extraordinary individuals and events, Capello felt he had yet to learn what he had come for. With numerous legends surrounding Qingqing Mountain, he had specifically come to see if he might encounter any masters. As the dumplings arrived, the match commenced. Capello remained fixated on the television screen. His interest in snooker was moderate. He could comprehend it, but wouldn't seek it out intentionally. Once the game began, Huang Kaivun focused on offense, yet his positioning of the cue ball was impeccable. When opportunities to score were scarce, his defensive play was equally impressive, leaving no openings for his opponent. Capello nodded in approval. Huang Kaivun possessed a meticulous mindset, even on the football pitch. He adeptly adjusted his play to exploit his opponent's weaknesses without needing much guidance. When he first learned of Huang Kaivun's participation in the snooker competition, he anticipated a remarkable performance. Having previously watched Huang Kaivun's matches, he had worried whether he might falter. However, the recent extension of Huang Kaivun's contract with Real Madrid had alleviated his concerns. If that rotund fellow Ancelotti could defend the Champions League title, so too could Huang Kaivun. After all, Fabio Capello considered himself superior to Ancelotti. In Madrid, in the president's office, Wenger had already declined their invitation, as Baldano noted. It seems we have no choice but to let Capello continue as coach, Calderon sighed. A coach with Kaivun still produced a rather dull style of play for Real Madrid. Bringing him back was indeed a miscalculation. At least we secured the treble. Baldano replied with a smile. Huang Kaivun had renewed his contract, and Baldano no longer fretted over his salary. The focus now shifted to transfers. The paramount concern was how much commission could be garnered. Have we not yet resolved Van Nistelrooy's departure? Calderon inquired. Van Nistelrooy's agent's accusation against Kevin in the newspaper, branding him a locker room bully, sealed Van Nistelrooy's fate. The situation is rather intricate. Baldano sat down and remarked that he was disinclined to join a lesser team. Among the elite, the most sincere interest came from Liverpool, who had failed in their pursuit of Torres. However, Van Nistelrooy was apprehensive about how Manchester United fans would react to him, especially in light of the recent Figo incident. Given the choice, he would undoubtedly prefer not to align himself with the bitter rivals of Manchester United. Are there no other prestigious clubs vying for him? Calderon inquired with a furrowed brow, clearly dissatisfied with the current transfer progress. Van Nistelrooy's departure signaled to Kevin the club's seriousness regarding their intentions. Certainly, but the transfer fees they propose are rather unreasonable. Baldano replied, shaking his head. If they are unwilling to provide a fair transfer fee and refuse to offer a commission, do they truly believe I, as the Real Madrid manager, am engaged in charity? Stop fixating on that sum and expedite Van Nistelrooy's departure. Calderon commanded. Having such a discordant voice in the first team is more detrimental than anything else. Understood, Baldano nodded, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Once Baldano left the president's office, Calderon resumed poring over the coaching materials on his desk. The British were not mistaken. Possessing Kevin symbolized the pinnacle of football. Yet, Capello was certainly unworthy of such a prestigious club. Aside from the medical team, he most desired to replace Capello. News of Huang Kaivun's triumph in snooker became a recent sensation across Europe, relegating the story of Barcelona's $50 million bid for Van Persie to the second page. The news of Ramos's loan to Milan barely made a ripple. To evade the omnipresent British journalists, Huang Kaivun, alongside Ramos and Casillas, discreetly flew to Venezuela to support Kaká. The Brazilian team has been performing exceptionally well. After a defeat to Mexico in the opening match, Brazil quickly regained their form, with Kaká and Robinho leading the scoring charts. In the quarterfinals, Brazil decisively triumphed over Chile. Now, they awaited the finals in Maracaibo, Venezuela. Huang Kaivun was particularly struck by the abundance of young women standing by the roadside. America stirred trouble throughout the Americas, with no South American country escaping its grasp. Since 1999, Venezuela has had a tense relationship with America. Hosting the Copa America did little to improve Venezuela's economy. Rather, it seemed to bolster certain industries. For just a few dollars, one could indulge in local services. The pervasive presence of single-use packaging infused the city with a palpable atmosphere of hormones, and one had to be cautious not to step on discarded rubber products. Upon arriving at the hotel, Huang Kaivun hesitated to venture outside, fearing he might inadvertently tread upon someone's progeny. "This place is truly astonishing," Lily exclaimed, her face a picture of surprise. The wealthy young lady had undoubtedly never encountered such a scene. "The area where I grew up bore a striking resemblance to this." Casillas, speaking in halting Spanish, added, "Back then, my friends and I would always associate our surroundings with gunfire, police cars, and ambulances." "At least you have distanced yourself from that environment now," Lily responded. "Indeed. I find it astonishing that I now perceive this environment as remarkably unfamiliar, remarked Cassano. You ought to cherish your current life, maintain your vigor, and strive for an illustrious career, advised Ramos. Cassano replied with a smile. The world owes me 17 years. I intend to indulge and savor every moment. You may be right, yet you must realize that aside from football, you possess no other means of livelihood, cautioned Inzaghi. If you wish to uphold a respectable standard of living, you must train as diligently as I do. The length of your career dictates the quality of life after retirement. All right, I understand, Uncle Filippo, Cassano replied with a peculiar tone. Inzaghi, incensed, raised his middle finger. As he observed Cassano preparing to leave the restaurant, Inzaghi warned. Do not venture out tonight. Be wary of potential robbery. I am merely heading to the hotel bar for a while, Uncle Filippo. Cassano waved without turning back. Inzaghi paused for a moment, sensing the familiarity of that gesture. He turned to Huang Kaivun, who appeared utterly perplexed. What is it, Filippo? Huang inquired. It is nothing, Inzaghi replied, shaking his head. We came here to support Ricardo, yet even seeing him proves to be such a challenge. You must understand, it is unavoidable. These national teams fear scandals, hence they restrict the players from leaving the hotel freely, Huang explained. Several South American teams have encountered collective scandals. When they arrive in Venezuela, do they not feel like mice in a grain bin? Brazil's national team has a history regarding this matter, so it is understandable that they impose restrictions on their players. Very well, since there are no diversions, let us engage in a game of cards, proposed Inzaghi. Within the 2 days leading up to the final, Inzaghi pinned another IOU for Huang Kaivun. On July 15th, the day of the final, en route to the stadium, the unyielding Inzaghi inquired, Kaivun, have you engaged in deceit? Of course not. Huang replied with a smile. I do not believe you. How could you possibly win consistently? Inzaghi pressed. Perhaps your card-playing skills are subpar, novice. Cassano chimed in. Huang nodded silently. Inzaghi, with his lackluster skills and penchant for play, was fortunate that Huang, fearing Inzaghi might lose everything, intentionally allowed him to win several hands, ensuring Inzaghi only suffered minimal losses. Upon arriving at the stadium, they took their seats. The Copa America final was set to unfold between the South American powerhouses, Brazil and Argentina. These two titans have long been rivals on the pitch. Even before the match commenced, the atmosphere was charged, with certain fans igniting fireworks in the stands. Fortunately, Dida had already retired from the Brazilian national team. Otherwise, his performance would likely have faltered today. As the match began, both teams assumed an aggressive stance. Brazil's overall strength was evidently superior to Argentina's. And merely glancing at the lineups, Huang sensed Brazil's impending victory. Messi had yet to reach his zenith, and the team's tactics were evidently flawed. In contrast, the Brazilian team's offense flowed with greater fluidity. Within just 4 minutes of the match, Baptista netted a goal, granting Brazil an early lead. Ayala inadvertently scored an own goal, extending Brazil's advantage to 2 goals. In the second half, Alves sealed the victory with a long-range strike. Although Huang Kaivun's good friend Kaká did not manage to score or assist, his movement on the field drew considerable defensive attention from the Argentinians, thus creating opportunities for his teammates. Diego and Robinho stood at the center, triumphantly lifting the Copa America trophy. Regrettably, these two prodigious talents failed to fully realize their potential. As the evening unfolded, the ban on the Brazilian team was finally lifted. Huang Kaivun and his companions headed to the hotel where the Brazilian team was staying to celebrate. The atmosphere intensified after the departure of the young lady, Lily, and Kaká's girlfriend Beatriz. Cassano and Inzaghi seamlessly integrated into the Brazilian squad. Is this all right? Kaká inquired with concern. No problem. They're just relaxing in the hotel during their break, Huang Kaivun replied with a smile. Ramos joined the two, occasionally chiming in. Shortly thereafter, a tipsy Inzaghi returned to Huang Kaivun's side, embracing Cassano, and slurred, Isn't Real Madrid preparing for a warm-up in Asia? Let us vacation in Japan together. I've longed to experience Japanese culture. Writing about Shearer and Ronaldo may prompt some readers to question the disparity in their levels. Yet it is precisely this contrast that resonates with the British character, inadvertently revealing the arrogance of the subjects of the sun never-setting empire. The video of the Copa America final could not be found. Let us not stir up trouble, brothers. The Copa America has been held frequently since its inception, and it has little to do with the legendary Messi. Please refrain from seizing any opportunity to incite discord. Today, I fell asleep while stewing beef brisket, and it burnt. leaving me to ponder whether to mourn the brisket or the pot. Haha. I'm uncertain if the online remedy of boiling white vinegar, baking soda, cola, and dish soap is effective. The burnt smell still lingers, making it quite unbearable. Thus, I wrote less today. Oldie stepped outside for some fresh air, returned to scrub the pot, and planned to write more late into the night, while any overdue updates will depend on when I find the time. A gentle reminder, do not stay up waiting, you'll see it in the morning. Tonight, Oldie dined on instant noodles and crispy sausages, hoping for a wave of monthly votes and recommendations. Chapter complete. 02-492 Man in the 2005-2006 season, Rijkaard faced peculiar criticism for his inability to serve as head coach. Accused of excessive diving by Barcelona. Prior to their match against Liverpool, he provocatively challenged Liverpool's manager, Benitez. Abramovich and Kenyan busily cleaned up after Mourinho. In the 2006-2007 season, Abramovich specifically sought the signings of Shevchenko and Ballack for Chelsea, which displeased Mourinho. Mourinho is a coach with strong opinions, and unfortunately, Chelsea's owner Abramovich shares this trait, making conflict between them inevitable. That summer, the covert battle between Mourinho and Abramovich continued. However, they were in complete agreement regarding the acquisition of Huang Kaivun. During his vacation, Mourinho granted an interview in which he remarked to the journalist, "Some individuals can effortlessly achieve success. The Champions League titles of the past 3 years are not solely a testament to the coaching prowess of those at the helm. My intention is not to criticize other coaches, but merely to observe Kevin's performance in the Champions League. One would realize that swapping those coaches for yourself, or even selecting a random waiter to stand on the sidelines would yield no significant change in outcome. I was quite pleased to hear the rumors regarding Kevin's transfer. Unfortunately, he renewed his contract with Real Madrid. Had he moved to Chelsea, we would have been an excellent match." At an English Premier League coaching forum, Ferguson and Wenger exhibited no signs of hostility from their respective benches. The two appeared amicable in front of the cameras, with Wenger even jesting about a name associated with temperature differences. Ferguson pretended to threaten him with a microphone in hand. When discussing the best players of recent years, both mentioned the same name, Tokyo Kabukicho. The illustrious Huang Kaivun, mentioned by several esteemed coaches, was exploring the famed entertainment district alongside Inzaghi, Kaká, Ramos, and Casillas. This marked Huang Kaivun's inaugural visit to Kabukicho, a place he had only heard about previously. Initially, he thought Kabukicho was merely a street of bars. In reality, it is a vast commercial complex. Narrow streets are lined with bars, arcades, cinemas, and dance halls, interspersed with izakayas and hotels, where youthful and attractive individuals beckon patrons at the entrances. "Kevin, do you mean Tokyo Isn't like China?" Casillas inquired with astonishment. "Ah, no," Huang Kaivun replied, shaking his head. He had lost count of how many times he had addressed such naive questions. "But it feels remarkably similar to cities in China. They don't seem all that different from you," Casillas remarked. "Nonsense. Kevin is nothing like them," Ramos interjected. "Fool. Do you want the media to catch wind of your loud remarks?" Casillas muttered. Ramos quickly hushed, instinctively lowering the brim of his cap. On this outing, several stars donned baseball caps as a simple disguise to avoid drawing too much attention. "Kevin, is it wise for us to be in such a place?" Kaká whispered. "It's nothing. We are merely seeking a spot to enjoy a drink. Nothing like what you might imagine," Huang Kaivun replied with a smile. His first knowledge of Kabukicho stemmed from Stephen Chow's City of Darkness. Initially, he believed it was penned by Chow himself, only to later discover that Stephen Chow was a fictional author whose idol was that actor, reversing his idol's name for his pen name. However, Beatrice and the others are still at the hotel, Kaká remarked, feeling that abandoning their girlfriends at the hotel to indulge in revelry was rather inconsiderate. "Ricardo, my poor Ricardo," Inzaghi said while draping an arm around Kaká's neck. "Look at Kevin. He left both of his girlfriends at the hotel without a care in the world. What are you so worried about?" "I harbor no concerns. Thus, there is little to discuss. You will not engage in any nefarious deeds. We are here to cultivate a deeper understanding of the local culture." Kevin has also remarked that this is merely a customary form of entertainment. "Have you misconstrued the situation?" Inzaghi interrupted Kaká's words. "I have not," Kaká retorted, "yet the circumstances along the streets appear rather unusual." "Rest assured," Huang Kaivun replied. "The establishments serving alcohol differ significantly from those offering massages. The hostesses in Kabukicho typically do not provide additional services." If such rumors were to circulate, It would prompt patrons to swiftly seek new interests. What they desire is the allure of artistry without impropriety. Otherwise, they might as well visit Yoshiwara. Since you claim this is not China, how is it that you can communicate with them? Casillas inquired, observing Huang Kaivun's nonchalance when rejecting the hostesses. As Filippo mentioned, I previously endeavored to grasp Japanese culture by learning some basic phrases, Huang Kaivun explained. Some subtitles lack finesse, rendering certain dialogues rather awkward. My eagerness to comprehend the narrative led me to self-study Japanese. Though my understanding is limited, it greatly aids in following the plot. Thus, interest serves as the finest teacher. Is that so? Then where shall we venture? With your knowledge of the culture, lead us to a splendid locale, Casillas excitedly proposed. Were it not for Huang Kaivun's restraint, he would have already dashed inside. Let us observe a while longer. When the time comes, whichever establishment you favor, we shall visit, Huang Kaivun advised. Casillas would find disappointment today. Huang Kaivun was intent on witnessing the renowned hostesses who could entice patrons to lavish their fortunes with mere conversation. These hostesses often engage in drinking solely to encourage the purchase of more beverages, leaving little room for other expectations. Thus, Huang Kaivun resolved to explore. Even if it was merely for the sake of experience, he sought an aesthetically pleasing and well-appointed environment. After a stroll through Kabukicho, the group selected a venue to enter. July 22nd, Kasumigakaka ground. Huang Kaivun and his teammates were warming up. The entire team had arrived in Tokyo yesterday for various commercial engagements, and today was set to play a warm-up match against Tokyo FC. Inzaghi and Ramos, who had been on loan to Milan from Real Madrid, returned to Italy to commence their pre-season training. Following a warm-up match in Italy, Milan would head to Russia for the Railway Cup. Before the match commenced, the fans of the opposing team displayed their fervor. Every time Huang Kaivun touched the ball, it elicited a chorus of cheers. My, what a crowd we have today. The enthusiasm of Japanese fans is remarkable, he noted, observing the numerous posters bearing his name and likeness in the stands. Back in 2003, Real Madrid had faced Tokyo FC in a friendly match, securing a comfortable victory of 3-0. Today, it remained uncertain how long Capello would allow Huang Kaivun to play, whether he took the field or not. Real Madrid's victory seemed assured. The only uncertainty lay in the number of goals they would score. The outcome of the warm-up match bears little significance, considering that Real Madrid's title rivals are not Tokyo FC. Indeed, thus far, Real Madrid has only acquired Dudek and signed Saviola on a free transfer, while Barcelona has secured the talents of Monaco midfielder Yaya Touré, the king of Highbury, Henry, and the impressive Gabriel Milito from Zaragoza. In terms of transfers, Real Madrid currently trails behind Barcelona. The camera panned to Kaká, who was holding a poster of Huang Kaivun. Due to his participation in the Copa America, he could return to training a bit later. Today, how long can Huang Kaivun play in the warm-up match? It remains uncertain. Capello swiftly substituted Huang Kaivun in the Copa del Rey final. Did you notice that Capello has tanned? It seems so. I heard he was traveling domestically. I am not concerned about Capello's travels. I am more intrigued by Huang Kaivun's escapades, especially since he let a female companion cover his drinking expenses. Is that correct? I heard it was the female companion who insisted on paying. That makes me even more envious of him. He enjoys outings without his girlfriend's oversight. And the company even volunteers to pay. Did you not see the news? The Real Madrid bus was escorted by police cars on the way to the stadium. As Huang Kaivun has an immense fan base, his photo collection sold 42 million copies in a year, which speaks volumes about his popularity. Is that a lot? Can someone explain that to me? To put it simply, aside from Huang Kaivun, the highest-selling photo collection from Japan belongs to Rihoko Miyazawa, with 165 million copies sold from 1991 to 2003. Incredible. Huang Kaivun is indeed that popular? What do you think? Those girls from Japan would go to great lengths to get close to him. In fact, they are already doing so, as evidenced by the female companion paying for Huang Kaivun's drinks. Another day of envying Huang Kaivun. Back in the players' tunnel, Casillas quietly asked Huang Kaivun, "Shall we take it easy? The fans here are so enthusiastic, and those ladies even cover our bills." Huang Kaivun smiled and replied, "No need. The more goals you score, the more excited the Japanese fans become. Do fans really enjoy watching their local team suffer such defeats?" Casillas inquired, somewhat skeptical of Huang Kaivun's assertion. "You will soon find out," Huang Kaivun assured him. Today he had no scratch card on him, and was unsure of his luck. Gazing at the full anticipation meter, Huang Kaivun opted for a lottery draw. Ding! You have obtained a quarterfinal experience card for the 2018 World Cup, Belgium versus Japan, featuring Eden Hazard. Incredible. No, it's actually King Hazard. At that time, he was at his peak, performing at a world-class level. Drawing such a card was perfect for repaying the local fans with a stellar performance. If Capello does not substitute him today, Huang Kaivun intends to keep playing. The match commenced. Saviola initiated with a lateral pass, and Huang Kaivun swiftly received the ball, deftly maneuvering past Suzuki Tatsuya with ease. In a swift motion, Yasuyuki Kano surged towards the sideline, executing a flying tackle. Huang Kaivun, with an agile left foot, deftly maneuvered the ball from behind him to in front, showcasing a remarkable rainbow flick. Although Eden Hazard may not require such flamboyant techniques, Huang's innate touch was sufficient to support this skillful display. Leaping over Kano's outstretched legs, Huang regained possession and dashed towards the penalty area of Tokyo FC. The defenders of Tokyo FC retreated into the box, cautiously positioning themselves for defense. With grace, Huang cut inside from the edge of the penalty area. Yuhei Tereo, noticing Daisuke Suzuki's pursuit, hesitated to press immediately and opted to join Hideki Sawara in guarding against Savio's forward run. As Huang entered the penalty area, he executed a precise lateral pass with the outside of his right foot. Savio, with his back to the goal, flicked the ball backward with his left foot, allowing it to slip between Tereo and Sawara. Huang, positioned at the edge of the small box, received the ball once again and skillfully directed a shot with the inside of his right foot into the far corner of the net. Remarkably, Real Madrid had taken the lead with merely 2 passes since the kickoff. Japanese fans were acutely aware of the disparity between Tokyo FC and Real Madrid, yet they had not anticipated such a stark contrast. Kevin, goal. In just 9 seconds into the match, Kevin had breached the opponent's defense. I remain perplexed by the significance of Real Madrid's decision to warm up in Asia. Calderon seemed fixated solely on financial gain, failing to recognize that such a lackluster opponent would not provide Kevin with the competitive edge he required. Even if this encounter was deemed trivial, my excitement was undeniable. The passionate cries of Crudeli resonated. Witnessing Kevin sprint across the pitch once more moved me profoundly. Football had nearly lost its essence, but thankfully, divine providence spared its devotee from abandoning the field in search of new entertainment. As for the notion of new challenges, it is patently absurd. Kevin excels in any sport he partakes in, emerging as the finest athlete therein. Real Madrid's investment of $35 million in annual salary has rescued O'Sullivan, who can finally breathe a sigh of relief, having narrowly retained his dominance in snooker. Unfortunately, Buffon faces yet another disappointment. I believe Buffon could benefit from a change in perspective. If he were to compete with Casillas at Real Madrid for the starting position, he need not worry about facing Kevin on the pitch. On July 22nd, the clouds that had shrouded the sky finally dispersed, and Kevin's radiant presence illuminated the entire realm once more. In the Kashiwa Stadium, the chants of Huang Kaivun, Huang Kaivun, Huang Kaivun reverberated, filling the air with the fervent cries of fans. Huang waved to the stands, and the volume of their cheers doubled. Cassano, with his hands on his hips, glanced at the crowd in bewilderment, struggling to comprehend whose home ground this truly was. While female fans could be captivated by Kevin's youthful visage, the fervor of the male supporters was even more intense. Cassano had encountered many fervent fans of Huang Kaivun, yet witnessing such devotion, with fans kneeling in the stands, was a first. Is it true that the more one oppresses them, the more exhilarated they become? With a sense of confusion, Cassano returned to the center circle as Tokyo FC resumed play. In a dazzling display of skill, Shingo Akira deftly maneuvered past Evalaro Pereira, who quickly returned the pass. Saviola surged forward, pressuring Kamino Yasunori into an errant pass that fell directly into the feet of Cassano. In fine form, Cassano executed a beautiful feint to evade Satoru Asanari. The young player Nagatomo Yudo, who, like Huang Kaivun, recently graduated from university, made a decisive intervention, blocking Cassano's cross and sending it out for a corner. Guti was not in the starting lineup, and Huang Kaivun showed no inclination to take the corner, prompting Cassano to approach the corner flag. It appeared that Capello aimed to experiment more with his lineup today. Interestingly, Real Madrid's starting goalkeeper, Dudek, had been outperformed in the 04-05 Champions League final by Huang Kaivun, who, stepping in as a makeshift goalkeeper, had helped AC Milan seize the Champions League trophy from Liverpool's grasp. As Cassano prepared to take the corner, Hidate Hoshi Sawahara headed the ball out of the penalty area, landing it at Huang Kaivun's feet. With no hesitation, he struck. The ball found the back of the net. Huang Kaivun unleashed a stunning shot from the left side of the penalty area, threading the ball through the legs of 5 Tokyo FC players and into the bottom right corner of the goal. Merely 1 minute and 11 seconds into the match, Huang had already netted a brace, showcasing his extraordinary form. Capello glanced at the pitch and inquired, "How about substituting Kaivun now?" Baldini and Galbiati, Capello's trusted aides, refrained from voicing their opinions. After all, it had only just begun. Kaivun had barely covered 100 meters, and already there were thoughts of substitution. Even if Kaivun had a good temperament, Capello's decision would surely provoke discontent. Friendly matches were intended to help players shake off the cobwebs of vacation, adapt to the rhythm of the game, and find their form. What could be achieved in just 1 minute? Without receiving an answer, Capello surmised his assistant's thoughts and elaborated. While Japanese fans may appear fervent, they are, in truth, a rather hypocritical people. In my studies of Chinese culture, I also gleaned insights into the Japanese character, which oscillates between arrogance and insecurity. The Japanese can be quite self-serving, often aware of their wrongdoings yet proceeding regardless, offering only insipid apologies without meaningful reparations. Furthermore, their historical grievances with China make me wary of potential fouls against Kaivun by Japanese players. The decision rests with you, Fabio. Galbiati hesitated to respond, understanding Capello's reasoning but uncertain if Huang Kaivun would agree to be substituted. Baldini was preparing to persuade Capello when he was distracted by the ruckus from the nearby stands, turning to observe the pitch. He saw Huang Kaivun receiving the ball at the halfway line, skillfully shrugging off Asanari. As Huang slowed his diagonal dribble, Motani Teryuki leaped in pursuit, hands outstretched on Huang's shoulders, yet the ball-carrying Huang remained unfazed, charging forward. "Baka, you've disgraced our Yamato nation." The commentator in the Tokyo TV studio fumed. Nearby, some female fans began to hurl insults at Motani's family. Even the silent spectators felt a profound sense of embarrassment. Not only did they concede 2 goals within the first minute, but their defense was also a chaotic display of flailing limbs. However, an even more humiliating incident soon unfolded. As Maoding Zhaoxing placed his hands upon Huang Kaivun's shoulders, he found himself unable to keep pace, releasing one hand while still clinging to Huang's shoulder with the other. Yet, just 2 steps later, he was still unable to match Huang's stride. The force from Huang's right hand compelled Maoding Zhaoxing to spin awkwardly in place before crashing heavily onto the grass. His frantic attempts to impede Huang's advance proved futile, leaving him in a most undignified state. The arena echoed with thunderous boos, and some fans even shouted for ritualistic seppuku in apology. As Sato Haruki sprinted towards his team's penalty area, he cast a glance back at Huang Kaivun, positioned just outside the box. Huang deftly nudged the ball to his left with his right foot. Sato, unable to turn in time, faced away from Huang to adjust his position. Against such a rival, Huang felt no need for elaborate maneuvers. With a subtle shift of his shoulders to change his weight, he executed a simple yet elegant touch with his left foot, guiding the ball into the right side of the small box. He darted past the off-balance Sato and unleashed a powerful strike with his right foot. Boom! The ball soared past the outstretched legs of De Jong Yuhei, who had attempted a tackle, and flew past the stationary Yashida Hitoshi, who could only watch in despair as it struck the left side of the net. Kaivun! Goal! 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 Originally, Kaivun could have easily sent the ball flying into the net from midfield, but the audacious Japanese player had irked him with a foul, prompting Kaivun to take matters into his own hands against these ruffians. These poor souls should be grateful for Kaivun's benevolence, for they were granted the same privilege as the elite players of Juventus, Barcelona, and Manchester United, witnessing up close Kaivun's magnificent long-range strike. Those who conceal their transgressions shall find no fortune. Those who confess their sins shall be met with mercy, having witnessed the divine intervention. What they ought to do now is kneel and repent for their wicked deeds. What? How dare Capello? In just 2 minutes into the match, he intends to substitute Kaivun. A heartfelt thanks to the reader who generously supported me. My apologies for my continued misfortunes, as I couldn't manage to get it right. I sat in McDonald's for over an hour, and the lingering scent has left me quite dazed, writing this after returning to work during the day. This chapter concludes here. We are evenly matched with Real Madrid. Damn those Italian scoundrels. How outrageous that they would even consider replacing Kaivun. Damn it. A voice in Chinese mingled with the Japanese, clearly resonating. Kaka waved a poster of Huang Kaivun from the stands, joining nearby fans in a loud protest. "Kaivun, the coach is preparing to substitute you," Casillas remarked gleefully. Huang Kaivun approached Higuain, who stood at the sidelines. "Coach, am I really coming off now?" Huang inquired. "Isn't it absurd to substitute this early? That Japanese fellow has already extended his hand. He might resort to underhanded tactics, and I fear for your safety." Capello replied in a thick Sichuan accent. Huang Kaivun contemplated this matter as well. Today, he had yet to utilize the immunity card, preferring to conserve it for potential circumstances. After all, should he be unexpectedly incapacitated by the adversaries, it would be a regrettable loss. Hearing the furious jeers from the fans at the Shichiolu Arena, Huang Kaivun suggested, "How about we play for another 2 minutes?" "Very well, let us extend the match by 2 minutes," Capello replied reluctantly. In those 2 minutes, if Huang Kaivun were to score 3 goals, that would make 6 in total. Would such a barrage provoke the ire of their opponents? Capello cast a worried glance at Huang Kaivun as he returned to the field. On the sidelines, Higuain looked toward Capello, sensing that the coach had seemingly forgotten about his presence. Higuain bent down to retrieve his training jacket, donned it, and returned to his seat on the bench. Huang Kaivun remained on the field, eliciting a fervent applause from the crowd. Many fans in the stands were moved to tears. Envisioning a narrative of the king of football striving for the fans, courageously standing against the whims of foreign coaches. The reality was not far from this sentiment. Recently, the king of football had new merchandise to launch, necessitating thoughtful consideration of the fans' sentiments to ensure their willing expenditure on high-priced paraphernalia. "I envy your ability to dismiss Fabio at will. I have never witnessed such treatment afforded to anyone else," sighed Casillas. "Were he in the same position, he would undoubtedly face a prolonged period of cold shoulder. There is nothing to envy. This is merely a standard exchange, not a privilege." "You misunderstand the coach. He is quite receptive to players' voices," Huang Kaivun remarked. Indeed, Capello had never turned down the requests of the king of football. The disparaging remarks in the newspapers about Capello could only be seen as slander by Huang Kaivun. As the match resumed, Tokyo FC quickly organized an offensive play following the kickoff. The Japanese team's footwork was commendable, displaying solid foundational skills along with some nuanced techniques. Hanyu Kaka, on the left flank, swiftly maneuvered past Casillas, prompting Diarra to shift to the wing for defense. Hanyu feigned a rightward advance, deceiving Diarra into shifting his weight, before promptly passing to the retreating Pereira. As Pereira encountered Pepe's pressing, he pivoted and dribbled down the right flank, while Suzuki Tatsuya and Pereira exchanged positions, actively making runs toward the center. Pereira's lateral pass was intercepted by Cannavaro, who launched the ball into the midfield with a powerful kick. During this interval, numerous transfer rumors regarding Cannavaro had surfaced. Indeed, director Zhang chuckled. Cannavaro's relationship with his mentor Capello was not as harmonious as it had been during their time at Juventus. Cannavaro had remarked in an interview that after half a season at Real Madrid, he struggled to acclimate. At one point, he even resided in a hotel. Yet Capello urged him to persevere, revealing another facet of Capello's character. Furthermore, Cannavaro's form had declined since his critical mistake against Lyon in the Champions League group stage, making Capello's decision to sideline him quite reasonable. Thus, transfers carry risks. One must exercise caution, for a change of clubs may abruptly diminish one's form. He added with a chuckle. Indeed, Huang Kaivun maneuvered the ball to the edge of the left side penalty area, pausing to await his teammates' advance. Defenders Masaru Sohara and Yuhei Tokunaga lowered their centers of gravity simultaneously, positioning themselves to confront Huang as he prepared to cut inside. Sohara deliberately spread his arms, attempting to prevent Huang from slipping through the gap between him and Tokunaga. Huang, catching sight of his teammate, swiftly tapped the ball with the tip of his right foot, sending it rolling rapidly toward the baseline. He darted into the penalty area between Sohara and Tokunaga. De Jong raced toward the baseline, stepping over the ball and delivering a powerful backward flick. Huang successfully seized the ball just outside the corner of the small box. Sohara reached out toward him but hesitated to exert too much force, fearing a penalty. Huang deftly maneuvered the ball with his left foot, evading his markers with remarkable speed. As Taisuke Kinmo charged in to provide cover, Huang flicked the ball with the inside of his left foot, sending it toward the penalty spot. Arriving at the spot, he pivoted and unleashed a fierce shot. The ball sailed between 4 Tokyo FC players, heading straight for the right side of the goal. The ever-prepared Yoshihito Nishi anticipated its trajectory, kneeling to extend his hands, but failing to make contact as the ball flew past his palms and into the net. Nishi remained on his knees, unable to rise, confident that his judgment on the ball's height had been correct, yet this shot had been a close-range, dipping effort. The main goalkeeper for Tokyo FC meticulously recalled the sequence of the goal. It had a slight spin, continuously rising before descending only after crossing the goal line. Is this the prowess of the world's best? Huang Kaivun truly deserves the acclaim, even though he would have to retrieve the ball from the net once more. There was no hint of disappointment on his face. It was only natural that he could achieve what Buffon and Van der Sar could not. Roars of Huang Kaivun. Huang Kaivun. Huang Kaivun erupted once again from the Kashiokyu Athletic Arena, resonating with astonishing intensity. The young fans waved their support paraphernalia with fervor. Just stepping out for a bit of social interaction to witness Huang Kaivun in action was indeed worthwhile. They were eager to purchase even more merchandise related to him. Huang responded to the stands with applause, inciting even more frenzied cheers. Noticing Capello pacing nervously along the sidelines, Huang approached him, signaling for a substitution. Continuing to play could risk injury from the opponents. Today, without the immunity card, caution was prudent. The king of balls could not afford to be carried off on a stretcher even in a friendly match. Kaivun, are you preparing to exit? Capello inquired with delight, quickly handing over a towel and water bottle. The Imabari towel, originating from Japan, had been purchased in abundance, nearly overflowing his suitcase. Huang squirted water from the bottle into his mouth, spitting it out before wiping his lips and replying, "Yes, coach. I think it would be better for me to sit out." That is good. Go rest for a while on the bench until the match concludes," Capello said, wrapping an arm around Huang's shoulder as they walked toward the substitutes area. Huang glanced up at the stands, spotting the young ladies, Lily and others, in attendance. In truth, he yearned to head directly toward the audience. However, it is rather inconvenient to leave at this moment, especially since Nintendo has just provided advertising funds. Thus, our protagonist, the illustrious Huang Xiao, reluctantly occupies the bench to engage in some gaming. What are you dawdling for? Once Huang Kaivun takes his seat, Capello turns to Higuain and urges, "Get on the field quickly. Haven't you noticed Kaivun has already exited?" With a stoic expression, Higuain rises, shedding his training jacket as he strides toward the sidelines. There will come a day when he shall unleash his prowess upon Capello. Huang Kaivun, having voluntarily exited, is well aware of his ability to effortlessly score 5 goals. However, he refrains from inflicting harm upon the fans who support him, thus requesting to leave the game after netting 4. His sublime skills and genuine benevolence impart a valuable lesson to the players of Tokyo FC. Following the match, Moritani Teryuki must seek out Huang Kaivun to apologize and request forgiveness for his earlier indiscretion. Huang Kaivun retrieves his gaming console and begins playing Ace Attorney 4, an intriguing deduction game. The cameras on the sidelines frequently shift their focus to Real Madrid's substitutes, while the commentators speculate on what game Huang Kaivun might be engrossed in. "How about we go shopping in Ginza once the match concludes?" Beauty inquires, expressing his penchant for sports and reading during his downtime, though shopping is not a particular passion. He indulges occasionally. Beauty's fashion sense has always been commendable, a testament to his own selections. "Forget it," Huang Kaivun interjects, pointing toward the stands. "The fans are far too enthusiastic. Shopping would be quite troublesome, easily leading to being trapped in a mall. Then why not attract the fans' attention in a public space? And afterward, we can enjoy Ginza?" Gyuti suggests with a smile. Huang Kaivun narrows his eyes at Gyuti, exclaiming, "You, with those pronounced features, are increasingly resembling that rascal Cassano." "I was merely jesting." Gyuti chuckles awkwardly. It is indeed unfair to make Huang Kaivun a target, though the humor falls flat. As the two converse, Real Madrid scores once more, extending the lead to 5 o'clock. In the second half, Capello makes 6 substitutions, allowing Tokyo FC to capitalize and score a goal. But Raul rewrites the scoreline once again before the final whistle. The first of Real Madrid's summer friendlies concludes with a score of 6-1. "Kevin, they would like you to proceed to the mixed zone," Galbiati whispers as he approaches Huang Kaivun. "All right, I'll head over now," Huang Kaivun replies, saving his game before stowing the console in his bag and standing up. In the mixed zone, a Japanese journalist poses the question, "Huang Kaivun, what do you think of Tokyo FC's strength?" "Their capabilities are quite commendable," Huang Kaivun responds with a smile. "Today, I noticed that Yuto Nagatomo possesses significant talent. He might venture to Europe in the future. The level of their prowess is somewhat average, as Huang Qiuwang has never been concerned about his opponents. For regardless of who they are, none can surpass his abilities. However, some respect should still be afforded. In addition to his merchandise, Kevin's tea is also set to enter the Japanese market. To entice the Japanese consumers, he has even commissioned research into the blends of barley tea and green tea. Understanding that the Japanese have cultivated a fondness for barley tea since childhood. Moreover, Japanese tea beverages are predominantly unsweetened. In order to ensure that the Japanese populace can enjoy healthy tea, Huang Kaivun has exerted considerable effort. Naturally, investing a bit more for one's health is quite unavoidable. Is a transfer to AC Milan a possibility for him? A reporter eagerly inquired. With players like Jankulovski and Casillas at AC Milan, such a move might hinder his development. Huang Kaivun responded with a smile. One should simply say what sounds pleasant. Graciously declining is a skill every adult should master. If given the opportunity to choose a teammate from Tokyo FC, which player would you select? Teammate. A lively rhythm immediately surged through Huang Kaivun's mind. On such a hot day in Tokyo, isn't it quite normal to seek a sip of water from a neighbor? The ensuing developments promised to be intriguing. Regrettably, such utterances could tarnish Huang's kingly image. Huang Kaivun remarked, "They are all quite talented. It is difficult to choose just one." Kevin, could you please share your thoughts on Japan? The Japanese fans are incredibly passionate. They love sports, and I am immensely grateful for their support. Huang Kaivun replied with a smile. The reporter was eager to pose another question. Coach Akira Nishino of Tokyo FC approached with his protege, Teruyuki Mori. The mentor and disciple came before Huang Kaivun, and Mori quickly bowed and said, "I apologize for any trouble caused during today's match. Please graciously forgive me." Huang Kaivun remarked. He is quite adept at bowing and apologizing, isn't he? If he truly wished to express sincerity, could he not offer a monetary gesture? Since they are willing to perform, Huang, the king of the ball, does not mind joining them in their theatrics. Huang Kaivun extended his hands to lift Mori, stating, "Physical confrontations on the football field are inevitable. This is not a significant matter." After translation, Mori bowed once more and exclaimed, "Arigato." The Real Madrid charter flight departed from Haneda Airport. Fans lingered outside the airport. Reluctant to disperse, Huang Kaivun left Tokyo with 4 goals and a legend of magnanimity, soaring towards the chilly realms of the north. Accompanied by the well wishes of cherry blossom girls and hostesses from Kabukicho. Meanwhile, the young lady was also set to return to Milan to attend to her affairs, with Kaka and Beatrice flying back with her. Huang Kaivun's close friend Ramos had also been loaned to Milan, leaving him slightly disoriented. Without Ramos, Huang had to endure the incessant chatter of Cassano. After more than 2 hours of flight, the entire Real Madrid team landed in Seoul, and Huang Kaivun finally escaped Cassano's clutches. Who knew that fellow could be so talkative? Under the sponsorship's arrangement, the team enjoyed a local culinary feast and took several photographs before returning to their hotel. Upon returning, the famished Real Madrid players once again gathered in the hotel restaurant for a bite. Capello and Baldano did not join the players. Instead, they erupted into a fierce argument in their room. The sponsors had invested a significant sum. Kevin must take the field, Baldano insisted. When Van Nistelrooy was transferred to Inter Milan, he had already made considerable concessions. Now, they needed to recoup losses in other areas. "Goodness, do you wish to eliminate Kevin?" Capello exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Baldano. "Did you not witness that World Cup? In 2002, the little brat unscrupulously eliminated Portugal, Spain, and Italy to reach the semifinals. Had it not been for Beckenbauer and the German team's pressure on FIFA to replace the referee, Germany might have been another stepping stone for that little brat. I swear that was the dirtiest match I have ever witnessed. It was sheer luck that the Italian players survived on the field. My beloved Totti was brought down in extra time, and the referee dismissed the penalty, branding Totti a diver. That image is forever etched in my mind. No matter what justification Baldano may offer, I will never agree to let Huang Kaivun participate in a warm-up match. With the narrow-mindedness and underhanded tactics of the Koreans, Huang Kaivun would undoubtedly suffer an injury, potentially missing the entire season. Those Korean players are known for their aggressive tackles. I did watch that World Cup, but it was Hiddink's fault. He transformed the players into that, Baldano declared. In any case, I will not allow Kevin to take the field unless I am no longer alive. Capello vehemently kicked the coffee table, adding, or unless I cease to be the coach of Real Madrid. He then stormed out of Baldano's office. Once Capello departed, Baldano violently smashed the water bottle on the floor, causing the plastic to shatter and splatter water onto his trousers. Having played professional football, he was acutely aware of the potential dangers of Huang Kaivun taking the field. Yet, who could resist the substantial financial promise from the Koreans? Anyone who obstructed his pursuit of wealth would be considered his adversary. Coincidentally, Calderon also held a disdain for Capello. Baldano felt it prudent to seek a new coach while the season had yet to commence, aiming to oust that scoundrel Capello. In Huang Kaivun's room, Cassano pointed at the television, exclaiming, "They look splendid. They are professionally trained," Huang Kaivun remarked, observing the girl group on the screen. Initially, girl groups performed in U.S. military camps, naturally striving to please the soldiers. Over time, they evolved into their current form, showcasing synchronized choreography and catchy tunes with remarkable stage presence. The unique appeal of Korean idols indeed sets them apart. Several teammates were captivated by the show, and Lily, seated beside Huang Kaivun, was equally transfixed. They waited until the K-pop program concluded before returning to their respective rooms, leaving only 2 individuals in the suite. Lily, feeling a bit anxious, suggested, "Shall we watch a movie tonight?" The young lady needed to attend to business matters, having started school in September, and thus remained by Huang Kaivun's side. Without Barbara's presence, Lily felt somewhat apprehensive. "Very well, let us watch a movie," Huang Kaivun responded with a smile. "What movie shall we watch?" Lily inquired, gazing up at him. "Since we are in Korea, we ought to watch a Korean film," Huang Kaivun replied, revealing that he had a movie featuring Jin Chong-dong and Ha Ji-won on his laptop. At the outset, Lily entertained the notion that it was merely a light-hearted campus comedy. It soon dawned upon her that she was still rather inexperienced. The following morning, Huang Kaivun, alongside his teammates, attended a sponsor's event. Wherever they went, there were cameras and reporters, both from reputable news outlets and those seeking to unearth scandal, all vying for the attention of Real Madrid. The Spanish club's visit to South Korea had stirred considerable excitement. Korean television stations were fervently covering the buzz. KBC was interviewing citizens on the streets, expressing optimism that if the players exerted themselves, they could indeed triumph over Real Madrid. After all, they had previously defeated Spain, Portugal, and Italy. If the national team could conquer those formidable sides, surely a Seoul club could prevail against a Spanish team. Real Madrid was undeniably a formidable squad with a potent offense. However, Ki Sung-young's defensive prowess could easily neutralize Huang Kaivun. It might be a challenging endeavor, but the players must demonstrate the indomitable spirit of the nation, making it clear to Real Madrid that they were not to be underestimated. Iker Casillas was not invincible. In 2002, he failed to save a single penalty taken by a Korean player. Seoul would emerge victorious over Real Madrid, regardless of the outcome. It was inconceivable that they would be outperformed by the Japanese. They were expected to win, as their footballing standards were high, with several players from Seoul possessing national team caliber. The citizens of the Republic of Korea exhibited a pervasive sense of confidence. The head coach of Seoul FC, Senol Guns, was visibly perturbed. After all, it was Real Madrid. The Real Madrid boasting Kevin. Even a club of his own nation's grandeur could only hope to keep the scoreline respectable against such a side. He was baffled by the audacity of these Koreans. Due to the pressure from the club, Guns reluctantly attended the press conference the day before the match. The Turkish coach stated, "Real Madrid is the best team in the world. Korean football is advancing at an astonishing pace. This match presents an opportunity for exchange, and every member of the team will cherish this chance and strive to deliver an outstanding performance." Guns had expressed himself quite diplomatically. However, his fellow press conference attendee, Seoul FC's goalkeeper Kim Byong-ji, held a contrary view. Kim declared, "We have devised a strategy to confront Real Madrid. Huang Kaivun is an exceptional player, but he possesses certain habits in his style of play. After countless hours of analysis, I have formulated a plan to counter him." Guns, visibly displeased, rose to leave, fearing that if he lingered, he might lose his composure and hurl a chair at Kim. Even if Yashin were to return, he would not dare make such a statement. On July 27th, at the Seoul World Cup Stadium, Huang Kaivun was preparing in the away team's locker room with his teammates. Capello and Baldano were outside the locker room, engaged in a fierce argument. Their voices were raised, and the players inside could hear them quite clearly. Even without seeing Capello, the Real Madrid players could feel the intensity of their coach's fury. "Kevin, you'd best not step onto the pitch. The coach's concerns are far from unfounded. Raul advised as he sat beside Huang Kaivun. In 2002, he had been unable to play against Korea. However, he watched the entire match. The ferocity of the South Korean players left a profound impression on Raul. He even felt somewhat fortunate not to have taken the field at that time. The fouls committed by those Koreans could easily send an opponent off on a stretcher. If Huang Kaivun were to play today, he would undoubtedly be a primary target. I concur. Casillas nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I will take good care of myself, Huang Kaivun said with a smile. The previously acquired immunity card would certainly find its purpose today. The seemingly ordinary yet confident little brat made Huang Kaivun feel that, having received sponsorship, it was necessary to make the Koreans recognize their own limitations. Did they really think they could triumph over Real Madrid without the referee's assistance? Dream on. After utilizing the immunity card and witnessing his anticipation level reach 100, Huang Kaivun opted to draw a card. Ding. Acquired a single match experience card for the 2002 World Cup round of 16, Italy versus South Korea, featuring Francesco Totti. Wow. Huang Kaivun nearly leaped for joy. Watching that match had always left an unsettling feeling within him, particularly Totti's red card dismissal. Huang Kaivun had resolved that, irrespective of Totti's technical prowess, he would emulate his playing style today, fully embodying the spirit of the Prince of Rome. Minutes later, Capello entered the locker room. Spotting Huang Kaivun, he forced a smile and said, "Kevin, you won't need to play today. Those Koreans are bound to target you with malicious fouls. It's all right. I feel quite good." Huang Kaivun replied, "No, I cannot agree." Capello insisted. He rarely opposed Huang Kaivun's wishes, but today he was adamantly against him taking to the pitch. Feeling good doesn't shield you from elbow strikes and sliding tackles. No matter how fit you are, you cannot withstand the opponent's cleats. If Huang Kaivun were to be severely injured, it would be a significant blow to Real Madrid. But I genuinely desire to play, Huang Kaivun stated earnestly. Having finally drawn Totti's card, he felt compelled to provide a delightful surprise. Otherwise, he feared he would be restless for months. Sensing Huang Kaivun's determination, Capello scrutinized him for several minutes before sighing, "Very well, but if you feel unwell, you must inform me." "Don't worry, coach," Huang Kaivun replied, giving a thumbs up. Today, even if the little brat were to unleash a nuclear bomb, the king of balls would face no issues. Huang Kaivun warmed up, and he was likely still in the starting lineup. It remained uncertain whether Capello would once again substitute him early. Following this match against Seoul FC, Real Madrid would be heading to China, and undoubtedly, many fans awaited their arrival with bated breath. I've already purchased tickets for Huang Kaivun's match. I'm just waiting to watch. Damn, when Huang Kaivun wanted to unleash his fury back then, I wonder how I'll berate him later. Wow. You must give that brat a good scolding. Or perhaps we should find someone to give him a beating. Cough. I am a civilized individual. And we must win people over with virtue. I shall undoubtedly educate Huang Kaivun on the inappropriateness of his actions. My only fear is that Huang Kaivun may not survive to return home. Surely, everyone has witnessed the prowess of the little player on the field. Indeed. But what is the matter with Capello? He usually cherishes Huang Kaivun, yet today he allows him to start? Who can say? If Huang Kaivun doesn't feign an injury to leave the field, he will undoubtedly be injured within 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Are you jesting? If he can last 5 minutes, I shall consider myself defeated. Alas, I hope Huang Kaivun does not return home leaning on a crutch. If my husband gets injured, I shall not let them off easily. Attention, it's time to work. A spy has infiltrated. At 3 in the afternoon, the referee blew the whistle to commence the match. Due to Huang Kaivun's insistence to play, Capello replaced nearly all the starters. He hoped that the star players from Real Madrid could alleviate some of the pressure on Huang Kaivun, allowing those unscrupulous Korean players to focus on fouling others instead of him. As the game began, Raul swiftly made a lateral pass. Upon receiving the ball, Huang Kaivun was immediately surrounded by 3 defenders. Ki Sung-yuing and Kang Junyoung stood directly in his path, while An Young-hwan lurked nearby, poised to intervene. Kang Junyoung grasped Huang Kaivun's arm, denying him any opportunity to advance. The Seoul World Cup stadium erupted in thunderous boos. Huang Kaivun, without turning, executed a backheel pass to Marcelo, who quickly relayed it to Guti. Guti deftly maneuvered with his left foot, spinning away from Kim Joo-rok, and immediately sent a precise through ball. The pass was exceptional, bouncing past Lee Young-ryul towards the penalty area. Huang Kaivun surged past Lee Young-ryul and Anderson, effortlessly claiming the ball and charging towards the box. Lee Young-ryul trailed Huang Kaivun all the way back to the penalty area. Just as he was about to close in on Huang Kaivun, the latter, having entered the box, swiftly flicked the ball with his left foot. Boom. The forward-positioned Kim Byung-ji retreated, realizing the ball was soaring above him. He hurriedly leaned back, extending his arms. Huang Kaivun's chip shot was lofty, and Kim Byung-ji, caught off guard, could not jump in time to reach it. He clumsily landed just as he witnessed the ball descend into the net. The once boisterous Seoul World Cup stadium fell into a more subdued silence, save for the Chinese students in the stands, fervently waving posters of Huang Kaivun. I returned home and fell asleep, hence the delay in this chapter. My sincerest apologies. Thankfully, I managed to complete the update. Old Ye has rolled off to bed for some rest. Chapter concluded. Huang Kaivun placed his right thumb in his mouth, sucking it as he jogged back. Beauty reached out, but could not embrace Huang Kaivun, so he merely followed him. As they ran, Beauty exclaimed, "I knew an assist was coming as soon as you passed the ball." Huang Kaivun responded with a smile, "You truly excel at passing. When it comes to through balls, Beauty undoubtedly belongs to the elite echelon of footballers. Alas, he possesses his own shortcomings, average physicality and inconsistent performance. If he can overcome these two obstacles, Beauty could ascend to the pinnacle of midfielders in the football world." Huang Kaivun returned to Asia with an unstoppable momentum, leaving the South Korean players struggling to match his explosive speed. Indeed, within just 13 seconds of the match, Huang deftly lobbed the ball into the net, marking his second consecutive game in which he scored right at the outset. This serves to highlight the disparity between Asian and European football. The elite players of European clubs are undeniably formidable. Huang's celebration raises questions. Could it be that his girlfriend is expecting? Sucking his finger in celebration mimics an infant's act of nursing. Such gestures are typically reserved for players who have welcomed a child into their family. Is there something he hasn't disclosed? Raoul playfully punched Huang's shoulder, expressing that withholding such joyous news felt rather excessive. "No, you've misunderstood," Huang replied with a smile. "If there were a child, none of you would escape unscathed. You'd all have to bring gifts. You're imitating Toddy's celebration, aren't you?" Casillas asserted confidently. Having partnered well with Toddy during his time in Rome, he could easily discern Huang's movements, particularly the final lob, which bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Wolf King Toddy. "Only you have uncovered the truth," Huang applauded. It was merely the first shot of the match. Yet Casillas was quick to conclude that Huang was emulating Toddy. Clearly, the time Casillas spent in Rome left a profound impression on him. The Real Madrid players returned to the midfield, awaiting the kickoff as the Seoul World Cup stadium buzzed with energy. The crowd, numbering over 60,000, created an uproar, their conversations merging into a cacophony. The KBC television commentary noted, "Seizing the moment at the start, Huang Kaivun has scored, and Seoul's players will quickly seek to equalize." The goal conceded was due to a defensive lapse by the Brazilian foreigner Anderson, who allowed Lee Jong-ryol to slip past him. The two foreign players starting today must step up their game. We need not worry about defending against Raoul. He merely capitalizes on loose balls. Casillas, a fallen genius, is older than On Sang-hyun and lacks his prowess, while Beauty falls easily with a mere touch. For Seoul, securing a victory should not prove too difficult. After the kickoff, Gaga successfully intercepted Lee Sang-hyun, passing the ball to Beauty, who skillfully delivered a left-footed lob to Casillas near the right sideline. Casillas dribbled before swiftly pivoting to execute a long-range cross. The ball sped toward the left flank where Huang, lurking just outside the penalty area, began to retreat. Lee Junyoung and Ki Sungyuing followed suit, but Huang intentionally distanced himself, positioning himself perfectly as the ball descended. With his back turned, Huang lifted his left foot to jostle the ball, supporting himself on his left foot before unleashing a right-footed volley. The shot, a powerful long-range effort from 35 meters out, soared past the grounded Anderson and Lee Jong-ryol, aiming straight for the goal. Kim Byung-ji, alert and prepared, leaped to deflect the ball out of bounds. The speed and force of Huang's shot were remarkable, leaving Kim Byung-ji on the ground, secretly rubbing his numb hands. "An exquisite save," the KBC broadcast exclaimed. Jin Byung-jik has indeed discerned the shooting tendencies of Huang Kaivun. Consequently, during corner kicks, the players from Seoul must exercise caution. For Huang Kaivun employs numerous cunning tactics when executing corners. He is a sly player. Huang Kaivun approaches the corner flag, while Gutty positions himself just outside the left side of the penalty area. This strategic placement allows for collaboration with Huang Kaivun for a tactical corner or an opportunity for a secondary offensive strike. Gutty awaits the ball, and upon noticing Huang Kaivun does not raise his hand to signal, he realizes that this is not a tactical corner. Observing the Korean players in the penalty area, shouting and adjusting their positions as if anticipating a tactical maneuver, Gutty cannot help but chuckle. Do they truly believe they are worthy of countering Kaivun's corner tactics? With a determined run, Huang Kaivun steps forward with his left foot and swiftly strikes the ball with his right foot from below. The originally intended three-step run-up has been condensed to just one, resulting in an unexpectedly swift corner. The ball hurtles toward the left side of the penalty area. Pepe elbows Lee Jong-ryol in the chest, causing Lee to instinctively release his grip. Pepe then charges towards the left, leaps, and, with a powerful header, directs the ball into the upper left corner of the goal. Throughout this sequence, the two defenders from Seoul FC are utterly overwhelmed by Pepe's prowess. After scoring, Pepe beams with a bright smile as he races towards the corner flag to embrace Huang Kaivun. Goal. For Kaivun, this match in Asia is merely a time-wasting endeavor. Such a warm-up is akin to a showcase. Despite possessing the ability to score directly from the corner flag, Kaivun opts to pass to a teammate. However, this is not merely an exhibition match. It is, in fact, a charity game. In a nation where even an ice skating rink might harbor ill intentions towards teammates, Kaivun employs his feet to illustrate the essence of teamwork. Even the weakest of teammates are still allies, and team sports necessitate the unity of all players. Regrettably, it appears that the Korean players have failed to appreciate Kaivun's intentions. They glare at him with expressions of anger and hatred. A foreboding sense arises within me. Reminiscent of a scene from the World Cup 5 years ago, Capello, that scoundrel, had better substitute Kaivun immediately. As a nation notorious for distorting doctrines, it is hardly surprising they cannot comprehend the true will of God. They would prefer to engage in malevolent sacrificial rituals rather than bask in the sanctity of Kaivun's light. If a meteor were to fall upon Korea one day, it would not be astonishing. Are those individuals clutching voodoo dolls? Capello gestures toward the stands in inquiry. I am uncertain, replies Galbiati with a shake of his head. It is said that there are numerous shoe cults around here. One should exercise caution, Baldini states gravely. Even if he is indifferent to Asian news, he often encounters various religious scandals emanating from Korea. The plethora of religious scandals in Korea is staggering. It seems I have no choice but to resort to that. Capello sighs. This trip to China yielded little reward. Perhaps he was unable to locate the right place. Thankfully, just as he was about to depart, he encountered a bankrupt businessman from Myanmar. He acquired a precious treasure from the Myanmar man. The businessman candidly confessed that this treasure was stolen from China by his ancestors. Such honesty should not be taken lightly. Capello turned around and retrieved an ancient scroll from his backpack. With a swift motion of his hands, the scroll unfurled rapidly, revealing a depiction of the Taiji diagram, one of the 3 primordial treasures. This diagram, in its essence, should have illuminated the mountains and rivers with a radiant spectrum of colors, while the 9-colored auspicious aura would dominate the heavens and earth. However, Capello sensed that we were in the age of decline, where human hearts had crumbled. Even a primordial treasure could hardly invoke extraordinary phenomena. Despite its inability to unleash its full power, it would still prove effortless to protect Kevin from harm. With great solemnity, Capello spread the Taiji diagram across the coaching bench. He then turned, placing his feet in a unique stance, hands clasped behind him, and began to recite slowly. The Supreme One signifies the utmost in the Taoist realm. From this motion to that response, it is called resonance. In response to good and evil, the heavens and earth must yield retribution. On the field, the Seoul FC players, invigorated as if by a surge of adrenaline, commenced a frenzied series of tackles. Unfortunately, their tackling skills left much to be desired. Ji Sung-yong clung closely to Huang Kaivun, his hands never straying far from Kevin's arm, exerting force to impede his movements. Meanwhile, Beauty, observing the situation, pivoted and deftly passed the ball to the right flank with his left foot. Seeing Huang Kaivun signal towards the penalty area, Casillas swiftly swung his arms and curled his right foot beneath the ball. Suddenly, Huang Kaivun sprang into action, evading Ji Sung-yong's grasp as he surged towards the penalty area. The Seoul FC defenders, focusing on the ball on the right, were too late to offer support. Anderson stumbled towards the left side of the penalty area, unable to match the pace of the ball. As the ball arced over Anderson's head and descended, Huang Kaivun, positioned near the goal line, pivoted without touching the ball and unleashed a powerful strike with his left foot. The shot was remarkably steady, sending the ball hurtling past Kim Byung-ji and crashing into the right side of the net. After scoring, Huang Kaivun once again sucked his fingers in celebration, inciting speculation among commentators and fans worldwide. Such a celebratory gesture bore strong symbolism. Huang Kaivun has scored again. Indeed, just 4 minutes into the match, Real Madrid had already taken a 3-goal lead. In their previous encounter in Tokyo, Huang Kaivun had celebrated minimally. Today, however, his actions seemed rather unusual. Could it be that he had suddenly learned of his girlfriend's pregnancy? Wow, that was a stunning volley from Huang Kaivun. He didn't even miss the mark. Who cares about the goal? Do you think Barbara might be pregnant? It's indeed possible. Didn't Huang Kaivun previously inquire on a forum about how to counter the nickname Kevin Malatini given by Ma? Ma has certainly taken advantage of the situation, essentially becoming Huang Kaivun's father. In foreign cultures, naming a child after someone signifies closeness and respect, typically using the names of good friends, elders, or idols. Zidane's son, Enzo, was named after his idol, Francisco. Enzo seems to be performing well in Real Madrid's youth academy, and Huang Kaivun has even remarked on Enzo's talent. Huang Kaivun's words should be taken lightly. He certainly knows how to speak. Previously, in an interview, he claimed that every player on Tokyo FC possessed talent. Yet, if they were truly talented, how could they be so thoroughly defeated? Huang Kaivun possesses a remarkable understanding of social dynamics. Previously reported by the Sun newspaper, he often treats his teammates to lavish meals and outings, never uttering a word of disparagement towards any of them. Thus, it can be said that Huang Kaivun can navigate life quite well even without playing football, much like the seasoned veterans in our workplace. The Seoul World Cup stadium reverberated with a cacophony of boos. The spectators cried foul, suspecting match fixing, alleging that the Seoul players might have been bribed. Lee Jong-yeol was evidently not in his prime today. I suspect Real Madrid has resorted to doping the Seoul players' water. What a despicable act from the Royal Madrid. Anderson's performance was abysmal. This Brazilian must have intentionally underperformed. Given that Real Madrid has had numerous Brazilian players in the past, it is entirely plausible that Anderson received directives from Ronaldo to sabotage the match against Real Madrid. Kim Byung-ji, that inept player, once I return home, I shall petition for his execution at the Blue House. Conceding 3 goals in such quick succession left the Korean fans utterly discontented. Their distorted sense of national pride absolutely cannot tolerate a crushing defeat. If this continues, every player from Seoul FC will find themselves on the petition list at the Blue House. In Korea, not only local celebrities and public figures find themselves on such lists. At times, they also petition for the demise of foreign individuals they find displeasing. The citizens of this cosmic nation exude such confidence, as if they believe they can impose sanctions on the entire world at will. As the game resumed, the players of Seoul FC were evidently laden with emotion. They squandered possession multiple times through errant passes, prompting on Sang-hyun to launch a reckless tackle. Beauty skillfully evaded on Sang-hyun's foot and deftly passed to the left flank. Huang Kaivun received the ball and surged forward, with Ki Sung-young and Lee Jun-young each grasping one of his arms. With his body leaning forward and his feet still in motion, he suddenly fell heavily to the ground. Oh dear, that foul by the Seoul FC players was rather unwarranted, Coach Zhang remarked, striving to maintain neutrality and refraining from overly critical statements. Particularly during matches involving Asian neighbors, any slight bias could lead to complaints from foreign students, potentially escalating into diplomatic issues. A yellow card was undoubtedly warranted. However, this foul did not merit a red card. The Real Madrid players are swift to respond. Gago aggressively intervened. I had not realized this young man possessed such tenacity despite his limited appearances. Raul intervened to protect Pepe, who is often prone to receiving a red card due to his propensity for fouling. De Jong's speed remains remarkable, taking advantage of the referee's inattention. He delivered a sly kick to Ki Sung-young. I believe I have witnessed De Jong's sneaky assaults go unpunished several times. His cunning is truly impressive. Capello, on the sidelines, lodged complaints with the fourth official, likely preparing to substitute Huang Kaivun shortly. Why is Higuain removing his jacket? Surely, Capello hasn't yet signaled for a substitution. Huang Kaivun rose to intercept his teammate. Casillas cautioned him, "You're about to be substituted again." Huang Kaivun glanced towards the sidelines and indeed saw Higuain warming up. He quickly jogged over and addressed Capello. "I'm perfectly fine, coach. There's no need to take me off the field. However, they are playing far too dirty. Capello exclaimed with fury. I never knew that football matches could be played with hands. The referee today has utterly failed to maintain the integrity of the game. He must have been bribed. What a disgrace. Those scoundrels delight in manipulating the match. Those filthy swine. Huang Kaivun observed Capello's outburst, feeling the absurdity of the situation. His command of both Italian and Chinese allowed him to express himself fluidly, without any hint of awkwardness. Once Capello had vented his frustrations, Huang Kaivun gently remarked, "The new season is about to commence. I need to adjust my form for the matches. Today feels promising, and I should be fine." "Very well, but do exercise caution," Capello admonished. "Rest assured, coach," Huang Kaivun replied with a smile. In the meantime, Higuain voluntarily returned to the substitutes bench, preferring not to stand idly by on the sidelines. He bore no resentment towards Huang Kaivun's position on the bench. For a player of such caliber, being a substitute was indeed an honor. The disparity in skill between the teams was so vast that Higuain felt no jealousy whatsoever. While seated on the bench, he simply wished to relish Huang Kaivun's gameplay. Today, the opposition was particularly focused on Huang Kaivun, and Higuain was eager to see how he would evade their defense. As the match resumed, Seoul FC launched another offensive. Lee Sang-hyun received the ball on the left flank and nudged it behind to Guti, who quickly surged forward to retrieve it and pass it back. Lee Sang-hyun lunged toward Guti, who swiftly laid it off to Gago. Gago pivoted and sent the ball to the left. Huang Kaivun, ever prepared, shrugged off Ji Qingyong's grasp and sprinted laterally to the right. In his stride, he deliberately spread his legs to let the ball pass through. Raul, having received the ball, charged toward the penalty area, with Anderson and Lee Jong-ryol hot on his heels. Raul noticed Huang Kaivun racing toward the right and was ready for the opportunity. Even without possession, the players of Seoul FC remained vigilant. Lee Il-ryong and Han Yongjin pursued back diligently. As Raul approached Lee Jong-ryol, he deftly flicked the ball to the right with his left foot. Park Yong-ho abandoned his mark on Casillas and dashed toward Huang Kaivun, while Lee Jong-ryol also turned to follow. Huang Kaivun extended his left foot, effortlessly guiding the ball down and sprinting toward the opponent's penalty area. "Pass to me," Casillas called out. Hearing this, Huang Kaivun glanced back, and with a sudden deft touch of his right foot, he nudged the ball past Park Yong-ho and accelerated to retrieve it. Brilliant. Huang Kaivun had seamlessly combined Ronaldinho's no-look pass with a deft ball maneuver. His intelligence on the pitch was remarkable. Han Yongjin exerted every ounce of strength to catch up, yet he could not match Huang Kaivun's speed. Merely keeping pace was an achievement. As he entered the penalty area, Huang Kaivun lifted his left arm and positioned his right foot as if to shoot, but then gently tapped the ball forward, accelerating into a powerful strike. Kim Byong-jik internally screamed in alarm, but he could not readjust his balance in time. Having been deceived by Huang Kaivun's feint, he had just managed to stabilize himself. Now, he could only extend his hand symbolically at the edge of the small box, watching helplessly as the ball rolled past him and into the net. "You sly trickster, Huang Kaivun. That fellow dares not confront him head-on." Jin Bingji, with fury in his eyes, gazes at the ball behind the goal line, knowing that had Huang Kaivun not feigned, he would undoubtedly have made the save. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignites within Huang Kaivun, leading him to a more ingenious idea. As he dashes towards the sidelines, he sticks out his tongue in celebration. Any fan of Serie A would instantly recognize this gesture. Kaivun, Kaivun, goal, goal, goal. Another long-distance strike by Kaivun. The South Korean players can only helplessly trail behind him, running in vain. Why would the ever-compassionate Kaivun make things difficult for a group of second-rate players? There is a reason. I have discerned that Kaivun's celebratory gestures mimic those of the starting players from the infamous 2002 World Cup match between Italy and South Korea. The earlier finger-biting was a tribute to Totti, and now Kaivun emulates Pirlo. I wonder if those two have watched today's match, and what their thoughts might be. Beyond mere excitement, they ought to feel immense gratitude towards Kaivun. In this stadium, built for the 2002 World Cup, Kaivun is vindicating the Italian national team with his very feet. The achievements that Italy failed to accomplish, the celebratory gestures that its players could not display, are now being showcased by Kaivun before the South Korean audience 5 years later. Italy has given little to Kaivun, yet he has bestowed so much upon Italy. The Knight's Cross is woefully insufficient to express gratitude for Kaivun's contributions to Italy. If it were possible, I would rather see Kaivun ascend to the throne in Italy. The French harbor such sentiments, and even the English have bestowed upon Kaivun a nickname. Perhaps Italy could genuinely crown him as its emperor, for he would be 1,000 times better than our wretched politicians. To be a subject of Emperor Kaivun would be the greatest fortune of the Apennine Peninsula. To ensure Kaivun's ascension, I could even tolerate that scoundrel Berlusconi becoming prime minister in his honor. In Milan, sitting in front of the television, the ever-watchful Paolo Maldini's eyes widen. Upon hearing that Real Madrid is visiting South Korea, his thoughts inevitably drift back to that summer 5 years ago. Even after 800 days and nights, Maldini can recall every detail of that match, a nightmare he usually prefers not to revisit. Today, he anticipated witnessing Real Madrid slaughter the South Korean team. However, after Cruyff's reminder, a wave of emotions washes over Maldini. At 39, Maldini squints at the television, watching Huang Kaivun sprinting with the ball, murmuring, "Kaivun." Huang Kaivun charges down the left flank with remarkable speed. Ji Sung-yong leaps, attempting to deliver a fierce challenge. Huang Kaivun deftly sidesteps with his left foot, evading Ji's outstretched fist. Anderson, wary of Huang Kaivun's potential cross, finds himself unable to recover in time. Lee Jung-yeol can only follow Huang Kaivun laterally, preparing to extend his leg as soon as Huang turns towards the penalty area. Huang Kaivun brings the ball into the central zone, pivoting to unleash a right-footed strike upon the ball. Bang! Lee Junlai was utterly taken aback by Huang Kaivun's long-range shot. The ball whizzed past him, and only then did he remember to extend his foot. The nearby Korean fans in the stands were practically seething, wishing to storm the field and take down Lee Junlai. How could he serve as a mere backdrop and cooperate so poorly? Bang! Standing to the left of the goal, Kim Byong-jin had no time to adjust his position, launching himself to the side and managing to deflect the ball with both hands. The power behind that long shot was formidable, even with gloves on. He felt his hands go numb. The ball was parried towards the right flank, and upon seeing Raul charging in, Kim Byong-jin awkwardly dove after the ball. Raul lifted the ball with the inner part of his left foot, effortlessly leaping over Kim Byong-jin's legs. As the ball was about to cross the goal line near the right post, Raul deftly hooked it back with his right foot, using his left to stop it right in front of the goal. As Han Yong-jin rushed to his side, Raul extended his left foot, nudging the ball into the net. Raul. Oh, Raul. To claim he was devoid of emotion today would be utterly false. Indeed, Spain had once been eliminated by Korea due to a referee's decision, making this match a personal vendetta for Raul. This time, Raul paused to let the opponent approach before scoring, a gesture meant to vindicate the Spanish team. The fans in attendance began tossing debris onto the field, just 21 minutes into the match. Seoul's team was committing frequent fouls while Real Madrid had already established a 5-goal lead, much to the discontent of the local supporters. Given the current circumstances, Real Madrid's players needed to exercise caution, as the fouls from Seoul FC were becoming increasingly reckless. An injury before the La Liga season commenced would be disastrous. A clash ensued between Kim Byong-jin and Raul, with Huang Kaivun intervening and pushing Kim Byong-jin, earning himself a yellow card. I had predicted this. And now the match seemed to be spiraling out of control. Was that a mere push by Huang Kaivun? It looked more like a full-on assault. Damn it. I support Huang Kaivun. Whoever takes on the little stick, I'll back them. Without Ramos, there was no need for Huang Kaivun to take matters into his own hands. Cassano and Guti were eager, yet they were at a disadvantage against the physicality of their opponents. With the match still far from halftime and tensions running high, if Huang Kaivun didn't he manage to stay on the field, I'd change my surname in his honor. I have noted your ID. If Huang Kaivun can endure, don't you dare play coy. Capello should make substitutions. If Huang Kaivun continues playing, he might end up seriously injured on the pitch. I misjudged the referee earlier, thinking he might have taken bribes, but as it turns out, he simply has a loose grip on the game. Huang Kaivun was deserving of a red card, yet he only received a yellow. Did you notice? Real Madrid's brawls are becoming increasingly intense. When a fight breaks out, they sprint faster than on a counterattack. On Shanghaian shoved Huang Kaivun, and Pepe retaliated with a fierce strike, resulting in yet another yellow card. The referee's competence is woefully inadequate. If this match doesn't remain under control, I shall eat my keyboard. With the assistance of the other officials, the head referee finally managed to regain control of the situation on the field. The victorious Real Madrid players jogged back, laughing and chatting. Meanwhile, the Korean fans were pouring salt into the wounds of Seoul FC, unleashing a torrent of curses in their native tongue upon their own players. If we cannot excel in football, then losing a brawl to Real Madrid is truly humiliating. It is utterly disgraceful. Kim Byung-jin, who has been under special scrutiny, feels pain in his chest and calves, yet the anguish in his heart is far greater. Although he was the one who suffered from the assault, the fans do not condemn the opposing players. Instead, they shout for him to leave the field, understanding his compatriots' mentality all too well. Kim Byung-jin realizes that there will be no favorable outcome for him after today's match. Feeling the pressure from the fans, the players of FC Seoul played with reckless abandon. No one wishes to be chased and verbally abused by fans post-match, even if victory eludes them. They must demonstrate their attitude and performance to the supporters. Han Yong-jin received a pass from Nascimento and advanced the ball forward. Guti approached to defend, but Han Yong-jin elbowed Guti in the ribs, successfully crossing the halfway line. The referee did not blow the whistle, and Han Yong-jin continued his charge. Gago rushed forward to provide support, and Han Yong-jin, assessing his teammates' positions, opted for a direct pass to Ricardo Nascimento, who had come back to receive the ball. Nascimento, upon receiving the pass, sent a precise through ball into the penalty area, and Sang-hyun received the ball in front of Pepe and made a diagonal run into the box. Pepe turned and stepped on Sang-hyun's heel, causing him to tumble in the area, sliding towards the goal line. "Get up, you scoundrel," Pepe shouted, raising his left leg to kick Sang-hyun on the calf. After delivering the first blow, Pepe continued to lift his leg, frantically yelling, "Get up. You better get up right now. Weren't you so arrogant just a moment ago? You dare push anyone. Now get up." The sharp whistle pierced the air as Pepe delivered a third kick before halting, feigning concern as he bent down to check on Sang-hyun. If not for his hands pressing firmly on Sang-hyun's head and arms, his act would have been more convincing. Ki Sung-yuing and Lee Junyoung rushed in to push Pepe away. As Pepe retreated, he brutally stepped on Sang-hyun's calf again, eliciting a piercing scream from him. This time, Pepe was to be substituted. Gago positioned himself in front of Pepe, preventing any Seoul players from approaching him. Capello's tolerance for player fouls seemed to be waning. What could this mean? Raul and Huang Kaivun escorted Pepe off the field. Surely, Capello was preparing to make a substitution. Capello handed a towel to Pepe, patting him on the shoulder as he said, "You should head to the locker room to rest for a while until the match concludes. Receiving a red card will not affect your starting position in the upcoming games." Pepe nodded and made his way to the locker room. Off the pitch, he was a quiet individual, transforming only when on the field. "Kevin, should we substitute you?" Capello inquired. "I'm fine. I can play for about 60 minutes. I need to get into the rhythm of the season as quickly as possible," Huang Kaivun replied. "If I come off now, won't that make the immunity card useless?" "I'm not done yet." Capello then glanced at Raul and said, "Since Kevin isn't coming off, you should. In the current situation, substituting a forward is more beneficial than replacing a midfielder." Raul nodded and removed the armband from his left arm, handing it to Huang Kaivun. Capello took the captain's armband and placed it on Huang Kaivun's left arm, saying, "The order of the team captains certainly requires adjustment. After the match, I will discuss this with Guti. You are a more suitable candidate for the vice-captaincy than he is, Kevin." "Forget it, coach," Huang Kaivun replied, shaking his head. He had little interest in the captain's armband. Wearing it wouldn't enhance his attributes on the field. The position of vice-captain was not of great significance to him. But for Guti, who preferred to sit on the bench at Real Madrid rather than play as a starter elsewhere, it held a deeper meaning. Huang, the King of Yellow, did not wish to assume the role of the villain. He turned and sprinted back onto the field, as Salgado began warming up on the sidelines. During the summer, Raul Bravo transferred to Greece for €3 million, while Elguera and Carlos left Real Madrid upon the expiry of their contracts. Ramos had been loaned to Milan due to a suspension, leaving Capello with a dwindling pool of defenders. Now, he could only rely on the veteran Salgado. As Xiangshuan received treatment, the referee awarded a penalty kick. Ricardo Nascimento approached to take it, but was pushed aside by Seoul FC's captain, Lee Sang-hyun. Lee took his place at the penalty spot, casting a disdainful glance at Casillas. He aimed to prove that, like the previous national team players, he could breach the goal defended by Casillas with a penalty. When the whistle blew, Lee raised his arms and took small, measured steps, delaying his kick. The tension among the players dissipated as they watched Lee's performance. After a brief pause, he suddenly accelerated, striking the ball with his right foot. Casillas dove to his right, managing to make contact with the ball, which deflected off the post. In a swift reaction, Casillas turned and executed a second save, trapping the ball beneath his chest. The crowd at the Seoul World Cup Stadium erupted in louder jeers. Having missed the penalty, Lee Sang-hyun was already on the expedited list for the Blue House, while fans watching from their computers had begun petitions on the official website. Seizing the opportunity, Casillas quickly rose and threw the ball toward the midfield. Beauty skillfully brought the ball down with his chest, turned, and took a couple of quick steps before lifting his left foot to strike the ball. With a swift half volley, the ball sped away, leaving the Seoul FC players unable to react. Huang Kaivun, with his back to the goal, raised his right foot and flicked the ball with the outside of his foot, sending it behind him. Anderson instinctively withdrew his arm to avoid a foul as the ball passed right by him. Casillas surged forward, seizing the ball and sprinting toward the Seoul FC penalty area. The defenders positioned themselves high up the pitch, signaling for offside, yet the referee remained silent. For this match, Real Madrid had specially arranged for an officiating crew. Valdano sought to reclaim his reputation, not to jeopardize the first team's prospects. As Casillas advanced, he swayed his shoulders in a provocative manner, shifting his weight repeatedly. Just before reaching the penalty area, he slowed down, changing his pace, and executed a feint with his shoulder and right foot, successfully deceiving Kim Byung-ji, who fell to the ground and inadvertently touched the ball. As Casillas surged forward, he suddenly realized the ball had not kept pace with him. He sidestepped to await its arrival, promptly turning and falling to execute a sweeping shot. The ball raced towards the right side of the goal, striking the inner post and finding the back of the net. Kevin, with his back to the play, delivered a precise through ball, allowing Casillas to effortlessly break through on goal. Beyond the beauty of the assist, Kevin attracted a multitude of defensive attention. Even if Casillas were replaced by another player, a goal would still be easily attainable. 6-0. Kevin with 3 goals and 2 assists. Raul's follow-up was also a product of Kevin's long-range shot, which caused the opposing goalkeeper to fumble. In a match of this caliber, Kevin could secure victory even with his eyes closed. In this instance, Casillas showcased remarkable technical prowess, skillfully deceiving the opposing goalkeeper in an exquisite manner. I could almost see the resurgence of a once superb talent. A fallen genius rises anew. Who has salvaged him? Clearly not Capello. Capello may have benched Casillas, but he would not be the one to redeem him. It is Kevin who has brought salvation to this wayward soul, granting Casillas a second chance. Kevin possesses the ability to transform his teammates into superior players. He will not only lead them to championships, but also aid in their personal development. The Milan locker room profoundly misses the days when Kevin was present. After 2 years as teammates, Kaká's prowess improved significantly alongside Kevin. If Casillas were to remain in Kevin's orbit, he might one day find himself among the top 3 in the Ballon d'Or. To be a teammate of Kevin is a treasure that will last a lifetime. And the title of Kevin's teammate is a badge of honor they hold dear. Following his goal, Casillas exuberantly raised his arms and sprinted like a gorilla. Tomasi? Kevin inquired with a smile. I knew it. Casillas exclaimed, pointing at Kevin. I knew you were mimicking the celebration of Italian players, right? You are absolutely correct. Kevin affirmed with a grin. There's no shame in admitting that. Then thank you. As an Italian, I cannot fall behind, Casillas replied proudly. What made you think of Tomasi? Kevin asked. Given Casillas' proud nature, one would expect him to imitate a more renowned player's celebration, such as Vieri. Casillas certainly did not consider himself inferior to Vieri. We were once teammates. That guy is quite decent, and he even started against Korea, Casillas explained. Kevin nodded in understanding. It made sense. Let us come up with an even more impressive celebration, Casillas suggested. What do you mean by more impressive? Kevin inquired. Something that would infuriate these Koreans even more. That could work, Kevin chuckled. How can we make them angrier? Casillas asked. Kevin shared a couple of ideas with a smile. What do you mean? Casillas scratched the back of his head, perplexed. The ambiguity left him confused. After Kevin clarified, Casillas' eyes widened, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. Truly remarkable, Kevin. You can concoct such mischievous ideas. Indeed, being looked down upon in this regard is quite vexing. 2 players returned to the midfield, awaiting the kickoff. The eyes of the Seoul FC players blazed with intensity, while the Real Madrid players seemed to have them on the gallows, yearning for the opportunity to make their opponents feel their anguish. Ki Sung-yuing fixed a fierce gaze on Huang Kaivun. Had his stare possessed lethal power, Huang would have perished hundreds of times over. With a sharp whistle, the match commenced. Ricardo Nascimento played a lateral pass, and On Sang-hyun swiftly maneuvered through the midfield. Da Zhang charged forward, executing a reckless tackle. With a 6-goal lead, the Real Madrid players were relaxed, reveling in the freedom to play casually and seize opportunities to bully their Korean counterparts. Sang-hyun deftly evaded De Jong's foot with a right-footed touch. But Marcelo's intervention sent the ball careening behind him. Despite 2 consecutive tackles, Sang-hyun remained undeterred. Lee Junyoung abandoned Huang Kaivun, sprinting towards the center to seize the ball ahead of De Jong. Ki Sung-yueng also glanced toward the middle, and seizing the moment, Huang Kaivun darted to escape Ki's grasp. Racing toward the center, with a sudden clash, De Jong and Lee Junyoung collided, sending the ball toward the Seoul FC penalty area. As Huang Kaivun pivoted and surged into the opponent's box, Han Yongjin and Anderson reached out simultaneously, intent on committing a foul. Yet Huang Kaivun muscled his way through the 2 defenders to secure possession. Upon gaining control, the entire formation of Seoul FC shifted, surrounded by as many as 6 defenders. Huang Kaivun executed a quick lateral pass. Lee Junyoung grasped Marcelo's arm, pulling him back. In the ensuing fall, Marcelo kicked the ball back to Huang Kaivun. Huang Kaivun received the ball, deftly nudging it into the penalty area. Kim Byung-ji lunged toward his feet, but Huang Kaivun lifted his right foot for a shot, delicately directing the ball toward the left side. Lee Young-ryul seized the opportunity as Huang Kaivun slowed down, diving into a sliding tackle to obstruct the shot. Huang, with a deft touch using his left foot, effortlessly guided the ball into the unguarded net. 70 minutes in, the spectators at the Seoul World Cup Stadium began vacating in droves. Korean fans still seated erupted in vehement curses, berating the Seoul FC players, the coach, the referee, and even Huang Kaivun. Their frustration spilled over uncontrollably. With a smile, Huang Kaivun raised his right arm in celebration, approaching the camera at the sidelines. As he drew nearer, fans worldwide witnessed him making an obscene gesture toward the opposing fans. The jeers from the stands continued, though they failed to incite a greater reaction. Huang Kaivun celebrated beneath the stands, evoking no significant uproar. However, his earlier gesture sparked a wave of protests across online platforms in South Korea. Is Huang Kaivun attempting to undermine the glorious victories of the Republic of Korea? They mocked. What do the Chinese have to compare with our illustrious history? They scoffed, asserting that he was envious of Korea's achievements in the World Cup and sought to undermine their legacy. The Italian team boasted several stars that year, yet they were compelled to resort to counterattacks in our presence. Had they not employed such tactics, they would have suffered a dire defeat. Raul, lacking in sportsmanship, audaciously halted the ball on the goal line. I must petition for sanctions against this unscrupulous player. Huang Kaivun must also be included on the petition list. Is Capello mocking our flag? Alas, these scoundrels, having received their appearance fees, still dared to act thus. He too deserves to face consequences. Real Madrid's offensive prowess is formidable. Yet he employs a 3-defender setup, surely intending to lose deliberately to Real Madrid. What a despicable rogue. How much did he receive from Real Madrid? Anderson has burdened the Seoul defense. Having played in China for several years, this is clearly a deliberate act of sabotage. Such players, devoid of sportsmanship, do not deserve to participate in the K-League. The list of those to be executed at Changhua Day now includes most of Real Madrid's players, with Seoul FC not faring much better. I suspect that after the second half concludes, neither players nor coaches will escape unscathed. Seoul FC resumes play. Retaining possession of the ball, the 4th official raises the stoppage time board, while the referee feigns ignorance of the 7 minutes of added time and blows the whistle for halftime, fearing he might not receive his due payment if the match continued. I have conceived a splendid way to celebrate. Casillas leaned towards Huang Kaivun and said, What manner of celebration? Huang Kaivun inquired. You shall know in due time. Casillas replied with a mischievous grin. Huang Kaivun chuckled and shook his head, unable to fathom what Casillas was plotting. Baldini, holding an umbrella, approached the sidelines to shield Huang Kaivun from debris hurled from the stands. Galbiati assembled a mortise and tenon wooden dining table before the coaching bench. Having invested considerable time and resources to learn the assembly, all in an effort to convey warmth from his homeland to Huang Kaivun, Capello pushed past Casillas and, placing an arm around Huang Kaivun's shoulders, remarked, The team's chef has flown in, having prepared some simple Chinese dishes. You typically eat salmon and chicken breast at home. An occasional indulgence in oil and salt won't harm you. One must not deprive oneself. Huang Kaivun thought, the world knows of his self-discipline. Yet he remains oblivious to it himself. The king of yellow, not one for eloquence, must endure the misunderstandings of others. The coach's reasoning holds merit, considering his discipline. Fans would surely be forgiving of his occasional indulgence in braised spare ribs. Most of Real Madrid's players retreated to the locker room, leaving Huang Kaivun seated on the coaching bench to replenish his energy. Baldini, with his black umbrella, vigilantly surveyed the surroundings for any potential disturbances to Huang Kaivun. As for Huang Kaivun, Van Nistelrooy's agent made a valid point. He indeed possesses privileges. Such privileges are earned through merit. Van Nistelrooy ought to gaze into the mirror. For the chasm between him and Huang Kaivun is vaster than that between man and dog. What truly astounds me about Huang Kaivun is how everyone seems to treat him with exceptional kindness. Previously, there were those like Materazzi who committed intentional fouls. Yet now they incessantly praise Huang Kaivun. Rest assured, today you shall witness what it means to be on the receiving end of Huang Kaivun's wrath. The little rodent shall be in for quite the scolding. Huang Kaivun's celebration today was truly remarkable. I can imagine that even Maldini would bow to him upon their next encounter. After all, Maldini once took a hit to the head, and Huang Kaivun is certainly avenging that incident. Did you not notice the Italian flag in the stands? Huang Kaivun, after transferring away, is pursued by Italian fans, garnering more adoration than the players of the national team themselves. The feast was an exquisite array: sautéed shrimp, braised ribs, twice-cooked pork, and water-blanched tripe, not to mention an assortment of soups and cold dishes. In an attempt to prevent Huang Kaivun from becoming weary of the fare, they even served him a cold dish of bitter melon. Watching him dine made me ravenous. I asked the network administrator to prepare some noodles for me while I observed him enjoy his meal. The assistant coach was attending to him, which explains why he has opted for Real Madrid. The treatment he receives there far surpasses that at Milan. Huang Kaivun sampled just a morsel of each dish. What was he planning to do with the umbrella? He retrieved it from Baldini, bending down to pick up valuable items from the ground. Baldini quickly found a bag to assist Huang Kaivun in collecting the items. "Kaivun, are you preparing to promote environmental consciousness?" Baldini inquired, supporting the bag with both hands. "No. I plan to sell these items later. Tonight, we'll use the proceeds to enjoy ourselves in Jiangnan," Huang Kaivun replied with a smile. With such enthusiastic support from the fans, he felt compelled to reciprocate their kindness. Jiangnan. Where is that? Baldini was unaware of its location but grasped Huang Kaivun's intention. "I will arrange for someone to sell these items, but will those fans create trouble?" "Not at all," Huang Kaivun assured him with a grin. "As long as we express our gratitude for their celebratory contributions, these prideful individuals will never admit they desire these items." "Is that what it means to swallow one's pride?" Baldini asked. "It's about swallowing your pride after having your teeth shattered," Huang Kaivun replied, chuckling. Once again, a heated argument erupted at the entrance of the away locker room. "You must substitute Kaivun and inform the players to refrain from scoring," Baldini shouted. "I'm afraid I cannot comply." Capello adjusted his glasses with a middle finger. "You requested Kaivun to play, and he did. But you cannot compel him to leave the field. Perhaps you should speak with him directly. Moreover, as a coach, it is not my place to instruct players to halt their attacks. That is not something a coach should utter, regardless of your reasoning. We absolutely cannot score again in the second half. Even if we do, the players must not celebrate. If we continue playing like this, we will lose our market here." Baldini exclaimed in exasperation. "Have you not witnessed the hypnotic football you're playing while speaking of offense?" Baldini was somewhat restrained, refraining from further discussing the offensive strategy, lest it lead to a complete rift. Until a suitable replacement could be found, he needed to maintain a facade of harmony with Capello. Capello turned and pushed open the locker room door. As Baldini attempted to follow, Capello expressionlessly closed the door, stating, "I'm sorry, but as a former professional player, you should understand that certain individuals are not permitted in the locker room." The door to the locker room was firmly shut. Capello addressed his players, stating, "You are undoubtedly aware of the current situation. Baldano, driven by the sponsor's financial interests, compelled you to take the field. Yet he now fears offending them and wishes to stifle your scoring opportunities. Today, among the starters, we have several Spaniards and Italians on this pitch, specifically constructed for the 2002 World Cup. Are you willing to engage in a tacit agreement to underperform?" "Absolutely not. Not unless I breathe my last," Beauty exclaimed, striking his thigh emphatically. "Indeed, we must impart a lesson. Let us intensify our offensive efforts in the second half." Salgado concurred. Capello gestured for Cassano to remain silent, pleased with the player's resolve and eager to prevent any disruption from Cassano. Football is never merely a sport, When you play, you carry not just your own name, but also the identities of Italian and Spanish players. A commendable performance would instill pride in your compatriots when they speak of you. From the moment you became professional athletes, you have borne the hopes of your fans. Each of you has represented your national team, receiving the support of fans nationwide. In such a unique match, you cannot treat it as a mere friendly encounter. Now, for the sake of those who have supported you, your fans and fellow countrymen, you must strive to achieve something significant. Though you may not have lifted the World Cup with your national team, excelling in this match will also make you heroes. Capello declared passionately. As halftime concluded, the Real Madrid players emerged from the dressing room with fierce determination. Even the Argentines and Dutch, eager to fit into the locker room dynamic, displayed more anger than their Italian and Spanish counterparts. Observing the team's spirit, Capello nodded in satisfaction. As long as the other players exert themselves, they would attract attention from the opposition. In this case, Kevin should feel considerably more secure. The Art of War is indeed a remarkable work, explaining why so many generals in Europe hold it in high esteem. The players returned to the pitch. "Get off the field. You do not deserve to play," shouted an enraged voice. "Damn it. Are you being paid to throw the game? How has Seoul managed to host such a bunch of useless players? After this defeat, none of you will escape. Filthy trash." The Seoul World Cup stadium resonated with a chorus of insults. Some, unable to bear the brutal scoreline, found their twisted pride wounded, while the Real Madrid players endured only minimal hostility. In the Seoul FC dressing room, a fierce argument erupted during halftime. The starters were reluctant to continue playing, while the substitutes were unwilling to bear the blame. Head coach Ganesh had lost control over the team. He wished to mediate, but his substitutes were physically unfit, and he could not utilize even a single substitution. Frustrated, the Seoul FC starters prepared to confront Real Madrid with intensity. Following the kickoff, their passing was rapid. Ji Dong-won received the ball, darting past the halfway line before launching a long pass to the left flank. Sisinho failed to make contact, and Lee Sang-hyun, taking just one step with the ball, was swiftly sent out of bounds by Salgado. Salgado has quite the temper as well. The elder brother sat there for quite a while, and when the substitute took the field, he immediately challenged a Seoul player. Another yellow card. The intensity of today's match belied its friendly nature. Ji Ching-yong stepped up to take the free kick, and lo and behold, Cannavaro headed the ball away, compensating for his height disadvantage with sheer skill. Sisinho launched a long pass to Cassano, who found himself one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Park Yong-ho executed a scissor kick that brought Cassano down, leading to a retaliatory foul from Cassano, who received a yellow card. A free kick was awarded to Real Madrid in the attacking zone. "Don't leave the field so soon. You won't have the chance to celebrate later," Huang Kaivun said, embracing Cassano from behind, the height difference painfully evident. Cassano grunted in acknowledgement and moved toward the wall of defenders. Huang Kaivun shook his head repeatedly. This fellow had a stubborn streak. Having just retaliated, he marched into the wall as if to make a statement. The Golden Boy speculated that Cassano might not last long enough to display his celebratory antics. "Shall I take it, or will you?" asked Gyuri. He found no need to conceal his intentions against such opponents. Did the Koreans truly understand what he was saying? "I'll handle it. My footwork feels great today," Huang Kaivun replied with a smile. Toddy was renowned for his prowess in set pieces, yet he had yet to take a free kick today. "Very well. I shall not provide cover," Gyuri declared. The distance was somewhat far. Normally, he would position himself on the side. However, his disdain for the opponents rendered him too apathetic even to perform basic shielding. Huang Kaivun tucked the ball under his arm, waiting for the wall to be formed. The little stick was all too eager to find an excuse, so he hesitated to take the free kick quickly. "Wait. We must wait until they are thoroughly prepared before we strike. Let us see what they have to say then." Kim Byung-jin pointed toward the penalty area, continuously shouting for his teammates to adjust their positions. As the chief instigator, he had to perform better to avoid sharing the blame. Han Yong-jin and Cassano were squeezed together. Cassano found himself at a disadvantage against the 184 centimeters tall Han Yong-jin, yet he bent his knees and firmly held his ground, unwilling to concede his position. "Stop standing there," Gyuri exclaimed in exasperation. Cassano was rather childish. What would winning even mean? With a snort, Cassano shifted a few centimeters, but remained steadfast beside Han Yong-jin. The wall took its position, and Huang Kaivun looked to the referee. The referee nodded, lowering the whistle, and only then did Huang Kaivun casually place the ball at the foul spot. This simple action ignited a fierce chorus of curses from the Seoul World Cup stadium once more. Huang Kaivun liked to clean the ball and adjust the valve, a detail that those with a modicum of football knowledge were well aware of. The media had reported and analyzed it numerous times. Now facing Seoul FC, he didn't even bother with these preparations. Did he hold us, the great Hanmin Kingdom, in such contempt? This bunch from Seoul FC truly brought shame upon the nation. Hearing the jeers around him, Huang Kaivun once again surveyed the wall and the goal, glanced down at the ball, and retreated a few steps to begin his run-up. 1 step, 2 steps, and after 2 strides, Huang Kaivun took a big step with his left foot, striking the ball fiercely with the instep of his right foot. Thump! The moment the ball soared into the air, Huang Kaivun turned and gave a thumbs up to the nearby stands. Such actions are evidently not expressions of gratitude, but rather insults. The Korean fans feel a deep sense of humiliation. The most embarrassing aspect is not the exuberant celebrations of the opposing team, but the utter disregard they have for you. Almost simultaneously with Huang Kaivun's movement, the ball swiftly soared over the wall, striking the underside of the crossbar and forcefully bouncing behind the goal line. Throughout this sequence, both teams exhibited minimal movement. The speed of the ball left them unable to react. Jin Byung-jik turned back with an innocent expression, watching the bouncing ball. This free kick did not unfold as he had anticipated. Had it been slightly less forceful, he might have been able to make the save. A goal. Huang Kaivun. Oh, Huang Kaivun exudes such confidence, celebrating even before glancing at the ball's trajectory. If it hadn't gone in, he would have become a subject of ridicule. Huang Kaivun is truly audacious. He sprinted towards the away fans, standing atop the advertising boards to receive their cheers, although the jeers from the crowd were even louder. Today, Huang Kaivun displayed no mercy. We all know that Huang Kaivun is a gentle soul. Surely he has his reasons for this behavior. Returning to the center circle, he awaited the restart. Make sure to pass me the ball when the opportunity arises. Otherwise, how will I celebrate? Casillas remarked. I promise to do so. Huang Kaivun replied with a smile. Under normal circumstances, he would let it slide, but today he had to give Casillas this moment. Trailing by 8 goals. The only motivation sustaining the Seoul FC players was the possibility of fouling the Real Madrid players. If they could take down one, perhaps they might earn the sympathy of their compatriots. Following the kickoff, they displayed a lack of focus in their passing. Lee Yi-rong received a lateral pass from a teammate and immediately sent a through ball to Gyuri, who was caught off guard by such good fortune. After a moment's pause, he turned and passed towards the left flank. The instant Huang Kaivun received the ball, he found himself surrounded by 4 defenders. While Marcelo had already advanced near the penalty area, calling for the ball. Give it to me, Casillas shouted from the left. Huang Kaivun deftly used his left foot to maneuver towards the penalty area, completing a crossing movement with Casillas. After Raul's departure, both Casillas and Huang Kaivun found their activity zones significantly expanded. As Casillas drifted towards the wing, Huang Kaivun momentarily escaped his markers. Anderson and Lee Jong-ryok quickly positioned themselves in front of Huang Kaivun, both reaching out towards his arm. Huang Kaivun pivoted to evade them, hastily passing the ball back to Casillas, who was amidst the crowd. Casillas controlled the ball, deftly using his left foot to set it up for Huang Kaivun's return pass. Huang Kaivun, without stopping the ball, redirected it back. Casillas then shifted the ball towards the center, prompting several Seoul FC players to move in that direction. At that moment, Casillas slowed his pace, altering the rhythm to momentarily shake off his pursuers, and charged down the left side of the penalty area. With his left foot just touching the arc's top, he suddenly unleashed a powerful shot with his right foot, catching everyone off guard. Janesh widened his eyes, fixated on the field. He did not wish to witness his team concede yet another goal. Regrettably, the defensive players failed to block the shot, and Jin Byung-jik, who had been adjusting for an eternity within the penalty area, became merely a backdrop. The ball soared cleanly over his hands, striking the underside of the crossbar before crashing into the net. Casillas, receiving an assist from Kevin, scored a truly magnificent goal. Casillas' form today is nothing short of extraordinary. One might even wonder if he has truly reverted to the vigor of his 18-year-old self. Last summer, Kevin reignited the Italian national team's confidence, leading them to victory, and now, the new generation of Italian leaders has found renewed life alongside Kevin. I propose that the statue of Emperor Marco Aurelio in Capitoline Hill be replaced with one of Kevin. Alas, Michelangelo is no longer with us. Throughout Michelangelo's lengthy life, he bequeathed countless masterpieces, Yet he ultimately could not fulfill the artist's highest achievement of crafting a statue for Kevin. In his excitement, Cassano neglected to celebrate with Kevin, becoming overly proud after just 2 goals. The future of the Italian national team appears rather dismal. Cassano, in a fit of joy, dashed towards the stands, shedding his jersey and shorts, flaunting his underwear. Was this a demonstration against Korea? Apologies for my earlier misstatement. Cassano is indeed a player of great promise. Huang Kaivun stood with his hands on his hips, watching Cassano's antics, astonished by his boldness. Sometimes, this fellow is rather endearing, remarked Cutie, resting a hand on Huang Kaivun's shoulder. Antonio is not a bad person, Huang Kaivun stated. Indeed, there are no bad people among Real Madrid players. Cutie nodded in agreement. The referee approached the sidelines to show Cassano a yellow card, leading to his second yellow and subsequent red. Clad only in his underwear, Cassano marched towards the sidelines, continuously shouting at the stands. The intersection of Korean and Italian languages rendered the 2 sides completely out of sync. Yet the fans at Seoul World Cup Stadium appeared ready to harm Cassano. Even without intentional provocation, this insecure nation tends to project onto itself, particularly given that Cassano's body language and expressions clearly conveyed derision. As Cassano exited the pitch, he turned back to flaunt his waist, prompting Capello to finally push him into the tunnel. Due to Cassano's actions, a disturbance erupted in the stands, forcing a temporary halt to the match. Huang Kaivun, along with his teammates, approached the sidelines for hydration. "Kevin, are you coming off now?" Capello inquired. "Let us score 1 more goal," Huang Kaivun replied with a smile. Capello nodded, indicating that 1 more kickoff would suffice. "You get ready to warm up," Capello directed at Higuain. Higuain removed his training jacket and approached the sidelines. Having lost the will to be angry with Capello, at least he was being allowed to warm up ahead of time, wasn't he? In front of the home team's bench, Janesh remarked, "Now that Real Madrid is down 2 players, my demands are not excessive. You simply need to score 1 goal to provide some satisfaction to the fans." The players of Seoul FC exchanged glances, nodding in agreement with their coach's sentiment. Real Madrid, leading 9-0, began to relax, and with 2 substitutions made, it seemed unreasonable that they would fail to score again. Approximately 10 minutes passed before the field was cleared, and both teams returned. FC Seoul resumed the game. Ricardo Nascimento passed laterally to An Sang-hyun, who, upon crossing midfield, faced pressure from De Jong and quickly returned the ball to Ki Sung-yueng, who shifted play to the left flank. Lee Il-yong and Lee Sang-hyun advanced together, executing a series of wall passes in front of the Real Madrid players. Salgado, observing Gago maintain his weight distribution without extending his foot, surged forward with a well-timed tackle to regain possession. Remaining on the ground, Salgado nudged the ball to Gago, who, as he turned, was already in motion, deftly flicking the ball beneath him. The ball swiftly found its way to the left side, where Huang Kaivun awaited. Noticing Huang Kaivun receiving the ball just past the halfway line, Capello shouted instructions to his team: "Charge forward, support Kaivun's attack, and become a pivot." Gago, contemplating the situation, seemed lost in thought as he noticed Marcelo, Guti, and De Jong, perhaps questioning if his Spanish was insufficient to grasp the coach's intent. Were 3 teammates in the front line not enough for support? Ki Sung-yueng prepared at midfield as Huang Kaivun charged forward, prompting him to dive and attempt to tackle. Huang Kaivun, using the outside of his left foot, nudged the ball to the left and leapt over Ki Sung-yueng. Lee Junyoung, supporting the advance, also executed a sliding tackle as Huang Kaivun slowed to retreat. Anticipating this, Huang Kaivun skillfully evaded Lee Junyoung's tackle and regained control, taking small, quick steps as he dribbled diagonally towards the center. Anderson, retreating, was hesitant to make a rash move. He easily sidestepped the tackles from Lee Junyoung and Ki Sung-yueng, knowing he wouldn't fare much better. With 2 teammates trailing behind, he merely needed to buy a bit of time. Although the 3 could not intercept the ball, surely they could commit a foul together. Anderson, having devised a plan, noticed Huang Kaivun suddenly accelerate with the ball. He quickly matched Huang Kaivun's pace, reaching the left rear of the arc just as Huang Kaivun swung his right foot. Anderson, disregarding caution, fell to the ground, stretching his foot in an attempt to block Huang Kaivun's shot. With a resounding thump, Huang Kaivun's right foot struck the ball, which rapidly ascended. Anderson, tracking its trajectory, watched as the ball traced a perfect parabola, cleanly slipping past the outstretched hands of goalkeeper Kim Byung-ji and into the net. Capello felt a sudden buzz in his head, What a flawless chip shot. Huang Kaivun's strike reminded him of his former protege, Toddy. Yet, Capello mused. Toddy could never compare to Huang Kaivun. Kaivun. Goal. Goal, goal, goal. With this iconic shot, the score escalated to 10-0. With 6 goals and 3 assists, Kaivun completely dominated the match. Even Raul's follow-up goal stemmed from Kaivun's long-range strike. To contribute to 10 goals in a single match was nothing short of miraculous. While some may argue that Kaivun took this friendly match too seriously, I hold a differing perspective. Regardless of the occasion, always approaching the game with the fervor reserved for a final, this is one of Kevin's secrets to success. He would never underestimate an opponent, for that would be a disservice to both himself and the sport of football. The local fans in the stands were moved to tears, never expecting such dedication from Kevin, even in a friendly match. His spirit resonated deeply with the Korean supporters, who will surely cherish his splendid goals for a long time to come. Capello substituted Kevin with Higuain, prematurely concluding the match for him. However, the game was far from over. In the remaining 20 minutes, Real Madrid altered the scoreline twice more, and just before the final whistle, Ricardo Nascimento scored an offside goal that the officiating crew deemed valid. That evening, Casillas suggested a night out, and Huang Kaivun was equally inclined. With the Golden Prison Award at stake, there was no concern about any backlash. Huang Kaivun and several teammates ventured to a nightclub in Gangnam, reveling until after 1 o'clock, while Casillas even returned to the hotel with a lady companion. The following midday, the entire Real Madrid squad boarded a flight to Yenjing. Due to one match, Huang Kaivun faced the termination of contracts with 2 brands. However, the terms of his contracts were rather one-sided, imposing minimal restrictions on him, primarily demanding compliance from the sponsors. As a result of these terminations, the sponsors compensated him handsomely. Is Huang Kaivun on the plane now? I inquired. Yes, it should take roughly 2 hours to arrive. This marks his first return home since becoming a player, right? He even replied to me on the forum before. I printed it out for him to sign. Come on. You all have no spine. I must teach Huang Kaivun a lesson when I get there. But we're talking about going to the hotel. It's too late to pick him up now, I assenti it? Do I need to wait in line myself? I had someone from our guild help me out. After all, I am the Lord of Shabak City. Incredible. I heard your guild even distributes equipment. Can I join? Of course. As long as you are active and of a high level, you can join our guild. Getting equipment is a minor concern. You're amazing. Then you have to scold Huang Kaivun a little for us, so he feels the warmth of the forum members. That's easy. I'm currently online near the airport. I'll go over shortly, and you'll see if I scold him. Huang Kaivun has been performing quite well lately, so please be gentle with your criticisms. Right? I'm dying of laughter. Huang Kaivun is at the post-match press conference again, claiming Pepe isn't a bad person. And Casillas isn't a bad person either. What a joke. If Pepe isn't a bad person, then this world is devoid of villains. Casillas is quite the character. First belittling the length of the little stick and then bringing a Korean girl back to the hotel. After this, he may be even less favored by the Korean fans than Huang Kaivun. After chatting with the forum members for a while, Huang Kaivun rose, and a few followed him to the bar to settle their tabs. Typically, they all played together in an internet cafe, and these core members of the guild not only received equipment, but also had their internet fees covered by him. Life is simply unpretentious when one's family owns a coal mine. Boss, how do we proceed from here? A follower inquired. Do not address me as boss, but rather as president. Huang Kaivun reprimanded. Very well, president, what shall we do next? One of his subordinates inquired. Huang Kaivun then asked, is the banner ready? It's prepared. Sanair has taken it over, and once Real Madrid arrives, we will unveil it to ensure Huang Kaivun's attention, the subordinate replied. That works for me. I must confront Huang Kaivun and ask why he wished to tarnish my reputation. An apology from him will suffice to put this matter to rest. Huang Kaivun declared. The president is indeed magnanimous. Huang Gu is formidable. After we chastise Huang Kaivun, let us celebrate our victory. Another added. Huang Kaivun has wronged the president. He must apologize. I even brought a DV to capture the moment and share it on the forum, showcasing our leader's prestige. Indeed, the president's prestige. As they arrived at the airport, Huang Kaivun meticulously checked the banner, which boldly proclaimed, Huang Kaivun. Do you recall the cursed ring from the Demon Ceiling Valley? Excellent. It will surely catch the eye. He noted. He then reached into his bag for some cigarettes and cash, offering it to those occupying prime spots, and took a position closer to the front with his subordinates. After approximately 20 minutes, The airport began to buzz with excitement. Soon, the sharply dressed Real Madrid players emerged from security. "President, look. There's Huang Kaivun. He has noticed us," one exclaimed, excitedly recording with a DV. Huang Kaivun glanced over and confirmed Huang Kaivun's attention, promptly nudging his subordinate, admonishing, "Stop shouting. Do not frighten my brother Huang." Gratitude was expressed to various patrons for their support. The chapter concluded with a plea for monthly votes. "Is that your name on the banner?" Beauty chuckled, gesturing towards it. The Real Madrid players could easily recognize the characters for Huang Kaivun. "Yes, they are welcoming me," Huang Kaivun replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. "Goodness. Even the king of balls has some blemishes in his past," another remarked. "Do you wish to greet them?" Casillas asked. "This is your first trip back to China, is it not?" "Indeed, but I shall refrain." Huang Kaivun shook his head. "Greeting them would only burden security. We should expedite our departure to the bus. Crowded areas with numerous fans are not suitable for lingering. Approaching them would only incite chaos." He did not even dare to wave, fearing an emotional surge from the fans could overwhelm security. Huang Kaivun smiled and quickly exited the airport alongside his teammates. His subordinate remarked, "President, Huang Kaivun just left like that. What shall we do next? One of you should wait at the hotel. It will be a bit tedious. But I can offer 200 a day. Call me when they emerge and follow him closely. There must be an opportunity to seize." Huang Kaivun contemplated. "I will go, President." "Very well. It will be you." Huang Kaivun handed him several bills as they boarded the bus. The Real Madrid players are generally observing their surroundings. The fans are numerous and passionate, though not as frenzied as in other places. They are collectively suppressing their emotions while waving scarves and posters, maintaining a commendable sense of order. The architectural style of Beijing is something most of the Real Madrid players have never encountered before. Although Liban is replete with Tang and Song influences, the players are more accustomed to the steel and concrete of urban Tokyo. "Are we able to climb the Great Wall tomorrow?" Casillas inquired. "Yes, that is indeed the plan." Huang Kaivun nodded in affirmation. "I've heard the Great Wall is quite extensive. Thus, I shall retire early tonight." "That Korean girl is truly impressive," Casillas remarked, raising an eyebrow. "Weren't you considering going out to find a girl?" Beauty turned to ask. Casillas glanced at Huang Kaivun, who was seated beside Lily, and quickly shook his head, insisting, "Don't be absurd. I have no such intentions." Capello, seated at the front, overheard the players' discussions and stood up in front of the bus, stating, "I have read reports regarding Real Madrid's visit to China 4 years ago, and the situation was less than favorable. This time, we have 2 friendly matches, and commercial activities have been reduced somewhat. I have but one request. When facing the fans, everyone must smile. Anyone caught with a scowl will find themselves reporting to the reserves." Baldano sat there with a grim expression, offering no rebuttal. The Asian sponsors are notorious for their kickbacks, yet he had to painfully relinquish a significant portion, leading Baldano to believe he would be sleepless for quite some time. Calderon, having learned from the 2003 Real Madrid tour in China, meticulously planned this trip, engaging in multiple discussions with the higher-ups, strictly limiting the number of commercial activities, and devising a reasonably good itinerary. Although this approach meant losing several lucrative opportunities, it was deemed worthwhile to ensure Huang Kaivun's satisfaction, and Baldano could discern priorities in this matter. Feeling the weight of financial loss, Baldano resolved to keep a close watch on the Real Madrid players throughout the trip, seeking opportunities to address any lackluster performances. Upon arriving at their hotel, Baldano approached Huang Kaivun, presenting the itinerary. "Kaivun, the recording we discussed earlier refers to this football program, along with the previously agreed speech at your school, interspersed with several sponsor activities between the 2 matches. Please let me know if there are any modifications needed." "I have no objections," Huang Kaivun replied after reviewing the document. Several schools had previously expressed interest in having him speak, but he felt utterly unqualified. During his school years, he had merely passed the time, skipping classes to surf the internet, and barely graduated with average grades. How could he possibly address students from esteemed institutions? Huang Kaivun felt a sense of embarrassment over his own fortuitous success and believed his experiences were ill-suited for sharing with high-achieving students. A casual chat with his juniors at his alma mater would suffice. "Very well, let us proceed to dinner now. The organizers have brought in a chef specifically for this occasion," Baldano said with a smile. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Huang Kaivun found that his teammates had already seated themselves at various tables. "Kaivun, over here." Beauty waved him over. Huang Kaivun walked over and took a seat beside Lily. In this relatively insular environment of the team, hierarchy was omnipresent. Often, conflicts arise from seemingly trivial matters such as parking spots or seating arrangements. At their table, 8 key players were seated. Shortly thereafter, a chef appeared, carrying a roasted duck for on-site carving, which elicited gasps of astonishment from the Real Madrid players. Huang Kaivun, observing Raul and Gudi's exaggerated reactions, couldn't help but chuckle at their theatrical display. They had previously enjoyed Peking duck in 2003 during their visit to Beijing, and had dined on it in Madrid as well. Yet, here they were, feigning surprise as if performing solely for him. Huang Kaivun chose not to expose the ruse. Appreciating his teammates' intentions, the chef, listening to the chorus of exaggerated exclamations, felt that the Real Madrid players were rather inexperienced. After dinner, the players retired to their rooms early for rest. Huang Kaivun and Lily went straight to sleep. The next morning, the entire team arose for breakfast. Taking advantage of the cooler morning weather, they planned to climb the Great Wall, followed by an afternoon event after lunch. Clad in sponsor-branded short-sleeve shirts, shorts, and sneakers, the team looked unified, and Lily joined in, dressing similarly. With Ramos absent, Casillas set his sights on Gudi. "Shall we race to the destination?" Casillas proposed. "Do I seem that dull to you?" Gudi retorted, rolling his eyes. "So, you're afraid then?" Casillas replied with a crooked grin. His feeble provocation, paired with his mischievous expression, was irritating. Gudi, unimpressed, declared, "All right, let us race. Come on, you shrimp, I'll show you my prowess." Casillas dashed off, calling back over his shoulder. Gudi followed suit in pursuit. "Who do you think will win?" Raul inquired. Lily glanced at Huang Kaivun, eager for his answer. "Neither of them will prevail," Huang Kaivun asserted. "What a joke. The climb from the main entrance to the hero slope is no easy feat. Ascending the Great Wall is far more taxing than running on grass." "Kevin, could you take my picture?" Lily asked, hopping next to him and thrusting a camera into his hands. Huang Kaivun surveyed the landscape, remarking that it was decent, though not the most picturesque spot on the wall. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to oblige his girlfriend's request. With expertise in both photography and painting, capturing a photograph was a breeze for him. "Don't look at me. Gaze towards that beacon tower," he instructed. Lily turned her attention to the beacon tower, though her peripheral vision kept darting back to him, reminiscent of a child poised to sneak chocolate from the kitchen. Oh well, he thought, a girl should be like this. At 18, Lily exuded youthful exuberance, looking beautiful from every angle. Click, click, click. Huang Kaivun continued to press the shutter, encouraging Lily to adjust her poses. Born into a family of performers, Lily possessed a natural flair for the camera, adeptly meeting Huang Kaivun's requests. The contrast between her and the more assertive socialite was striking. While the latter exuded an intense aggressiveness, Lily radiated a more playful spirit. As they strolled and snapped photos, they lagged behind the group. Capello trailed closely behind them, accompanied by his trusted aides. Huang Kaivun was in high spirits, causing Baldini to smile. This seems to be Kevin's first return to China after playing football, and naturally, he feels elated to be home in this city. Capello nodded in acknowledgement. He had memorized every detail about Huang Kaivun. His knowledge of the attractions in Beijing surpassed even that of travel brochures. "How should we approach the game?" Galbiati inquired. "Encourage the players to focus seriously, score fewer goals, and minimize physical contact during defense," Capello replied with a smile. Baldi and Galbiati chimed in, recalling Capello's previous assertion in Korea that a coach should never halt an offensive strategy. "Well said, Fabio. It's no wonder you are the head coach." After walking a bit further, Capello spotted Casillas and Gudi slumped against the city wall, exhausted from their eagerness to keep up. They could not abandon the two players, so they assisted them in climbing the Great Wall together. Upon reaching the steep section, both Capello and his two assistant coaches were noticeably fatigued. Huang Kaivun, armed with a camera, had been designated as the team's temporary photographer by his teammates. With his hands resting on the parapet, Capello gazed into the distance at the lush greenery and remarked, "The Great Wall rises high, while the remnants of Qi Liang return to their wives." "Such depth," Huang Kaivun exclaimed, lowering his camera and giving a thumbs up. These lines reference the tale of Meng Jiangnu weeping for the Great Wall, a story frequently depicted in poetry about this monumental structure. "I read about it before coming here. One can only imagine the brutality of the wars that necessitated such an incredible construction," Capello reflected. Indeed, Huang Kaivun agreed. Engaging in conversation with Capello reveals his artistic sensibility. He is passionate about travel and the exploration of diverse cultures, enjoys music, and plays golf. One would hardly guess, from mere newspaper articles, that Capello possesses such depth. Similarly, it is challenging for fans to envision Pepe as a congenial and gentle individual off the pitch. Many players and coaches exhibit starkly different personas in their daily lives compared to their on-field demeanor. Huang Kaivun shared insights regarding the history of the Great Wall with Capello, and they stood there for a while. President, Huang Kaivun is being sought after again. A fan called out, prompting Capello to pat Huang Kaivun on the shoulder and take his leave. Huang Kaivun turned to see a familiar face from the previous day, who had made a lasting impression by waving a banner. He found it puzzling. Was it merely an attempt to showcase his gear? The relentless pursuit seemed excessive, especially since they had yet to achieve their goal. Observing their sweaty faces, Huang Kaivun speculated they must have been waiting at the hotel for Real Madrid before following to battling. This situation was unsustainable. Deciding to take the initiative, he approached the group and asked, "Hello, is there something you need?" "We're waiting for the president to speak," one of them replied. After a moment of hesitation, Huang Kaivun finally spoke up. "Brother Kevin, I'm your fan. I bought an authentic jersey and would love your autograph." "Of course." Huang Kaivun smiled and extended his hand. The other party swiftly retrieved 3 jerseys from their bag, 2 from AC Milan and 1 from Real Madrid, all player editions. Huang Kaivun took the signature pen and, after signing the 3 jerseys, inquired, "Shall we take a photo?" Huang Kaivun was momentarily taken aback before vigorously nodding, exclaiming, "Yes, yes." Huang Kaivun positioned himself among the group, ready for the photograph, but encountered a slight complication. None of the individuals were willing to assume the role of photographer, so they had to call on Baldini for assistance. After several shots, the group departed, expressing their gratitude profusely. Huang Kaivun chuckled, having initially thought they were there to cause trouble. After lingering at Hayohampo for a while, the Real Madrid players took the cable car down the Great Wall. They enjoyed a hot pot for lunch before swiftly heading to the sponsors' event. A few years ago, Zidane, Beckham, and Ronaldo were the stars, while Raul was merely an afterthought. This time, Guti and Raul stood on either side of Huang Kaivun, holding jerseys emblazoned with their Chinese numbers and names for a photo, which was a significant improvement from the previous treatment. Subsequently, most of the Real Madrid players attended an event, while Huang Kaivun accompanied Lily to Beijing University of Technology. "Shanshan, come over here." A girl waved. Coming. Shanshan jogged over and took a seat. The girl complained, "Several people wanted to sit down earlier, but you took too long." "I couldn't help it. I was a bit nervous," Shanshan replied, feeling embarrassed. "Today, the seats are quite coveted." The girl continued her grievances. Shanshan playfully shook her arm, saying, "Thank you. I'll treat you to a feast later." "You better. I promise." Shanshan held up 3 fingers. Kaivun. Accompanied by screams, Huang Kaivun took to the stage, escorted by security. The audience was noticeably filled with more girls today. Huang Kaivun smiled and waved, adjusting the microphone at the podium. Once the cheers subsided, he bent down to say, "Returning to my alma mater feels wonderful, as though I never left. When I received the invitation, I felt quite anxious. Back in school, I was merely a bit handsome, had a reasonably stable family background, and garnered a few more admirers, but that hardly qualifies me to give a speech, does it?" Laughter erupted from the crowd, prompting Huang Kaivun to pause. Once the laughter waned, he continued, "During my school days, my academic performance was average. I was infatuated with gaming and crammed before exams. Fortunately, my memory was decent, and I never failed a subject. Standing here, I feel a bit embarrassed, especially seeing my former teachers in the audience. I regret not studying diligently to become a useful talent for our nation. Now, I wish I had paid more attention in class. Please do not emulate me. Being here is not due to my superiority over you. It is simply because I have gained some fame. The school hopes I can return to speak, but honestly, I have little to impart. It makes no sense for someone who barely scrapes by in exams to advise outstanding students, does it? My fame stems from athletic talent. Yet what can an athlete teach students? Can my experiences enable you to play football? Therefore, let us converse freely. Feel free to ask anything that piques your interest. A person like me will never fit into the teaching profession. Today, I merely indulge in this experience. Raise your hands, and I will select someone." As Huang Kaivun's words echoed in the auditorium, numerous arms were raised. Yet, some students were still too shy to lift their hands. In this era, celebrity worship in the country is not as fervent. Even when encountering famous individuals, most people tend to be more reserved. Huang casually selected a boy who had raised his hand, as there were fewer boys participating. "Hello, Senior Huang," the boy greeted. "Greetings. No need to feel anxious. Feel free to ask any questions you may have," Huang Kaivun encouraged with a smile. "Senior, may I inquire why you can effortlessly alter your playing style while on the field?" the boy asked. "That's an excellent question," Huang replied, leaning on the podium with a grin. "I often watch footage of various players, constantly imitating and practicing their techniques. Coupled with my inherent talent in this area, I can easily switch my playing style during matches. However, it is indeed challenging to change one's ingrained habits." "Hello, Senior. I would like to ask, after enduring so many injuries, what motivates you to return to the field?" a girl inquired. "This matter is quite complex. As you may know, I was not particularly outstanding during my university years, and finding a good job post-graduation was not easy. My initial decision to pursue football was merely to secure employment." Huang Kaivun chuckled. The audience responded with laughter. He continued, "Every time I got injured, I feared losing my job, a position that earns several tens of millions a year. Anyone would strive to hold on to such a job, right? Everyone loves money, and so do I. The mere thought of leaving the field and losing the opportunity to earn such substantial income fills me with anxiety. After every injury, my sole thought is to preserve this job. Perhaps my strong attachment to financial security enables me to overcome injuries and return to the field." The auditorium erupted in enthusiastic applause. His self-deprecating humor resonated well with the students. Huang Kaivun addressed several more questions, with junior students expressing curiosity about his personal life, daily expenses, and social circles. They were more intrigued by how someone who earns billions lives, rather than the training and locker room dynamics of a player. After answering a few more queries, Huang pointed towards a girl who appeared to be quite attractive. "Husband?" No. Kevin," she stammered, eliciting a wave of laughter. Huang smiled, gesturing for her to relax. After a few seconds, she managed to say, "Kevin, you mentioned before that you would send me a limited edition jersey twice. And I thought you were joking. I'm sorry." Shanshan, right? "Yes, that's me. I never expected to see you today," Huang chuckled. "Thank you for your unwavering support. However, I didn't bring a jersey with me today. Please leave your address before you go, and I will have the club staff send it to you." After the speech concluded, Huang Kaivun shared a meal with his former mentors from school before returning to the hotel with Lily. Old May even urged him to choose a partner and marry soon, to which Huang could only respond with an awkward smile. There was nothing he could do. After all, that was his father's junior, and he could only listen. "Returning to my alma mater feels like reclaiming my youth." Even though Huang Kaivun has achieved success now, he fondly reminisces about those days. School truly was one of the most beautiful periods of life. While Lily was taking a shower, Huang Kaivun perused the internet with a notebook. A particular post caught his attention. Huang Kaivun came to our school to give a speech. Upon clicking it, he discovered it was from the boy who had asked a question earlier that day. He retrieved a digital camera and uploaded a photo as proof, responding, "In real life, I'm Senior Huang. Online, I'm Huang Kaivun, right?" His reply nearly exploded the forum with various responses, including calls to capture Huang Kaivun and requests for challenges. After chatting for a while, he closed the notebook when Lily emerged. Having gone to bed early the previous night to prepare for climbing the Great Wall, he needed to make up for lost sleep today. Amidst Lily's exclamations, Senior Huang showcased the skills he had honed over the years. The rest of the day primarily consisted of attending events and leisure activities. Huang Kaivun even found time to record an episode of World Football. He was quite disappointed that Duan Xian did not wear shorts. Recently, Messi had also participated in the filming of World Football, but when Real Madrid arrived in Beijing, Messi had already left, and they missed the opportunity to meet. On July 31st, the entire Real Madrid team appeared at the Workers' Stadium. This time, the tickets were sold with the assistance of Real Madrid to eliminate scalpers. 5 years prior, fans spent considerable amounts to see the Real Madrid stars. 450 yuan just for a training session, only to be disappointed when the players did not appear due to fatigue. Overall, that tour of the Galacticos in China did not leave fans and media with fond memories, though Ronaldo's small box did help establish a brand. After Real Madrid departed, the fervent media began to question the purpose of this event. This time, Calderon and Valdano truly put in the effort, while not covering every detail. They fundamentally ensured fans' interests were prioritized. During their stay in Beijing, the excitement surrounding Real Madrid continued to rise. Casillas was spotted at Hohai, encountering fans for signatures and photos. praised for his approachable demeanor. After several days, the enthusiasm of the fans erupted completely. Each touch of the ball by the Real Madrid players during warm-ups elicited thunderous cheers. Today, the support for Goen at the Workers' Stadium was not particularly high. The Chinese Super League had intentionally adjusted the schedule for them to compete against Real Madrid. Today, Huang Kaivun did not start. However, Capello was expected to let Huang Kaivun play, likely in the second half. Yes, previously in Korea, Huang Kaivun played for 70 minutes, which was indeed quite exhausting. It is rumored that after one match, he faced contract terminations with 2 brands, but some sponsors from Japan, particularly in the fashion sector for women's products, have approached him, as he is immensely popular among young women in Japan. Today, I once again beheld the Italian flag on the scene. Huang Kaivun enjoys immense popularity in Italy, particularly following the match against Seoul FC. The Milan Sports Daily initiated a survey on its website, revealing that 74% of Italian netizens expressed their willingness to purchase all products endorsed by Huang Kaivun. Today, Real Madrid's performance was rather lackluster. The Beijing Goen's attack was close this time. Huang Kaivun sat on the bench, observing the match. Anyone who dares to claim that foreigners lack understanding of human sentiments might just provoke him. Pepe's defensive demeanor seemed transformed, although he pressed forward with zeal. His hands remained down, quite unlike his usual self. Duties through balls appeared rather haphazard. In the 33rd minute of the first half, Higuain received the ball in the attacking zone, deftly maneuvering past 2 defenders to score first. Before the halftime break, Goen's midfielder Huang Bowen unleashed a long-range shot that deflected off Cannavaro's leg, equalizing the score. After the break, Capello inquired, "Kevin, are you ready to come on?" "Yes, coach." Huang Kaivun nodded in response. Regardless of the time, he felt compelled to play in both home matches. He could not disappoint the fans. Observing that the anticipation level had reached 100, Huang Kaivun opted for a lottery draw. Ding! You have obtained a single-match experience card for the quarterfinals of the 2004-2005 UEFA Champions League, AC Milan vs Inter Milan, featuring Andrea Pirlo. What a surprise! After the system adjusted the positional weights, Huang Kaivun had not drawn a midfielder in quite some time. Although Pirlo's technical attributes are not ideally suited for the wing, Huang Kaivun believed that playing in midfield today, with a variety of characteristics and skills, would certainly not let the fans down. After all, no one has stipulated that Pirlo cannot perform tricks, right? Huang Kaivun and Raul warmed up together on the sidelines, as the temperature at the Workers' Stadium began to rise. Huang Kaivun, Huang Kaivun, Huang Kaivun. As he jogged a few steps along the sideline, the fans erupted in unison, chanting his name. Raul chuckled, saying, "I always thought Chinese fans were not that fervent. Now I see it's merely that we aren't worthy." "You old rascal," Huang Kaivun retorted playfully. "Enough with the chatter. Let's get ready to enter the field." On the pitch, Gudi's pass was intercepted by Huang Bowen, who deflected it out of bounds. After exchanging a high five with Higuain, Huang Kaivun stepped onto the field. The Dutch wizard assembles. "How shall we play today?" Upon seeing Raul and Huang Kaivun enter, Casillas approached to inquire. Having been a spectator throughout the match, he was curious about Huang Kaivun's intentions now that he was on the field. If Huang Kaivun intended to take the game seriously, Casillas would not hold back. "Gudi is off. I'll organize the midfield, and you two can play as dual strikers," Huang Kaivun declared. Pirlo had played as an attacking midfielder before truly shining in a deeper role. However, given today's match intensity, positional adjustments posed no issue. Diarra, De Jong, and Gago would support Huang, allowing him the freedom to roam. "All right, I understand," Casillas nodded. After discussing with his midfield teammates, Huang Kaivun found no objections. De Jong and Gago possessed commendable skills, assisting Huang Kaivun in orchestrating the play. Their performance in the Chinese Super League resembles a diluted version of a ceremonial midfield, with Diarra providing cover at the back. Cicinho enters the scene, executing a throw-in. Diarra delivers a lateral pass to Gago, who deftly sends a direct ball towards Huang Kaivun. As Huang occupies the midfield, he chooses not to showcase his organizational prowess. Engaging in conversation with compatriot Higuain, they exchange insights on their experiences at Real Madrid, having thoroughly analyzed the intricacies of surviving in the locker room. When Huang receives the ball, he faces pressure from Walter Martinez. Swiftly, he uses his right foot to pivot, performing a tight circle, an effective maneuver for evading Martinez. After shaking off the defender, Huang executes a precise flick with his right foot, sending the ball soaring from the halfway line towards the right flank, where Casillas sprints forward to receive it. A clear opportunity. Huang's long pass is impeccably accurate. With Zhang Shuai in pursuit, Casillas, upon reaching the edge of the penalty area, cuts in and attempts to dribble past the on-rushing Yang Ji, but the latter successfully intervenes. Positionally, it appears that today Huang Kaivun has taken on the role previously occupied by Guti. Indeed, Capello's initial lineup was relatively conservative, featuring a dual forward setup with Casillas and Higuain supported by a diamond-shaped midfield. After Huang's introduction, he takes on the responsibility of leading the attack, rather than playing in his more familiar winger position. Is Huang Kaivun merely coasting today? If this isn't coasting, what is? Huang is most formidable as a winger, while he also excels in midfield, having previously demonstrated his prowess in that capacity. Today, with such ample space, he opts for a direct pass instead of dribbling, indicating a deliberate easing off. Under normal circumstances, he would have taken the ball on a solo run into the penalty area for a shot. Observing the Real Madrid players today, their performance was subpar. Coach Zhang remarked on their fatigue, yet Casillas and Guti had been out enjoying themselves until the early hours, returning to the hotel around 2 a.m., which hardly suggests exhaustion. You all know the truth. Must Pepe give a couple of knocks to the Super League players for your satisfaction? Watching today's match, I realized how cleanly Pepe plays. And yet, they claim Huang Kaivun isn't a dominant figure at Real Madrid. When he first arrived in 2003, he was quite arrogant. By 2007, he had become notably humble. I've seen hundreds of photos from various Real Madrid events, yet not a single one captures a displeased expression. It's hilarious. Previously at an Audi event, Raul was grinning so much after an hour and a half that he was rubbing his face, regardless of whether it was for Huang's sake. Real Madrid's recent visit to China was devoid of negativity. Enough said. It's you lot who should feel ashamed. I've come to realize that while boasting in bars, upon encountering Huang Kaivun in person, you're almost eager to acknowledge him as a father figure. It's amusing to see fans rushing to snap photos with Huang at Badaling, captured by other tourists. Isn't the most amusing part the incident involving the fellow from Beijing Institute of Technology, when he stuttered while addressing Huang Kaivun as senior brother, only to later post derogatory comments about him in the evening, which Huang Kaivun promptly exposed in person. Huang Kaivun seems to have a penchant for lurking on forums. Following this self-revelation, he likely changed his account once again. If you peruse the quality posts, you will find that Huang Gu has summarized Huang Kaivun's writing style and frequent phrases. Strangely enough, after his summary, a multitude of individuals began to imitate Huang Kaivun in their posts, making it increasingly difficult to distinguish between them. Speaking of Huang Gu, it reminds me that Shanshan has acquired a limited edition jersey, and I heard that a gentleman offered several tens of thousands for it, but was turned down. It seems rather foolish of Shanshan. Perhaps selling it would have been wiser. Huang Kaivun's jersey is akin to the inflated real estate prices in our country. It would be prudent to wait for a more reasonable price before purchasing. Casillas turned to applaud Huang Kaivun, who smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Whether one scores or not is inconsequential. The friendly match serves primarily to warm up and regain form. Beijing Goan initiated an offensive play, with Zhou Ting surging forward on the right flank. Casillas, making only a token effort, was easily bypassed, while Gago swiftly pressed forward to challenge. Zhou Ting quickly executed a lateral pass to Martinez, who delivered a diagonal ball to Pantelic. Pantelic, with a deft touch of his right foot, managed to squeeze past Diarra, only for the covering Xixinio to swiftly clear the ball. Gago, tracking back, turned with the ball and pushed it forward with his right foot. Huang Kaivun, receiving the ball with his back to the defenders, found himself tightly marked by Huang Bowen and Martinez. He promptly returned the ball to the left flank, where Marcelo, with a gentle touch of his right foot, paused to assess the situation before launching an attack. As Huang Bowen pressed in for a challenge, Marcelo quickly executed a diagonal pass to Huang Kaivun. Huang Kaivun, receiving the ball with a deft flick of his right foot, adjusted to face the Goan half. And without waiting for Martinez to close in, he executed a delicate touch that sent the ball soaring over the halfway line, aimed at the defenders of Goan. Positioned advantageously, Raul sprang into action, darting past Su Yunlong. Despite Su Yunlong's immediate attempt to impede him, he could not hold Raul back. As they raced forward, at the moment the ball descended, Raul deftly cushioned it with his left foot, allowing it to bounce again. Seizing the opportunity, Raul adjusted his direction, while Su Yunlong, whose weight was entirely on Raul, tumbled to the ground. Positioned just behind the penalty area, Yang Ji quickly retreated as Raul entered the box. without making any adjustments. Raul struck the ball with the inside of his right foot, and despite Yang Ji instinctively reaching out, the ball slipped past his armpit and crossed the goal line. A goal. Raul had once again propelled Real Madrid into the lead. In his time on the field, Huang Kaivun made 2 passes, both of which were remarkably precise in finding his teammates. His ability to orchestrate the midfield is certainly comparable to that of Guti. Reflecting on today's match, the most striking moment for me was Raul's attacking play, as well as the physical encounter between Guti and Martinez before Guti left the pitch. When we watch La Liga, we often see Guti struggling in physical confrontations, and while Raul is not particularly known for his physicality either, they still held a physical advantage over the Goan players. Raul's ball control during this sequence bore no resemblance to his usual rhythmic changes. It was a straightforward, Vieri-like charge past the defender to score. Indeed, while fans may perceive Guti as lacking strength in physical duels, this is primarily when he faces La Liga or Champions League caliber players. The quality of players in the Chinese Super League is still a notch below. Capello made a substitution, bringing in Metzelder, who joined Real Madrid on a free transfer, to replace Cannavaro, who had inadvertently scored an own goal. The friendly match primarily served as an opportunity to assess the condition of various players. Shortly after the game resumed, Diarra executed a successful tackle, passing the ball to Gago. Observing that Huang Kaivun was surrounded by 2 opponents, Gago advanced past the halfway line. Martinez abandoned his position to chase Gago, while Huang Kaivun swiftly launched himself towards the left flank. With a swift motion, Gago played the ball out wide to the left. Huang Kaivun received the ball on the left, akin to a starter pistol igniting action among the players of Goan. Puyang and Sui Dongliang hurried back, and Huang Kaivun sprinted leftward, while Zhou Tingyuan, positioned at the edge of the penalty area, began to shift his weight to prevent Huang Kaivun from making a sudden move in his direction. Huang Kaivun deftly maneuvered his feet around the ball, executing 2 quick step-overs. The crowd at the Workers' Stadium erupted in exuberant cheers, as the fans had come to witness Huang Kaivun's performance. When Huang Kaivun approached, Huang Kaivun deftly controlled the ball with his right foot, pivoted, and carried it laterally to the left side of the center circle, where he unleashed a long pass with his right foot. Huang Kaivun lifted his head to scan the right flank, and the ball soared accurately towards the penalty area. Cassano rushed forward, attempting a hasty shot with his right foot, but the execution lacked precision, and Yang Ji comfortably caught the ball. Real Madrid's inability to convert their dominance into goals left Coach Zhang at a loss for words to commend Goan. Today, Cassano appeared a stark contrast to his performance in Seoul. While his positioning and technical skills remained commendable, his finishing was consistently lackadaisical. Huang Kaivun continued to exhibit his technical prowess in the attacking third. The master of the flick, Ronaldinho, enabled Huang Kaivun to seamlessly integrate various technical maneuvers. The defensive intensity of Goan was relatively low, and with minimal challenge, Huang Kaivun was free to distribute the ball at will. Huang Kaivun's performance today was modest. He managed to surpass 1 defender before opting to pass. Not to single him out, the entire Real Madrid squad seemed to be playing with a lack of urgency. They could have easily netted 15 goals against weaker opposition, but only managed 2 today. Real Madrid's graciousness could be viewed as commendable, sparing them from excessive embarrassment and treating the match as more of a friendly exhibition with Goan. Interestingly, Real Madrid did not appear to have made significant acquisitions, focusing instead on offloading players. Today, few new faces were evident, with Metzelder just arriving to join the squad. This summer, Real Madrid indeed parted ways with numerous players, marking a substantial overhaul. Paredes faced a grim fate. After being targeted by Huang Kaivun in the Copa del Rey final, the club showed no intention of renewing his loan, seemingly preparing to relegate him to the reserve team. Could he suffer a fate as dire as Van Nistelrooy? Where better to go than Inter Milan, where he shares amicable relations with both the captain and other players. I can already envision the Milan derby, where Van Nistelrooy would receive special attention from AC Milan, with teammates reluctant to come to his defense. The Italian players on the Milan squad would undoubtedly make it their mission to challenge Van Nistelrooy fiercely. Furthermore, Ramos, having been loaned to AC Milan, remarked in his first interview that Van Nistelrooy disrupted the unity of the Real Madrid locker room. If Ramos doesn't tackle Van Nistelrooy during the derby, it would be as if he had not had his fill. Alas, Ramos might find himself facing a suspension from the Italian Football Federation. The suspension in Spain has yet to conclude, and now Italy has imposed its own. Consequently, He is left with no choice but to participate solely in the Champions League. Ramos's suspension from the Champions League also remains in effect. It seems unlikely that further sanctions will be imposed. The Italian Football Federation is likely to show some leniency. Just days ago, the president of the Italian Football Federation remarked that Huang Kaivun's departure from Serie A represents the most significant loss for the league this century. Ramos has always stood up for Huang Kaivun, and given his propensity for receiving red cards, it is improbable that additional bans will be enforced. As the match approached its climax, Marcelo received the ball on the left flank and was brought down by Zhou Ting. In that moment of falling, he deftly passed the ball to Huang Kaivun. With a swift flick of his right foot, Huang Kaivun carried the ball across the halfway line and executed a quick, curling strike beneath it. Bang! Casillas darted between Su Yunlong and Zhang Yonghai, racing into the penalty area just as the ball landed perfectly at his feet. With a gentle touch of his right foot, he maneuvered past Yang Ji and slotted the ball into the empty net. Casillas has finally scored. 31. Despite having squandered several opportunities today, it was Kaivun who enabled Casillas to find the net. Kaivun possesses that unique ability, regardless of the quality of his teammates' shooting. He can facilitate their scoring. This long pass was akin to laser guidance, allowing Casillas to receive the ball in the penalty area with pinpoint accuracy. Fortunately, weapon manufacturers have not set their sights on Kaivun. Studying his passing would undoubtedly enhance their targeting systems significantly. If he desires, Kaivun could tally up to 100 assists in a season. Perhaps Capello should consider a tactical shift, positioning Kaivun in the backline exclusively for passing, thereby reducing the frequency of his breakthroughs and minimizing fouls against him. Capello opted to substitute Kaivun, allowing him to bask in the adulation of the fans. During this Asian tour, Kaivun received a warm welcome. In Japan, police cars cleared the way for him, and in Korea, his efforts moved fans to tears. Although Seoul FC was subsequently forced to disband and restructure, the experience of playing alongside Kaivun was a sufficient consolation for those players. Upon returning to his hometown, Kaivun remained the most beloved player. I took the time to study the matches in the Chinese Super League and realized the significance of Kaivun's role in the midfield today. Many goals in the Super League are reliant on the individual prowess of foreign players. By playing in the midfield, Kaivun aimed to foster the development of football in his homeland, demonstrating the capabilities of a competent midfielder, as midfield organization is the most crucial element in modern football. This experience is likely to benefit Asian nations greatly, and in due time, their footballing standards may soar, potentially catching up with European football. Kaivun's greatness lies not only in his remarkable performances on the pitch, but also in his promotion of the sport. Pelé once played in Africa, temporarily halting hostilities. Had it been Kaivun, a permanent ceasefire might have been achieved. Huang Kaivun applauded the stands as he slowly walked to the sidelines. After Capello handed him a towel, Huang Kaivun took a seat on the bench. Shortly after the game resumed, the referee blew the final whistle, marking the conclusion of the match, a result that pleased everyone involved. That evening, as the Real Madrid players flew to Shanghai, the Yanjing Daily praised the performance of homegrown players. Upon disembarking from the plane and arriving at the hotel, it was already past 11 at night. Noticing Lily's weary expression, Huang Kaivun told her a story to help her drift off to sleep. At midnight, he once again welcomed the refreshing updates from the store. The special template, Rainbow Cat, with 1,000,000 destiny points. Templates, Socrates, with 10,000 points. Luis Suarez Miramontes, with 10,000 points. Gunter Netzer, with 10,000 points. Skills, Ball Control Mastery, with 1,500 points. Equestrian Mastery, with 100 points. Items, 24-hour Injury Immunity Card, with 20 points. Special item, Van Persie's Stick, with 800 points. Upon seeing the special template, Rainbow Cat, Huang Kaivun was at a loss for words. If the 25th version were to be utilized, it would undoubtedly lead to the downfall of Spain. Since he couldn't afford the Rainbow Cat hero, he might as well enjoy the spectacle. The three ordinary templates were of commendable quality. Socrates possessed an average physique but remarkable technical prowess. He played with a cleverness reminiscent of Guti. Luis Suarez Miramontes, a Ballon d'Or winner from Spain, was an exceptionally skilled midfielder, particularly renowned for his dribbling abilities. Gunter Netzer was a contemporary of Beckenbauer in German football, with Beckenbauer being a representative figure of Bayern, while Netzer was the star of Borussia Mönchengladbach. Their rivalry in the national team was intense, and during the 1972 European Championship, Netzer was the standout player for West Germany. As he continued to peruse, ball control mastery was not inexpensive. Huang Kaivun felt that even without purchasing this mastery, he likely possessed sufficient skill. It involved suddenly changing direction while dribbling, using explosive power to outpace opponents, a maneuver favored by explosive athletes. As for Van Persie's stick, it was reasonably priced. Yet Huang Kaivun hesitated to spend 800 points merely to satisfy his curiosity. Ultimately, he settled for the immunity card and equestrian mastery for just 120 points. The skill of equestrian mastery refined modern horseback riding techniques, slightly enhancing leg strength, allowing him to gallop freely once acquired. After a brief evaluation, Huang Kaivun felt quite satisfied, though he wondered if this galloping experience would align with his expectations. Observing the peacefully slumbering Lily, he resigned himself to counting sheep as he drifted off to sleep. In Capello's room, Baldano was still engaged in discussions with Capello regarding transfers. Several transfers were nearing their final stages, and he had essentially reached agreements with Mijatovic and Calderon. Yet it was imperative to gain Capello's endorsement as the coach. Capello was not one to tolerate impositions if players were forced upon him. There was a risk of being dismissed one day. Capello reviewed the dossiers. Wesley Sneijder, a left-sided midfield orchestrator, could replace Gudi's role or serve as a substitute for Kevin. Arjen Robben, capable of playing both flanks, had a somewhat problematic playing style, often seeming too individualistic. Capello was familiar with Robben, having monitored him during his time at Chelsea. His ability to dribble past defenders was advantageous. His speed and strong breakthroughs could draw defensive attention away from Kevin. However, he also had a reputation for frequent injuries, suggesting he was often a target for fouls, a fact that Capello found quite satisfactory. However, Robben's reluctance to pass the ball raised concerns for Capello, especially after the departure of one Dutch player. The introduction of two more Dutchmen prompted him to wonder if they were merely acquiring another pair of Van Nistelrooys. Adjusting his glasses with a dismissive gesture, Capello inquired whether they would adhere to tactical discipline upon joining Real Madrid. Of course, no one at Real Madrid could supersede the authority of the coach. Baldano interjected, except for Kevin. Capello chose to overlook Baldano's remark, nodding in agreement. In that case, I have no objections. Should they be insubordinate, they will simply be relegated to the reserves. Rest assured, we have communicated with both the players and their agents. They are willing to comply with tactical discipline, Baldano replied with a smile. With two more kickbacks on the horizon, his spirits were notably high. Very well. Let it be them. With Ramos loaned out, we require a new right back, as Cicinho's capabilities are insufficient for a starting position at Real Madrid, Capello stated. Baldano nodded in affirmation. We will expedite this matter. At the very least, he felt Capello was rather agreeable today, not entangling him in transfer negotiations and even proactively suggesting a player to seek, which could potentially yield another kickback. Having largely settled on their transfer strategy, the two returned to their respective quarters to rest. The European football transfer market was bustling with activity. The Premier League was making its presence felt, with even Middlesbrough, who finished 12th last season, splurging $17 million on Yakubu. Meanwhile, Everton, having sold Yakubu, managed to acquire 3 players for only $9 million under Moyes' approval, including former U21 international Baines for $5 million. Manchester United finally secured Hargreaves while also signing another promising young midfielder, Anderson, alongside Nani for $21 million, totaling $71 million for the three. Tony departed Milan for Bayern, forming a formidable duo with Klose, who transferred from Werder Bremen. Atletico Madrid, having lost Torres, brought in veteran Forlan to partner with Elguera. Juventus, returning to Serie A, purchased Iaquinta and Thiago Mendes, while continually seeking opportunities to strengthen their squad. Barcelona had already finalized several transfers, leaving Real Madrid as the only club yet to make significant moves. On August 3rd, Huang Kaivun and his teammates faced off against his first professional opponent once again at Honko Stadium. After drawing Malouda, Huang Kaivun contributed a goal and an assist, leading Real Madrid to a 4-2 victory over Shenhua, concluding their tour of Asia. Throughout 4 friendly matches, he signed over 10 endorsement contracts and received 2 breach compensations, making his earnings for the past month reach several million euros. Upon returning to Madrid, all Real Madrid players were granted 2 days off. Although the friendly matches were not highly demanding, the frequent commercial activities and long flights had left the players feeling quite fatigued. Initially, Capello intended to grant Huang Kaivun a holiday but eventually decided on a break for the entire team. Training resumed on August 6th, and Huang Kaivun had already perused the fixture list. The first match of the new season for Real Madrid is the Madrid Derby, followed by the UEFA Super Cup against Sevilla, both formidable opponents. Capello's training regimen is exceptionally rigorous, leaving players like Metzelder struggling to adapt. However, Huang Kaivun is pleasantly surprised to find that his stamina is more than capable of meeting Capello's demanding training. After 2 days, Capello decides to reduce Huang's training load, concerned that excessive exertion might lead to injury before he has even participated in a formal match. Despite the intense training, Huang returns home each day brimming with energy, though it puts a strain on Lily. Fortunately, the young lady occasionally visits Madrid. Otherwise, Lily might have prematurely moved to Milan for her studies. After much persuasion from Huang and the young lady, she ultimately opts for the new Academy of Fine Arts in Milan, as Madrid lacks suitable schools. After all, the flight from Milan to Madrid takes only about 2 hours, making visits quite manageable. Amidst the training, Huang discovers that his friend, Ma Bai, has come to the area for some leisure. Ma Bai has brought along a group to join the Guild Milan retirement home, which he and Kaka established, constantly calling for battles in the game. On August 12th, a new face finally appeared at the training ground, Sneijder, who joined Real Madrid for a hefty fee of 27 million. On his first day at Valdebebas, Sneijder remained notably low-key. The remarks made by Van Nistelrooy's agent in the newspapers left Sneijder feeling anxious, fearing he might inadvertently offend the team's dominant players upon their first encounter. After being introduced by Capello, Sneijder cautiously approached his teammates. Although Huang appeared friendly and approachable, Sneijder retained a sense of wariness, having learned from his experiences in the Netherlands that rivalries in the locker room can be quite brutal, with intense competition leading to misunderstandings. "Hey, Wesley," Huang greeted in English. "Ah," Sneijder exclaimed, surprised. "Kevin, were you calling me?" "Yes, welcome to Madrid," Huang replied with a smile. Seeing Huang's bright smile eased much of Sneijder's apprehension. As he trained alongside Huang and shared lunch with him, Sneijder was astonished by the positive atmosphere in the Real Madrid locker room. The Brazilian and Argentine players coexisted harmoniously, and Huang was not as domineering as Van Nistelrooy's agent had suggested. He was, in fact, quite amiable, preoccupied with his thoughts. Sneijder hardly registered the training content and simply navigated through the day. As he prepared to leave in the evening, Huang called out to Sneijder, "Wesley, here is a welcome gift for you." Huang handed him a long rectangular box. Sneijder opened the box in front of Huang and froze for a moment upon seeing its contents. "Don't you like it?" Huang asked with a mischievous smile. "Oh, I love it. This could be used for self-defense," Sneijder quickly replied, fearing Huang might doubt his enthusiasm. He brandished the stun gun a few times to demonstrate. Huang stifled a laugh as he left the locker room, with Guti offering him a ride home. Typically, Huang preferred not to drive. "You've scared the newcomer," Guti remarked. Turning to him, "Surely not. I have done nothing," Huang Kaivun remarked. "Then what do you mean by giving him an electric baton?" Guti inquired. "I have never witnessed such a manner of gifting. It is simply a way to fulfill a personal desire," Huang Kaivun chuckled. "I have heard that the Dutch national team often experiences internal strife, and Wesley could use the baton for self-defense." Having previously come across news about the 3 batons of Holland, Huang Kaivun found it quite amusing. Those fabricated stories even made it to the newspapers, prompting Huang Kaivun to decide to assist in substantiating the legend of the 3 batons, sparing the fans from disappointment. Each Dutch teammate would receive a different baton, ensuring that should a conflict arise within the national team, they would at least be adequately prepared, wouldn't they? A few days later, Robin joined Real Madrid. After training, he too received the iron baton gifted by Huang Kaivun. Robin stood there, taken aback by the exquisitely wrapped iron baton in his hands. The craftsmanship of this baton was remarkable, complete with anti-slip gloves and straps to prevent it from slipping away. After a few days of acclimatizing to life in the Real Madrid locker room, Sneijder, who had already found his footing, advised, "Kaivun means well. He likely thinks the safety conditions in Madrid are quite poor, hence the gift for your protection." Robin nodded, somewhat dazed, and replied, "I understand. I will keep them in my car." Having failed to arrange a dinner with anyone today, he resigned himself to spending the evening at home. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the new season, and he would later ponder the stories surrounding his new teammates. Ultimately, the chapter closed with yet another plea for monthly and recommendation votes. End of chapter. The new season commenced with a dramatic clash on August 16th. as Real Madrid edged out Getafe with a score of 2-0 away from home. The club had overlooked the schedule for the Spanish Super Cup, which serves as a true reflection of the Calderón Real Madrid. The Super Cup pits the La Liga champions against the Copa del Rey champions in a two-legged format, with away goals counting. If the La Liga champions and Copa del Rey champions are the same team, the La Liga champions faced the Copa del Rey runners-up, which in this case was Getafe, the little brother of Madrid. Huang Kaivun did not participate in the away match, during which Higuaín and Raúl each scored, granting Real Madrid a victorious start. Lily returned to Milan with the young lady to prepare for the new school year. Bored, Huang Kaivun opened the forum Huang Kaivun's comparison. It was already past 5 a.m. in the country, yet many were still active on the forum. At this hour, numerous posts bore suggestive content, easily found via search engines. Huang Kaivun casually selected several captivating images, titling one shocking. An elder with 7 grandchildren doing this to a water snake-waisted beauty, and attached a link, garnering a plethora of gratitude. In this era, download speeds were measured in kilobytes, and in slower internet cafes, one might not finish downloading by the end of their stay. Huang Kaivun could well imagine that some individuals extended their time, eagerly waiting for the snail-like progress bar to finally reach completion, only to click on it and be greeted by the cacophony of sounds from ding ding dang dang when they opened it. He posted a few more links, including one for Big Head Son and Small Head Dad, and another for Little Lake's Toad God, before finally deciding to call it a night. Staying up late to browse the internet is inherently detrimental to one's health. It would be wiser to engage with content that nourishes both body and mind. With an abundance of posts, one might risk being reprimanded by the moderators. On August 17th, the esteemed Italian magazine Novella 2000 revealed the results of a poll concerning football players. The transfer to the Bundesliga has rendered Toni the most alluring footballer in the eyes of Italian women, with Huang Kaivun following closely in second place, and Amori securing the third spot. The appeal of Toni lies in his classic features reminiscent of bygone eras. In a separate survey regarding players worthy of infidelity, Huang Kaivun claimed the top position, while Gattuso and Toni occupied the second and third ranks, respectively. In a poll conducted among mothers to identify the most suitable players for a nude calendar, Toni, Huang Kaivun, and Borriello triumphed in the top 3 spots. Kaka, however, fared poorly across various evaluations, possibly due to the magazine's selection of more mature women, as both Kaka and Huang Kaivun belong to a younger demographic. In Campus magazine rankings, the two consistently maintain the lead positions. Antonio Cassano, who claims to be more handsome than Beckham, has not ranked particularly high in various assessments. At noon, Cassano arrived at Huang Kaivun's residence. Without Ramos, he had lost interest in even playing with his remote-controlled car. "Let us go out and find some fun, Kevin." Cassano lounged on the sofa. "No, I refuse," Huang Kaivun replied. Since summer, he had been continuously followed by paparazzi. During their trip to Asia, their visit to a nightclub in Jiangnan had made headlines, and with the new season approaching, another scandal would surely make the front page. "I am so bored," Cassano lamented, rolling around on the sofa. "You could ask the coach to revoke your break. Your life would become more fulfilling," Huang Kaivun jested. "You might as well kill me," Cassano retorted. "Once the transfer period concludes, I'll invite the whole team over for a gathering, and then you won't be bored anymore." "Dancer," Huang Kaivun teased. Cassano's previous video mimicking pole dancing still remains popular on various websites. "Perhaps some girls will appreciate my moves," Cassano remarked, showing no shame in his antics. "Perhaps we should invite Guti to go bowling," Huang Kaivun suggested. Madrid does not boast a plethora of entertainment venues. Outdoor activities are favored over indoor ones. Moreover, the true vibrancy of Spain emerges at night. There is little enjoyment to be found during the day. "Never mind. I prefer playing other sports," Cassano sighed. "Let us play some video games for a while." "All right," Huang Kaivun nodded in agreement. They began playing Pro Evolution Soccer, but after less than an hour, Cassano lost interest. The disparity in their skill levels was apparent. Ultimately bored, Cassano opted to return home for a nap, preparing to revel at a nightclub later that evening. Huang Kaivun speculated that it was Ramos's absence that rendered Cassano so lackluster. When Ramos was around, the two would even compete to see who could urinate farther. On August 22nd, they returned to the Bernabeu for the second leg of the Spanish Super Cup. Huang Kaivun did not draw cards and played for 20 minutes using the Carlos Caesar template. His skills were undoubtedly lacking, yet not as inadequate as he had envisioned. His performance was quite average. Real Madrid drew 1-1 at home against Getafe. with Huang Kaivun scoring a penalty, ultimately securing the cup after 2 matches. Upon returning home, Huang Kaivun discovered that he had failed to acquire any special traits, perhaps due to Getafe's lack of valuable assets, unlike Barcelona, which consistently managed to seize useful resources. That evening, he logged on to play a game. Huang Kaivun, accompanied by Kaká, Ramos, Inzaghi, and Casillas, ventured into the wild boar cave to hunt. After 2 hours, they disbanded. Following the championship, Real Madrid could afford to rest, but Milan had yet to commence their season, requiring Kaká and the others to train as usual the next day. The following day, around 10 o'clock, Huang Kaivun rose from his slumber, and Albert swiftly prepared breakfast for him. This time could be considered brunch. "Sir, today's newspaper," Albert said, handing Huang Kaivun a steaming paper. As Huang Kaivun leisurely perused it, he noted that Real Madrid, fresh off their Spanish Super Cup victory, was indeed the focus of several articles. Marca: Real Madrid has become an unprecedented 4-time champion. By securing the European Super Cup and the World Club Cup, they could become the first team in football history to attain 6 titles. He had been contemplating matters regarding Barcelona. It seemed he would once again have to outmaneuver them. He felt somewhat guilty towards his good friend, the king of football, Messi, and thought perhaps it was time to raise his endorsement fees. If necessary, they could jointly celebrate a championship in Milan. A.S. Hines, who wishes to transfer to Liverpool, is being ignored by Manchester United. Real Madrid has a chance to acquire Hines to replace the departing Carlos, as they indeed need to bolster their defense. Cannavaro's performance has been lackluster, and the free agent Metzelder may not possess the capability to secure a starting position at Real Madrid. With Ramos on loan, the team requires reinforcements in 2 positions. Miguel Torres has already demonstrated his inability to be a mainstay for Real Madrid, and Cicinho is similarly lacking. Before the transfer window closes, Real Madrid must acquire at least 1 central defender and 1 right back. World Sports News: It is regrettable that Kevin has abandoned snooker. O'Sullivan expressed in an interview that he welcomed Kevin as his opponent, yet Kevin preferred to remain in his comfort zone rather than challenge a king in another realm. Fans may have to wait a long time to see Kevin succeed in a new field. Huang Kaivun continued flipping through the pages until he reached the Sun. He looked up at Albert, who said, "There is an article about you, sir." "All right," Huang Kaivun replied, noticing on the front page an article discussing him and Shakira. Real Madrid had repeatedly invited Shakira to perform, but this time, she would attend the La Liga season opener as a special guest rather than a performer. In her interview, she expressed her admiration for both Real Madrid and Kevin. According to insider information from Real Madrid, Shakira's favorability was attributed to Kevin. The entire piece was speculative. Yet Huang Kaivun remained indifferent. The Sun frequently assigns female leads to him. This time, although he had a hunch about the main character, it remained merely a conjecture. Had there been any evidence, the Sun would have exposed it long ago. Following this, news of several British football stars emerged. Rooney, still a topic of conversation this summer in England due to his previous escapade with a 50-year-old cleaner, seems to have never-ending headlines surrounding him. Additionally, Ashley Cole is suspected of infidelity, abandoning his beloved Cheryl for indiscretions elsewhere. In a corner of the news, there are whispers regarding Atletico Madrid's coach Javier Aguirre meeting with a South Korean national, with the Sun speculating that Atletico might be preparing to recruit a South Korean player. Due to this news, in the afternoon, Huang Kaivun instructed Niao to pick someone up from the airport. Although the king of football was unperturbed by rumors, being photographed alongside Shakira amidst controversy was best avoided. Around 3 in the afternoon, Shakira appeared at Huang Kaivun's residence. The enchanting diva presented him with a box, stating, "A gift to congratulate you on receiving the Laureus Award." Upon opening it, Huang Kaivun discovered a Rolex, a brand that left a deep impression on him. Influenced by Hong Kong cinema, for a long time, he believed that those in the underworld would sport a Rolex on their arm while fleeing. After glancing at it, Huang Kaivun replaced his watch, remarking, "It looks rather splendid. If you perform well, I'll gift you another one next time," Shakira whispered close to him. Huang Kaivun replied, "That sounds like quite the remarkable deal." To prepare for any potential scenarios, Huang Kaivun had Albert prepare oysters in the evening and had informed Capello in advance, requesting a day off. When he awoke the next day, he realized how wise it had been to request leave early. Stretching lazily as he descended the stairs, he found Shakira practicing yoga in the living room, following a program on television. "What show is this? Why haven't I seen it before?" Huang Kaivun inquired. "It's a DVD I brought," Convenient for practicing yoga in hotels, Shakira explained. No wonder, Huang Kaivun nodded. After Shakira completed her workout, Huang Kaivun settled on the sofa and casually selected a program to watch. Shortly after, Shakira's head emerged from his embrace, exuding an undeniable presence on stage. Though her physique was quite petite. I'll be in Madrid for 5 days. 5 days. Then we must make the most of our time. Huang Kaivun chuckled as he looked down. Shakira playfully slapped his chest, saying, Are you planning to confine me to the room for 5 days? You can also go to the pool or the yard if you wish. Huang Kaivun laughed, leaping up to run away. Shakira, swinging her fists, pursued him. But Huang Kaivun swiftly turned and hoisted her onto his shoulder. Despite being under 1.6 meters, Shakira struggled fiercely but could not escape his grasp. To prevent her from feeling cooped up, Huang Kaivun carried her to the pool and tossed her in. Water splashed over the edges amidst the waves. On August 25th, Shakira finally escaped the clutches of the king of football. Huang Kaivun and his teammates convened, and shortly after 4 in the afternoon, the entire team made their way to the Bernabeu Stadium. Capello accompanied Raul to the pre-match press conference. After changing into his attire, Huang Kaivun engaged in light conversation with his teammates in the locker room. Do you think that Sergio Fellow will be able to find a girlfriend in Milan? Cassano inquired. Shouldn't you be more concerned about your own situation first? Beauty replied. It's been a while since I've seen you with a steady girlfriend. I doubt you even remember the names of the girls you've been out with. I just can't remember. Sometimes I even mix them up when I meet them. I've encountered too many girls, Cassano boasted. Cannavaro advised, if you wish to develop well, it's best to maintain a healthy private life. Those girls might spill your secrets at any moment. You must have seen the reports on Rooney. Europe is laughing at him. Once again, I'm not Rooney, Cassano retorted, standing up and gesturing animatedly to emphasize his point. Sneijder and Robin sat together, observing Cassano's antics. Their experience at Real Madrid had been pleasant over the past week. Although they were not yet able to partake in such discussions, they felt no sense of exclusion. Language posed their greatest challenge. Spanish was the predominant language at Real Madrid. While both could communicate in English with their teammates, conversations were not tailored to accommodate them. To appear more sociable, both Sneijder and Robin wore smiles. It mattered little that they could not fully comprehend the dialogue. Cassano's body language conveyed his meaning clearly. At around 5 o'clock, Raul returned to the locker room, chatting and relaxing with his teammates. Huang Kaivun quietly tucked away the lottery ticket for the second prize, watching as his anticipation reached a full 100, leading him to opt for a draw. Ding! You have obtained the experience card for the match between Juventus and Roma in the 24th round of the 1992-93 Serie A season, featuring Roberto Baggio, the melancholic prince. Huang Kaivun recalled that during his early days of watching Serie A, Baggio had left a profound impression on him. The domestic broadcasts of Serie A commenced in 1989, coinciding with Baggio's rise to prominence. His handsome appearance, deep gaze, and melancholic aura captivated numerous fans in the country. With exquisite technique and superb ball control, he was adept at dribbling, passing, and shooting, though his physical attributes and speed were not particularly remarkable. Huang Kaivun remembered reading in an old magazine that Baggio had received over 220 stitches in his knee at the age of 17, which perhaps affected his speed. Baggio exemplified the role of a classic number 9.5, necessitating someone to play ahead of him. This aspect resembled Huang Kaivun's playing style, with Baggio's technical prowess. He could also excel on the flanks. There was no need to switch positions with his teammates today. Capello stood at the door of the locker room with his trusted aides, refraining from entering. You need to accompany us to the stadium, Capello said. Looking at Galbiati. What do you need me to do, Fabio? Galbiati inquired. Take security to inspect the stands, especially the area for away fans. The meeting between the Korean and the Atletico Madrid coach is definitely not about the transfer of the Korean player. Capello spoke with gravity. Baldini inquired, Fabio, are you suggesting that those Koreans are targeting us? Not us, but Kevin. Capello replied. During our training trip to Asia, Kevin scored 10 goals in a friendly match in Seoul. Given the nature of the Koreans, they are likely to seek revenge at the earliest opportunity. Are you implying that those Koreans are collaborating with Javier Aguirre and employing Asian sorcery against Kevin? Galbiati asked. There is a possibility. That Mexican scoundrel is quite untrustworthy. Capello gritted his teeth. I see your point. We must focus on scrutinizing those of Asian descent, correct? Galbiati nodded. Indeed, but exercise caution. You must discern carefully, especially with fans from China and Japan. Capello remarked, Real Madrid's popularity is surging in Asia, and the Bernabeu will be filled with Asian supporters. Do you know how to differentiate them? Rest assured, I have observed on television. The loudest sections are undoubtedly occupied by Koreans, Galbiati affirmed. Excellent. Anything you deem disrespectful to Spanish beliefs should be confiscated. After all, those Koreans are adept at distorting doctrines, Capello stated. Understood, Galbiati nodded and quickly departed. Fans have long awaited this moment. La Liga is reignited, with the opening match featuring the highly anticipated Madrid derby. Today, we witnessed several new faces. Both Real Madrid and Atletico have seen considerable personnel changes over the summer. Some media outlets claim that with Carlos's departure, the era of the Galacticos has officially concluded. Atletico's forward Fernando Torres transferred to AC Milan for a staggering $42 million, marking the most expensive transfer of the summer thus far. The second place goes to Real Madrid's new acquisition, Robin, who was signed for $36 million. Liverpool, having failed to secure Torres, turned their attention to Van Nistelrooy, who ultimately chose Inter Milan, leaving them with no option but to sign a young Brazilian player for a hefty $25 million. Real Madrid has executed several transfers in August, yet rumors surrounding the club's dealings persist. Among those we have observed are transfer rumors involving Kaká, Adriano, Ballack, Quaresma, and Fabregas joining Real Madrid. Calderon has long admired both Kaká and Fabregas. It remains uncertain whether Real Madrid can secure one of these star players before the transfer window closes. Now, let us review the starting lineups for both teams. Real Madrid's 4-3-3 formation: goalkeeper, Casillas; defenders, Heinz, Cannavaro, Pepe, Miguel Torres; midfielders, De Jong, Guti, Gago; forwards, Huang Kaivun, Raul, Cassano. Atletico Madrid's 4-4-2 formation: goalkeeper, Leo Franco; defenders, Mario Pena, Antonio Lopez, Luis Pereira, Lucas Sataridis; midfielders, Sameo, Raul Garcia, Maniche, Maxi Rodriguez; forwards, Elguera, Forlan. Both teams maintained the core structure from the previous season. Real Madrid's starting lineup featured only Heinz, who transferred from Manchester United, while the high-profile signings, Robin and Sneijder, remained on the bench, still in the process of acclimatization to their new environment. Similarly, Atletico Madrid's starting squad included only Sameo and Forlan as summer acquisitions. It is customary for teams to gradually introduce new players rather than overhaul half the starting lineup at once, necessitating a period of adjustment. The coaches followed their players onto the pitch. Javier Aguirre extended a hand to Capello, expressing his hope for an exhilarating match. "Oh, if only you could direct your focus towards football, it would indeed be so," Capello replied with a wry smile. Aguirre felt a pang of anxiety. Had Capello uncovered something? He chuckled nervously, asserting, as a football coach, "My focus is naturally on the game. That is for the best," Capello remarked, shaking hands lightly before turning towards the coaching area. Aguirre slipped his hands into his pockets, feeling the items given to him by the Korean. Regardless of whether Capello had made a discovery, there was no turning back now. In his homeland of Mexico, many shamans are renowned. In preparation for the La Liga opener, Aguirre had sought their assistance, yet was unable to find a suitable candidate. The Korean's initiative had fortuitously resolved his pressing dilemma. Superstition has always held sway in the football world, and particularly in recent years. Aguirre was uncertain if the Korean could truly be of assistance, but the tales of their prowess were compelling. If they could indeed contain Huang and Cassano, it would undoubtedly benefit both him and Atletico. As Aguirre observed the field, the captains engaged in a coin toss, while Huang conversed with his protégé, Elguera. Initially, a sense of guilt lingered in his heart, but it had dissipated. Huang had a penchant for persuading fellow players to transfer, a well-known fact in the football realm. It was said that Huang's invitation played a decisive role in Torres's move to AC Milan, and after losing Torres, Aguirre was determined not to part with Elguera. At precisely 7 p.m. Madrid time, the referee blew the whistle to commence the match. Forlan passed the ball across to Elguera, who promptly delivered it to his new teammate, Sameo, having emerged from Sporting Lisbon and previously joining Barcelona, faced a less than illustrious tenure at the prestigious club. Subsequently, he returned to Portugal, spending 6 seasons with Benfica before transferring to Atletico at a premium price. Although he missed the 2002 World Cup due to injury and served as a substitute during Portugal's golden generation, his prowess was undeniable. With remarkable speed, he outpaced Miguel Torres, delivering a cross that, though intended as such, veered too close to the goal, resulting in a shot on target. Barely into the match, Atletico earned a corner. Simeo took the corner from the right. At the near post, Raul Garcia made a slight touch, while Cannavaro failed to clear. Elguera. In the first minute of play, Elguera propelled Atletico into the lead, quickly establishing himself as the new hope for Atletico fans following Torres's departure. It was unexpected for the ball to be lost. Pepe failed to react, and Cannavaro misjudged, allowing Elguera to score with a successful header against the left post. The exhilarated Elguera swiftly sprinted towards the corner flag, while the fans in the stands watched in astonishment as the opposing team celebrated. Real Madrid had been on a triumphant streak since the end of last season, effortlessly securing victories in summer friendlies and the Spanish Super Cup. How could it be that, just as the new season commenced, they were faltering? Today's match, besides being the season opener, was also the Madrid derby. The rivalry between Real Madrid and Atletico Madrid was intense, and a loss was simply unacceptable for them. Many fans turned their attention to the number 10. Kevin score! Kevin score! Kevin score! Some impatient supporters had already begun to chant his name. On the bench, Robin turned to inquire. The match has barely started, and we've already conceded. Are the Real Madrid fans calling for a goal? He could still comprehend simple Spanish. I'm not entirely sure. I transferred to Real just a few days before you, replied Snyder, shaking his head. They mean for Kevin to score, right? Do they think chanting his name will make it happen? Robin scoffed. He had watched some of Huang Kaivun's match footage and knew of his considerable talent. However, today, the opponents Rodrigo and Manish were closely marking him, and as a winger himself, Robin recognized the difficulty of such situations. The two Atletico players displayed remarkable intelligence in their defensive play. Manish marked closely, while the more familiar Rodrigo lurked nearby. Waiting for the moment Huang Kaivun received the ball to pounce with opportunistic precision. If it were him, he would have little recourse. Huang Kaivun struggled to find an opening and opted for a back pass, just as Robin had anticipated. Playing on the wing necessitated space to accelerate, and this tight marking was particularly troublesome. Observing this, he felt Huang Kaivun was not significantly superior to himself. When Huang Kaivun drifted into the center, Guti delivered a precise through ball. Huang Kaivun, with his back to goal, flicked the ball with his heel and turned, shaking off the advancing Raul Garcia, and quickly charged towards the opponent's penalty area. Raul Garcia and Manish frantically pursued him. The nearer Manish decisively extended his foot to clip Huang Kaivun's heel, catching him off guard and sending him crashing to the ground. What Robin witnessed next would remain etched in his memory forever. Real Madrid players surged towards the foul spot with remarkable speed, outpacing their offensive efforts, rendering Atletico's defense helpless against Manish. Raul Garcia shielded Manish, using his body to block De Jong and Pepe, but Casillas seized the moment, delivering a sharp kick to Manish's shin while the referee was occupied with the Real Madrid defenders. Manish cried out in pain, attracting the referee's attention, while Pepe charged forward. De Jong attempted to impede Pepe, but inadvertently stepped on Manish's arm as he retreated, eliciting another anguished cry from him. Robin clearly saw De Jong glancing at Manish's lower body, still wanting to step back, only to be shoved aside by Luis Pereira. If not for the push, Manish would have been unable to use one of his legs for quite some time. Robin shivered. Previously, he had found his Real Madrid teammates quite amicable, but now he perceived a certain ruthlessness among them. No wonder Kevin had provided him with an iron rod for self-defense. It turned out to be a precaution against his own teammates. Suddenly, Robin pondered a question. With Real Madrid players receiving multiple yellow cards, the coach must be quite displeased, right? He turned to glance at the coaching bench, only to see the coach, who had never smiled before, now wearing a broad grin. Robin realized that his understanding of Real Madrid had been rather superficial. Robin, coach, I have come to an epiphany. Fabio, today Casillas' emotions seem a bit out of control. Balladini remarked. Is that so? I find it quite normal. Capello replied, arms crossed as he observed the field. At this rate, he will inevitably receive a red card. Balladini cautioned. He thought to himself, Raul had been thwarted in his embrace from behind. Wasn't that enough excitement? Let me observe further. Please inquire about Roberto's situation, Capello instructed. The situation with Galbiati is critical. He had heard that the sorcery practiced in Korea was rather sinister, requiring practitioners to sever ties with their kin as a basic requirement, with some even more outrageous demands. Such malevolence would unsettle even the well-seasoned Capello. What if Kevin were truly cursed and injured? As for the other players receiving yellow cards, That was merely a trivial matter. The foul occurred too far away. Kevin rose and moved forward, deliberately utilizing an immunity card, something he had almost forgotten. As one must remain vigilant in the Madrid derby, Gago quickly played the ball to Guti. Guti, upon receiving the ball, observed that 3 defenders were closing in on Kevin. He turned and passed back to Gago. Gago then sent a lateral pass to the advancing Torres. Upon seeing Kevin sprinting down the right flank, Torres swiftly delivered a direct pass to himself to return to defense. Raul Garcia tugged at Kevin's arm, while Simon and Mario Pina charged toward Kevin from both flanks. Kevin deftly controlled the ball with his right foot, maneuvering from the right side toward the center, only to find his opponent closely marking him. He lifted his left foot and deftly flicked the ball backward to the right. Gago's control was not particularly swift, but fortunately, no Atletico players were nearby. By the time Pina pressed in, he had already adjusted himself, sidestepping to send a pass with the inside of his right foot. Raul missed the ball with his foot, and Casillas, with his back to the goal in front of the penalty area on the right, skillfully flicked the ball toward the center, allowing it to surge past Antonio Lopez as he carried it into the penalty area. What a stunning play! Casillas' execution was imbued with brilliance. Lopez and Perea returned to the penalty area, blocking Casillas' path. Inside the box, Casillas continually varied his dribbling rhythm and took a shot. Casillas, in the 5th minute. Real Madrid equalized the score, and the yellow-carded Casillas' performance was exceptional. Indeed, Kevin and Raul had drawn considerable defensive attention from Atletico, which was precisely why Casillas found himself facing only 1 or 2 defenders in front of the penalty area. Yes, even when Kevin was off the ball, the opponents dared not lower their guard. Just now, Raul Garcia followed Huang Kaivun as he sprinted towards the left flank, instantly exposing the defensive line, allowing Gago to effortlessly find Casillas with his pass. Huang Kaivun's performance is quite amusing. Gago assisted, and Casillas ran over to embrace Huang Kaivun. It seems Gago has no objections, joining the celebration and even commenting on Huang Kaivun's prowess on the field. The coaching staff has been quite vocal, but Huang Kaivun's contribution to the goal was rather modest. Yet, it is not mere exaggeration. Huang Kaivun was the penultimate passer, drawing away 3 defenders, which enabled Gago to easily deliver the ball to Casillas. Casillas' form is undeniably improving. Indeed, when I first saw him, I thought he could be the successor to Baggio. Although he struggled in previous years, he now exhibits qualities reminiscent of the great Baggio, particularly in his ball control and rhythm. Is it possible that his improvement is due to Huang Kaivun's influence? Casillas had not performed well at Real Madrid, but since Huang Kaivun's arrival, especially in the latter half of last season, Casillas' play has significantly improved. Incredible! Is Huang Kaivun truly the key player at the universe's end? I recall someone mentioning that during the Champions League final warm-up, Huang Kaivun juggled the ball in a rhythmic manner, and truly, some individuals can be quite boastful. While some exaggerations do exist, Huang Kaivun's talent is indeed substantial. The pass was executed beautifully. Huang Kaivun remarked, patting Gago on the shoulder. Gago, who hasn't fully transitioned into a midfield enforcer, still plays in a style reminiscent of Redondo, albeit slightly inferior to both you and Jose. Gago chuckled. With practice, one can certainly improve. Huang Kaivun nodded, stating that he often practices diligently at home. Yes, I have seen reports about you on television. I also train extra when at home, Gago replied. Huang Kaivun acknowledged him with a nod. At the very least, the story of the King of Yellow inspires teammates to strive for improvement, doesn't it? Atletico Madrid resumed play, following the departure of Fernando Torres. Atletico's tactical approach has evidently transformed. The young Elguera possesses decent speed, yet cannot quite compare to Torres's explosive acceleration. When Torres was present, Atletico players could make approximated passes, allowing Torres to chase them down with his speed. However, after his departure, their long passes have significantly diminished. After the kickoff, they organized slowly in their half. Simeo received the ball on the left and swiftly advanced along the sideline, evading Guti before seeking out Miguel Torres. Torres lowered his center of gravity, waiting for an opportunity. Simeo skillfully maneuvered the ball, easily outpacing Torres and quickly reaching the byline to deliver a cross. Elguera leapt at the left post, directing a header towards the ball. But Casillas reacted swiftly, diving to deflect the ball out of play. That was perilously close. Indeed, Casillas' reflexes are remarkable. Once again, Atletico earned a corner. Real Madrid must exercise caution, as the previous goal stemmed from a corner kick. Maxi Rodriguez prepared to take the corner, sending the ball towards the center. Elguera and Cannavaro both leapt, but failed to make contact with the ball. Pepe, dominating the center, flicked the ball with his head after a duel with Fran, while Hines swiftly turned and passed back just before Satiridas could seize possession. Kevin Huang received the ball in the backfield, turned, and spotted Casillas lurking in the opponent's half. Without a moment's hesitation, he lifted his left foot, deftly curling the ball beneath him. The ball soared over the halfway line, heading straight for the penalty area, with Casillas and Luis Pereira entangled in a race for it. Casillas skillfully backheeled the ball towards the right flank. He dashed to the right, reclaiming possession, and with a deft touch of his right foot, prepared to cut into the penalty area from the side, only to be tripped from behind by Mario Pena. Casillas' performance today was quite commendable. However, the tactical positioning of Real Madrid is rather ambiguous. Reports often highlight Kevin Huang's elevated tactical role. Yet when the opposition takes a corner, Huang retreats to defend near his own penalty area, while Casillas remains in the attacking zone. Indeed, the current position for the free kick is not particularly advantageous. For left-footed players, the right flank offers a more manageable angle for execution. Both Huang and Guti are left-footed. It will be intriguing to see who takes the free kick. Guti glanced at the position and said, "You take it." Huang nodded and stepped forward. Baggio's technique and proficiency with free kicks are well regarded, and executing a free kick from the right side is well within his capabilities. The foul occurred just beside the penalty area, not far from the goal, but striking towards the near post presents a significantly narrow angle. "Don't block me. Go over there, mark your man," Franco shouted, his excitement causing his neck to redden. After last season, he had learned the prowess of Kevin Huang. Free kicks are one of Huang's specialties. Although the angle for this free kick is suboptimal, he remained cautious. He even directed his two teammates in the wall to adjust their positions several times. Feeling it was nearly right, Franco clapped his gloved hands together, rallying himself. As long as he could guard the area near the left post, he believed he would be fine. With such a tight angle, surely even Kevin couldn't score, could he? With all preparations made, Franco began to regulate his breathing, striving to remain calm. Tightening his fists and tensing his legs, he readied himself to dive at any moment. His gaze fixed intently on Huang's left foot. In such a precarious situation for a left-footed player on the right flank, the probability of executing the free kick with the right foot is exceedingly low. As the referee's whistle blew, Huang began his run-up. Franco focused on Huang's left foot, counting silently. From his observations, Huang typically took 3 steps for his free kicks, rather than relying solely on power from a stationary position. As Huang's right foot advanced, Franco's confidence soared. Right, left, right. After 3 steps, Huang struck with his left foot, maintaining that rhythm. Though he couldn't claim absolute certainty, he felt a 90% assurance that he could save this shot. However, in the next moment, Huang's left foot took a decisive step behind the ball. His calf tensed as his right foot followed suit, striking the ball with force from beneath. In the chaotic moments just outside the penalty area, players from both sides surged towards the goal in a desperate bid for position. Franco, overwhelmed, could hardly process the unfolding events, yet, driven by the instinctive reflexes of a goalkeeper, he dived to the side in a swift motion. The ball soared over the wall and zipped past the heads of the players, heading straight for the center of the goal. Franco, anticipating a left-side trajectory, failed to leap in time, helplessly watching as the ball whizzed by his outstretched hand and struck the net with a resounding thud. The ball landed on the grass, bouncing with a rhythmic thump. Franco was left with the haunting realization that the sensation of invincibility he had felt moments ago was but an illusion. He could not prevent Kevin Huang's free kick. Kevin. Goal. Goal, goal, goal. A signature free kick from Kevin. Since my childhood, I have often heard that the significance of a derby transcends the sport of football. Throughout my lengthy life, I have witnessed countless fans, players, and coaches embody this sentiment through their actions. Like many other supporters, I have tasted the bitterness of derby defeats, memories that linger painfully, akin to watching a city rival revel in triumph as if they had taken Milan by storm. A bar owner once told me that there are no eternal victors in derbies. Victory requires patience, and one day, it will return. I wholeheartedly agree with this sentiment. However, after Kevin joined Milan, he shattered the mold. The greatest joy of being a fan of Kevin is knowing that he will never be a loser in a derby. An unnamed executive from Inter Milan, perhaps driven by superstition, believed Kevin would become a stumbling block on their path to success. His actions speak volumes. For this insight surpassed even Muratti's. Shortly after Kevin's arrival at Milan, this executive summoned a sorcerer from Africa to cast a curse upon him. The ensuing saga is well known. Despite the frequent and inexplicable injuries attributed to the curse, Kevin remained invincible. At a challenging 30-degree angle, a left-footed strike would have been the obvious choice. Yet Kevin is a man who relishes self-challenge, opting to take the free kick with his right foot from a tight angle on the right side. Agropoli once remarked of Baggio, "An angel sings between Baggio's legs." In Kevin's case, one might say that the angel learned to sing only after witnessing his performance. Though angels may disappoint, Kevin will undoubtedly never let down his supporters. Following his goal, Huang Kaivun dashed to the corner flag, executing a signature backflip that sent the Milanese fans into an even greater frenzy of cheers. Kevin! 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 The fervent enthusiasm of fans in the front rows remained undiminished, with an increasing number of young girls brandishing phone numbers. After all, during a match, one must hold something aloft. Who knows, they might just receive a call. And that would be a windfall. From conceding a goal to equalizing, and then to taking the lead, Robin kept his gaze fixed on the field, also observing Capello. He noted with surprise that Capello exhibited no signs of excitement despite the rapid turnaround in score. Even if it were his former coach at Chelsea, Mourinho, in such circumstances, one would expect a surge of excitement. Is this truly the demeanor of the Real Madrid coach, who remains unsatisfied despite the team's remarkable performance? To maintain its status as the premier club of the last century is indeed an extraordinary feat in just the first match of the season. Robin felt he had gleaned a wealth of knowledge, far beyond what he had been exposed to during his training at Valdebebas, regarding the position of Huang Kaivun. His agent had repeatedly cautioned him prior to his transfer to Real Madrid, to the point of exasperation for Robin. Yet, witnessing the match firsthand, he realized that the agent's words were far from exaggerated. On the field, after a tackle by De Jong, Huang Kaivun received the ball amidst four defenders. With a slight pause to alter the rhythm, he deftly delivered a through ball with his right foot. Raul surged from the left flank into the penalty area to unleash a powerful shot that struck the side netting. At this juncture in the match, Robin began to comprehend the reason behind Huang Kaivun's esteemed status in the dressing room. Previously, while watching the Champions League final, he thought Manchester United had overreacted. But witnessing the Madrid derby live revealed that Huang Kaivun posed a significant threat even when not in possession. It was no wonder that Atletico Madrid's players were compelled to track his movements. Huang Kaivun's ball control, coupled with his dynamic off-the-ball runs, allowed him to deliver high-quality passes with mere moments of space, making it unwise for opponents to allow Real Madrid's number 10 to roam freely. Even the proud Robin conceded that Huang Kaivun surpassed him in orchestrating attacks. As a top-tier winger with organizational prowess akin to that of a Team S core player, he was indeed challenging to defend. With his mindset adjusted, Robin resolved that aside from passing frequently to Huang Kaivun, he should also engage in various other actions to integrate swiftly into the team. Rodriguez initiated another offensive, showcasing his ability to change the pace of his dribbles. Although his predominant foot is right, being stationed on the right flank limited Rodriguez's potential. Nonetheless, his crosses remained exceptional, with a series of feints that deceived De Jong's balance. Rodriguez once more shifted the ball to the right. Before his Argentine compatriot Heinz could close in, he swung his right foot to deliver a precise cross. Knowing he could not reach it, Fran intentionally drew Pepe into the box. The ball soared past Pepe and drifted to the left, where Elguera, having sprinted past Cannavaro, executed a volley just in front of the small box. Casillas, quick to react, once again thwarted Elguera's attempt. Pepe on the ground managed to clear the ball to the right, while Torres returned to the penalty area to boot it away. Casillas had indeed come to the rescue. Yes, Casillas' reflexes were remarkable this time. He has been one of the finest goalkeepers in recent years, yet his presence had diminished since the previous season. However, Huang Kaivun's consistently stable performances in crucial matches overshadowed Casillas' contributions. One might argue that Real Madrid's defense is stable, but it is, in fact, quite erratic, often riddled with errors. Yet, Real Madrid continues to score, naturally drawing attention to players like Huang Kaivun, Raul, and Cassano in the attacking lineup. Indeed, in various selections, offensive players hold a distinct advantage over their defensive counterparts. Beauty, with the ball, intended to pass to Huang Kaivun. Remarkable. Given he had three defenders around him, yet dared to distribute the ball. Huang Kaivun suddenly surged past Maniche, deftly pushing the ball forward with his left foot. As Ceteridis extended his leg, Huang skillfully nudged the ball to his right foot, bypassing the opponent with a swift maneuver. Lopez and Pereira, the two central defenders, rapidly closed in on the left flank, while Raul Garcia hastened back to the penalty area to assist fullback Mario Pena in defending against Raul and Casillas. At the edge of the penalty area, Huang Kaivun feigned a move, deceiving Lopez, but Pereira intervened, directing the ball towards the baseline. Huang swiftly turned and chased after it. Despite Baggio's renowned speed, he barely caught up to the ball before it crossed the line. With a precarious balance, Huang Kaivun maneuvered his right foot around his left leg, executing a cross with a delicate touch. However, his hurried pass lacked precision, and the ball skimmed along the baseline towards the left side of the goal. A tricky half-high ball difficult for players to manage. A defensive touch could easily lead to an own goal. Casillas, springing from Raul's side, raised his right foot high. However, Laufranco did not evade, instead leaping to intercept the ball. Ceteridis, having retreated to the penalty area, quickly turned and cleared the ball out of play. The contest was fierce. Casillas' foot collided with Franco's shoulder, and in lifting his leg too high, he was met with a jolt from Franco, who lay clutching his leg within the penalty area. Both teams' medical staff rushed in. While Franco seemed unscathed, Casillas appeared to have sustained a muscle strain. Robin began warming up on the sidelines, making his much-anticipated debut at the Bernabeu, a highly valued Dutch winger. In Real Madrid, Dutch players often find themselves in two extremes. Some struggle to integrate into the locker room, while others, like De Jong, secure their positions. It would not take long to ascertain to which category Robin belonged. Indeed, Robin is versatile enough to play on both flanks. Previously, Capello had employed Higuain or Raul in makeshift wing roles, but with Robin's professional presence, there would be many occasions where Huang Kaivun could be substituted for him. Having primarily played as a right winger at Chelsea, Robin's position should not conflict with Huang Kaivun's. Supporting Casillas, Huang Kaivun walked him towards the sidelines. "Kevin, I hope I won't lose my spot," Casillas murmured. Huang, sensing Casillas' tremor, reassured him. In truth, Casillas is a person plagued by insecurity. His frequent dates are often an attempt to feel the authenticity of life through the admiration of those young women. His childhood experiences instilled in him a profound fear of losing everything he is now. Huang Kaivun patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Do not worry. God does not forsake any child who strives, even the wayward ones. You believe in God." Casillas turned to inquire, his eyes betraying a hint of red. Through their daily interactions, it was evident to him that Huang Kaivun was not the person the media portrayed. Huang leaned in, covering his mouth, and whispered in Casillas' ear, "I do not." "Then why say it?" Casillas exclaimed in exasperation. Huang Kaivun smiled and gave a thumbs up, declaring, "But here, I am God." Casillas did not refute him. Instead, he turned to Robin for a high five before exiting the field to undergo a medical examination. Upon entering the game, Robin greeted Huang Kaivun, saying, "I'll pass you the ball when I get the chance." "All right," Huang Kaivun replied with a smile, albeit with a hint of skepticism. The habits formed from years of playing are not easily altered. Even if one wishes to change, it requires considerable time. Casillas' previous shot was marred by an excessive lift of his foot. However, with him off the pitch, the referee chose not to comment further. De Jong threw the ball to Huang Kaivun from the center line. With a deft touch of his right foot, Huang Kaivun brought the ball under control and surged forward. Manish and Ceteridis closed in on him, effectively confining Huang Kaivun to the sidelines. Ceteridis bent low, shifting his weight to prevent Huang Kaivun from gaining momentum. Huang Kaivun nudged the ball forward with his right foot, gradually advancing, when Manish suddenly collapsed, reaching out with his right foot. Huang Kaivun quickly evaded Manish's outstretched leg and, seizing the moment, he sidestepped Ceteridis' attempt to intercept. With a swift flick of his right foot, he directed the ball towards the center and accelerated through the gap between the two defenders. Splendid. Huang Kaivun deftly evaded two sliding tackles. Robin, who had come off the bench, was closely monitoring the situation on the left flank and realized that Huang Kaivun possessed a remarkable skill in navigating tight defenses with agility. Observing that the Atletico players were gravitating towards Huang Kaivun, he swiftly made a forward run, anticipating an opportunity. At the precise moment Huang Kaivun executed his pass, he was inadvertently struck on the arm by Manish, causing him to misplay the ball, which inadvertently rolled to Robin. Robin, receiving the ball with his back to the play, turned but was immediately intercepted by Mario Pena, who swiftly prodded the ball away. Raul Garcia retreated to collect the ball and quickly distributed it to the left flank. Finding Simeo, Atletico launched a counterattack once more. Robin instinctively glanced towards the sidelines. Capello was not focused on the countering Atletico players, but rather furrowed his brow at Huang Kaivun, who had just been pulled up by Raul, confirming Robin's suspicions. Robin looked at Manish, who was trailing closely behind Huang Kaivun, pondering whether this Portuguese rogue would solidify his position at Real Madrid. Simeo quickly passed the ball to Elguera in the attacking third. Elguera, receiving the ball centrally, deftly evaded Gago with a right-footed touch and immediately sent a through ball into the penalty area. Forlan, slightly slow to react, found himself closely marked by Pepe. The advancing Casillas, positioned at the edge of the small box, managed to smother the ball beneath him. Casillas, once again, his performance today was commendable. Pepe's positioning was precise. Forlan, still acclimating to Atletico and Elguera, was a fraction slow in his reaction. Both teams exhibited a rapid pace of play, favoring ground attacks. Indeed, the intensity of the Madrid derby rivaled that of the Spanish national derby, showcasing high levels of technical and tactical prowess. Casillas launched a long goal kick, finding Robin, who quickly adjusted the ball to his left foot in preparation to pass, only to be thwarted by Pena's interception. Robin retraced his steps, successfully collaborating with Guti to regain possession at the halfway line. Guti swiftly passed the ball to Robin, who, with a deft touch of his right foot, turned and halted the ball, immediately flicking it to the left side before unleashing a curling strike with his left foot. The ball soared diagonally across half the pitch, heading towards the left flank of the penalty area. Luis Pereira kept a close watch on Huang Kaivun, and upon noticing his sudden acceleration, he grasped at Huang's shirt. As Huang initiated his sprint, he deliberately paused momentarily, then surged forward, successfully evading Pereira as he darted towards the left. The sluggish Pereira fell several meters behind, gritting his teeth in pursuit of Huang, ensuring he would not be completely outpaced. Spotting Franco rushing to defend on the left side of the penalty area, Pereira hastily maneuvered towards the goal. Huang, with the ball at his feet just outside the small box, approached Franco, who crouched low with his legs spread, waiting for an opportunity. As Huang continued his run along the baseline, Franco, unable to contain his impatience, turned and lunged, only to be deftly bypassed by Huang's right foot. The crowd behind the goal remained silent. This level of dribbling was merely routine for Huang. While other players might have received applause for such a feat, the spectators were instead eager to see how Huang would handle the ball as he neared the edge of the penalty area. Surely, he would opt for a backward pass to Raul, who had already made his way to the top of the penalty arc. It seemed the most prudent choice. Yet, in an instant, the spectators realized their error, one of considerable magnitude. In an effort to evade Franco's grasp, Huang miscalibrated his weight during the dribble, losing balance just before the goal line. As he fell, his left foot made contact with the ball, sending it rolling swiftly past Franco, skimming along the left post and the goal line. Pereira, watching the ball glide by, turned to chase after it. In that moment, as Pereira lunged to intercept, the ball struck the inside of the right post and ricocheted into the net beside him. Kevin. It was the third acute angle goal of Kevin's career, truly magnificent. I recall a few days ago when an editor from the Gazzetta dello Sport pondered in print why the elite teams still fielded their star players against Kevin, even in defeat. I believe I have unearthed the answer. To compete alongside a player of Kevin's caliber, even in loss, serves to elevate the performance of those around him. I am grateful to our beleaguered Football Association for scheduling Milan's match for tomorrow. I thank my parents for bringing me into this world and instilling in me a love for football. I once thought the pinnacle of happiness was having my own family. But it wasn't until 2004 that I comprehended the true essence of life. My existence had seemed akin to a black and white film until Kevin stepped into the spotlight of professional football, bringing vibrant color to my eyes. It was on that day that the footballing world entered a new era, just as Da Vinci, Michelangelo, and Raphael led the Renaissance. Kevin himself has ushered in an entirely new epoch. Achieving excellence in any field is a remarkable feat, yet on the football pitch, one might exhibit an extraordinary left foot, exceptional free kick precision, unparalleled shooting prowess, and remarkable dribbling skills. However, Kevin embodies all these attributes, showcasing a mastery that is truly divine, as exultantly proclaimed by Cruyff. Robin, who had already sprinted to the edge of the penalty area, found it hard to believe his eyes. As a left-footed player, He was acutely aware of the challenges faced by left-footed players operating on the left flank, particularly when attempting to shoot, often resulting in wayward attempts. This was a key reason for his preference to play on the right. Yet, from such a narrow angle, Kevin, as a left-footed player, managed to send the ball into the net. Robin felt as if he were not merely playing football today, but rather engaging in a detective game, continuously uncovering new clues that, when pieced together, revealed the true prowess of Real Madrid's star player. Watching the match on television lacked the immediacy felt on the bench, where a proud Robin continuously recognized Kevin's superiority in various aspects. He had grown weary of comparing himself to Kevin, acknowledging that they were not competing in the same lane, focusing instead on his rivalry with Casillas. No wonder the number 10 held such a prominent position within the team. Robin, whose hair was thinning, cast a fierce glance at Manish, increasingly convinced of the efficacy of his strategy. A debut goal might delight the fans, but the ultimate authority lay with the coach. As for how to please the coach, his Dutch compatriot De Jong had already set a fine example. When Atletico resumed play, Robin took the initiative to return to defend. Although he was easily bypassed by Semedo, his efforts still garnered satisfaction from the nearby Real Madrid supporters. Despite being overtaken, Robin chased back. His defensive capabilities might not be formidable, yet his speed instilled a significant sense of pressure on Semedo, preventing him from slowing down to dribble past. Miguel Torres seized this opportunity, executing a flying tackle to dispossess Semedo, who could not change direction. Gago swiftly extended his foot to guide the ball towards him, immediately using his heel to pass it to Guti ahead. Guti received the ball and turned, noticing Kevin directing him towards the center, and with a deft touch, he clipped the ball beneath him. As Raul made a run, Kevin suddenly darted between the two center backs. Only Manish followed him into the penalty area. As Kevin entered, he lifted his right foot, effortlessly controlling the long pass that spanned over 60 meters, bringing the ball securely under his command. Manish, unmindful of anything else, attempted a tackle from behind. Kevin subtly altered his path to evade Manish's foot, while Franco, positioned in front, fell to the ground, extending his foot while raising his hands. In that instant, Kevin struck the ball with his right foot. The hurried shot was still remarkably precise, the ball rolling towards the left post, striking it and rebounding into the penalty area. Alas, that shot was so close. This attempt truly showcased Kevin's skill. From such a distance, he effortlessly controlled the long pass. And even under pressure from both sides, Kevin managed to find the angle to shoot, almost resulting in a goal. Sataridis sought to extricate himself from Raul's close marking, but Raul was relentless in his defensive efforts. With no other option, Sataridis passed laterally to Manish. Robin, with a swift, dual-footed challenge, felled Manish from the side. Would this action result in a red card? The referee, wary of escalating tensions, promptly issued a yellow card, much to the discontent of the Atletico players. Raul, obstructing Robin from behind, seemed oblivious to the hostile Atletico players and turned to glance at the sidelines. To his astonishment, the usually stern-faced coach was smiling and nodding at him. Robin is not a bad person, he mused. Baka, why are you speaking Mandarin again? My apologies, Mingji Go. Oh, how could someone as foolish as you exist? Are you a pig? They actually let you participate in such a significant operation. Shiba, reprimanded Li Mingji, hands on hips, shaking his head exaggeratedly. Brother, I want to do it again. It was a private Marseille, he replied. From a distance, Galbiati observed the two and instructed the security personnel. Go and apprehend them. Remove them from the stadium. However, they are carrying a cross. What if we apprehend the wrong individuals? The security personnel hesitated. There's no chance of error. Even if they suppress their voices and mix in other languages, they cannot mask their distinctive accents, Galbiati retorted coldly. After receiving a reminder from Capello, he deliberately chose to watch a long, tedious Korean drama. After watching over 100 episodes, he finally managed to discern a few phrases in Korean. Seeing the assistant coach's insistence, security rushed over to swiftly restrain the two, forcing their hands behind their backs and pushing them away from the stands. The apprehended duo panicked, momentarily forgetting to speak in Japanese, and shouted, "You are violating our human rights. We protest. We demand to see embassy personnel. Do you know who we are? Release us at once, or you will face sanctions from the Republic of Korea." Few understood the Korean language. Nearby fans turned their attention to the commotion. Galbiati chuckled and explained, "These two individuals stole someone's wallet upon entry, and we are taking them for questioning." This excuse was more palatable. To suggest that Koreans were preparing to create chaos at the Bernabeu would undoubtedly incite concerns for the fans' safety. After returning to Real Madrid with Capello, Galbiati became increasingly adept at handling emergencies, contemplating that if he were not an assistant coach, he could certainly venture into politics. Was his reaction time not on par with some of Italy's politicians? Upon arriving at the storage room, security reported to him, "We found notebooks on them, and the translation has confirmed they pertain to a curse ritual. They are quite defiant and are still threatening us. Hand them over to the police," Galbiati ordered. He was solely responsible for thwarting the Koreans' plans, and he would not concern himself further. Galbiati, confident there were no oversights, returned to the sidelines via the players' tunnel. "Is it resolved?" Capello inquired. "Yes, those Koreans were quite cunning, hiding among the home fans, which caused some delays," Galbiati responded. Capello nodded. "As long as they are found. That is what matters. I trust your judgment in these matters." Galbiati glanced at the field and inquired, "How is it that the halftime break is nearly over? And it's only 31 minutes in? Atletico has committed far too many fouls today. Those wretched scoundrels always resort to fouling to impede Kevin's dribbling," Capello exclaimed with indignation. "Robin has entered the pitch. How is he faring?" Capello remarked with a smile. "He is indeed a commendable player." On the field, Elguera's shot was parried, and Atletico once again earned a corner kick. The referee had already placed the whistle to his lips, poised to conclude the match. Rodriguez took a run up and directed the ball towards the center. Fran surged past Hines, leaping to direct the ball with his head, while Pepe swiftly repositioned himself to nod it towards the right. Torres received the ball, pivoted, and noticed Huang Kaivun swiftly delivering a pass. However, Torres' pass was rather mediocre. Huang Kaivun, with his back turned, extended his right foot to bring the ball behind him, swiftly pivoted, and lifted his left leg to nudge the ball past Simon. Accelerating past him, Simon closely pursued Huang Kaivun from behind. Despite Huang Kaivun's various enhancements, he could not shake Simon, who was quite swift. The two players crossed the halfway line, with Simon unwilling to allow Huang Kaivun to advance further. Most Atletico players surged forward to engage in the corner kick offense, leaving only a couple in defense. If Huang Kaivun continued to advance, a goal would surely follow. In the midst of their run, Simon extended his arm to grasp Huang Kaivun's swinging left arm, causing an unprepared Huang Kaivun to tumble onto the grass. The referee, Majudo, who was trailing several paces behind, promptly blew the whistle for halftime, rushing in to separate the players while sternly admonishing, "Return to the locker room at once, or face a card." The Real Madrid players observed Raul assist Huang Kaivun, who appeared to be unharmed as he made his way to the sidelines. "Kevin, you must have an engagement this evening." "I haven't prepared any food for you," Capello stated, handing him a towel. "No need for that, coach," Huang Kaivun replied, shaking his head. Occasionally dining on the sidelines is acceptable, but consistently being away from the locker room is not advisable. Upon returning to the locker room with his teammates, Huang Kaivun noticed Casillas beside him and asked, "How long will we rest?" The team doctor estimates a recovery period of over 2 weeks due to the injury. "They can't be certain how long it will take for the muscle tear to heal," Casillas nonchalantly replied. Huang Kaivun nodded, as this aligned with his impression of Real Madrid's medical staff. Reflecting on the team doctor, Huang Kaivun felt a certain admiration for Calderon. After calling for a new medical staff for an entire season, not a single new face had appeared. What kind of job security did the Real Madrid medical team possess to maintain such stability? "I believe you should visit Milan for treatment. Injuries at Real Madrid have a tendency to escalate," Huang Kaivun remarked. "We'll see about that," Casillas retorted, shifting the subject. "Aren't you inviting everyone to your home for a celebration today?" "I had that in mind, but let us save it for tomorrow," Huang Kaivun replied as he rose. "If we win today, let's have everyone over to my place for a celebration." "Long live Kevin," came the cheer. "Then you must prepare some fine wine," Beauty exclaimed. "Rest assured, my only concern is whether you can finish it," Huang Kaivun laughed. "A new teammate has arrived, and it is more appropriate to invite them on a day of rest. A sudden visit leaves little room for preparation. When the relationships are not yet intimate, it is customary to bring a gift when visiting. Rushing them may cause discomfort even for Robin. It would be best to arrange it for tomorrow, as it happens to be Sunday, allowing the children to join in the fun," Raul remarked with a smile. Huang Kaivun nodded, saying, "I will call those organizing the birthday party tonight and have them set up an inflatable castle in the yard for tomorrow, so we won't need to worry too much about supervising the children." "That sounds perfect," Raul said, patting Huang Kaivun on the shoulder. "Such thoughtful preparations are indeed considerate." So, you're not planning to invite us over today, are you? Cassano inquired. Didn't I mention tomorrow? Huang Kaivun replied. I see. Are you planning to celebrate with the singer, Shakira? Cassano exclaimed, pointing at Huang Kaivun. Be quiet. Capello scolded after listening for a while. Cassano lowered his head, still making faces at Huang Kaivun. Capello glanced at his watch. It was nearly time. He approached the tactical board, sketching out his thoughts as he spoke. Today, Atletico's defense leans towards the right. Manish often strays from his position. Therefore, I have one request for you. Try to pass the ball more on this side. Raul should also make more runs to relieve pressure from Kaivun. Understood, coach. Raul nodded in affirmation. Robin is performing well. Keep it up. Yes, coach. Robin responded enthusiastically, seemingly having found his footing at Real Madrid. Sneijder looked at Robin with unspoken envy, as he had yet to have a chance to play. 15 minutes passed, and the Real Madrid players emerged from the locker room, returning to the field. Not long after the second half began, Atletico made a substitution. Reyes entered the game. Last season, he was loaned from Arsenal to Real Madrid, where he had a mediocre performance. This season, Atletico acquired him for €12 million, making it intriguing to see him compete for both archrivals, Real Madrid and Atletico, in consecutive seasons. Semedo's overall performance today has been decent. His dribbling is sharp, yet he still lacks synergy with his teammates. Indeed, it is difficult to assess new signings at the season's onset. They require time to integrate with the team before their true abilities can be discerned. Aguirre stood on the sidelines, contemplating other strategies for this substitution. Although Semedo is fast, he has not posed much of a threat to Real Madrid today. His crosses have not been remarkable, and he has struggled to cut in effectively. Would substituting him with Reyes, who is more familiar with Real Madrid, yield better results? Today, Manish and Rodriguez have done well in limiting Real Madrid's number 10, and one cannot demand more than that. If so many prestigious clubs struggle to contain Real Madrid's number 10, could Atletico possibly succeed? Once Reyes took the field and received the ball, he swiftly maneuvered past Guti with his left foot. Spotting De Jong rushing towards him, Reyes, in a moment of panic, passed the ball to Gago. Gago steadied the ball with a turn and subsequently passed it back to Cannavaro. Cannavaro swiftly delivered the ball to the left flank, where Hines advanced along the boundary with the ball at his feet. While dribbling, Hines remained vigilant, observing the positioning of Huang Kaivun. Noticing Huang's gesture indicating the center, Hines crossed the halfway line and sent a diagonal pass. Suddenly, Huang Kaivun, who had been lurking on the left, surged towards the center, extending his left foot to control the ball. With a quick shift of his supporting foot, he deftly nudged the ball forward. Raul, with his back to the play, opened his legs, allowing the ball to pass between them, similarly leaving Raul Garcia exposed. Robin, positioned at the right side of the penalty area, initiated a series of quick steps before swiftly maneuvering past Mario Pena, striking the ball with his left foot. In an instant, Franco dove to the ground, successfully grasping the ball. Robin's inward shot was exquisite, though a defender from Atletico managed to obstruct it momentarily. Yet Franco's reflexes proved adept as he redirected himself to secure the ball. Reyes retreated to the midfield, while Raul Garcia, without any signal to Reyes, launched a pass. Astonishingly, it found its way directly to the right flank, where Elguera showcased remarkable control, charging into the penalty area. The ball found the net. Alas, Real Madrid's concession was truly inopportune. Had either Pepe or Cannavaro not faltered, Atletico would have struggled to score. Indeed, Pepe stumbled as he sprinted, and Cannavaro, rushing towards the goal, failed to notice Forlan, allowing him an unchallenged opportunity to receive and shoot the ball. In the inaugural match of the new season, the freshly signed Diego Forlan netted his first goal for Atletico, marking a splendid beginning. The once silent away supporters erupted into a cacophony of cheers, though it was soon drowned out by the jeers of Madrid fans. Tickets for Atletico fans in the Madrid derby have always been scarce. For every 10 requesting a ticket, few are fortunate enough to secure one. Forlan, having recently switched teams, received an enthusiastic welcome from the Atletico fans, chanting, "Diego, Diego, Diego." Although the away section held only a few hundred, they united in reverberating his name throughout the Bernabeu, trailing by just one goal. Atletico fans glimpsed the possibility of an equalizer, especially after an early second-half strike that significantly boosted their morale. Aguirre stood at the sidelines, applauding and urging his players to seize the moment and level the score. Meanwhile, Capello, with arms crossed, and Baldini and Galbiati on the bench, exchanged sardonic glances. Without the assistance of those South Korean players, did they truly believe they could triumph? Capello mused that the South Korean supernatural antics were less effective than simply bribing the referee, a realm in which they excelled. Huang Kaivun's vibrant performance today elicited continuous cheers from the Bernabeu. Yet Capello harbored concerns. He discerned that Huang's speed was noticeably diminished. This slowness was subtle, imperceptible without close scrutiny, yet Huang's frequent reliance on rhythm changes for dribbling rather than pure speed served as evidence of this observation. Capello harbored suspicions that a conspiracy by the South Koreans might be at play, or perhaps the preceding Asian tour had simply exhausted him. He lifted his gaze towards the scoreboard, where the score read 32 and the time displayed 53:22. Capello nodded slightly. By the 70th minute at the latest, he intended to substitute Huang Kaivun. After the restart, the Real Madrid players maintained their leisurely pace. Raul played the ball across to the left flank, where Huang Kaivun received it and promptly flicked it back with his heel. De Jong, sprinting down the left, quickly delivered a diagonal pass to Guti. Raul Garcia pressed forward, and Guti swiftly turned to execute a left-footed pass. Huang Kaivun retraced his steps to the midfield, advancing with his left foot before suddenly accelerating and deftly evading Manish. What a splendid display! The Cruyff turn executed by Huang Kaivun was indeed remarkable. The motion required an exquisite blend of speed and flexibility, complemented by the importance of feints. Huang's Cruyff turn was sudden and subtle, leaving Manish unable to react. However, such nuanced feints demand an exceptional level of physical prowess. Sataridis decisively charged at Huang Kaivun, launching a flying tackle. With no time to adjust his balance, Huang pivoted and directed the ball to the left. Guti, making a forward run, was brought down by Raul Garcia. Huang Kaivun grasped Sataridis' hand to rise. As he turned to pass, the opponent withdrew his foot, prompting Huang not to linger on the ground. Sataridis and the Greek team represented the inception of Huang's illustrious journey. He, the illustrious one, bore grudges but also cherished gratitude. "Would you like to take the penalty?" Guti inquired, positioning himself behind the ball. Huang Kaivun nodded and stood poised behind it, awaiting Atletico's wall formation. Recently, he had perused literature on sports psychology, which suggested that the longer a set piece was delayed, the greater the psychological pressure on the opposing goalkeeper. Today would serve as an experiment to test this theory. Huang surveyed the Atletico penalty area, feeling that the anticipated effect would be unnoticeable. Franco, as always, was excessively animated, making it difficult to gauge the opponent's pressure. Once the Atletico players established their wall, Huang took a couple of steps back, then struck the ball with the instep of his right foot. The ball soared with a pronounced curve, sailing over the wall and angling towards the left side of the goal. Franco, adjusting his position, leapt and extended his arm to successfully parry the shot that was destined for the intersection of the crossbar and the post. The supporters behind the goal settled back down, having readied themselves to celebrate a goal, only to be astonished that the Atletico goalkeeper had managed to block it. Sataridis was the first to dash into the penalty area to retrieve the ball, but Raul was quick to respond, leaving him without an opportunity to clear it and forcing him to kick the ball out of play. Capello turned to the bench, extending his index and middle fingers towards Sneijder, then flipped his hand and gestured twice. Sneijder sprinted to the sideline and asked, "Coach, did you call for me?" "Warm up. Be ready to enter the game," Capello instructed. Sneijder removed his jacket and began to warm up slowly on the sidelines. Meanwhile, Higuain on the bench silently raised his middle finger but suddenly recalled the presence of cameras, hastily pretending to stretch his fingers with his left hand. "Damn it, Capello. That scoundrel often neglects to provide him with warm-up opportunities. Now, with the arrival of new recruits, he has even been denied the privilege of being Kevin's substitute." In a fit of frustration, Higuain resolved to visit the training facility's parking lot to scrutinize the surveillance footage. If he didn't puncture Capello's tires, he would be unable to quell his indignation. Hines stood poised on the sidelines, ready to execute a throw-in. Sataridis positioned himself in front of Huang Kaivun, while Manish took his place behind him. This scene evoked memories of last season's Champions League final, where Ferguson had similarly instructed them to defend against Huang Kaivun. Thus, when the opportunity to transfer to Liverpool fell through and his agent mentioned Real Madrid's interest, Hines nodded without a moment's hesitation. Transferring to Real Madrid meant he would no longer have to face the formidable number 10, even though he played as a left-back and Huang Kaivun occupied the left flank. Their paths rarely crossed. However, The occasional switch to the right wing was enough to pose a challenge. After 2 unsuccessful attempts to find an opening to pass to Huang Kaivun, Hines received a warning from the linesman to expedite the throw, leading him to toss the ball back to De Jong. Without a moment's thought, De Jong sent the ball toward the left flank. As Huang Kaivun received the ball, he deftly nudged it outward with his right foot, prompting Casillas to follow suit. Huang Kaivun quickly pulled the ball back with his toe, causing Casillas to stumble as he struggled to regain his balance. Seizing the moment, Huang Kaivun accelerated, weaving between him and Manish. In a fit of frustration, Manish lashed out at Huang Kaivun's right leg, causing him to stumble, yet continue charging toward the penalty area. On the right flank, Robin spotted a promising opportunity. He ran his fingers through his thinning hair, contemplating how to commit a foul without incurring further penalties. Positioned on the right side of the penalty area, Robin momentarily forgot his responsibilities, captivated by Huang Kaivun's brilliance on the left. After De Jong executed the throw-in, he fell just outside the penalty area. But Huang Kaivun showed no intention of passing, instead driving swiftly toward the edge of the box. With a brief pause, he altered his rhythm, preparing to enter the penalty area when Luis Pereira lunged forward, catching Huang Kaivun's left foot. Huang Kaivun merely swayed his body, swiftly regaining his balance as he continued his advance into the box. Raul Garcia, who had rushed to Huang Kaivun's position, turned to intercept but miscalculated, allowing Huang Kaivun to glide toward the right side. Just at the edge of the 6-yard box, he lifted his right foot, prompting Garcia to hastily slide in a desperate attempt to tackle. The ball slipped past Garcia's outstretched leg, rolling toward the left side of the goal. Franco, who had previously made a stunning save from a free kick, misjudged his positioning, diving toward the right side of the goal. He landed on the goal line, watching helplessly as the ball rolled past him, colliding with the left side of the net. Boom! St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin! The Santiago Bernabeu erupted in the day's most fervent celebration. Previously, the fans had felt that Huang Kaivun had yet to complete his hat trick, deeming it unworthy of such enthusiasm. Kevin! Kevin! Goal! 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 A quintessential Kevin-style goal. In a situation where multiple defenders surrounded him, Kevin received the ball and leaped into the air on the opposing half, performing the tarantella with his agile feet. Although he could have swiftly maneuvered past all the defenders with sheer speed, Kevin opted for a rhythmic variation, continuously breaking through the encirclement again and again until he reached the small box. In his final shot, he cleverly deceived the Atletico goalkeeper's center of gravity. The footballing world is replete with outstanding players who excel in scoring, as well as those adept at dribbling. Yet, there is but one Kevin, who can both break through defenses and score with such finesse. His graceful movements and enchanting footwork suggest that had he chosen to dance instead of play football, he would have undoubtedly been the finest dancer in the world. No player before him, nor any that may follow, will ever transform scoring into an art form quite like Kevin. In Greek mythology, the golden fleece symbolizes adventure, indomitable spirit, and the pursuit of ideals and happiness. Thus, in the realm of football legends, Kevin embodies all that is beautiful. With a smile, Huang Kaivun waved to the stands, only to be engulfed by his rushing teammates moments later. When Robin finally registered the celebration, he dashed over, only to find 2 circles of teammates already in the fray. Rubbing his thinning hair, he was utterly baffled as to how Pepe had outpaced him. Truly absurd. He was positioned on the right side of the box, while Pepe was behind the halfway line. Were all Real Madrid defenders sprinters by training? From the perspective of celebrating goals, Robin also recognized Huang Kaivun's extraordinary status. "Coach, am I going on?" Sneijder inquired. "Wait," Capello replied succinctly, arms crossed. Sneijder dared not ask what he was waiting for, resigning himself to a slow warm-up on the sidelines. Upon the restart, Atletico appeared visibly agitated, their passing speed noticeably increased. After Raul Garcia seized the ball in midfield, he swiftly directed it to the right flank. Rodriguez, who had been lingering near Huang Kaivun, was slow to react, allowing Kevin to dash forward and reclaim the ball. Enraged, Rodriguez charged at Hines, who, despite a quick lateral pass, was brought down by Rodriguez. The referee, observing that possession remained with Real Madrid, refrained from blowing the whistle. "Excellent," Kevin surged forward. As Guti lifted his gaze, he half-turned and caressed the ball with his left foot. In order to pass to the left flank, he needed to make a significant adjustment in his positioning. The ball swiftly soared from the left side of the arc towards the left side of the penalty area. Casillas, eyeing the ball's trajectory, raced towards the baseline. Just before the baseline, Huang Kaivun skillfully lifted his left foot to cushion the ball. Casillas, diving to the ground, attempted to kick the ball, but Kaivun's quick reflexes allowed him to use the inner instep of his right foot, sending the ball into the penalty area. Huang Kaivun halted the ball at the left baseline, as Antonio Lopez and Luis Pereira charged towards him in defense. In their haste, Lopez and Pereira failed to gauge the distance, and upon spotting Raul's position, Kaivun decisively pushed the ball with the inner instep of his right foot. Raul, positioned just before the goal, made contact with the ball using the outer instep of his right foot, sending it swiftly past the diving Franco and into the net. Huang Kaivun assisted Raul, once again altering the scoreline. Zhang smiled and remarked. Franco stood with his hands on his hips, shaking his head. This scene feels eerily familiar, reminiscent of their previous encounters at Villarreal, where Franco also found it impossible to secure a victory against Real Madrid. Even after joining Atletico, he still struggles to triumph over them. Today, Atletico's performance was commendable. Their defense was specifically tailored to counter Huang Kaivun, effectively limiting his influence. However, both Casillas and the substitute Robin exhibited remarkable prowess, placing considerable pressure on Atletico from the right flank. This dual threat rendered it challenging for Atletico players to balance their defensive duties. Indeed, Capello was preparing to make another substitution, and as anticipated, Huang Kaivun was replaced, making way for the new signing, Sneijder, at the Bernabeu. Capello always seems inclined to substitute Huang Kaivun when he takes the initiative. Huang Kaivun applauded the stands as he approached the sidelines, exchanged high-fives with Sneijder, and received a towel and water bottle from Capello before settling on the bench. The true captain has returned? Casillas inquired with a raised eyebrow. What do you mean by true captain or false captain? Huang Kaivun replied. When you speak, Raul does not object. When Raul speaks, Fabio might object. When you speak, Fabio will not object. This is precisely the status a Real Madrid captain should possess. Wouldn't you agree? Casillas questioned. Enough of this nonsense. Let's focus on the game. If we're caught joking on the bench, it'll end up in the papers, Huang Kaivun retorted. Casillas was indeed accurate, though Huang, the king of football, would never concede it. All players are equals. Distinguishing between them based on status is tantamount to fostering division and privilege, which is simply incorrect. Casillas, seemingly out of nowhere, produced a handful of sunflower seeds and offered them to Huang Kaivun, who joined in the indulgence. This tradition of munching seeds on the bench had long been established at Real Madrid, as even Ronaldo had often partaken. After Huang Kaivun's departure, Atletico's offensive organization gradually began to flourish, orchestrating several attacks, each just shy of success. In the 82nd minute, Real Madrid launched a counterattack. Robin's incisive shot was deflected by Franco, resulting in a corner. After Guti took the corner, a chaotic scramble ensued in the penalty area, allowing Lopez to clear the ball. Manish seized the opportunity to surge forward, initiating a counterattack, with Robin rapidly closing the gap from the right flank. The crowd cheered enthusiastically, recognizing that Real Madrid, with its noble heritage, required a player like Kaivun, capable of artistry and scoring, as well as a defensive winger who could track back. Just as the distance between the two players narrowed to mere centimeters, Robin suddenly lowered his body and executed a sliding tackle, catching Manish on the heel, causing him to tumble to the ground. Robin received a second yellow card, leading to his dismissal, while Manish was carried off the field on a stretcher. After returning to the dressing room, Capello approached Robin, presenting him with a towel. You performed admirably today, he remarked, guiding the Dutchman into the players' tunnel. Inside the tunnel, Robin bore no signs of disappointment. Judging by the coach's demeanor, he understood that he had been embraced as one of their own. Just last month, he had wed his childhood sweetheart, and now he contemplated asking his wife what gifts would be appropriate for a visit to Kaivun's home tomorrow. In the final stages of the match, Raul Garcia scored another goal from a corner kick. However, it regrettably did not alter Atletico Madrid's fate of defeat. After the game, Huang Kaivun and Capello attended a press conference together. Atletico's head coach, Elguera, expressed his indignation, stating, "Today's match was a sordid affair. The Real Madrid players transformed the pitch into a battleground. My players were persistently fouled. That newly arrived Dutchman, purportedly a winger? To me, he resembles a fullback more than Ramos. The Spanish Football Federation must impose strict penalties on Robin." Capello, with a cold scoff, remarked, "Today at the Bernabeu, we apprehended several Koreans who disrespected the local traditions by conducting sorcery activities. According to them, they had previously encountered this Mexican coach. Impossible. It was the assistant coach in them. Aguirre wiped the sweat from his brow and said, "I am feeling unwell. I must leave the press conference now." Carlo, is what you said true? Mr. Capello, what is your assessment of Robin's performance today? Share your thoughts on the upcoming season, Kaivun. Do you believe Real Madrid can defend their Champions League title? Will the exorbitant salary of €35 million exert pressure on you? Capello slammed his hand on the table, admonishing, "Your questions are inappropriate. Here, you must show some respect. Kaivun has secured 3 Champions League titles consecutively, so do not inquire about that ridiculous €35 million salary. His performance merits every penny." As the atmosphere grew tense, Huang Kaivun drew the microphone closer and stated, "I never feel pressure. The expectations from fans and the team only serve to motivate me, making such questions irrelevant. Our new teammates have integrated well into the squad. Arjen is an outstanding player. Certainly not a bad person. He was merely overly excited to represent Real Madrid for the first time. His ability to cut inside is exceedingly rare in football, and we must afford exceptional players the opportunity to shine." After finishing his remarks, Huang Kaivun stood up, followed by Capello as they departed from the press conference. By the time the match concluded, it was already past 9 o'clock. As Huang Kaivun had not organized any activities, the Real Madrid players returned home to enjoy seafood paella. Huang Kaivun savored the seafood paella prepared by the Latin diva. The meal lasted several hours. The following morning, Robin and his wife brought along the finest French wine from their home and set off for Huang Kaivun's residence, a gift received during his wedding last month. Upon their arrival, they were welcomed inside by the butler, Albert. The old butler roused Huang Kaivun from his slumber. After a quick wash and change, he descended to greet the Robins. After a brief tour, Robin inquired, "Kaivun, do you still play tennis?" "A little," Huang Kaivun replied with a smile. Robin, brimming with excitement, said, "That's splendid. They haven't arrived yet. Let's play for a bit. I played tennis for quite a long time as a child to enhance my physical fitness. Let's play a few sets, just to stretch," Robin continued to encourage. Although the reality has been acknowledged, it is still quite exhilarating to surpass Huang Kaivun in other aspects. "Since you are so insistent, let us engage in a little game," Huang Kaivun remarked with a smile, retrieving the racket hanging in the living room. This pure arrow racket was a gift from Nadal to the King of Yellow during a match at the Bernabeu, as Nadal found it uncomfortable and reverted to his previous Aero Pro drive, with Nadal using his old racket. The sponsors were compelled to disguise it with paint to resemble the new model, lest the endorsement for the new version falter. Robin's wife, Bernadette, expressed great interest in the match, exclaiming, "I shall officiate." She and Robin occasionally play tennis together. Huang Kaivun cast a glance at the excited Bernadette. Considering Robin had just married, it would be prudent to maintain some dignity before his new bride. After all, while unable to best Federer and Nadal, defeating you, Robin, should be a mere formality. Having outplayed Federer, Huang Kaivun's tennis skills are regarded as above average among professional players. Albert and his team swiftly prepared the court. With a small soccer field at home, the tennis court was also laid with grass, which incurs higher maintenance costs. "Since it's grass, you better be cautious, Kaivun," Robin chuckled. "My serve is formidable. Grass is the most advantageous surface for serving." "Is that so? How delightful," Huang Kaivun replied with a smile. "I was going to let you serve first, but now that I hear how skilled you are, let us flip a coin." "Of course, I shan't take advantage." Robin nodded with a grin, ready to expand Huang Kaivun's horizons. "Even if you reign as the top player in football, you shall still falter under my serve." Allons, Robin. Bernadette produced a 20-cent coin, playfully asking, "Kaivun, heads or tails?" "Heads, please," Huang Kaivun responded. Bernadette tossed the coin into the air, catching it in her left hand and slowly revealing, "It's tails." Allons serves. Robin shrugged at Huang Kaivun, who smiled and raised his racket, turning toward the baseline. Bemused by Robin's theatrics, Bernadette ascended to the umpire's chair. Robin bounced the tennis ball in his hand, observing Huang Kaivun's inscrutable expression, preparing to deliver a shock worthy of a tennis amateur master. Adjusting his breath and exhaling, he tossed the ball upward, leaning back and forcefully swinging his racket downwards. The racket struck the tennis ball with a resounding crack, sending it hurtling toward the left sideline like a streak of light. Robin aimed for an ace. Envisioning Huang Kaivun's desperate sprint, unable to return the ball, lowering his center of gravity, Huang Kaivun dashed forward, executing a forehand strike with his left hand that sent the ball flying toward Robin, the angle unremarkable. Huang Kaivun applied minimal force, intending to gauge Robin's skill before deciding how much to hold back. After the ball bounced, Robin responded with a backhand swing, directing it toward the right baseline. Huang Kaivun shifted the racket to his right hand and quickly ran over to deliver another forehand stroke. Seated upon the umpire's chair, Bernardini could not help but exhibit a tinge of concern. Currently, neither player had scored, yet Robin was active, continuously adjusting his footwork with quick steps before each strike. Huang Kaivun, on the other hand, moved with elegant fluidity, hardly needing to flick his head, reminiscent of Federer's style. Judging solely by playing style, Huang Kaivun outshone her husband. This was certainly not due to superficial attributes such as looks or hair. Robin stood behind the net, exerting force with each serve, compelling Huang Kaivun to dash across the court. In his excitement, Robin miscalculated the strength of his backhand, sending the ball into the double sidelines. Kaivun scores 150, Bernardini announced. Robin, grinning as he waved his racket, remarked, "I haven't made an error in ages. It won't be so easy next." "Is that so? How splendid." Huang Kaivun replied with a smile. At this level, even with just 5/10 of his strength, Huang feared he might reduce Robin to tears. With this in mind, Huang Kaivun decided to continue toying with Robin. Crossing his arms in front of his chest, he declared, "Then I shall summon the Azure Beast." The 7th gate of the 8 gates of escape, the gate of surprise, opens, accompanied by Huang Kaivun's thunderous shout. He swiftly lowered his arms from his chest to his sides, exerting tremendous force, the veins on his neck subtly protruding. "Ha ha!" Robin pointed his racket at Huang Kaivun, laughing heartily. After a while, he managed to compose himself, clutching his stomach and quipping, "Kaivun, have you been watching too many cartoons? What you just said was in Japanese, right? I used to watch Doraemon. If you want to defeat me, you might as well borrow a gadget from Doraemon. Damn it." The Emperor of Kai decided to stop holding back. He intended to obliterate Robin's Mediterranean defense today. After Robin served again, Huang Kaivun tightened his grip on the racket, waiting for the tennis ball to bounce before executing a powerful backhand. With a resounding thud, Huang Kaivun employed 8/10 of his strength, sending the ball swiftly diagonally across the court. Robin, quickening his footwork, rushed to intercept the ball before it touched the ground. The moment his racket made contact, Robin realized the impending disaster. He could not contain the shot. The tennis ball soared far beyond the court boundaries. The carefree expression on Robin's face vanished. With the serve going awry, should he change servers now, he would be in dire straits. Positioning a tennis ball at the court's edge, Robin felt his palms growing clammy, adjusting his breath twice before finally tossing the ball into the air and swinging his racket. The racket and ball soared together, colliding with the net. Robin tucked his hands behind his back, anxiously rubbing them against his clothing, feeling the sweat accumulate in his palms. "A first serve error," Bernardini announced. She sensed her husband had already lost. Albert and his team swiftly adjusted the net, allowing Robin to serve anew. This time, he delivered an unremarkable shot, prompting Huang Kaivun to make a slight movement before executing a left-handed backhand towards the diagonal. Robin, scrambling to the right side of the court, strained to extend his arm and return the ball. Huang Kaivun dashed to the net, gently tapping the ball before it could land, sending it swiftly over the net. Robin, exerting all his might, stumbled and fell behind the net, yet failed to retrieve the ball. Kaivun scores 400, Bernardini declared, still believing Robin had a chance to win, given his years of experience in tennis. However, upon witnessing the match unfold, it became evident that he was no match for Huang Kaivun. No, it should be said that there was utterly no means of resistance. After such an extended period of play, Huang Kaivun still faced no real danger, merely toying with her husband, as their respective skills were not even remotely comparable. Following yesterday's match, Robin returned home and extolled Kaivun's remarkable abilities. Bernardi felt that her husband's praise was somewhat exaggerated, yet upon witnessing the reality, she realized that his words could scarcely encapsulate Kaivun's excellence. Even on the tennis court, he exhibited an equally prodigious talent. Although Bernardi's own tennis skills were modest, her appreciation for the sport was quite refined. She believed that Huang Kaivun possessed the capability to compete at a professional level. It was truly astonishing for a football player to demonstrate such prowess in tennis. After a brief respite, Robin served again, only to falter on both his first and second serves, inadvertently granting Huang Kaivun points and concluding that game. The two men walked to the sidelines to retrieve the water and towels prepared by Albert. Your skills are formidable, Robin panted, gasping for breath. Compared to his physical exhaustion, the psychological pressure weighed even heavier. Shall we conclude today's play? Huang Kaivun inquired, wiping his hair. No, we agreed to play 3 sets, at the very least. Let me witness your serve, Robin countered, shaking his head. Any individual aspiring to be a distinguished professional athlete possesses a fierce competitive spirit. Having sensed the disparity in their abilities, Robin grew increasingly curious about Huang Kaivun's serving prowess. Kaivun, why are you playing tennis so early in the morning? The impeccably dressed Shakira approached the court and asked. Just having some casual fun with my teammates, Huang Kaivun replied with a smile. Your stamina is truly impressive, Shakira remarked. Robin glanced at his wife, who subtly shook her head, signaling him to refrain from speaking further. The details of Huang Kaivun's affairs had already been sensationalized by the tabloids, and Shakira was one of the rumored associates. There was little more to inquire about. In instances such as this, adults questioning personal relationships only serve to create discomfort for all parties involved. After a few moments of conversation among the four, Robin stated, I've recovered. Let us go. Kaivun. All right. Huang Kaivun responded, moving to the sideline to pick up a tennis ball with his racket. He reached the baseline, tossed the ball slightly into the air, and leaped gently, swinging his right arm. With a resounding thwack, the tennis ball shot like a streak of light toward the lower corner of the right side. Robin, stationed at the baseline, had scarcely time to react as the ball rebounded out of bounds. Kaivun scored 15-0. With another powerful serve, Huang Kaivun struck the ball, which quickly smashed into the lower corner of the left side before soaring out of bounds. Kaivun scored again, 30-0. Bernardi cheered. Huang Kaivun raised his racket, playfully suggesting, let us end our match here today. It wouldn't be fair to keep the two ladies as mere spectators. Robin nodded in agreement. He had already discerned that continuing would yield 4 aces, none of which he would be able to return. As Shakira and Bernardi began to play, Robin, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, what makes your tennis skills so exceptional? Perhaps it is simply a matter of talent, Huang Kaivun replied with a smile. He had never played tennis in his youth, yet here he was, displaying such prowess. It was hard to attribute it to anything other than innate ability. Robin nodded in agreement, convinced of this notion. Before long, Snyder arrived at the court with his wife. In his youth, Snyder was quite handsome, and his wife Ramona was also a high school classmate, mirroring the situation of Robin. Kevin, upon his first visit, brought a small gift. Snyder, smiling, handed over a bottle of champagne. Robin's expression immediately fell. It was evident from the packaging that Snyder's gift was considerably more expensive than his own. That damn scoundrel. He clearly stated he would bring ordinary wine. Huang Kaivun handed the wine to the elderly butler and led the Snyder couple to sit by the tennis court. Snyder curiously inquired, do you still play tennis at home, Kevin? Occasionally, Huang Kaivun replied with a smile. You could try playing with Kevin, Robin encouraged. Forget it. I'm not very good. Snyder shook his head. Robin felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed he wouldn't get to witness Snyder's embarrassment today. But I can play table tennis. Kevin, can you? Snyder asked. A little. Huang Kaivun gestured enthusiastically. Robin couldn't help but feel a sense of joy at the familiar situation. Since the teammates haven't arrived yet, why don't you two play for a bit? Robin suggested. Sounds good, Snyder nodded. Seizing the opportunity to bond with the core of the team, Huang Kaivun glanced at Robin with amusement. No wonder they said the bald man was clever. Snyder had more hair than Robin, yet it was clear he wouldn't outplay him. Half an hour later, Snyder, battered by Huang Kaivun's relentless shots, appeared as though he had been pulled from the depths of a pool, his white leisure suit crumpled and disheveled, looking as if he had been thoroughly trampled. Robin, observing from the sidelines, nodded in agreement. The outcome was precisely as he had anticipated. Huang Kaivun's skill was indeed minimal, and that was an understatement. Soon, teammates began to arrive at Huang Kaivun's home. What happened to him? Raoul asked, pointing at the disheveled Snyder. Oh, nothing much. We just played a bit of table tennis. Huang Kaivun chuckled. He truly is brave, Raoul remarked. Huang Kaivun's table tennis prowess was known among many in the team. Previously, Huang Kaivun had never engaged in the sport, leading others to believe he was incapable. It later became clear that he simply did not wish to dominate the novices. In the courtyard, an inflatable castle had been set up, with Jorge, the eldest among the children, leading a group of small followers to play. Salgado was 2 years older than Raoul. Yet his son Miguel was born in 2005 and was still a little tyke who could hardly speak. The Real Madrid players busied themselves with barbecuing, while the wives gathered to discuss topics of mutual interest. Several new recruits were quite proactive, while Huang Kaivun settled to one side, awaiting his meal. That rascal Casillas feigned injury, opting out of today's labor, lounging with his legs propped on the table, gazing at the sky. It had been a while since he had heard from that fellow. He wondered how Casillas was faring in Milan. Today happens to feature a match for Milan. I'll have Albert prepare for it, Huang Kaivun announced as he rose. Soon, Albert and his team set up a television outside, and as they turned it on, Milan was just concluding their warm-up. Ramos and Torres were both present in the starting lineup. Milan employed a diamond-shaped 4-4-2 formation, with Inzaghi and Torres as the dual strikers. The match captivated the attention of Real Madrid players, with Robin and a few others frequently glancing at the television. Genoa, utilizing a 3-4-3 formation, specifically targeted the speedy Torres and Kaká, who were often brought down by tackles. There was a noticeable lack of synergy between Kaká and Torres. While both ventured towards the left flank, Torres eventually conceded his position. In the 21st minute of the first half, Pirlo's long pass found Ambrosini making an incisive run, and Ambrosini's long-range shot from the edge of the box found the net. Moments later, after receiving a through ball from Kaká, Inzaghi executed a cutback for Torres, who struck powerfully without taking a touch, once again altering the scoreline. They possess formidable strength, Raul remarked seriously. This AC Milan can undoubtedly pose a threat to Real Madrid. What is there to fear? We have Kevin. Casillas replied nonchalantly, convinced that with Huang Kaivun, Real Madrid could not possibly lose any match. You have a point. But they are indeed difficult to contend with, Guidi interjected, swirling his drink. The speed of AC Milan's counterattacks is exceptionally rapid. Having just Kaká was already remarkable. And now with Torres added to the mix, their combined presence makes defending against them a daunting task. If we were to face AC Milan, I fear our defense would be perforated, and we would ultimately be forced to compete in a battle of who can score more. The barbecue is nearly ready. The host has called for the children to come and eat. The players sat in front of the television, chatting while watching, but Casillas remained focused on his barbecue. Just before the first half concluded, Kaká intercepted the ball in the attacking third, dribbled past several defenders, and struck from the arc, scoring a goal. As the barbecue approached readiness, Robin and the others joined. This AC Milan is truly extraordinary, Casillas exclaimed, observing the returning Milan players. He perceived no weaknesses in AC Milan's lineup. Previously, Otto had been underwhelming, yet Ramos, on loan, performed admirably today. Initially intending to mock Ramos after the match, Casillas reconsidered, realizing that if Ramos maintained his form in the second half, he would undoubtedly receive high marks post-match. As the second half commenced, Milan's attacks remained sharp. The Real Madrid players sensed that AC Milan would be a formidable opponent. Sergio has integrated into Milan remarkably quickly, Casillas remarked. That's a good thing. At least we need not worry about him, Guidi chuckled. I hope we do not encounter AC Milan too soon, Raul sighed. Do not fret, even if we meet them. They cannot defeat us, Casillas asserted confidently. Even if victory is possible, it would be an arduous contest, Raul countered, shaking his head. I do not wish to play two matches against such rivals. Milan triumphed over Genoa with a score of 5-0. Following the match, the atmosphere began to escalate. Casillas hopped around, encouraging teammates to drink. The new recruits were especially catered to, with Sneijder and Robin quickly becoming inebriated. Robin, seated beside Huang Kaivun, remarked, Kevin, I've seen that video of yours. Why haven't you made a new one? Which one? Huang Kaivun inquired. He had posted numerous videos, and it was impossible to determine which one Robin was referring to. That one, the front boys, Robin chuckled, adding, I find that quite amusing. Are you interested in filming it? Huang Kaivun inquired. It turned out they were discussing a parody of the Backstreet Boys. The lack of updates was primarily due to the actor's reluctance, and Huang Kaivun had also lost the motivation to shoot. If Robin was indeed interested, they could create a new one. Great, let's bring Wesley along, Robin said, wrapping an arm around Sneijder. Given Robin's enthusiasm, Huang Kaivun naturally did not want to dampen the mood. He followed Robin and Sneijder into the house. How about a Backstreet Boys song? Huang Kaivun suggested. No. Today I want to sing a Britney song, Robin declared with exaggerated enthusiasm. Yes, Britney is wonderful, Sneijder said, clapping excitedly. Huang Kaivun glanced at their wives, Bernardi and Ramona, who were watching with amusement, so he ceased his attempts to persuade them otherwise. As Toxic played, The two matched the lyrics quite well. A slight delay from the drinks was inconsequential, and as they warmed up, Sneijder even pulled Robin into a Britney-inspired dance. Teammates gathered around, cheering, and several produced their phones to capture the moment in grainy quality. The Dutch duo became an overnight sensation, solidifying their status in the locker room. After bidding farewell to most teammates and the scheduled Shakira, Huang Kaivun looked at Casillas lying on the sofa and asked, "When are you headed to Milan to check on your injury?" "Tomorrow. I'll greet Fabio in the morning," Casillas mumbled without opening his eyes, clearly inebriated and unaware of his words. "Take care of this guy," Huang Kaivun instructed the old steward. "Of course, sir," Albert replied with a slight bow. With nothing else to do, Huang Kaivun extracted the footage from the DV, copied it to his computer, and selected it for upload. After watching the news for a while, he went upstairs to sleep. The following day, Casillas traveled to Milan while Huang Kaivun attended team training. The sobering Robin and Sneijder had become the center of attention. Capello, who had been in his office in the afternoon, saw the video and couldn't help but laugh upon recalling their flamboyant dance moves when he arrived at the training ground, attempting several times to stifle his amusement before ultimately delegating training duties to Baldini. That evening, as they left the training facility, a small incident occurred. Capello's front tire had been propped up with bricks, leaving the Real Madrid coach quite irate. On August 28th, as the entire Real Madrid team was en route to the airport to head to Monaco, Calderon received a phone call. Upon arriving at the airport, the flamboyant president excitedly announced to reporters, "After our efforts, we have successfully acquired a new defender. Our target, Ivanovic, who transferred to Chelsea for $9.7 million this summer, has now joined us at the Bernabeu for a fee of $20 million. I would also like to announce a piece of exceptional news. After my prolonged efforts, Dr. Mersman, the chief physician of Chelsea, has finally agreed to take up a position at Real Madrid. Subsequently, the club will establish its own Real Madrid laboratory, and this highly skilled doctor will undoubtedly transform the current predicament of our medical team." Huang Kaivun was taken aback. Calderon has indeed succeeded in bringing Mersman to Real Madrid. It seems Calderon has developed a penchant for poaching talent from Chelsea. Securing Robin was not enough. Now he has even lured away newly acquired players. Letting go of Ivanovic is one thing, but to also take Mersman along is quite another. For a considerable time, the Real Madrid medical room may resemble a slaughterhouse. Huang Kaivun decided to remind his teammates that if they were injured, they should seek a clinic instead of consulting the team doctors. The king of Huang could hardly fathom what sort of chemistry would arise from the combination of these team doctors with Mersman, and he suspected the situation might not be much better than in Arizona. Huang Kaivun resolved to keep the Real Madrid medical team at bay. "What is wrong with you, Kaivun?" Raul inquired while seated on the plane. "Nothing," Huang Kaivun replied with a forced smile. "I might just be a bit tired." "Well, you can take a nap," Raul suggested. "No, it's fine," Huang Kaivun responded, retrieving his gaming console from his bag and immersing himself in Professor Layton and the Curious Village. This blend of puzzle solving and adventure was the perfect way to pass the time. After more than 3 hours, the entire Real Madrid squad landed in Nice, France. They would then take a bus to Monaco. Upon exiting the airport, the team received a warm welcome. Kaivun, please sign this for me. I love you, Kaivun. Why don't you call me Beauty? Do you prefer men or women?" Huang Kaivun greeted the fans with a smile. Beauty, with a scowl, followed closely behind Huang Kaivun onto the bus. Ever since his orientation was first questioned in the media, he had faced scrutiny. Even if he were to date a girlfriend, away fans would still insult him with derogatory terms. This was the first time he had been questioned in front of so many fans. Casillas said, "Don't take it too personally. What if you do prefer men? What difference does it make? Get lost." Beauty retorted brusquely. Casillas' attempt at comfort was more aggravating than helpful. Nice is quite close to Monaco, just over 20 kilometers away. And it wasn't long before the Real Madrid team settled into the historic Paris Hotel, which boasts a legacy of over a century. Huang Kaivun was intrigued as to why this hotel, located in Monaco, was named the Paris Hotel. The establishment was originally founded to host celebrities, emphasizing luxury. With Roman columns and fountains adorning the premises, the hotel's style is inextricably linked to the Monte Carlo Casino and Opera House. Real Madrid players were free to explore, with only one stipulation from the management, to refrain from visiting the casino. After dinner, Huang Kaivun retired early, having arranged to play golf the next day with Capello. However, for the European media, their trip to Monaco was quite the headline. The following morning, The sports media across Europe was dominated by headlines concerning Real Madrid. According to Marca, Real Madrid is advancing towards their fifth crown. A victory against Sevilla at the Louis II Stadium would enable them to continue breaking records, as this illustrious team forges its legacy. As reported by AS, with the transfer window nearing its closure, Calderon has presented a delightful surprise for the fans. Rather than the Serbian defender, supporters would prefer to see Dr. Melzerman make his way to Madrid, whose arrival is anticipated to revolutionize Real Madrid's medical conditions. Dr. Melzerman will soon experience the fervor of the Real Madrid fans. Mundo Deportivo cautioned that teams often falter against seemingly inconspicuous opponents. Sevilla knows Real Madrid well and boasts numerous exceptional wing players. The duo of Alves and Navas on the right flank poses a significant threat to Real Madrid, providing them with a genuine opportunity to topple the giants in Monaco. The Times reported that Mourinho accused Real Madrid of clandestine player dealings, noting that Ivanovic's transfer to Chelsea occurred even before he had the chance to don their colors in an official match. Such conduct, he asserted, tarnishes the club's image and violates transfer regulations. Mourinho hopes UEFA will impose sanctions on Real Madrid. The Manchester Evening News quoted Ferguson expressing his view of Calderon as a hypocrite, as the Real Madrid president secretly invited agents of Manchester United and Arsenal players to Madrid. Ferguson remarked that he felt as though his home had been targeted by thieves, but he would prepare a few hunting dogs to deal with them. La Gazzetta dello Sport noted Ramos's post-match sentiments regarding the new signing for Real Madrid, as he acknowledged that Robin would indeed prove beneficial to the team. Buffon, in an interview with Tuttosport, stated that the UEFA Super Cup would present no surprises, asserting that Kevin is destined for victory, deserving of Real Madrid's $35 million salary. He expressed hope that Real Madrid would offer Kevin an even better contract at the season's end, as the best club of the last century ought to possess the finest players. In an elegant display of sportsmanship at the Hotel Golf Course, Huang Kaivun narrowly lost to Capello. Capello's skills could be deemed adequate among amateurs, finishing the 18 holes with a score of 84, while Huang scored 87. The two engaged in conversation while playing, spending 5 hours on the course, with the 61-year-old Capello still brimming with vitality. Walking ahead, Capello remarked with a smile, "I've lost my touch. I once scored 77. Huang was astonished, exclaiming, "Wow, for someone as busy as you, that is quite an achievement. With a bit of practice, you could easily compete in amateur tournaments." If Capello could indeed score 77, it would place him among the elite in the amateur ranks. "You are equally remarkable, possessing such ample talent across various sports. I am certain you could become world-class even outside of football," Capello replied with a smile. "One cannot ascertain without trying," Huang nodded, returning the smile. After leaving the course, Huang tossed the note handed to him by the caddy into the waste bin. He then retreated to his room to freshen up and awaited a while. Beauty entered the room and remarked, "While we were training, you played golf with the coach. Even though I've grown accustomed to it, I still find myself envious of you. You rascal. You could always voice that to the coach." Huang Kaivun chuckled. "Forget it. I've got to work harder lately," Beauty replied, shaking his head. The arrival of Sneijder had put considerable pressure on him, though playing alongside Huang Kaivun amplified his strengths. His shortcomings were not entirely absent. Last season, there were moments when his form faltered, and Capello could easily have substituted him with Beckham. But that was merely due to Capello's aversion to Beckham. Sneijder had never crossed Capello. "Let us head to the restaurant for a bite," Huang Kaivun suggested, rising. "Sure. I'm also feeling peckish," Beauty nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at the restaurant, they found several teammates already dining. The ambience was notably quieter today, Beauty remarked. With Sergio and Antonio absent, the team feels rather desolate. Huang Kaivun pointed at Marcelo, who was boasting with a few new signings. "That doesn't count. He isn't coming over to join us," Beauty replied, shaking his head. "Perhaps he fears that sitting too close to you might lead to discomfort." Huang Kaivun jested. "Get lost." Beauty laughed, playfully punching Huang Kaivun on the shoulder. Suddenly, Beauty sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The laughter ceased abruptly. Several new signings, along with Pepe and De Jong, directed their gazes towards him, leaving Beauty with an unsettling feeling, akin to being surrounded by a pack of wolves ready to attack at any moment. He sheepishly raised his hands and said, "I was just joking. I didn't mean it with force." The restaurant resumed its lively chatter. The absence of Cassano and Ramos indeed rendered it significantly quieter. After their meal, everyone returned to their rooms. Huang Kaivun switched on the television, where a French channel was interviewing a couple of Real Madrid supporters. The elderly gentleman, around 70, appeared frail, with an oxygen tube inserted in his nose, pulling an oxygen tank behind him. The lady beside him looked slightly younger. She was presumably his wife. The host inquired in Spanish, "What is your name?" "Angel," he replied. "Is that an oxygen tank?" "Indeed," the lady added. "He suffers from severe lung disease, making it somewhat difficult for him to speak." "Are you here in Monaco to support Sevilla or Real Madrid?" the host asked. "Madrid, of course Madrid," the old man exclaimed with a smile. "I am a Madridista to the core. I will only leave this team when I am no longer alive." "How long have you been supporting Real Madrid at the stadium?" "For about 25 or 30 years. When I had no money, I would watch the matches on television." "You mustn't get too excited, given your condition," the host remarked. "Generally, no, but when facing Atletico or Barca, I can't help but erupt." The old man animatedly gestured. It was evident that he was indeed a Madridista, as his enthusiasm surged at the mention of their rivals. The host then turned the microphone toward the lady and asked, "Do you both watch the matches regularly?" "Yes. We are members of Real Madrid, and whenever we have the chance, we support the team at the stadium." "What shall we call you?" "Begonia." "Therefore, you will accompany him wherever he goes, won't you?" "Indeed, until the end of the world." "That's quite touching. Thank you, Angel and Begonia." As the UEFA Super Cup approaches, numerous Real Madrid fans have gathered in Monaco, and today I stumbled upon a moving tale, the host remarked with a smile. An elderly gentleman waved his frail hands and shouted, "Kevin, we are champions. Kevin, we are champions." "I feel as though I am witnessing my future self," Guti commented. "Rest assured, it's unlikely you will contract a respiratory illness," Huang Kaivun added, "and the one beside you might very well be a man." "You scoundrel! I will take you down," Guti roared, brandishing a pillow and striking at Huang Kaivun. With a swift maneuver, Huang Kaivun dodged, rolling off the bed and springing to his feet. He ducked once more to evade Guti's pillow and swiftly positioned himself behind Guti, delivering a playful kick to his backside and then pressing his elbow against Guti's back. This seamless series of actions left Guti with little opportunity to resist. "You rascal! Let me go?" Guti struggled, pinned to the bed. "Be sensible, my friend," Huang Kaivun chuckled, lightly prodding Guti's leg. These were techniques he had perfected during playful tussles with classmates in elementary school. Initially, Guti remained defiant, but after a few more playful jabs, he finally relented. "Stop, stop! I was wrong." Huang Kaivun released Guti, who grimaced while rubbing his leg. After a moment of contemplation, Guti, perhaps realizing he was outmatched, begrudgingly returned to his own bed. After a while, Guti inquired, "Are you considering preparing a t-shirt to wish that fan good health?" "I indeed have such an idea. I'll slip it on beneath my jersey and reveal it after scoring," Huang Kaivun replied with a grin. "It is because of fans like him that we must strive to win everything," Guti sighed. "Rest assured, victory belongs to us," Huang Kaivun responded with a smile. Turning off the television. The following day, Huang Kaivun engaged in a light training session with his teammates, before taking a stroll in the afternoon and returning to the hotel to rest. In just one day, the UEFA Super Cup would commence, and Real Madrid had no other matches prior, allowing them to remain in Monaco for 3 days. August 31st, Louis II Stadium. By around 5 o'clock, fans from both sides had gathered outside the stadium, with supporters donned in white outnumbering those in Sevilla jerseys. Inside the home locker room, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Several players had contracted a stomach virus the previous night, forcing Capello to urgently revise the starting lineup. Newly transferred to Real Madrid, Ivanovic had never anticipated his remarkable summer leap, from representing Chelsea in a friendly match to now playing for Real Madrid in the UEFA Super Cup. "Even with the forced changes to the starting lineup, we must still strive for victory. This is our 5th championship," Raul declared. "Let us give it our all." Guti nodded in agreement. Sneijder handed Huang Kaivun a scratch card, saying, "I heard you enjoy scratching these before the game, so I bought one for you." Robin's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Sneijder could be so cunning. "Thank you," Huang Kaivun nodded, tucking his card away. As he scratched off the surface in front of Sneijder, revealing a 3rd prize, a wave of apprehension washed over him. "Not bad at all, a 3rd prize," Sneijder exclaimed with excitement. Huang Kaivun forced a smile and nodded. For him, a 3rd prize felt akin to having no prize at all. Observing the full 100 in expectation value, Huang Kaivun opted to draw a card. Ding! You have obtained a single match experience card for the 2013 to 2014 League One season. Round 22, Monaco vs Marseille, featuring Dimitar Berbatov, the suave player. Berbatov was one whom Huang Kaivun greatly admired. His playing style was exceptionally graceful. Remarkably, he hardly ran, having set a record of just 33 meters in a match. Huang Kaivun often fantasized about playing like Berbatov. Although Berbatov's career had begun to decline after leaving Manchester United, his skills remained exceptional. Among the third prizes, this card was indeed quite remarkable. Perfectly, he could experience what it felt like to play without breaking a sweat today. If Sevilla intended to implement man-to-man marking, they would have to stroll alongside Huang Kaivun. "I want to play as a forward," Huang Kaivun declared. Capello had yet to return from the press conference. Raul glanced at Soldado and said, "You'll be on the bench today. We'll see who plays left flank depending on the coach's arrangements." Soldado nodded, accustomed to such circumstances. It was no easy feat for a player nurtured by Real Madrid's youth academy to secure a place in the first team. Sneijder could not suppress his smile, believing that his scratch card and champagne had indeed worked wonders. As soon as Kaivun won, he immediately expressed his desire to play as a forward, which conveniently opened up space for him on the left flank. Sneijder resolved that after the match, he would have his family bring some Dutch specialties to Spain and find time to visit Kaivun with gifts. Upon Capello's return to the locker room and hearing Huang Kaivun's wish to play as a forward, he indeed substituted Soldado, allowing Sneijder to take the left flank position. Although he could not play as a left winger like Huang Kaivun, being positioned as a wide midfielder was already a great satisfaction for Sneijder. Before the match commenced, the fans from both sides began to engage in a spirited rivalry from the stands. The Real Madrid supporters, boasting a numerical advantage, organized themselves to sing, instantly overshadowing Sevilla in atmosphere. During warm-ups, Huang Kaivun exerted minimal effort, exuding an air of nonchalance. Indeed, but look at Huang Kaivun's incredible ball control. It is the hallmark of skill. Wow, he can send the ball soaring and effortlessly bring it down to his feet. Such finesse is rare among players. Huang Kaivun's technical prowess spoke volumes. With just a flick of his foot, he skillfully maneuvered past several teammates. As both teams returned to the tunnel, let us first examine the starting lineup. Real Madrid's formation was a 4-4-2 diamond midfield. Goalkeeper, Casillas. Defenders, Marcelo, Cannavaro, Pepe, Ivanovic. Midfielders, Sneijder, De Jong, Guti, Robin. Forwards, Huang Kaivun, Raul. Sevilla's 4-4-2 diamond formation consisted of goalkeeper, Andres Palop. Defenders, Ivica Dragutinovic, Julian Escute, Jose Mati, Dani Alves. Midfielders, Sergio Duda, Renato, Christian Poulsen, Jesus Navas. Forwards, Frederic Canut, Sebastian Keita. On the pitch today were two Serbian internationals, with Dragutinovic having joined Sevilla as a replacement for the departing Sergio Ramos, who transferred to Real Madrid. It was unexpected that both teams adopted the 4-4-2 formation. Real Madrid, in particular, featured three Dutchmen in the midfield. Duda, a Portuguese player, has previously been selected for the national team, yet due to an abundance of wingers in the Portuguese squad, he is yet to make his debut. Nonetheless, his inclusion in the national team attests to his considerable talent. As the match was about to commence, De Jong turned to his two Dutch compatriots and cautioned, "Don't hold on to the ball too long. Pass it to Kevin whenever possible." "What if there are too many defenders around Kevin?" Sneijder inquired. "When we played against Atletico, Kevin always had at least two defenders shadowing him," De Jong retorted. "Fool, your responsibility is to pass the ball to Kevin, not to count how many defenders are near him. What does it matter to you if there are defenders? You're not the one receiving the ball. You're meant to pass it." Robin, observing from the sidelines, thought to himself that Sneijder's intellect was clearly lacking. At 7:45 p.m., Austrian referee Konrad Plotz blew the whistle to signal the start of the match. Raul initiated the game with a lateral pass. Kevin Huang received the ball and immediately flicked it with his heel to a teammate before darting forward. Renato surged towards Huang without delay. With two forwards on the field, it was challenging to assign multiple defenders to closely mark them. Wanda Ramos had already allocated the task of defending Huang to his players before the match began. Instead of assigning a dedicated marker, which could disrupt the formation, they opted for a zonal defense today. As Huang moved towards the left flank, Renato retreated, allowing Navas to engage him. This maneuver conveyed Sevilla's intentions to Huang, who understood their strategy well. However, such intricate defensive tactics, without extensive practice and coordination, can easily lead to positional errors during critical moments, affecting the interplay among teammates. Huang remained unperturbed, allowing his teammates to organize from the back, while he playfully maneuvered in the attacking third to draw in Sevilla's defenders. Upon receiving the ball, Sneijder noticed Huang positioned centrally and prepared to pass, but upon seeing Huang's signal towards the right, he hurriedly swung his left foot to deliver the ball. With a hint of nervousness, Sneijder struck the ball with his left foot, losing his balance on the right and falling to the ground, failing to control the pass's strength. The ball sailed from the left midfield line towards the right, traversing nearly the entire pitch before descending. Huang, now on the right, lifted his right foot and skillfully halted the ball at his feet. Duda rushed towards Huang to defend, but Huang gently lifted his foot, applying minimal force to nudge the ball past Duda, who was caught off guard, allowing it to reach Raul ahead of him. Raul, receiving the ball in midfield, was immediately pressured by Poulsen, prompting him to pass it laterally to the advancing Marcelo. Marcelo delivered a direct cross, but with no one in the penalty area. The ball was easily collected by Pepe. Indeed, the characteristics of the Brazilian fullback are unmistakably evident. Marcelo positioned himself further forward than Sneijder. The camera had not captured that moment, leaving us unaware of his arrival in the attacking zone. Huang Kaivun, a teammate of Marcelo's at AC Milan and Real Madrid, seems to embody this type of attacking fullback, reminiscent of the forward surges made by Carlos, Serginho, and Maldini in the past. Dani Alves initiated a counterattack, showcasing his formidable skills as a Brazilian fullback. His speed and dribbling are impressive, but more importantly, he possesses excellent organizational ability. Upon delivering a pass, he immediately darted towards the center. Many prestigious clubs sought to acquire Alves this summer. However, having secured the UEFA Cup with Sevilla, he opted to remain at the club, knowing that a move might not provide the same comfort as playing for Sevilla. Alves executed a splendid through ball, elegantly slicing through Real Madrid's defense. Canut, skillfully maneuvering the ball, eluded Casillas and turned to shoot. Goal. Just moments into the match, Sevilla struck first, taking the lead, exposing the instability of Real Madrid's defense. Indeed, Cannavaro noticed Pepe's failure to retreat after pressing forward, sensing an awkwardness in his play at Madrid, as if his defensive instincts had deserted him. Pepe shrugged in exasperation towards Cannavaro, who mirrored the gesture. Pepe, frustrated, rolled his tongue against his teeth, missing Ramos' rapid support in defensive positions. Cannavaro's presence was becoming quite bothersome. Canut dashed towards the corner flag, as Sevilla's players rushed to celebrate exuberantly. Frederick! 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 The away fans erupted in cheers for the hero of the moment. Their attacking line, spearheaded by Malinger, was lively from the outset, igniting hopes for victory. In contrast, the Real Madrid supporters exhibited no emotional fluctuations. Initially, the Madrid fans held a lofty self-regard, particularly after Huang Kaivun's transfer, strutting with their noses held high. Now, they looked down upon the rural enthusiasm of those who celebrated so fervently with every goal, regardless of who found the net first, with the number 10 on the pitch. Victory would ultimately belong to Real Madrid. "It's up to you now," Raul said. "I'll do my best," Huang Kaivun replied with a smile. The absence of Cassano and Ramos had a significant impact. His new teammates were still unfamiliar with his positional habits. As play resumed, Raul made a lateral pass, and Huang Kaivun returned the ball to Sneijder. Remembering De Jong's advice, Sneijder spotted Huang Kaivun alongside Navas and Renato, decisively striking with his left foot to deliver a direct pass. Huang Kaivun sprinted back to receive the ball, skillfully stopping it with the inside of his left foot before nudging it towards the advancing Marcelo with the inside of his right foot, then turning to push forward. Marcelo, carrying the ball down the sideline, again delivered a diagonal pass to Huang Kaivun. With his back to the play, Huang lifted his right foot for a deft flick, the ball ricocheting off his left leg and bouncing behind him. Huang then extended his left leg, nudging the ball towards the edge of the penalty area. Magnificent. Huang Kaivun's execution was entirely accomplished with his back to the play. Raul, tightly marked by Jose Maria just outside the penalty area, could only return the ball. Guti seized it and passed it once more to the left flank. Huang Kaivun, in motion, elegantly maneuvered with his right foot, awaiting Alves' advance. As Alves approached, Huang swiftly turned to shield the ball, lifting it with his right foot before executing a deft leg swing, striking the ball with the inside of his foot. The ball soared rapidly towards the edge of the penalty area, where Guti and Raul narrowly missed it. Dragitanovic successfully received the ball on the right and initiated a long pass for a counterattack. Renato, at the arc's summit, directed the ball with his chest to the right, where Navas delivered a diagonal pass to Canute. Pepe charged forward, but Canute deftly controlled the ball with his left foot and pushed it towards the center. Keita, without pausing, unleashed a powerful shot. Pepe pivoted to intercept, yet he failed to block the strike. The ball zipped past Cannavaro and hurtled towards the goal. Casillas reacted swiftly, diving to deflect it to the left, but Navas surged in to shoot before Cannavaro could intervene. The ball ascended to a great height. Casillas leapt but could not reach it, and it grazed the bottom of the left post before finding the net. Remarkably, within just 5 minutes, Sevilla had taken a 2-goal lead, gifting Real Madrid a troubling start. Indeed, the synergy between Pepe and Cannavaro was lacking, and communication among teammates was severely hampered. With Marcelo frequently pushing forward, it seemed inevitable that Real Madrid would concede further goals if this continued. Capello, unable to contain himself, shouted instructions from the sidelines, urging his players to tighten their defensive play. He barked, "Damn it, did you step on hot cheese with your feet, rendering you immobile? If you don't wish to play, get off the field. I'm ready to bring in another defender." Capello glared at his own penalty area, regretting his decision to bring Cannavaro to Real Madrid. While it is not uncommon for players to experience a dip in form, Cannavaro's lack of effort today was intolerable. Even if Kaivun were to score, they should exercise caution. Cannavaro kept his head down, avoiding the sidelines. He paid little heed to Pepe's comments, knowing Pepe would not lash out at teammates when calm. However, he dared not contradict Capello, understanding that opposing Capello would not yield a better outcome than what had befallen Cassano. Huang Kaivun was indeed under scrutiny. Was Cannavaro perhaps receiving some financial incentive? I suspect not. Rather, he seems to be underperforming significantly. It appears that his form was spent during the World Cup, as he has committed errors since arriving at Real Madrid without any highlights. What sort of players did Real Madrid acquire this summer? They've brought in several Dutchmen. Yet the pressing need is for defenders. With this defensive lineup, it is conceivable that Huang Kaivun might soon falter. I too sense that Cannavaro is underperforming deliberately. Is he perhaps being influenced to ensure Huang Kaivun fails in a crucial match? Rest assured, based on my 3 years of observing football, Huang Kaivun is on the brink of a breakout. Trailing by 2 goals is precisely the scenario he thrives in. Expect a turnaround before the first half concludes. Have you noticed that Huang Kaivun has played more matches for Real Madrid than he did for AC Milan? Were you not claiming he was feigning injury? If I were to receive a salary of 35 million euros, I too could refrain from feigning injury. Not only would I complete an entire season without absence, but I would gladly endure any hardship, even if it meant consuming excrement thrice daily. If you wish to indulge in such a repulsive act, no one would hinder you. There are several who have yet to partake in it. The crux of the matter lies in one's ability. Even with a salary of 35,000 a year, Real Madrid would not consider you if your skills are lacking. It would be unjust to place all the blame on Cannavaro today. Both fullbacks for Real Madrid exhibited rather absurd performances. Marcelo consistently pushed forward, leaving a void in defense, while Vinicius seemed to play the role of a mere security guard, patrolling the area in front of the penalty box, likely lost in his own thoughts. Thus, Real Madrid's transfer decisions remain perplexing. Why acquire a defender from Chelsea at such a steep price, one who cannot even communicate in Spanish, and even more bewildering, to place a center-back in a wide position? Huang Kaivun, stroking his hair, returned to the midfield. The speed at which goals were conceded today was indeed alarming. Real Madrid resumed play. Even in the absence of an offensive strategy, they must not concede goals. Defensive vigilance is paramount. At least one player must remain near Kaivun to restrict his space, while all must focus on assisting teammates in containing him. A direct challenge is necessary. Do not allow him possession. Wanda Ramos stood on the sidelines, persistently urging Sevilla players to maintain their defensive focus. The previous season's encounters with Real Madrid had left a lasting impression on him. Wanda Ramos believed that to seize victory in the Super Cup, not only solid defense was essential, but also curtailing Huang Kaivun's influence was crucial. He must not be afforded ample space, let alone prolonged possession. Sevilla's rough defensive tactics provoked the ire of Real Madrid supporters. Sevilla players defended astutely today, utilizing physicality without prolonged contact, thereby disrupting Huang Kaivun's ability to receive the ball and maneuver while avoiding referee warnings. Berbatov's physical advantage lies in his sense of balance. Speed has never been his forte, reminiscent of the Berbatov from the 13-14 season. Thus, employing speed to surpass opponents today would prove challenging. However, the suave player remains formidable. Huang Kaivun felt undaunted by the challenge. As the match progressed, Sevilla players noticed his reduced mobility and gradually eased their defensive pressure on him. Robin, seizing the opportunity on the right flank, swiftly turned and delivered a cross with his left foot. Huang Kaivun dashed from the center into the left side of the small box, while Raul and Jose Mati, entangled, failed to leap, both missing the ball. Huang Kaivun, eyes fixed on the landing spot, slightly lifted both feet off the ground to control the ball. Upon landing, without adjusting his stance, he executed a deft backheel with his right foot. The ball zipped past Escud, who was unable to intercept, and flew past Andres Palop, who lunged in vain, before crashing against the inside of the post and settling in the net. The pent-up frustration of the American fans erupted after half an hour, as they finally cheered for the first time today. Kaivun, Kaivun, Kaivun. They incessantly pounded the railings of the stands, roaring and waving their scarves. After granting Sevilla a prolonged moment of joy, it was finally their turn. Kaivun, Kaivun, goal! With an elegant strike, Kaivun danced down the left flank in the rhythm of a flamenco, requiring no adjustment whatsoever. A deft flick of his outside foot effortlessly toyed with the defenders and goalkeeper of Sevilla. He resembled a matador, skillfully waving his cape to provoke an enraged bull. Yet, no matter how furious the bull became, it could not touch a single hair on the finest matador's head. Before Kaivun, Sevilla could only struggle in vain, repeatedly charging at the red cape he held, ultimately succumbing to excessive wounds and blood loss. To perish at the hands of such an elegant Kaivun must have seemed the best outcome for the bull of Sevilla. Following the goal, Huang Kaivun refrained from celebrating. He jogged to the net to retrieve the ball and made his way back to the center, performing a graceful 360-degree turn as he passed by the referee, gently placing the ball into the referee's hands. Referee Conrad Plotz nodded with a smile. Officiating a match featuring such a player was indeed a pleasure for him. Since Huang Kaivun deliberately missed a penalty in the Champions League final, his reputation among referees had soared. Today, Kaivun's stylish play had greatly pleased Plotz, who planned to savor the match footage upon returning home. Sevilla resumed play, and Huang Kaivun did not rush forward. Raul pressed them, while Renato quickly passed to Navas. Navas deftly flicked the ball with the outside of his right foot, and as Kaivun extended his leg, Navas used the inside of his right foot to nudge the ball back, deftly maneuvering it past Kaivun with his left foot. Sneijder surged forward to apply pressure, but Navas skillfully maneuvered past both him and the sideline. De Jong seized the moment to intercept, managing to claim the ball just before Navas, shielding it with his back. Navas was unable to reach him. As Pepe approached, De Jong hurriedly passed the ball back. Pepe advanced with the ball, and as Renato closed in, he promptly delivered a through ball. Paulsen quickly positioned himself in front of Guti, one of their primary defensive targets, for Guti had provided Kaivun with the most assists. After 2 consecutive feints, Guti struggled to find an angle to pass, ultimately opting for a quick lateral pass. Sneijder received the ball and nudged it forward, slipping past Navas. And spotting an opportunity, he acted without hesitation, deftly prodding it with his left foot. The ball zipped swiftly between the pursuing Paulsen and Alves, as Kaivun ignited into motion, racing past Alves toward the baseline. Jose Marti quickly covered the left side of the penalty area, while other Sevilla players rushed back to defend. Just as the ball was about to cross the line, Kaivun swiftly pivoted behind it, using his right foot to delicately chip it beneath him. The ball glided past Marti's outstretched leg, rolling along the baseline toward the goal. Escud dashed toward Kaivun, who accelerated and delivered a pass with his right foot from the edge of the 6-yard box. Escud immediately dove to intercept. While Palop lowered his center of gravity to reach out, the ball slipped between them, rolling towards the left post. Raul sprinted toward the goal, executing a sliding shot beside Dragutinovic, sending the ball into the net. It is quite normal for a midfielder to struggle with tackles. After Raul kissed his ring, he sprinted towards Huang Kaivun. However, Guti had already rushed ahead, followed by 3 Dutch players. Upon reaching Huang Kaivun, Raul found himself unable to squeeze through. Fortunately, he had become accustomed to such situations last season. At least Sergio Ramos was not present, and he would not be inexplicably knocked down. Wanda Ramos beckoned Paulsen to his side, wrapping an arm around his shoulder and stating, "You must keep an eye on Kaivun." I mentioned before that even if everyone is responsible for a specific area, the defensive midfielder must apply sufficient pressure on him. Yet Paulsen could not help but retort, "But he isn't running at all. Should I just stand next to him?" If it were like last season, following Huang Kaivun would suffice. However, today, Huang Kaivun seemed to be merely strolling, making Paulson feel foolish standing beside him. As a professional player, whenever Raul or Robin attempted to break through with the ball, Paulson instinctively felt compelled to assist in defense, a habit that was difficult to alter. Overcome this. The attacking players are performing quite well today. As long as we contain Real Madrid's offense, securing the Super Cup should not pose a challenge, Wanda Ramos advised. Paulson nodded, rolling his eyes in silence. How could he overcome this? It was impractical to simply remain beside a non-moving player. Huang Kaivun's stationary presence was proving far more challenging to defend than his usual dynamic movements. Even if he stayed glued to Huang Kaivun's side, he could not maintain a heightened state of alertness to anticipate when Huang Kaivun might spring into action. With a heavy heart, Paulson returned to the field, awaiting the kickoff. Observing the impeccably styled Huang Kaivun, he felt a wave of helplessness. Previously, he had thought Huang Kaivun's agile movements made him difficult to defend. Yet today he wished fervently for Huang Kaivun to be more active, expending energy to at least appear industrious. Huang Kaivun's leisurely stroll followed by sudden bursts of speed exerted considerable mental pressure on him. Sevilla resumed play. Canut made a lateral pass, and Keita immediately returned the ball. Renato advanced with the ball, only to be met by Gudi's pressing. The Brazilian midfielder possessed commendable footwork and long-range shooting abilities, but his lack of speed was a drawback. Under Gudi's close marking, Renato was unable to find an opportunity to escape and could only turn and pass the ball back. Alves, making an overlapping run, received the ball and noticed an opening on the left flank, promptly delivering a long pass to Duda. Duda deftly flicked the ball with his left foot. Preparing to head down the sideline, Robin swiftly extended his right foot, and Duda nudged the ball past him. De Jong, positioned to the left, was unable to intervene in time as Duda surged towards Real Madrid's penalty area. The Real Madrid defense displayed a lack of cohesion, with most players charging towards the right side. Pepe attempted to challenge Duda but was skillfully sidestepped, while Vanovic quickly dove into tackle, deflecting the ball towards the center. Positioned at the edge of the penalty area, Huang Kaivun sprang into action, deftly bringing the ball under control. As Alves closed in, Huang Kaivun swiftly nudged the ball to the left and maneuvered around Alves, racing towards the ball. Alves reacted with remarkable speed, pivoting to pursue him, ensuring he did not fall behind. The two players surged across the halfway line, with Alves constantly adjusting his steps to stay close to Huang Kaivun. Alves was perplexed by Huang Kaivun's sluggish pace today, yet it proved to be advantageous for him. He sprinted to Huang Kaivun's side, extending his left arm before him, exerting force backward in an attempt to topple him. Berbatov, aside from his remarkable ball sense, exhibited exceptional balance. Huang Kaivun staggered forward with the ball, each step seemingly precarious. Yet he remained upright. Jose Marti hastened to the left flank to assist, preparing to join Alves in intercepting Huang Kaivun. As Huang Kaivun advanced towards the corner flag, Alves closely shadowed him along the baseline, while Jose Marti dashed in from behind, extending his foot. "Get up there and support. Haven't you eaten?" Capello shouted hoarsely. Marcelo quickened his pace, reaching the corner flag just as Huang Kaivun lost his balance and fell. The referee, prowess, was about to blow the whistle, but noticed Huang Kaivun's right foot still pressing against the ball, so he refrained. While on the ground, Huang Kaivun's right foot rolled over the ball, and with a swift motion, he flicked it upwards. With a sharp crack, the ball soared past Marti and landed before Marcelo. Jose Marti turned and charged towards Marcelo, who had no time to adjust, and instinctively swung his left foot at the ball. The ball skimmed past the edge of the penalty area, evading the outstretched feet of both players. Robin seized the ball on the right flank, outpacing Dragudinovic, but finding no opportunity to advance. He deftly turned back with a flick of his left foot, spotting De Jong rushing forward, and quickly delivered a horizontal pass. De Jong received the ball and sent it into the penalty area, where Raul, rushing in from Escudet's side, failed to control it at first. Meanwhile, Paulson, returning to the penalty area, charged at Raul with a sliding tackle. With no time to adjust, Raul twisted his body and delivered a cross with his right foot. The ball soared over the heads of Gudi and Marti, landing near the left post. Alves dashed towards Huang Kaivun, only to despairingly realize that the ball's trajectory was even further back than he anticipated. He watched helplessly as it soared past him and descended towards the space where Huang Kaivun stood. The height of the ball was not particularly favorable. Alves felt it was a challenging situation, noticing Huang Kaivun take a step back, instinctively smiling. Could stepping back truly resolve the issue of the half-height ball? However, a mere fraction of a second later, Alves's smile froze on his face as he witnessed Huang Kaivun, having retreated a step, pivot on his left foot, launching himself into the air and striking the ball fiercely with his right foot. With a resounding thud, Alves instinctively reached out in an attempt to thwart the shot. His elbow barely lifted when he felt a gust of wind rush past him, tousling his slightly curled hair. Although he had yet to turn around, the rustling sound of the ball spinning against the net alerted Alves. When he finally glanced back, he saw the ball land and slowly roll past the goal line. They had conceded yet again. Hail St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin! The Louis II Stadium erupted with jubilant fans leaping from their seats, fervently applauding. The local fans exhibited a fervor that surpassed that of the distant Real Madrid supporters, with Catholicism being the state religion as enshrined in the Constitution of Monaco. Huang Kaivun raised his hands to the heavens in a celebration reminiscent of Kaka, igniting the crowd's emotions. After a few strides, he lifted his jersey, draping it over his head to reveal a white sleeveless shirt beneath, adorned with the words wishing Angel good health. The other Real Madrid players, instead of rushing to celebrate, embraced Huang Kaivun, gesturing to the stands. In the audience, an elderly gentleman with an oxygen tube in his nose twirled in excitement, exclaiming, "It's me. Kevin is talking about me. I am truly fortunate to be alive." Referee Prowess glanced over, noting that Huang Kaivun had not entirely removed his jersey, and lowered his raised hand. A furious Alves rushed toward Prowess, demanding, "Why don't you show him a yellow card? FIFA has prohibited players from removing their jerseys." Prowess scrutinized Alves for a moment, and after 2 seconds, he reached into his pocket to produce a yellow card, raising it high in the air. "Damn it, you dog!" Alves cursed, his words silenced by Paulson's hand over his throat. Jose Mati quickly joined Paulson in restraining the struggling Alves. Having already received a yellow card, Alves dared to provoke the referee further, underestimating the referee's resolve. Strictly speaking, Alves could have been sent off, but Prowess chose not to take offense at his words. Wanda Ramos, grinning with teeth bared, observed the unfolding events on the pitch. He now understood why the coaches of Real Madrid and Milan frequently sought the assistance of sorcerers. That number 10 was simply too formidable. It resembled a terminally ill patient who, despite knowing the futility, continued to funnel money to charlatans for a semblance of psychological comfort. Alves desperately wished for Huang Kaivun to receive a card. The pressure he exerted was immense, and the entire Sevilla team hoped for his dismissal. Wanda Ramos shared that sentiment. That number 10 had hardly moved, yet had already contributed 2 goals and an assist. If he were to exert himself, would Sevilla find themselves relegated like that Korean team? Fortunately, the first half was nearing its end. Upon returning to the locker room for halftime, there was no discussion of tactical changes. At the very least, the players needed to regain their composure. As the second half commenced, Canute played a backward pass to receive a ball from Renato. Canute deftly maneuvered the ball forward, but De Jong charged in with a flying tackle, knocking the ball behind Canute. Referee Prowess blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. Robin jogged over to Huang Kaivun, and although Sneijder found Robin's actions amusing, he quickly realized that his teammates were rushing past him, surrounding Huang Kaivun as they headed toward the sidelines, leaving him to walk back alone. Sneijder finally grasped the rationale behind Robin's behavior. Damn it, those with thinning hair are indeed cunning. Sneijder resolved to preserve the innocence within him and protect his already elevated hairline, vowing not to descend into the folly of those balding men. "Not feeling well today, Kevin?" Capello inquired, offering a towel. "Quite good, though I don't feel like running much. Playing against Sevilla is sufficient," Huang Kaivun remarked with a smile. "Experiencing Berbatov is also quite delightful." The king of the yellow ball pondered whether he could surpass Berbatov's remarkable record of 20-33 meters for an entire match. This record is indeed astonishing. Even a goalkeeper like Casillas, when the opposing team hardly attacks, would need to cover over 3,000 meters. "Well, if you feel unwell, do let me know. I'll have Higuain substitute you." Capello nodded in agreement. Standing behind Capello, Higuain clenched his fists. He had no objections to Huang Kaivun being substituted, but Capello's casual tone irked him greatly, as if he were just an ordinary player. Higuain resolved to venture out soon to purchase a box of screwdrivers, replacing the previous bricks. "After we return tomorrow, let's celebrate the championship at my place. I've invited a band to perform," Guti said. "You want to seize the opportunity for the reporters to capture your band for publicity, don't you?" Salgado pointedly exposed Guidi's intentions. Guidi had a fondness for music and had signed several rock bands with a record label. Besides his musical pursuits, Guidi also owned a winery, restaurant, and engaged in real estate. Regardless, we ought to celebrate, Guidi chuckled. All right then, if we clinch the championship, we'll celebrate tomorrow, Raul agreed. It's not ideal to keep dining at Huang Kaivun's place. As the anthem of the Real Madrid supporters reverberated, both teams returned to the pitch. Sevilla found themselves thoroughly subdued today. Both sets of fans had approximately equal ticket allocations. Yet numerous fans of Huang Kaivun had paid a premium to acquire tickets originally belonging to Sevilla supporters. Coupled with the backing of local fans, the stands of the Louis II Stadium saw Sevilla supporters reduced to a mere minority. Sevilla resumed play, continuing with a back pass to organize their attack, initiating a move down the right flank. After receiving the ball, Alves skillfully maneuvered past Huang Kaivun and Sneijder, surging over the halfway line. Guidi rushed forward to defend, but as he extended his foot, Alves deftly sidestepped him. Alves, his dribbling prowess rivals that of any typical winger. Navas was closely marked by De Jong, and Alves once more delivered a long pass to the left flank. Unfortunately, Duda miscontrolled the ball, gifting it directly to Jovanovic, who cleared it decisively into the opponent's half. Sneijder seized the ball on the left, lifted his head to survey the field, and delivered a pass to Huang Kaivun. Huang Kaivun executed a whip-like touch, bringing the ball gracefully under control. Although he was intercepted during his turn, the elegance of his ball control was undeniable. Sevilla initiated another counterattack. The rhythm of the game escalated at the start of the second half. Alves, confronted by De Jong's defense, nearly stumbled, but steadied himself by supporting his weight with his hand on the grass and sent a precise through ball. Splendid. Keita was one-on-one with the goalkeeper, while Cannavaro struggled to keep pace. He shot. Casillas deflected the ball to the left side of the penalty area, yet the danger had not fully dissipated. Pepe, on the ground, hastily swept the ball towards the right flank, where Jovanovic and Duda engaged in a tussle, prompting the referee to blow his whistle. Sevilla made a substitution, bringing on Maresca, the Italian midfielder who has excelled since joining the club, capable of playing both on the flanks and centrally. Coach Ramos aims to enhance the team's offensive prowess and equalize the score swiftly. Observing the opponent's change, Capello also contemplated a substitution. He glanced back at Higuain, who rose from the bench, shedding his jacket and commencing a light jog along the sidelines. This was a typical signal, as Higuain is often deployed to replace Kevin Huang. Wanda Ramos could not suppress the smile on his face upon seeing Higuain warming up, standing with crossed arms on the sidelines. Capello caught a glimpse of Ramos's expression and disdainfully smirked, gesturing for Higuain to return to the bench. It's nothing, merely a jest. Noticing the sudden stiffness of Wanda Ramos's smile, Capello felt an inexplicable satisfaction. He recalled how Ancelotti, that hefty fellow, often employed smoke screens. Now it was his turn. For reasons unknown, Capello felt a chill run down his spine as he turned to the bench, finding nothing amiss. After Maresca's introduction, Sevilla's left-side attacks became notably more vigorous, putting considerable pressure on Real Madrid's somewhat inexperienced defense. Ivanovic gradually adapted to his teammates' movements, showing improvement in his collaboration with Pepe on that side. Marcelo and Cannavaro's defensive efforts were lackluster, but fortunately, De Jong consistently provided support on that flank. In the 57th minute, Alves initiated another offensive drive. As he grew accustomed to the rhythm, De Jong swiftly extended his right foot to poke the ball behind Alves as he attempted to dribble. Alves turned only to find De Jong blocking his path with an outstretched hand, preventing him from regaining possession. Sneijder, roaming just behind the halfway line, swiftly turned upon receiving the ball, spotting Kevin Huang making a forward run with merely two defenders nearby. Sneijder deftly angled his body and struck the ball with the inside of his left foot. With a sharp arc, the ball crossed the halfway line and rolled past Renato. Heading straight for the left side of the penalty area, Jose Mati and Paulsen sprinted towards the left flank, aiming to rejoin Kevin Huang in defense. Sneijder's pass was exceptional. Mati approached from the side, and a slightly slowing Kevin Huang allowed the ball to settle in front of him. Paulsen positioned himself behind Huang, creating a sandwich of defenders with Jose Mati on one side and himself on the other. With the ball now before him, Kevin Huang quickly nudged it into the penalty area using the outside of his right foot and accelerated past Mati. Jose Mati promptly turned to follow Huang's run. Paulsen and Mati pressed forward, flanking Huang as they surged into the penalty area. Pepe, realizing his teammates could not intercept, decisively left his goal to confront Huang. Just as he exited the 6-yard box, Huang lost his balance due to a slight nudge from Paulson behind him. As he was about to tumble, Huang managed to flick the ball with his right foot. Pepe instinctively turned to make a save, extending his left hand. But the ball sped past his arm and into the right corner of the net. Kevin, goal. Goal. Kevin suddenly broke free from his defenders, sprinted down the left flank to receive the ball, and with a swift motion sent it into the penalty area. Despite being surrounded by defenders, he executed a sliding shot that found the back of the net. Sevilla has now become one of Kevin's favored adversaries, alongside Inter Milan, Juventus, and Barcelona. Last year, after showcasing his Ballon d'Or at the Bernabeu, Kevin scored 5 goals against Sevilla. Today, although he netted only 3 goals and provided 1 assist, his running distance was astonishing. By the 65th minute of the second half, he had covered 1,200 meters. This indicates that when facing a team like Sevilla, Kevin hardly needed to exert himself. As the scoreline spoke volumes. For a player, life is often governed by football, yet Kevin is one who commands the sport itself. Ancelotti recently stated in an interview with Gazzetta dello Sport that he aims to cultivate Kevin into the world's foremost football star, but unexpectedly, Kevin has elevated him to the status of the world's best coach. I find it perplexing that he believes he is qualified to mentor Kevin, while Ancelotti has performed admirably both as a player and a coach. Comparing his understanding of football to Kevin's is akin to juxtaposing the military acumen of a peasant from Gaul with that of Julius Caesar, utterly absurd. Raul swiftly approached Kevin, embracing him as Real Madrid players celebrated in front of Sevilla's penalty area. Kevin's hat trick had effectively secured victory in the UEFA Super Cup for Real Madrid. Champions of 5 titles, the fans in the front rows waved foam trophies vigorously, chanting new slogans. The Louis II Stadium had transformed into a jubilant sea, with the merengues eagerly wishing for the match to conclude. Earlier, it was mentioned that today was yet another day to witness Kevin's brilliance. Alas, there was little that could be done. Sevilla truly faltered, having started well, only to be subdued by Real Madrid. Indeed, Sevilla played commendably, yet Kevin's cunning movement was exceptional. His lack of running today made him even more challenging to defend against. Defenders had to remain vigilant for his sudden bursts of speed. One moment of inattention, and Kevin would dash forward to receive the ball. Maintaining such heightened alertness is more exhausting than merely chasing him down. Do you not perceive that Kevin's play today resembled that of Bebeto? It does bear a resemblance, though Kevin's style possesses a certain flair that surpasses Bebeto's, especially considering Bebeto's receding hairline. Thus, the comparison falls short. Wait a moment, I have discerned something. Kevin seems to have grasped a new tactic. What do you mean? Speak clearly. It appears that Kevin has realized that feigning injury too often makes him susceptible to detection, especially in crucial matches. So he has devised a new strategy to meander around the pitch. Surprisingly, there may indeed be some truth to this. Despite the European media's relentless praise of Kevin's discipline, I sense something amiss. If he were truly so dedicated, how could he spend all his time playing video games? I share the same sentiment. Huang Kaivun possesses an innate talent that allows him to excel remarkably in the sport. His extraordinary athletic prowess is indeed commendable. Jesus Navas, observing Huang Kaivun surrounded by his teammates, felt no inclination to compare himself. As a prodigious talent, he had the privilege of debuting for Sevilla's first team at the tender age of 18, while Huang Kaivun embarked on his professional journey at 22. Now, Navas himself has just reached that age. However, when he juxtaposes his current self with Huang Kaivun's inaugural year in Milan, it feels akin to comparing a youth team player with a superstar like Zidane. Even in the technical aspects, which he holds in high regard, Navas finds himself overshadowed by Huang Kaivun. Decades of hard work seem trivial when compared to the 2 years of effort exhibited by others, leaving Navas with a profound sense of frustration. His already fragile psyche has taken time to adjust, but he is gradually finding his footing. In every sport, there are invariably 1 or 2 extraordinarily gifted players. Thus, Navas has resolved to forego comparisons and competition with younger talents. Utilize your physique more during defense, Alves advised. Me? Navas inquired, taken aback. Yes, that chap is not particularly robust. We can certainly hold our ground, Alves retorted, glancing at Huang Kaivun. But the coach has instructed me to focus on offense, Navas replied hesitantly. Conceding fewer goals equates to an offensive strategy, do you understand? Alves exclaimed, raising his voice. The players on both sides turned their attention towards them. Navas quickly nodded, sensing that Alves' demeanor was rather uncharacteristic today. As a fellow who grapples with homesickness, he empathized with teammates facing mental or psychological challenges. Given Alves' current state, Navas decided to acquiesce to his whims. As Sevilla resumed play, Navas recalled Alves' words. He received the ball on the right flank and, after being pressured by De Jong, played a lateral pass before sprinting back. Upon reaching the halfway line, he noticed Huang Kaivun lurking near their penalty area, presenting a dilemma for Navas. While he aimed to be proactive in defense, retreating to the penalty area seemed excessive. Moreover, he harbored doubts about Alves' intentions. Why else would Alves be advancing into the attack? Navas lingered near the halfway line, conflicted. Sevilla's attack faltered, and Pepe successfully intercepted the ball, swiftly delivering a pass forward. Guti controlled the ball with his chest, only to be knocked down by Paulson. A free kick just beyond the halfway line was too distant for both Guti and Huang Kaivun, and had Carlos been present, he might have taken the chance. Guti, hurry and take the free kick. This was rather sudden. Huang Kaivun darted past the defensive line, received the ball, turned, and struck an acrobatic shot. The ball found the net. The pass was executed flawlessly, and the shot was exquisite. Huang Kaivun's technique is genuinely exceptional. His sudden acceleration, reception, and fluid execution of the volley left the defenders with no time to react. While many players could have made that run, few possess such remarkable control and shooting prowess. Indeed, while Huang Kaivun exhibited a somewhat subdued performance today, his bursts of energy proved to be lethal. We can now extend our congratulations to Real Madrid for securing the UEFA Super Cup title for the 2006-2007 season, marking an unprecedented achievement as they become quintuple champions. Should they triumph in the Club World Cup, Real Madrid will establish a record that may remain insurmountable. As Higuain began to warm up, Capello prepared to substitute Huang Kaivun. However, upon the restart, Sevilla lost possession, allowing Huang Kaivun to receive a pass from De Jong and advance forward, only to be met with a reckless challenge from Alves from behind. Huang Kaivun clutched his calf and writhed on the ground, clearly injured. Capello's anguished voice pierced the air, calling for the team doctors. The medical team rushed onto the pitch without a moment's hesitation, swiftly lifting Huang Kaivun off the field without conducting an on-site examination. Medical proficiency aside, self-awareness is paramount, Capello remarked. Huang Kaivun, fully aware of his condition, did not require their assessment, and thus it was prudent to expedite his removal from the field. Capello approached him, inquiring, "How do you feel?" "I don't feel too well." Huang Kaivun managed to reply with a strained smile. He was acutely aware of his injury. "Robert, take Kaivun to the airport and accompany him to Milan for treatment." "I have little faith in these individuals," Capello instructed, gesturing towards the medical team. Galbiati nodded and escorted the stretcher away. Once outside the stadium, he instructed the medical team to place Huang Kaivun in the hotel vehicle while he returned to retrieve the necessary documents. In his haste to avoid the elevator, Galbiati even sprinted up the stairs. Upon acquiring the requisite items, he coincidentally spotted the elevator descending. Otherwise, he had contemplated emulating a scene from a Jackie Chan film, navigating the stairwell with one hand on the railing to expedite his descent. Despite his swift efforts, he still lost a bit of time. Drenched in sweat, Galbiati entered the vehicle and discovered that the radio was already broadcasting the post-match press conference. A familiar voice resonated through the airwaves, as Capello stated. "Wesley is not a bad person. He is simply a technical player. It is quite normal for a playmaker to struggle with tackling. I'm regretfully informing you, Kevin, that it will be at least until December before you can recover," Giannini remarked, glancing at the report in his hands. "Is that so?" "There's nothing we can do about it," Huang Kaivun sighed. "A period of rest may not be such a bad thing, given the lengthy recovery time. The injured Huang could consider participating in other competitions. If I had access to your injury report from Real Madrid, I would better understand your physical condition," Giannini noted. "I have no injury report with Real Madrid," Huang Kaivun replied. He had flown back to Milan for treatment. What records could the Real Madrid medical team possibly have on him? "Very well, then, make sure to rest well," Giannini said regretfully, acknowledging that his information was insufficient. If circumstances allowed, he hoped to conduct an experiment on Huang Kaivun, intentionally inducing an injury to observe the recovery timeline. However, such thoughts remain mere fantasies. as Huang Kaivun's bodyguard was not to be trifled with. "Thank you, Johnny," Huang Kaivun nodded, gesturing for his bodyguard to assist him in departing. After departing from the Milan laboratory, Huang Kaivun inquired, "Have the hotel arrangements for the assistant coach been made?" "Yes, sir. Dinner has also been arranged. And I even provided him with some shopping vouchers for Madrid," the bodyguard affirmed with a nod. "That's splendid. We cannot allow Roberto to make a futile trip to Milan." Huang Kaivun chuckled. "Galbiati should escort him to Milan overnight. It is merely a gesture. After all, Mr. Huang is not lacking in funds. Arranging for Galbiati also sends a message to the rest of the club. When there's a need, you can count on me. King Huang will not forget all that you have done." At the conclusion of last season, Huang Kaivun had presented small gifts to the Real Madrid staff. Following the Club World Cup final in December, regardless of whether Real Madrid secured 5 or 6 titles, Huang Kaivun planned to bestow substantial gifts upon everyone at the club. Celebrating Real Madrid's historic achievements with gifts would not seem out of place. By then, King Huang's already stellar reputation would surely ascend to even greater heights. Even when club staff divulged internal information to the media, they would be compelled to utter a few commendable words about King Huang. Upon returning home, Huang Kaivun encountered both Lily and the young lady, as well as Kaká and Ramos. "Darling, how are you? That Brazilian is utterly over the top," Lily exclaimed. "Kevin, how long until you return to the pitch?" Her reproach caused Kaká's face to redden. Although she was not addressing him directly, it was ultimately the Brazilian's doing. Huang Kaivun waved his hand with a smile. "I should be back on the field after December, so there's no need for concern." "I always felt that Alves was no good," Ramos remarked bitterly. "It's a pity we weren't drawn in the same group as Sevilla in the Champions League. Otherwise, he would be in trouble." Huang Kaivun advised, "Just focus on playing, Sergio. Another suspension would be problematic." "Indeed, frequent suspensions draw the referee's attention." Kaká nodded in agreement. "You haven't eaten yet, have you?" "I had someone prepare a meal for you," the young lady said. "Perfect. I'm quite hungry," Huang Kaivun replied. Although Kaká and Ramos had already dined, they joined the table to eat and chat. To Huang Kaivun's left sat the young lady, and to his right, Lily. Kaká and Ramos took their seats across the table. Huang Kaivun listened as they recounted amusing stories from the Milan locker room. They mentioned that Inbu did not hold much standing in Milan and was rather humble. Reflecting on it, with the likes of Maldini still present, Inbu could only be considered a newcomer. Milan's forward line, if age were disregarded, could be deemed cosmic. With Ronaldo, Inzaghi, Inbu, and Torres, even assembling such an exaggerated attacking line in a video game would be challenging, with 2 young forwards starting and Ronaldo and Inzaghi alternating. Moreover, young forwards like Paloschi, nurtured by Milan's youth academy, could step in during times of significant injury. Such a forward line was already quite reasonable. "Torres and I are both learning Italian. We can manage simple conversations now," Ramos remarked. "That's excellent," Huang Kaivun replied with a smile. "Communication is fundamental. Knowing Italian is essential in Serie A." Like him, Huang, a natural linguistic prodigy, effortlessly mastered the predominant languages of European football without even needing to study. Huang Kaivun never boasted about this talent. "I am learning Chinese," Kaká remarked. Just after finishing class, with the teacher commending his significant progress, Huang Kaivun, surprised, inquired, "How come I was unaware of this?" Kaká sheepishly scratched his head and replied, "I've been studying Chinese for over a year and hadn't mentioned it to you until now." "Then please show me your progress," Huang Kaivun encouraged. "Certainly," Kaká responded with a grin. After their meal, Kaká eagerly retrieved his exam paper from his backpack, casting a hopeful glance at Huang Kaivun. His handwriting resembled that of a kindergarten child. Nevertheless, it was truly impressive for a foreigner to reach such a level in merely a year. Huang Kaivun had encountered others who spoke fluent Chinese, yet struggled with writing. It was evident that Kaká had genuinely invested effort into his studies. As Huang Kaivun examined Kaká's paper, the content seemed quite normal until he stumbled upon the phrase, "Thank you for inviting me to eat Japanese." Huang Kaivun couldn't suppress his laughter. Kaká, feeling embarrassed, rubbed the back of his head and said, "I made a mistake then, but I've learned my lesson now. No worries." "Ha ha ha, it's all good," Huang Kaivun reassured him. "Wanting to eat Japanese food as a beginner in Chinese is commendable. Your mindset is quite correct." Upon reviewing Kaká's composition, although it resembled a mere diary entry, achieving that level of writing was no small feat. Huang Kaivun nodded and exclaimed, "Ricardo, your Chinese proficiency truly astonishes me. You will undoubtedly improve further. I am even planning to find a private tutor. Kaka smiled. I will do my best. Huang Kaivun chuckled in encouragement. Meanwhile, Ramos, standing nearby, contemplated when he might also enroll in Chinese lessons. With no activities planned after dinner, Huang Kaivun suggested, let us play Legend. Having just gotten a cast, Ramos found it inconvenient to engage in physical activities and did not need to retire to his room too early. Perfect. Ramos exclaimed, I recently upgraded my weapons. Kaka glanced toward his home, pulled out his phone to send a text to his girlfriend, and discreetly pressed the power button. I'll go wash some fruit, Lily pouted. Having not seen Huang Kaivun for nearly half a month, she had hoped tonight would be enchanting. A young lady sat beside Huang Kaivun after giving him a gentle tap. Is that boy on cricket truly as talented as you claim? Why not recruit him to Milan? She asked, observing Huang Kaivun control his character in the game. You don't understand. Boyan isn't significant, Huang Kaivun replied mysteriously. If he is not important, then why pursue him? Is it merely because he is a friend of your cousin? She questioned, puzzled. Huang Kaivun had penned several essays, detailing everything from character traits to playing style, which he submitted to publications such as the World Sports newspaper and other Catalan media outlets. He had crafted numerous charming anecdotes about Boyan's character. And even before making an appearance with Barcelona's first team, Boyan had already become a highly anticipated prospect among Barca fans. Italian media outlets, including the renowned Gazzetta dello Sport, occasionally report that the Milanese giants are preparing to lure Boyan away. She could not fathom why Huang Kaivun would expend such effort on a player of little significance. Certainly not, Huang Kaivun replied, shaking his head. The young lady had nearly forgotten about his cousin, who perpetually graced the gossip columns. According to some relatives and friends back home, it seemed that the young man had established a business akin to that of Tao Gu, boasting impressive sales figures. It was unclear how he had acquired so many signed jerseys. Very well, you must have your reasons, the young lady remarked, refraining from further inquiries. Lily arranged some fruits on the computer desk before taking a seat beside the young lady. After a brief period of watching, she grew bored and retreated to her bedroom for sleep, prompting the young lady to follow suit. Huang Kaivun and the others did not retire until past 2 in the morning. The following morning, Kaka and Ramos headed to Milanello for training. The young lady had already departed for work, leaving Huang Kaivun peacefully asleep with Lily. Meanwhile, news of his injury overshadowed Real Madrid's triumphant victory over Sevilla, securing their 5th title. Back home visiting family, Pepe expressed his discontent in the Brazilian daily. Alves is an exceptional player. Yet his performance in the UEFA Super Cup was profoundly disappointing. Football demands effort and skill, not aggression. Brazilian football has never embraced a style that intentionally harms opponents. Alves must thoroughly comprehend his error. His injury, a consequence of his foul on Kaivun, leaves little room for discussion. Brazil's national team coach, Dunga, echoed similar sentiments in an interview with the São Paulo Journal. Alves' performance was disappointing. I have decided to temporarily remove him from the national team roster to allow him to reflect. He is a wonderful player, but currently, the Brazilian public does not wish to see him selected. As the national team coach, I must heed the voices of Brazilian fans. According to the Gazzetta dello Sport, we have received information that Kaivun will be sidelined for an extended period due to his calf injury, which has become a source of great concern due to its recurring nature. This marks what is likely to be Kaivun's longest absence from the pitch. We have reason to believe that Alves intentionally targeted Kaivun's vulnerable area, and UEFA should impose severe penalties against him. The Roman Sports Daily reported, the Pope is deeply concerned about Kaivun's injury, stating that Kaivun's on-field performances inspire young people worldwide to strive for excellence. His absence from football would be a loss to both the Christian community and humanity as a whole. The scene of Kaivun celebrating with fans after scoring is the best testament to his impact. The Pope described Kaivun as a paragon of loyalty and harmony, wishing for his swift return to the pitch. The Turin Sports Daily revealed, Buffon reached out to us, spending an entire 10 minutes on the phone lambasting Sevilla. He expressed that the Spanish team's fouls were excessively brutal, which could instill further doubts in Kaivun regarding La Liga. Buffon also asserted that a player of Kaivun's caliber deserves to compete in various leagues to secure more championships, set new records, and experience diverse styles of play. Teams such as Bayern Munich, Manchester United, Chelsea, and Liverpool are all well suited for Kevin. However, most of these clubs are unable to afford his salary. According to El País, we interviewed Real Madrid supporter Angel after the match. The elderly fan expressed immense excitement, stating that even if Kevin were injured, he would not forget to present him with a signed jersey and the accompanying t-shirt. Angel proclaimed that this was the happiest day of his life. Physical torment pales in comparison, and when he departs from this world, he intends to bequeath the jersey to his child, inscribing on his tombstone, "A common man once blessed by Kevin." Marca reports that Real Madrid has secured their 5th title and is now striving for a 6th. However, Kevin's absence may cast a shadow over the team's performance in the near future. AS reveals that, according to our sources, unidentified individuals broke into Alva's rented residence in Seville late last night, ransacking the place and even defecating and splattering paint within. The police currently have no leads on this incident. Mundo Deportivo asserts that Real Madrid's victory is superficial and lacks foundation. Presently, among the primary players, only 3 hail from Real Madrid's youth academy, the youngest being 26-year-old Casillas, indicating a rupture in youth development. When the team performs well, the locker room is harmonious, yet in times of struggle, foreign players are unlikely to wish to sink alongside Real Madrid. Conversely, Barcelona boasts a foundation rooted in La Masia training, with several young talents such as Busquets having ascended to the B team, alongside the newly promoted prodigy Boyan, heralding a bright future for the club. L'Equipe notes that Kevin's prolonged absence may impact the Ballon d'Or voting, potentially allowing other players to break Kevin's monopoly on personal accolades. The Sun reveals yet another scandal involving Beckham. After his 2 previous infidelities, he has now been implicated in a scandal akin to Rooney's. The individual involved claims to possess private evidence against Beckham and wishes for him to confront her. The narrative continues with the women associated with Beckham. Huang Kaivun remained asleep until past 1 o'clock, awakened by Lily. With eloquence, she sat poised, but unwittingly fell prey to an ambush. As an injured player, Huang Kaivun found himself unable to evade, silently enduring all. In this moment, he truly comprehended the popular phrase circulating online, "Boys should protect themselves." The era of westward expansion was rife with bloodshed and violence. Although Huang Kaivun escaped without losing his scalp, he still endured significant losses. Upon checking his phone, he discovered numerous missed calls and messages, taking considerable time to return calls to Capello and his teammates. During dinner, the busy young lady had yet to return. Standing while eating, Lily noticed Huang Kaivun gazing at her and, feeling bashful, covered her back, saying, "I simply prefer to eat standing. Magazines suggest it is healthier." Indeed, Huang Kaivun replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. The disparity among knights is vast. In any sport, even talent requires prolonged practice. Lily is still too young. "Mr. Wenger is speaking about you." Lily pointed at the television, hoping that Huang Kaivun would cease his gaze upon her. On screen, Wenger was being interviewed, stating, "He has departed. Barcelona has long shown interest in him. I do not wish to elaborate, but he will soon realize that pursuing glory at Barcelona is far more challenging than at Arsenal. He is an exceptional player, and Barcelona boasts remarkable talents as well. They are a formidable team. However, Kaivun is an artist, which distinguishes him from the typical Barcelona player. When we watch a match, we tend to favor the artistry displayed. Creative performances unveil aspects that are often overlooked, even those considerations that may not cross one's mind while seated in the stands. More importantly, Kaivun is always a victor. Upon arriving at Barcelona, he will discover that all his efforts merely lead to a pursuit of second place, while at Arsenal, he aimed for the championship. "Wenger holds you in high regard," Lily remarked with crescent-shaped eyes. Hearing Wenger praise Huang Kaivun brought her immense joy. He is a perceptive coach, with a unique vision. Huang Kaivun nodded in agreement. When it comes to footballing style, Wenger's Arsenal is truly unparalleled. Arsenal plays exceptionally beautifully. Their fluid attacking style is widely celebrated, and when time permits, King Huang enjoys watching their matches as well. I also believe Mr. Wenger is exceptionally talented. He appears distinctly different from other coaches. If the opportunity arises, we should invite him to Milan, Lily suggested. That would be quite difficult. Huang Kaivun shook his head. Wenger has invested considerable effort into Arsenal. He even oversaw the construction of the new stadium. He would be loath to leave. Honestly, I am curious whether Wenger will still exercise financial restraint after he sets sail with the aircraft carrier. However, enticing Wenger away from Arsenal is akin to attempting to lure Ferguson from Manchester United. The challenges are equally daunting. Real Madrid boasts a greater reputation than Milan, and La Liga's style is better suited to Wenger than Serie A. Even an invitation from Real Madrid could be declined by Wenger. So I do not believe Milan has a chance of succeeding. As the two conversed, the young lady returned home from work. She first bent down to embrace Huang Kaivun, then hugged Lily, playfully patting her on the back. Kaivun is injured. You should ensure he rests properly, the young lady chided Lily with a glare. I did not, Lily replied, lowering her gaze. Is that so? Then I shall have to personally inspect. The young lady laughed. Ah, no, that is not permissible, Lily exclaimed, hastily discarding her utensils and darting upstairs to lock the door. The young lady approached the shoe rack, brandishing a spare key before Huang Kaivun, saying, Do not impede me. Huang Kaivun, mimicking his teammate, shrugged and replied, Okay, I shall not intervene, but do not be too harsh on her. Lily is still very young. Thus, I must ensure she matures quickly. The young lady laughed, taking her seat beside Huang Kaivun with her utensils. Aware of Huang Kaivun's disinterest in company matters, she engaged him briefly about the situation in Milan. After a 6-month ban, Galliani had returned to Milan. Following a sojourn in Africa, he finally grasped who held the reins. Although Berlusconi remained, the master had transformed from a father figure into a daughter. Upon returning to Italy, Galliani exhibited an extraordinary level of obedience. After dinner, Huang Kaivun, unable to bear witnessing Lily's suffering, opted to remain downstairs and indulge in video games. Listening to the occasional sounds emanating from upstairs, he could only silently wish Lily well. When he eventually ascended the stairs, he discovered the battle was exceptionally fierce. Even France occasionally mounted resistance. Intrigued by the history of warfare in Europe, Huang Kaivun immersed himself in the scenario, assuming the role of Germany, and concluded the conflict before the capture of Paris. Lying in bed, he suddenly recalled that it was already September and he had yet to check the store for new items. Upon accessing the system, he noted that he was still a bit short of acquiring the top-tier template, yet he felt no urgency. The only lingering uncertainty was whether he could amass 10,000 destiny points by the end of the season. The special template, Uchiha Obito, requiring 1,000,000 destiny points. The templates, Eusebio, costing 10,000 points. Pepe 4,000 points. Carvalho, 3,700 points. Skills, Rainbow Dribbling Master, at 2,500 points. Shooting Mastery, at 100 points. Items, 24-hour Injury Immunity Card, at 20 points. Special item, De Jong's Financial Guide, at 400 points. Amongst all the characters in the Naruto universe, Huang Kaivun found Obito the most exasperating. A sycophant whose ability was undeniably overpowered, resembling a lunatic who could redeem his image, which was intolerable to Huang, the king of football. Even if he could afford it, he would never consider purchasing Obito. The subsequent ordinary templates were all Portuguese players. The retired Eusebio had once been the most renowned player in Portugal. Pepe and Carvalho, being defensive players, were relatively affordable. It was no surprise their destiny points were not particularly high, especially since Barisi had been priced at over 5,000 previously. The skill, Rainbow Dribbling Master, was likely superior to Neymar's version, yet Huang Kaivun felt no interest, questioning the value of expending so many destiny points only to endure further challenges. Similarly, he had little interest in De Jong's Financial Guide. While it might be beneficial for average players, Huang, the king of football, had never been concerned with finances, rendering such knowledge unnecessary. He decided to acquire Shooting Mastery and the Immunity Card for 120 points. The skill, Shooting Mastery, significantly enhanced dynamic vision when using air rifles, air pistols, flintlock guns, and automatic rifles, while slightly improving reaction speed. Astonishingly, Huang Kaivun had received 2 substantial enhancements from a skill costing 100 points. The most notable being the significant boost to dynamic vision, which is crucial in sports. With exceptional dynamic vision, one can easily ascertain the spinning direction and arc of the ball, aiding offensive players in controlling the ball during pivotal moments. This enhancement, while not a physical attribute or technical skill, was remarkably advantageous, whereas the slight improvement in reaction speed seemed less significant. This particular skill elicited some sarcasm from Huang Kaivun. While air rifle and air pistol are indeed Olympic events, what on earth are flintlock guns and automatic rifles? He is not in centuries-old Europe or America. Never mind. After all, having diverse skills is never a burden. The enhancement he received from the 120 fate points is quite commendable. When Huang Kaivun awoke the next morning, both the young lady and Lily had already departed. It was only through a message that he learned Lily had gone to school. After indulging in some gaming, he settled down to watch the match between Real Madrid and Villarreal on television. Even in the absence of the illustrious Huang, Real Madrid still decisively overwhelmed their opponent. Raul and Higuain both scored, while Sneijder netted a brace, and Guti sealed the deal with the final goal, resulting in a humiliating defeat for Villarreal at home. The Villarreal supporters, who had hoped for a chance to triumph over Real Madrid, were left utterly disheartened. Outside the El Madrigal Stadium after the match, numerous fans vociferously chanted slogans, calling for the dismissal of Pellegrini. One fan's words echoed the sentiments of many. As long as Kevin is uninjured, we can accept a loss, but to lose to Real Madrid while Kevin is injured is simply unacceptable. And to lose by 5 goals is an utter disgrace. Huang Kaivun found this utterly perplexing. What did it have to do with him? Nevertheless, Villarreal's plight was indeed unfortunate. They had previously encountered Milan in the Champions League, where Villarreal had emerged victorious in the first leg, only for Huang to return and eliminate them. After transferring to Real Madrid, he had continued to dominate. It was unexpected that now, while he was injured, his teammates were performing so admirably. On September 3rd, Huang Kaivun attended a match at San Siro. He made no effort to conceal his presence, and many fans greeted him warmly. Before the match commenced, the enthusiastic DJ announced, "Today, San Siro welcomes back our legend. Kevin will strive with us from the stands." The chants of St. Kevin, St. Kevin, St. Kevin reverberated through the stadium. Dida had received red cards in 2 consecutive Champions League finals, yet Huang Kaivun's performance had been nothing short of spectacular, almost single-handedly reclaiming the trophy for Milan. The subsequent season, when Milan was eliminated by Real Madrid, further underscored this fact. In the disabled viewing area, Huang Kaivun, seated in a wheelchair, raised his right hand in a wave, inciting even more fervent cheers from San Siro. He nodded, acknowledging the kingdom he had built. At 5 p.m., the match kicked off with Fiorentina playing quite boldly away from home, while Milan adopted a more aggressive approach. In the 22nd minute of the first half, Kaká received a pass from Ambrosini and unleashed a long-range shot that breached the opponent's goal. Following the goal, Kaká rushed towards the stands, revealing a t-shirt beneath his jersey adorned with well wishes for Huang Kaivun's swift recovery. A few minutes later, Higuain received the ball just outside the box, deftly maneuvered, and scored, showcasing a similar t-shirt wishing Huang a speedy return to health. In the second half, Mutu helped Fiorentina claw back a point, but just before the final whistle, substitute Torres broke through on the left flank, entered the box, and executed a quality shot that found the bottom corner, definitively sealing the victory. Milan triumphed at home with a score of 3-1 against their opponents. After a modest celebration at Huang Kaivun's home post-match, the national team members returned to report to the national squad. On September 9th, Argentina triumphed over Australia with a score of 1-0, though Messi was unable to score. In a post-match interview, he expressed his disappointment, stating, "I had prepared some congratulatory messages, but regrettably, as a substitute, I couldn't find an opportunity to contribute. Nevertheless, I sincerely hope for Kaivun's swift recovery." The following day, during halftime of a friendly match between the Netherlands and South Korea, a minor disturbance occurred. There was a rift within the Dutch team, which is not particularly newsworthy. Suddenly, the stadium experienced a power outage. A significant uproar erupted in the Dutch locker room, during which substitute forward Van Nistelrooy endured several blows. Fortunately, the blackout did not last long. When the lights flickered back on, everyone beheld Sneijder and Robin wielding improvised weapons. Sneijder accidentally activated a button, causing a spark to emit from an electric baton. The Dutch players were left in shock, realizing the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, De Jong, another Dutch player from Real Madrid, discreetly hid in a corner, seemingly avoiding the chaos. Dutch coach Van Basten was visibly agitated. The reckless behavior of the younger generation was disconcerting. Arriving at national team matches armed with electric batons was beyond comprehension. He was fortunate to have played in a different era. Had he been a contemporary player, he might not have lasted until the age of 30 before being sidelined by his teammates. This incident would surely have significant repercussions, and it was imperative that he address the matter with seriousness. Van Basten summoned Robin and Sneijder out of the locker room. Once they departed, De Jong, who had been leaning against a locker, reached behind him and retrieved a half-brick. "Taking a day off. Greetings to all. I am your scribe, Zhang Ai Yi Liangchen. Due to personal health reasons, I must take a leave today. I had not completed my previous absence and did not wish to request another. However, after sitting here for a while, feeling drowsy, I could no longer endure. I regrettably had to take a second leave this month. I have been coughing for several days, uncertain of the cause. I feel utterly drained, although recent tests have consistently returned negative results, leaving me perplexed. With the seasonal transition and various viruses circulating, dear readers, please take care of your health. Yours sincerely, Oldie. In a shocking twist, did you see the news? During halftime, Van Nistelrooy was carried out on a stretcher. Those scoundrels, the Koreans, truly played dirty. Van Nistelrooy was maneuvering near the penalty area, and they were not concerned about conceding a penalty? It seems they have once again bribed the referees. Bribing? Nonsense. The Seoul World Cup Stadium has recently been renamed the Daehanminguk First Stadium, and indeed, the Koreans were preparing to utilize the Dutch for their rituals. However, before they could enact their plans, the Dutch team had already descended into chaos during halftime. I heard that over 20 players turned against Van Nistelrooy, and the situation was dire. Had he not been in good shape, he might have sustained serious harm. However, I was informed that it was a clash between the Ajax faction and the PSV faction, with Van der Sar and Van der Vaart, along with the younger players, targeting Van Nistelrooy. Even Van Basten, who hailed from Ajax, became embroiled in the fray. Do not engage in nonsensical chatter. It has already been disclosed post-match that it was Robben and Sneijder who had a verbal altercation with Van Nistelrooy, leading to a brief scuffle in the locker room. Does a mere push warrant being carried out? I am beginning to suspect that Van Basten and Ajax are indeed colluding, as Van Nistelrooy has suffered greatly, yet has not expelled Robben and Sneijder from the national team. I conjecture that during an evening barbecue, Robben and Sneijder might have slipped some money to Van Basten, thus escaping consequences. Why not mention that they indulged in a case of beer during their barbecue? According to foreign reports, it was Robben and Sneijder who took advantage of the chaos to strike, causing Van Nistelrooy to fall and sustain injuries. Really? I had thought they were armed. Who would bring weapons to a national team match? You are overthinking it. Huang Kaivun, having just returned home, learned about the Dutch national team's internal strife online. Since the match was away, it coincided with morning in Milan, and Huang was still asleep. Upon waking, he headed to Rome to support the Italian national team. By the time he returned home, it was already evening. Finding no interest in browsing forums, he stumbled upon the news of another internal conflict within the Dutch national team. After perusing a few posts, Huang grasped the gist of the situation. Upon returning to Madrid, he would invite his teammates over. Although Huang did not request anything, it was undoubtedly due to his standing that the gathering was organized, a favor he ought to remember. Huang Kaivun responded, I have insider information. Robben wielded an iron rod, while Sneijder had a baton. Since Van Nistelrooy was carried out on a stretcher, it must have involved weapons. Huang could piece together the scene quite well. Truly, it has become a saga of Dutch martial prowess. What absurd insider information. If one is to fabricate tales, at least make them somewhat credible. It pales in comparison to the previous account of Robben and Sneijder treating Van Basten to a barbecue. Who's to say otherwise? Why not claim they employed the cloud-pushing palm and the wind god leg? Speaking of which, Sneijder may be in dire straits. Prior to UEFA's announcement regarding penalties for him and Alves, this incident will surely prompt UEFA to reconsider the repercussions. Huang Kaivun closed the forum, feeling that the criticisms from the detractors were quite valid. Such matters must be communicated with UEFA. Otherwise, the public sentiment may adversely affect Sneijder's suspension. Huang Kaivun placed a call to Galliani, as this was a matter better suited for him. It was past 9 in the evening when the young lady returned home. Her work had kept her quite busy. Dear, what are you pondering? She inquired, noticing Huang Kaivun staring blankly at the television. Huang pointed the remote at the screen. Van Nistelrooy's agent, Roger Lintz, was being interviewed by Dutch media outlet De Telegraaf, stating, This is a disgraceful day. Ruud is an exceptionally talented player who has faced horrendous violence. After being forced to leave Real Madrid, those individuals have not ceased their attacks. He is now contemplating withdrawing from the Dutch national team. Van Basten's choice to remain aloof is merely shielding certain players. It is truly alarming, as the atmosphere within the Dutch national team mirrors that of Real Madrid. Van Nistelrooy is currently serving as a substitute for Huntelaar. His claims of considering retirement from the national team seem merely a means of self-aggrandizement. Whether he retires from the Dutch national team is of little consequence now. As for his agent, what exactly is he implying? The young lady inquired. I sense a rather pleasant atmosphere in the Real Madrid locker room. Indeed, I share that sentiment, responded Huang Kaivun with a smile. I will contact those reporters. The Van Nistelrooy affair shall not grace the front page. the young lady declared. Huang Kaivun gave her a thumbs up, appreciating her insight. Van Nistelrooy and his agent are bound to be disheartened by this turn of events. Upon returning to his chamber, Huang, the king of football, found himself under pressure from malevolent forces, yet his remarkable prowess saved him. The following morning, the young lady had already departed. Albert, returning from Madrid to Milan, prepared the newspapers for Huang Kaivun, stating, "Sir, Milan has been rather tumultuous lately. Please exercise caution when you venture out." Understood, Huang Kaivun nodded. He noticed on the front page of the Gazzetta dello Sport news regarding the re-emergence of a serial killer in Milan. Although he refrained from labeling the Milanese police as inept, the situation was rather dire. Even during his tenure in Milan, the serial killer had been on the loose. And to this day, the perpetrator remained uncaught. The second page featured news about a confrontation between the Dutch team and South Korea, which escalated into chaos as Dutch players expressed their dissatisfaction with the South Korean players' dangerous maneuvers toward the end of the match. Huang Kaivun pondered why the Dutch team would embark on a friendly match in Asia during the season. Such arrangements seemed peculiar. It was likely that the Dutch Football Association had accepted remuneration from the Koreans, with Hiddink possibly facilitating the connection. As reported by Il Romanista, modern artist Akinjiro Sasario has crafted a statue of Kevin, an artist adept at utilizing industrial equipment and contemporary materials. He provided an explanation for the statue, which only depicts the torso. "I am unable to replicate Kevin's astute mind or the enchanting capabilities of his limbs. Creating a statue of this nature is my utmost limit." Following that, there were tidbits concerning the Roma team. The news surrounding Totti and Real Madrid resurfaced, recalling how, back in 2005, Totti nearly joined the ranks of Real Madrid. A similar tale applies to Gerrard, who had previously received an invitation from Florentino. Regardless of the reasoning, their refusal of Real Madrid's lucrative offers to remain loyal to their respective cities is indeed commendable. According to Tuttosport, Juventus is initiating discussions regarding Del Piero's contract renewal. During the team's relegation, the Prince of Turin repaid the fans and club with loyalty and hard work, and he now rightfully deserves a new contract. Juventus is currently in negotiations with Del Piero's brother and agent, Stefano Del Piero. After perusing various Italian newspapers, Huang Kaivun noted the absence of any mention of Van Nistelrooy. He could only conclude that the young lady's control over the media is becoming increasingly adept. The injury of an Inter Milan forward should qualify as significant news, yet it has failed to make the headlines. In a few days, the story may be reported, albeit belatedly and in a diluted manner. Huang Kaivun reached out to his teammates Sneijder and Robben with a phone call to extend his greetings. On September 17th, UEFA finally announced the sanctions imposed on Alves and Sneijder. The UEFA official website stated, "After meticulous verification, we have determined that Alves committed a deliberate foul of egregious nature, warranting a 6-match suspension." In contrast, after deliberation with the referee, it was concluded that Sneijder's tackle did not exhibit evident intent to foul. Consequently, he shall serve a 1-match suspension without further penalties. Huang Kaivun breathed a sigh of relief, as long as Sneijder would not face an extended absence from the game. On September 18th, Huang Kaivun received a call from Calderon. "Kevin, I believe you can return to Madrid during your recovery. Our sponsors would be delighted to see you in the stands. We have expanded the swimming pool, and many are interested in the charity auction featuring you watching the game together," Calderon remarked over the line. Huang Kaivun replied, "Once I feel better, I will return to Madrid." "That is wonderful, Kevin. The sponsors are also preparing to establish more billboards featuring you across Europe. I have obtained the initial draft and will send you the advertising image shortly for your review. Do let them know if any adjustments are needed." Huang Kaivun responded, "All right, Mr. President, I will take a look as soon as possible. I'll send it to your email. And please, call me Ramon, or I might get upset." Calderon chuckled on the other end. "Very well, Ramon," Huang Kaivun said before ending the call. It had only been a little over half a month since he left Madrid, yet the sponsors could hardly contain their eagerness. Checking the time, Huang Kaivun looked up and said, "Neo, let us head to San Siro. Today, Milan is playing Benfica in the Champions League group stage, and I am eager to witness the match in person." "Certainly, sir," Neo nodded, swiftly preparing to leave. Just before departing, Huang Kaivun encountered 2 unexpected guests. "Our little Kevin, seeing you in a wheelchair is quite concerning," Inzaghi remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "And what about you? Why are you injured again?" Huang Kaivun inquired. "Ah," Inzaghi glanced at Neo, who stepped away before continuing. Did I not mention my superpower? Every time I get injured, I can recover to my prime state. But since summer, I've realized my superpower has vanished. So, you intentionally sustained an injury to validate your superpower? Huang Kaivun questioned. Correct answer. If only I could reclaim my superpower, Inzaghi chuckled. Huang Kaivun silently rolled his eyes. Without the high priest, Inzaghi surely possessed no such abilities. It was likely only a matter of time before Inzaghi settled down. Huang Kaivun turned to Casillas and asked, "How did you come to be with Filippo?" "The Milan team doctor advised me that my injury would benefit from treatment in Munich, so I went to Germany. I just returned and happened to run into him right outside your door," Casillas replied, lifting his suitcase with one hand. "All right then, toss your luggage here. And let us proceed to San Siro to watch the match," Huang Kaivun declared. "In Germany, I procured some items for you, and since Fabio had some free time, he kindly provided you with a towel for your use," remarked Casillas. "That is not right," Huang Kaivun interjected. "Oh, what is the matter?" Casillas inquired, bewildered. "It's nothing. Let us go," Huang Kaivun replied with a smile. By around 6 o'clock, the three of them arrived at San Siro. Due to Inzaghi and Casillas' presence, Huang Kaivun opted not to sit in the disabled viewing area. Just as the match commenced, Pirlo scored a goal, and a few minutes later, Torres assisted Ibrahimovic in securing another. Within a mere 15 minutes, Milan had effectively sealed their victory. The game was overwhelmingly lopsided, rendering it rather tedious. "What a bore," Casillas sighed. Having endured the dreary German treatment, he found it disheartening that the match at San Siro was similarly one-sided. "Shall we engage in something more entertaining?" Inzaghi suggested. "There is a card game called Do de Jeu, which is quite enjoyable." "I'm familiar with Do de Jeu," Casillas acknowledged. Huang Kaivun's eyes widened. How could Inzaghi assume he was up for it? "So, you must have a deck of cards on you?" Inzaghi asked. "Of course," Huang Kaivun replied, his fingers deftly producing a deck of cards. Ever since acquiring the title of poker prodigy, he always carried a deck to cater to any client's whims. "What do you say, Antonio? Care to try your luck with a few hands?" Inzaghi proposed. "Bring it on, who is afraid?" Casillas declared. Huang Kaivun stifled a laugh, finally grasping the situation. Inzaghi was attempting to outsmart Casillas, but what gave Inzaghi the audacity to think he could emerge victorious in a three-player card game? Did he truly believe Huang Kaivun was easily manipulated? "Let us keep the stakes modest, just for fun," Huang Kaivun advised. The King of Yellow was not in need of Inzaghi and Casillas' petty amounts. "No way, it's a minimum of 1,000, Inzaghi insisted, as if fearing Huang Kaivun would disagree. Huang Kaivun nodded. "All right then, let us oblige Inzaghi." The three of them began playing Do de Jeu in the stands. Unfortunately for Inzaghi, luck was not on his side today. He drew poor cards several times while Casillas, the novice, managed to fare relatively well. As the match concluded, Milan triumphed over Benfica with a score of 3-1. Rui Costa, returning to his former club Milan, received a warm welcome from the fans, while Inzaghi, engrossed in cards, faced criticism. Huang Kaivun casually took out paper and pen, wrote an IOU, and pressed Inzaghi's hand onto it. Following the match, the Milan players gathered at Huang Kaivun's home to celebrate. Casillas, ever the playful spirit, flew back to Madrid that very night, claiming he was unafraid of Capello, though he hardly seemed convincing. Meanwhile, Inzaghi sat there, glumly sipping his drink. "What is wrong with him?" Kaká inquired. "He lost again while playing cards in the stands." Huang Kaivun chuckled. "Filippo, truly," Kaká remarked. He was at a loss for words to describe Inzaghi. "By the way, why haven't we seen Sergio?" Huang Kaivun asked. 2 days ago, he had a conversation with Ramos. Yet today, Ramos was nowhere to be seen. His suspension from European competitions had not yet concluded, allowing him the opportunity to return to Spain to visit his parents, as explained by Maldini. "Carlo truly is quite accommodating," Huang Kaivun remarked with a nod. During the season, he even permitted Ramos to return home for a family visit. "You've known Carlo long enough," Maldini chuckled. "Ancelotti is indeed a coach of a rather affable temperament." Huang Kaivun nodded in agreement. Recently, Kevin had begun to immerse himself in football, and he believed he could certainly inherit the number 3 jersey. With a smile, Maldini raised his glass. Huang Kaivun mused. The name of the third son of the old Ma family is a lingering pain in the life of King Huang. I must seize an opportunity to retaliate. Otherwise, allowing Paolo Maldini to take advantage of me will leave me restless. "What about Chris and Danny?" Huang Kaivun inquired. "Let us not mention those two. Chris has been evading training lately. Danny is fine, but he has little interest in the number 3 jersey. Recently, he has been watching your footage while practicing frying meatballs, Maldini sighed. Without the third son, he felt as though life held no promise. The eldest and second sons were hardly a source of solace. Observing Maldini's lament, Huang Kaivun felt a slight sense of relief. The eldest and second sons had indeed helped Uncle Kaivun regain his standing, and although Danny was somewhat unlikable, he remained a devoted fan of King Huang. Huang Kaivun thought he ought to be more forgiving towards the fans. Kevin, care to join me for a race? Inzaghi beckoned. After a brief pause, he regained his enthusiasm. Ignore that rascal, Kaka remarked. I think so too. Huang Kaivun nodded in agreement. The racing game console at home was a gift from Inzaghi, who had played racing games with him during his recovery. Now, he seemed eager to revisit that pastime. Inzaghi, feeling dejected by the lack of response, dragged Ibrahimovic along to play racing games. What further dampened Inzaghi's spirits was that in a best-of-5 match, he lost to Ibrahimovic. Once he had seen off his teammates, Huang Kaivun retired upstairs to rest. This period was crucial for his physical recovery, and adequate sleep was essential. On September 23rd, Real Madrid drew 1-1 away against Valladolid. Finally, Cruyff found an opportunity to speak. In an interview with Catalonia Television, he stated, Real Madrid has begun to decline. Without Kevin, they are entirely a different team. Barcelona is performing admirably, and Rijkaard is an exceptionally stable coach. Considering Real Madrid's upcoming participation in the Club World Cup, their schedule will be exceedingly tight. Once the tournament concludes, they will face the formidable Barcelona, and the players will experience psychological and physical discomfort, with Kevin's absence casting doubt on their performance. Upon watching this interview, Huang Kaivun felt that the old man had made a valid point. Cruyff had finally ceased his critique of him. Yet he continued to target Real Madrid. Huang Kaivun was uncertain whether he could make it to the Club World Cup and the National Derby. However, given Cruyff's words, he felt compelled to make an effort. He aspired to make a swift return, offering Barcelona a delightful surprise. After spending a few days at home, he grew weary of the monotony. The games had lost their charm. While Kaka and the others were engaged in training, he felt a sense of emptiness in his solitary play. Neo, let us visit Lily, Huang Kaivun suggested, recalling that he had not seen her since the school term commenced. Very well, sir, Neo replied. Let us forego driving and enjoy some fresh air, Huang Kaivun proposed. Neo nodded in agreement, always adhering to Huang Kaivun's directives. He guided him outside while ensuring that the other bodyguards followed in a vehicle, so should Huang Kaivun wish to ride later, they would not have to wait for the car to arrive. Sir, it seems we are veering off course, Neo cautioned as they wandered further astray under Huang Kaivun's guidance. No worries, it should be fine, Huang Kaivun chuckled. He had previously visited the Milan Academy of Fine Arts, where Valentino had hosted a new collection exhibition, and he was confident in his sense of direction. Neo hesitated but continued to push Huang Kaivun forward. After nearly an hour, feeling rather bored, Huang Kaivun instructed Neo to retrieve the car. Should we continue walking, sir? Neo, who was driving, inquired. Let us go. The earth is round. Even if we stray, we shall eventually find our way back, Huang Kaivun replied with a smile. Neo could only nod in agreement, opting to silence the navigation system. Approximately 20 minutes later, Neo parked in front of the Inter Milan emblem and turned to Huang Kaivun. This is the Pintina training facility of Inter Milan. Huang Kaivun realized he had directed them incorrectly and chuckled awkwardly. It's not a bad idea to connect with them. I have quite a good rapport with the Inter players. Haha. Indeed, sir, Neo acknowledged, offering no rebuttal. Ultimately, wherever they ventured was at Huang Kaivun's discretion, and it was unnecessary to provoke discontent. You brought the milk tea cards, correct? Huang Kaivun inquired. These are gifts for Lily. However, they could also serve as a gesture to foster goodwill with the Inter players. Yes, sir. It should suffice for the first team players and staff of Inter, Neo affirmed. Excellent. Let us proceed inside, Huang Kaivun declared, as Neo started the vehicle. The gatekeeper at Pintina, upon noticing Huang Kaivun in the passenger seat, nodded and mumbled, so it's Kevin. In the next moment, realization struck him. He sprang from his seat, rummaging through his pockets for his phone, but fumbled and dropped it on the ground. The back cover flew off, yet the phone remained intact. Such is the resilience of Nokia. The gatekeeper picked up the phone and dialed excitedly. Kevin is at Pintina. The chairman might want to acquire Kevin. My God. Is this real? We are getting Kevin. Inter Milan will have Kevin. The two parked the car and headed towards the Inter training ground. The Inter Milan players were taking a break on the sidelines. "Gentlemen, a distinguished guest has arrived." Zanetti approached Huang Kaivun, inquiring, "What brings you to Pintina?" Huang casually replied, "I realized it has been quite some time since I last saw you all, so I thought I'd come and see how your preparations are going, especially with the Champions League coming up next month." "We are very well prepared," Materazzi chimed in with a smile as he joined Huang's side. "The entire team is eager to secure a Champions League title, not just to reach the quarterfinals or semifinals. You'd better be cautious, Kevin, especially with Real Madrid." Huang laughed, responding, "I will be careful." Cambiaso, Maicon, and others also approached. Maicon grinned and said previously, "Pele mentioned to me while watching an Inter match that if I were on the left flank, we could form the best left corridor in the world." "I could play on the right," Huang replied. His popularity as the king of the yellow ball evidently transcended even among Inter players. Van Nistelrooy, with a bandage wrapped around his head, watched from a distance as Huang Kaivun reminisced with the Inter players, clenching his fists. Was there truly no place for him, Ruud van Nistelrooy, in this vast world? He had already transferred to Inter Milan, yet that fellow seemed to linger on. "All right, gentlemen, the chairman has arrived. It's time for you to head to training." Mancini clapped his hands and nodded at Huang as a form of greeting. "Neo, distribute the milk tea cards to everyone. I'd like to have a word with Mr. Moratti," Huang instructed. "Of course, sir," came the reply. Moratti approached the wheelchair with a smile and embraced Huang, saying, "I didn't expect to see you here today. What a coincidence that I'm at Pintina." "Indeed, what a coincidence," Huang chuckled. "So, are you considering joining Inter?" Moratti inquired as he pushed the wheelchair. "I have a buyout clause of 250 million euros with Real Madrid," Huang stated. Moratti responded, "Even if he were willing to spend on Inter, there's no way to allocate 250 million for a single player. Moreover, that's merely the buyout fee, adding the signing bonus, Barbara's agent commission, and Huang Kaivun's salary. The first year would exceed 300 million euros. Such an amount could purchase most Serie A teams. Even I, Moratti, would hesitate to spend that much at once." Cough, cough. "So what brings you here today?" Moratti redirected the conversation. "Nothing much. Just came to catch up with old friends and discuss some potential business collaborations," Huang replied. "Barbara had arranged things quite well. She is an exceptional club president. And Inter Milan has benefited significantly from previous commercial developments," Moratti remarked. "Let us find a place to eat and chat," he suggested. "All right, you choose the venue," Huang nodded. After distributing so many milk tea cards to the Inter players today, he certainly needed to recoup some expenses from Moratti. If Moratti didn't spend at least 500,000 euros on a meal, he wouldn't even think about going home. The meal was a delightful affair, and Huang returned home feeling quite satisfied. Although he didn't visit the Milan Academy of Fine Arts, his trip to Inter's training facility proved to be fruitful. "How did you return?" Huang Kaivun gazed at Lily and inquired. "Tomorrow is the weekend, so I shall return." Lily settled beside Huang Kaivun, nestling into his embrace, and remarked, "I heard Mr. Albert mention that you intended to visit me at school during the day. Why did I not see you?" "I recalled some matters, hence I did not go," Huang Kaivun replied with a wry smile. He had come to understand the situation clearly. This was the consequence of the angel's orchid. Under normal circumstances, with his sense of direction, he would never have gotten lost. "Is it true? Were you out with another woman?" Lily asked suspiciously, her small nose sniffing at Huang Kaivun. "It seems I must prove my innocence," he declared, pulling Lily onto his lap. Startled like a frightened rabbit, Lily jumped away, her cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, "How could you do this? Can't you think of something else?" "I cannot help it," Huang Kaivun chuckled. Lily swiftly scampered upstairs, leaving Huang Kaivun at a loss. Later that evening, when the young lady returned, she assisted Huang Kaivun upstairs. The disobedient art student faced yet another reprimand. The following day, while Huang Kaivun was still asleep, photographs of him dining with Moratti made the front page. According to the Milan Sports Daily, Moratti has never concealed his ambition for Kaivun. However, his 100 million euros would only suffice to purchase Messi. It would not be easy to take Kaivun from the Bernabeu. Calderon had previously stated at the European Club Presidents Summit that Real Madrid would not engage in discussions regarding Kaivun's transfer. To remove Kaivun from the Bernabeu, one must activate his buyout clause, and it remains uncertain whether Moratti possesses such resolve. The Roma Sports Daily reported that the Ballon d'Or's top 10 nominees had been announced, including Kaivun, Kaká, Cristiano Ronaldo, Messi, Drogba, Pirlo, Ibrahimovic, Fabregas, Totti, and Raul. Whether Kaivun will continue his reign as the Ballon d'Or winner, or if another will break his monopoly, will be revealed in December. Prolonged injuries may pose challenges for Kaivun's vote count in the Ballon d'Or elections. The Turin Sports Daily disclosed that insiders indicated the atmosphere in the Inter Milan locker room was rather poor. Kaivun's sudden appearance at the training facility displeased some players. One anonymous player commented that Kaivun was far from the persona he projected, describing him as exceedingly petty. Crossing him would lead to no good outcome. I extend my gratitude to Half a Cigarette, Book Friend 985 CB, and Lay Sigil for their generous support. I did not work today, as I battled a mild fever all day, only finding the strength to write in the evening. Given the low temperatures, visiting the hospital could expose one to the flu. It is best to endure for now.